Spiritual Power Transmission Circle? As soon as Long Yu heard the name of this magic circle, he had a general idea in his mind. You must know that the soul race is a living body formed by the condensed spiritual power. This spiritual power teleports the magic circle, which is very effective against humans, monsters, and even other alien races. It's useless for people, but it's different for the Soul Clan. If humans or monsters use this kind of spiritual power to teleport the magic circle, only the spiritual soul will be teleported away, but the physical body will remain in place. In this case, most practitioners will die directly. Separation of soul and body is an extremely dangerous thing for cultivators. Generally speaking, few people would do such a stupid thing, let alone build a special spiritual power transmission circle. Exactly as the old man Tianhua said, this magic circle is of no use at all. However, this is only for humans, demons, or other tangible alien races. For the invisible soul race, which is composed of spiritual power, this is their standard teleportation circle. Since what is being built here is a spiritual power transmission circle, Long Yu can guess its purpose. Before Old Man Tianhua can continue to explore other information, Long Yu directly wraps Old Man Tianhua with the power of the world, and wants to send him back. But at this time Old Man Tianhua was unwilling to go back, but with an excited look on his face, he resisted Long Yu's power of the world. Little bastard, don't panic, this magic circle is interesting, I have never seen it before. Let me go over and have a look. What's there to see? Isn't it just a magic circle built by the Soul Clan here? Long Yu waved his hand. Senior, please go back quickly and let us destroy this magic circle and kill those alien soul races. Just you? To Long Yu's surprise, Old Man Tianhua sneered, I believe you have the ability to kill the Soul Clan, but it is impossible for the three of you to destroy the spiritual power transmission circle. Hongying, look at what the mission Jade Slip says. Long Yu's expression changed, and then he asked Hongying. They had just accepted the mission and were teleported here. They didn't pay much attention to what the mission goal was. They only knew that they had to kill the 5th-level master of the Five-Headed Soul Clan first. There seemed to be more follow-up, but they hadn't noticed it yet. Hongying nodded when she heard this, then took out the Jade Slip, took a look at its contents, and then her face changed slightly and said, it turns out that in addition to dealing with the 5th-level master of the Five-Headed Soul Clan, this magic circle must be destroyed directly, and the special marking cannot be done by others. I really want to destroy the magic circle. Long Yu was a little surprised and asked, this task seems to be very difficult, so what is the reward? Very generous, a total of 24 million battlefield legionary merits. Hongying said unexpectedly, I knew this before, because the reward for 3 times the meritorious service was marked on the Jade Slips, but no wonder no one took up such a good task. It turns out that it is difficult to destroy the magic circle. It's really high. We don't know anything about magic circles. Yuka smiled bitterly. If they couldn't destroy this magic circle, even if they killed all the 5 soul clans, they still wouldn't be able to complete this training mission. Then they wouldn't be able to get any merit from the Battlefield Legion. What do you think the old man is doing? Old Man Tianhua noticed that Long Yu and the others were all looking at him at this time, and couldn't help but sneer, I can tell you, this spiritual power transmission circle has not even been seen by me, so I want to successfully crack it, I have to study for a while. Those soul tribes are left to you to deal with. If you want me to help destroy the magic circle, you should protect me and don't let me be disturbed by those disgusting things. Even Old Man Tianhua needs to study for a while before he knows if there is a solution. This made Long Yu a little confused, but there is nothing he can do at this stage. That is, if he accepts this task, there is also Old Man Tianhua who can call out to help. If someone else accepts this task, I am afraid there will be nothing to complete it. It's possible. This formation cannot be broken by someone else's hands. When the time comes, Senior will just tell us what to do. Long Yu said to Old Man Tianhua. It depends on the situation. No matter what, you have to wait for me to observe this magic circle first. As for how to break it, there should be several choices by then. You guys first kill the surrounding souls. Let me observe for a while before talking. After the old man, Tianhua, finished speaking, he flew straight into the void, not far away. This situation made Long Yu and the others stunned for a moment. This old guy actually flew towards the magic circle like this. Aren't you afraid that a strong man from the Soul Clan would suddenly appear and stop him? Although this old guy is a powerful 7th level master, facing the Soul Clan of the 5th level master, there will definitely be some trouble, right? Come on, let's go and kill the Soul Clan first. The 5 Soul Clans should not be in the same place at the beginning. This is good news. We don't need to face the 5 Soul Clans at the same time. Long Yu smiled, and then asked Hong Ying and Yu Ge to hide in his small world of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Because the Soul Clan is invisible and has no body, he cannot step into the area where the opponent has set up the magic circle openly. He must turn into nothingness and approach quietly. As for how to find the opponent, it depends on Hong Ying's ability. After entering the small world of Long Yu in the 9 Nether Prison Monument, Hong Ying immediately began to activate the power of deduction. The endless power of deduction continued to follow the aura on the experienced jade slip and spread in all directions. Soon, he quickly locked onto the aura of the 5-headed Soul Clan. The 5-headed Soul Clan really didn't expect that someone would suddenly come to disturb them while they were quietly arranging and constructing the magic circle here, and they were all alarmed. Then, they discovered that there was actually an old man from the human race, heading towards the center of the magic circle they had built. It seemed that he wanted to study the appearance of the magic circle, which made the 5-headed Soul Clan suddenly angry. It took them a lot of hard work and several months to build half of the spiritual power transmission array, which can transmit the soul race's life forms over long distances. How could it be seen through by the human race like this? Without any hesitation, the 5 Soul Clans themselves did not move, but released more Soul Clans from their respective small worlds, causing these Soul Clans to rush directly towards Old Man Tianhua, hoping to kill him. There is no need for Hong Ying to detect this situation. Even Long Yu himself has already sensed it. Countless spiritual life forms around him are constantly approaching the place where Old Man Tianhua is. The strength of these life forms is definitely not in the 5th stage. At the level of great masters, many of them are only upper-level masters and middle-rank masters, and occasionally there are a few first-level great masters and second-level great masters. This made Long Yu's heart tremble. He knew very well that these Soul Clans were probably released from the small world of Soul Clans dominated by the 5-headed and 5th-level masters. If it were other alien races, there was no need to be afraid of the weaker things in this small world, but Long Yu ignored one thing at first: this was the soul race. Those little things from the Soul Clan, even if they are weak in cultivation, are still living beings of the Soul Clan and are members of the Soul Clan. They possess the special attack methods of the Soul Clan. If they are not cultivators who also have special means. Deal with it, even the 7th level master may be killed by these little things. These high-ranking masters, 1st level masters, etc. of the soul race are not very strong in cultivation, but they are proficient in mental attack methods. Some unprepared ones, even super powerful humans, may be attacked. What's more, the Soul Clans that appear around Old Man Tianhua now are actually densely packed. It seems that in just a quarter of an hour, Old Man Tianhua will be surrounded by 1,000 little Soul Clan creatures. If so many Soul Clans attack at the same time, even Old Man Tianhua may not be able to withstand it. Of course, as the top weapon refiner of the human race, Old Man Tianhua must have very strong spiritual power, but no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the combined efforts of thousands of little Soul Clan creatures? Help! Long Yu made the decision immediately, but he did not release Yu Ge and Hong Ying because the two women did not have much role in this situation. The only thing Long Yu can rely on now is himself. He has cultivated the purifying body and has a means of rebounding mental attacks such as the purifying soul mirror, but if the opponent's target is not him, he cannot rebound its power. Therefore, he had to think of other mental attack methods to deal with these little soul clan creatures. He didn't think much about it, because he knew very well that the four-phase killing prison had the destructive power at the spiritual level. The afterimage of ancient times. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he condensed hundreds of ancient afterimages in an instant, and then flew out instantly, not bothering to avoid them, and just appeared in the void. So many ancient afterimages appeared at the same time, surrounding the old man Tianhua. In the middle, he protected him. Soon, under the protection of Long Yu Wang's ancient afterimage, old man Tianhua leisurely began to study the spiritual power transmission circle. And Long Yu's ancient afterimages each used the ancient god's forbidden technique, the four phases of killing prison. Countless lines of death bloom in this endless void. These lines of death are constantly weaving and intertwining in the void. Even though they cannot accurately wrap around every little soul creature, even if they are just swept by the lines of death, these little soul creatures will nothing can withstand the power of death in it, and it is easily eroded by the power of death. Not to mention that the power of the four-phase killing prison has been doubled, even if it is still the same power as before, there is no problem in killing these little soul clan creatures now. The ancient afterimage and the four-phase killing prison, these two moves instantly broke the siege of thousands of little soul clan creatures. No soul clan creature could stop the killing of the four-phase killing prison. As the ancient afterimage condensed by Long Yu continued to perform the ancient god's forbidden technique, the four-phase killing prison, countless lines of death were flying everywhere in the void, and little souls were constantly being locked, entangled, and killed by these lines of death. Air erosion. Not to mention other soul clans that have not reached the realm of great masters, even the soul clans that rested on the first stage of the great master and the second stage of the great master were directly eroded by the death aura after being entangled by the death aura of the four phases killing prison. The ability to struggle. Although these soul clans are all living beings condensed with spiritual power, the four-phase killing prison targets more than just the physical body. In fact, the four-phase killing prison's destruction of spiritual power is even more fatal. Death has always been aimed at spiritual power or soul. Just like Long Yu, even if his body is completely destroyed, as long as his demonic heart is still there, this demonic heart can store his soul, and then reshape it using the function of the demonic heart, the martial arts secret method. New body. Therefore, the destructive power of the ancient god's forbidden technique of four phases killing prison is mainly aimed at spiritual power and souls. Now facing these little soul clan creatures, there is no doubt that it has exerted extremely strong lethality. It consumes too much. Long Yu soon broke into a cold sweat, because he discovered that condensing the ancient afterimages to perform the four phases of killing prison consumes too much power. Basically, each of the 100 ancient afterimages used once the four phases kill prison, he needs to take an ancient level elixir to restore his strength. Otherwise, the power in his body will become completely exhausted in less than 2 times, and by then it will not be so easy for him to use any means. Facing a life form with special spiritual power like the Soul Clan, the martial arts technique of Mad War Celestial Body has no effect at all. If you want to deal with the Soul Clan, you can only use special means. There were so many Soul Clans in the field, and Long Yu killed more than 300 of them in an instant. Some of the more powerful second-stage Master Soul Clans were not immediately killed by the four-phase killing prison, but with the second four-phase killing, the prison of killing was unleashed, and the lines of death were once again shrouded. There was still no possibility for them to resist. It seems that they realized that Long Yu was a big threat. Those little Soul Clan creatures, under the command of the 5-headed and 5th-stage Master Soul Clan, actually gave up on the old man Tianhua and turned directly towards Long Yu. Long Yu is not afraid of this. His mental attack methods are not particularly strong, but his resistance to mental attacks is extremely strong. The body of purification, coupled with the 7 layers of a total of 154 mysterious patterns that were just imprinted in the mind, enhanced the effect of the body of purification 6 times, making Long Yu's resistance to mental attacks and control methods even worse. It is much better than others, and I am afraid that it has reached the level of a 7th level master. Long Yu made almost no movement, and ignored the little Soul Clan creatures targeting him. Instead, he turned and rushed toward the location of one of the Soul Clan's 5th level masters. He was not afraid of being dealt with by the Soul Clan, but he was afraid that those little things from the Soul Clan would target Old Man Tianhua. After all, he could tell at a glance that Old Man Tianhua wanted to study the spiritual power transmission circle. The old man's temper was indeed a bit weird. At this time, at this moment, in the eyes of Old Man Tianhua, there is nothing else except the spiritual teleportation circle. Even though he might not be afraid of these little Soul Clan things, he didn't bother to pay attention to them at all, and didn't even want to take action. Instead, he handed them over to Long Yu. On the one hand, this is due to his trust in Long Yu, and on the other hand, it is also because he is too persistent in the mental power transmission circle and does not want to waste any time paying attention to those Soul Clans. Soon, Long Yu approached the first 5-stage Master Soul Clan. Behind him were more than 600 Soul Clan creatures. Along the way, they were chased by the ancient afterimages condensed by Long Yu. One ancient level pill after another was taken, and it was almost impossible to keep up with the consumption. Fortunately, these Soul Clans were not strong and were easily solved by Long Yu with the 4-phase killing prison. Hong Ying and Yu Ge in Long Yu's small world couldn't help but admire Long Yu's figure. To be honest, there weren't many people in the seminary who could deal with the strong Soul Clan so easily. It is definitely impossible for Yu Ge and Hong Ying to deal with so many Soul Clans. If the other party attacks each other mentally at once, the two of them will probably have a mental breakdown. But looking back at Long Yu, he was being hunted by so many Soul Clans. Those Soul Clans kept launching spiritual attacks towards Long Yu. In this void, the spiritual power had almost filled the space. However, the spiritual attacks launched by those Soul Clans against Long Yu had no effect on Long Yu at all. The power of the purifying body appeared on the surface of Long Yu's body, as if he was invulnerable to all poisons. The mental shocks that came to Long Yu were all blocked by the purifying body. He did not activate the purifying soul mirror at this time. Although now he has launched a wave of purifying soul mirrors, which can rebound most of those little Soul Clan creatures to death, Long Yu is very clear in his heart that his biggest enemy is not those little Soul Clan creatures, but those 5 Soul Clan creatures. A strong soul from the Soul Clan who is in the first 5 levels of great domination. The purifying soul mirror is Long Yu's trump card to deal with the 5 strong men at the 5th level master level. He must at least use this trick to deal with the 2 strong Soul Clan men. If it is exposed now, it will be exposed later. If you cannot achieve a surprise effect, it is likely that it will not work because the other party is prepared. Long Yu kept getting closer to one of the 5-level Soul Clan masters. There were fewer and fewer Soul Clan creatures following him, and they were gradually cleaned up by Long Yu. It looked very relaxed, but in fact Long Yu was already covered in cold sweat. In this short period of time, Long Yu had already taken 12 ancient level elixirs, which were worth hundreds of thousands in terms of battlefield legionary merit. The consumption was still astonishing. However, compared to the rewards that can be obtained after completing this training mission, this consumption is within the tolerable range. Long Yu was very excited when he thought about the 24 million mission rewards. 3 people could share 8 million Battlefield Legion meritorious services, and they could purchase nearly 2 third-grade Tianjing level creations. Long Yu still needs creative things now. On the one hand, he needs more creative things to improve his martial arts realm. On the other hand, his magic dust heart, the martial arts secret technique, will soon be upgraded to the 6th level. Starting from the 6th level, martial arts secrets need to absorb the power of creation in order to improve their levels. Therefore, starting from now on, dragon control requires a large amount of creations. Of course, the more battlefield legionary merits, the better. There are many ways for him to earn battlefield legion meritorious service, but now it seems that completing these training tasks is the most efficient. As long as you find the right ways and methods, it is not difficult to earn battlefield legion meritorious service. Without any hesitation, when Long Yu approached the powerful Soul Clan leader who was the 5th level master, he raised his hand and unleashed the 4-phase killing prison. Countless death lines rolled directly towards the Soul Clan warrior. The powerful Soul Clan man was invisible and had no form, but he could detect his location by relying on his spiritual perception. The lines of death quickly gathered towards where he was. Originally, the strong Soul Clan man was still constructing the spiritual power transmission array, and thought that with so many little Soul Clan things released in the small world, he could kill Long Yu and Old Man Tianhua. But he didn't expect that Long Yu, a human boy, would be so strong. He would create so many clones and kill all the Soul Clan descendants in his small world, which was a bit unexpected. It seems that the guys sent by the human race are definitely not idiots, but special strong men who can specifically target the soul race. The strong Soul Clan man was probably thinking this in his heart, but now he couldn't spare the power to deal with Long Yu, because the spiritual power transmission circle required 5 Soul Clans to build it at the same time. Once one Soul Clan didn't pour in power, the speed at which this mental power transmission circle is built will almost stagnate. It's just a human boy who is a big master, and they don't need to do it themselves. As for the old human race man in the field, he is the real enemy to these strong soul race men. Of course, the attention of the 5 strong Soul Clan men has now been attracted by Long Yu. Soul Clan juniors are constantly flying out of their small world and then attacking Long Yu. The line of death released by Long Yu was directly blocked by several Soul Clan juniors at the 3rd level master level, and could not fall on the Soul Clan strongmen at the 5th level master level. Could it be that if you want to kill these 5 strong Soul Clan men, you have to kill all the Soul Clan juniors in their small world? Long Yu thought to himself, feeling quite puzzled. No wonder this task is so difficult and the reward is so high. It turns out that the difficulty of this task is indeed beyond what ordinary people can imagine. How many descendants of the Soul Clan can there be in this small world of 5 powerful Soul Clan masters, with 5 heads and 5 levels of great dominance? They come out specifically to run missions and build spiritual power transmission arrays. It is impossible for them to come alone. In their small world, there are a lot of Soul Clan descendants. In the small world of ordinary people, there are basically no masters of the secret realm. The strongest cultivators are the emperor-level practitioners. However, in the small world of the 5-headed Soul Clan, there are still a large part of the descendants of the Soul Clan. There are even several 3rd-level masters who dominate the secret realm. The level of the 3rd-level master is already 2 levels stronger than that of Long Yu. Even if Long Yu uses the ancient god's forbidden technique and the 4-phase killing prison, he still needs to use all his strength to kill a Soul Clan of the 3rd-level master. There can be no relaxation at all. The problem is that there are more than one 3rd-level soul master around Long Yu now. This made Long Yu have no choice but to release 3 dark creatures with 3 heads and 3 stages of Great Master Realm from the ancient dragon skeleton tower. As soon as these dark creatures appeared, they stood in front of Long Yu and blocked other Soul Clans. Long Yu, faced alone with a soul race in the realm of 3rd-level master. For Long Yu, if he is a foreigner with other 3 levels of Great Master, he will probably be able to kill him easily. After all, now that he has reached the level of Great Master, he has also fully mastered the apocalyptic 9 nether divine texts, which is better than the last time he was in. It was already at least 10 times stronger than when it was outside. But facing these invisible souls, Long Yu didn't dare to relax at all, because spiritual power is an area that humans rarely study. Even the strongest human spiritual attack powerhouse, in terms of spiritual power, the research in this field is not as good as 1/10 of that of the Soul Clan. It is completely unpredictable what weird methods the other party will use. Long Yu always maintained a vigilant mentality, and then when facing a single third-stage Master Soul Clan, he raised his hand, and countless lines of death burst out, instantly covering the body of the 3-stage Master Soul Clan. The breath of death corrodes it. However, this Soul Clan did not die like this. It launched a spiritual attack directly towards Long Yu, without actually resisting the erosion of the breath of death. It seemed that it knew that it would definitely not be able to withstand such an intense attack. The attack of the Soul Clan strongman of the 3rd level of Great Master fell on Long Yu. Originally, Long Yu didn't pay much attention. After all, he had the spiritual attack resistance effect of the pure world body move, but soon he discovered that the spiritual attack of the Soul Clan strongman in front of him, who was in the 3rd level of the Great Master, was extremely powerful. Even the barrier condensed by the pure world body was pierced by its sharp spiritual power, and it penetrated into Long Yu's body in an instant. Long Yu felt a tremor all over his body, but nothing else happened immediately afterwards. After all, with the resistance of the pure world body, even if the opponent's attack entered Long Yu's body, it could not cause much harm to him. With the resistance of the pure world body, the real spiritual attack power that can fall on Long Yu is only 10% of the original strength at most. This small amount of spiritual power cannot have any impact on Long Yu. At most, it will make him feel some mental discomfort and pressure. After all, the effect of the purifying body is too terrifying. The shadow of the mysterious pattern is lingering all over Long Yu's body, constantly reducing the impact of the surrounding mental attacks on him. This situation made the powerful Soul Clan master of the 3rd stage unable to rest in silence. The line of death completely surrounded him, and the breath of death eroded into all his spiritual power, bringing death to the Soul Clan. Having solved one of these easily, will the others be far behind? Long Yu then launched a massacre against the Soul Clan that was constantly surrounding them. For Long Yu, there is no pressure to deal with these Soul Clan juniors. The most critical reason is that after cultivating the body of purification, the ability to resist mental attacks is too strong. Soul Clan without enough cultivation will not be able to deal with Long Yu at all. There is no threat. At least, the Soul Clan of the 3rd level of Great Master Realm cannot harm Long Yu. The defensive ability of the pure world body is there, and it is useless no matter how many opponents there are. After all, it will not be able to hurt Long Yu's spirit and soul. It is only a matter of how much it consumes and how long it takes to eliminate the descendants of the Soul Clan who are constantly surrounding them. Long Yu was eager to kill, but found that the number of Soul Clan descendants around him not only did not decrease, but also increased in number. This made Long Yu frown slightly. So far, he has taken 16 ancient level elixirs to restore his body's strength. Even if he doesn't care about the resources and wealth represented by these elixirs, the key issue is that the ability to restore his strength is there are not many pills. After all the calculations, Long Yu still has more than 40 ancient level elixirs on his body. These elixirs were all purchased when he was free, and some were refined by Liao Lele for him. He has never used them much. After all, this has rarely happened before. Countless soul races rushed towards them, which made Long Yu a little lucky. If these soul races were replaced by other alien races, such as the Yuan tribe with extremely strong physical strength, then Long Yu would definitely not be able to withstand them. But it is a pity that these alien races are all soul races. The most powerful martial arts secret method at the current stage of Long Yu's cultivation is the body of purifying the world. Mysterious patterns are flying around, blocking all spiritual attack power from harming Long Yu, even the three-stage Soul Clan offensive at the Great Master level. None of them could break through the protection of these mysterious patterns and fall on Long Yu. Occasionally, there are extremely strong spiritual shock waves that eventually penetrate the barrier of the pure world and erode into Long Yu's body, but their spiritual power is also weakened by at least 10 times, posing no threat to Long Yu. However, the strongest ones now are all Soul Clans, with the 3rd level Master level. If the Soul Clan strongmen with the 5th level Master level take action, it's really hard to say whether I can withstand it. Long Yu seemed to have a great advantage and had already eliminated a large number of more than 1,000 Soul Clan descendants, but in fact, he was still not sure whether he could win this battle. After all, he didn't know how many Soul Clan descendants there were in the other person's small world. Generally speaking, there are no juniors who dominate the secret realm in the small world. The ones released by the other party are obviously members of its legion. The first strong man from the soul race that Long Yu targeted was probably a legion commander of the Emperor's Legion. He probably brought all the members of his legion with him in his small world. Most of them were emperors and could not do anything to Long Yu. Any impact. A small number of the 3rd level masters can be considered the strongest among them, and their number is not large. If the guess is correct, the number of souls in the Emperor's army may have reached 10,000. This terrifying number made Long Yu tremble with fear. Even if he was stronger than him, it would be impossible for him to fight alone with a soul. The clan and army are fighting against each other. Now there are only more than 1,000 of them in total, and Long Yu is already as tired as a dog. Even if those soul clans can't deal with him, it is extremely difficult for him to kill these soul clans, mainly because it consumes a lot of money. Not to mention, Long Yu faintly discovered something was wrong. In addition to the 1,000 soul clansmen who first came out to besiege the old man Tianhua and were killed by Long Yu, a total of about 1,500 soul clans appeared later to besiege Long Yu, and Long Yu killed several 3rd level giants again. The captain of the domination team, and killed another 300 to 400 heads with the ancient afterimage. Among the remaining 100 or so juniors of the Soul Clan who were ordinary masters of the secret realm, they surrounded Long Yu and pestered him. Although they could not cause him any mental shock damage, they also prevented him from breaking through to the outside. There are about 1,000 other descendants of the Soul Clan, all of whom are at the Emperor level. They will not participate in the siege of Long Yu. Instead, they will start to set up a mental power attack array on the periphery. This mental power attack array surrounded Long Yu in the center. It is conceivable that even if this mental attack array only has the simplest superposition of power, the combined attack of 1,000 Emperor-level Soul Clans is enough to defeat him. Long Yu was reduced to rubbish by the bombardment. Hong Ying reminded Long Yu of this situation. After all, Long Yu was surrounded in the middle and had no time to care about the situation outside. When Hong Ying reminded Long Yu of this situation, Long Yu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He finally knew why these soul tribes were so brave and fearless of death. It turned out that they were preparing to hide their ultimate move. Even if they had to pay some sacrifices, they would still kill Long Yu. Kill him on the spot. However, this information still made Long Yu feel a little relieved. After all, the opponent's 1,000 soul emperors were building a magic circle, which meant that there were almost this number of soul tribes in the opponent's small world. Otherwise, he would directly dispatch with more soul clan descendants coming out. Wouldn't it be faster to build the magic circle? At this time, Long Yu felt that the other party had no need to hide its troops. What makes Long Yu even more nervous is that the Emperor's army in the small world of the Soul Clan strongman with 5 levels of Great Masters has already entangled Long Yu, and the other 4 Soul Clan strongmen with 5 levels of Great Masters are. He continued to activate many small things from the Soul Clan, preparing to rush towards the old man Tianhua in the center. This is the most important thing for Long Yu. No matter what, old man Tianhua cannot be disturbed, otherwise, who knows what kind of things this weird-tempered old man will do. Long Yu, let me go out. I'll go out first to delay. At this time, Yuka said to Long Yu solemnly. No problem? Long Yu is still a little worried about Yuga. After all, Yuga has not cultivated the body of purification like him, and his resistance to mental attacks cannot be as strong as his. If he is not careful, something may happen in the joint siege of the younger generations of the Soul Clan. I'll just stay with her. Once a Soul Clan gets close to attack, I'll be able to find it right away. Hong Ying also nodded at this time, and then suggested to Long Yu that she and Yuga should go out to delay time. After all, the two women had no effective means to kill the Soul Clan, so all they could do was delay it for a while. Don't leave yet, leave some more strength-restoring elixirs for me. Long Yu thought for a while, and then said to the two women, no matter how he calculated, he probably wouldn't be able to kill all the 5-headed and 5th-level Master Soul Clan strongmen with his current strength. Therefore, if the two women have recovered pills of strength, it would be great to give him some. The two women each handed over some elixirs, including not only ancient level ones, but also ancient level ones, without much reservation. They only kept 5 elixirs each, preparing to take them themselves at the critical moment. The others were given to Long Yu, which enhanced Long Yu's ability to fight again. With these elixirs, Long Yu can definitely kill more. So many Soul Clans. Immediately afterwards, the two women escaped from Long Yu's small world. Jiuxiao Star Flash. Yuga directly took Hong Ying and used this endless level high-grade martial art. The bodies of the two women instantly turned into a starlight, disappeared in a flash, and the next moment they appeared next to old man Tianhua in the distance. Stars flashed in the sky, and this ancient martial skill that had disappeared for a long time was once again displayed. Endless level high-grade martial arts are not common martial arts in the first place, not to mention that Jiuxiao Star Flash is a martial arts used by the ancient human race. It has been collected by the Bone Clan survivors to this day, so that it can have a chance to reappear in the human world. Now Yuga has cultivated it to the peak level. Although it is a physical and martial skill, it also has some attack capabilities. She led Hong Ying to use 9 Heavens Star Flash, and the two women turned into a flash of starlight. The next moment, they appeared next to old man Tianhua. At the same time, several ripples of star power spread out in all directions. These ripples of star power directly imprisoned those little Soul Clan creatures on the spot. Even life forms with pure spiritual power could not escape the confinement of the star power and lost the power to move. But immediately afterwards, Yuga and Hong Ying were unable to do anything to those little Soul Clan creatures. After imprisoning those soul tribes, Hong Ying and Yuga began to try to use other methods to deal with them, hoping to eliminate all those little soul tribe things, but unfortunately, they did not have any very effective means to do so. Destroy these Soul Clans. We can only keep confining him until Long Yu comes. Yuga and Hong Ying looked at each other, and both saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they were very frustrated that they could not destroy the Soul Clan. In other words, it was not that the two women were unable to eliminate the Soul Clan, but they were eliminated. The speed is just too slow. The two women couldn't use Long Yu's method of annihilating the Soul Clan in a large area. In contrast, Yuga and Hong Ying also have some mental attack methods that can make these Soul Clans fall into illusions, and because their martial arts realm is very strong, it takes a long time for these Soul Clans to struggle out of the illusion space after they fall into it. However, these methods only have the effect of illusion and control, and cannot kill the Soul Clan. Thousands of Soul Masters who dominated the secret realm were imprisoned hundreds of feet away from old man Tianhua. Some were even pulled into the illusion, unable to extricate themselves. In a short period of time, they would not be able to pose any threat to old man Tianhua. When Long Yu saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now that there is nothing going on with old man Tianhua, he can concentrate on dealing with the situation at hand. There is no other way. He can only continue to condense the ancient afterimages and let the ancient afterimages continuously perform the 4 phases of killing prison. Only in this way can he kill all the soul clans as quickly as possible without any ability to resist. The 4-phase killing prison, as he continued to use it in this way, also got a slight improvement. Although the improvement was not much, it was better than nothing. Lines of death were flying in the void, constantly entangling the soul masters and sending them into the hell of death. Countless lines of death gradually built an unprecedentedly vast realm of death. Is this what the 4 phases of killing prison means? Long Yu was thoughtful, but now he could only condense the lines of death, which was still far from the real 4-phase killing prison. It can be seen from the 4 envoys of Jiuyo that the 4-phase killing prison should be constructed by the 4 powers of Shura, death, hell and underworld. Now that Long Yu only has the ability to condense the lines of death, he is already so tyrannical. It's a pity that even with the help of the divine wine, Long Yu would have to consume a terrifying amount of 700 bottles if he wanted to understand the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor's understanding of the 4-phase killing prison at that time. In a short period of time, if he wanted to improve this ancient god's forbidden technique, it's extremely difficult. Long Yu slaughtered the soul masters so recklessly that he finally made the 5-level soul masters not far away feel that something was wrong. If this continues, not only will they not be able to kill Long Yu, but they will all be killed by Long Yu. In this case, why is it still watching the show? Even though the construction of the mental power transmission circle will be slightly slower, there is no other way. If any one of the 5-headed soul clan leaves from the formation construction point, and then wants to continue to build the formation, it will have to start again, which will take at least a month. But if they don't take action, the souls in their small world will be destroyed. The clan is about to be cleaned up by Long Yu. They all also saw that the weak chickens in their small world could not deal with Long Yu. The main reason was that this human boy had a mental defense barrier on his body, which was able to withstand all the spirits of the Soul Clan below the 3rd level of Great Master. Attack. If they don't take action, Long Yu will massacre all the members of the Soul Legion. Therefore, after some mental discussion, they decided to take action to kill Long Yu first, and in order to avoid future troubles, they decided to take action together. Anyway, 1 action and 5 actions, the time for them to start building the magic circle again is the same, or as soon as possible. Let's deal with the opponent first. What's more, now that someone has discovered their movements, it may be difficult to complete this magic circle. If it doesn't work, just kill Long Yu, a human race that poses a great threat to the Soul Clan, and leave here. 5 strong men from the Soul Clan, who were masters of the 5th stage, attacked Long Yu at the same time, invisible and extremely fast. Long Yu pretended not to notice, but in fact he was overjoyed. He was really afraid that the other parties would come one by one. In that case, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with them. Since they wanted 5 guys to come together, it would be easy to handle. The purifying soul mirror could be used once. The 5 of them were solved at once. 5 strong men from the Soul Clan who were in the realm of 5th level masters arrived not far away from Long Yu in an instant, and told all the other Soul Clan kids to retreat. Then, 5 different spiritual shock waves rolled towards Long Yu. One of them suddenly bloomed from the void and appeared around Long Yu's body. The tyrannical spiritual power could trap Long Yu's entire body in place. The physical body could leave, but the spirit was trapped by the barrier. Another spiritual attack has extremely strong spiritual destructive power. Once it touches Long Yu's soul, it will be destroyed like a torrent without any resistance. There are also 3 mental attacks, which are also extremely powerful means. Each one has different effects. In short, the 5 mental attacks come extremely quickly, giving Long Yu no time to prepare. Without any warning, the 5 powerful Soul Clan men attacked at the same time in order to get rid of Long Yu at once. But they didn't know that Long Yu had a natural advantage against the Soul Clan. Even though they were all at the level of 5th level masters and had super strong spiritual power, Long Yu's methods exceeded their expectations. When the 5 spiritual shocks came to Long Yu at the same time, Long Yu did not hesitate. The power of the world-purifying body all over his body gathered together to form a world-purifying soul mirror, which surrounded his whole body in the mirror. The purifying soul mirror appeared, just in time to withstand the 5 spiritual attacks, and immediately rebounded the 5 spiritual attacks back with 10 times the power. After casting the world-purifying soul mirror, Long Yu immediately took an ancient-level elixir to replenish the power he had consumed. Although the world-purifying soul mirror was powerful, the consumption was still too high. Anyway, he couldn't use it for the second time in a short period of time. The powerful Soul Clan masters of the 5-headed and 5-stage masters had no idea that Long Yu had mastered such a terrifying method. The 5 mental attack methods were directly rebounded 10 times, making each of them in a hurry. Maybe it shouldn't be said, after all, the Soul Clan is invisible, has no body, let alone hands and feet. However, after counterattacking these attacks, every 5th level soul master became extremely panicked. Even if they faced a mental attack 10 times stronger than their own, they would still be destroyed in one fell swoop. Among them, the 5th stage master Soul Clan that launched a spiritually destructive shock wave towards Long Yu had no ability to resist at all. Even though it had condensed a spiritual defense barrier, it could not withstand its own attack that was 10 times stronger and was directly destroyed by the entire destroy everything. The soul race whose spiritual power has been destroyed is equivalent to the human race and demon race whose body has been shattered. Only a small cluster of small world imprints composed of spiritual power are left in the field, among which are the remains of their small world. The Soul Clan also has the remains of a small world, but Long Yu doesn't know what it looks like, and he doesn't have time to pay attention to it now. He only knew that there were only 3 powerful 5th stage master soul clansmen in the field who were directly destroyed by his purifying soul mirror. There were only 2 left. One of them was trapped by his own spiritual attack and could not escape, and the other 2 were trapped by his own spiritual attack. One end was seriously injured, and the entire living body, composed of spiritual power, lost at least 80% of its strength. Being able to eliminate 3 heads was already very difficult for Long Yu, and it was even beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that it would be difficult to eliminate 1 head and seriously injure the others. But now he has eliminated 3 heads and left the remaining ones. Lost combat effectiveness. 4 phases of killing prison. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the line of death condensed out without hesitation and wrapped around the seriously injured Soul Clan. The breath of death continued to erode his spiritual power. After a few breaths, it corroded him to death, without any suspense. The last one was left, and it could be said that it was trapped in a cocoon. It wanted to trap Long Yu with a mental attack barrier, but unexpectedly it was rebounded by the purifying soul mirror, and instead it was trapped by a mental barrier that was 10 times stronger. Under such circumstances, Long Yu Dao could not use the line of death to wrap around the opponent, erode the opponent, or kill the opponent, but he was not afraid of the opponent escaping, since the opponent was already trapped by him anyway. Long Yu began to clean up the little soul masters around him. After seeing the power of Long Yu, those little soul masters lost any fighting spirit at all. After all, even their legion commanders had been killed by Long Yu. Only the last one is trapped. The remaining little ones from the Soul Clan started to run away in all directions. Facing the little masters of the Soul Clan who were fleeing in all directions, Long Yu didn't hesitate and chased after them directly, using the 4 phases of killing prison to kill them all, leaving no one behind. The realm of absolute sky. Long Yu took out the ancient dragon skeleton tower and constructed the Jiwekong domain. All nearby soul clans should not try to escape from this range. The thousands of soul clans in the field were trapped like this, even if they unite to attack Jiwekong. The field cannot be broken through. After all, now the realm of Longyu martial arts has become a great master. With the help of the endless level top warrior dragon skeleton ancient pagoda, it has reached the highest level of unparalleled realm with the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda. It takes a while for the master to break, let alone these little masters of the soul clan. It is only a matter of time to eliminate all these guys. The 5 strong soul clan masters of the 5-headed and 5th level masters impulsively joined forces and directly destroyed their 5 emperor legions. However, this was also the case when they encountered a terrifying guy like Long Yu. If it were any other human race or demon clan, there would be which one of the great masters can withstand the cooperation of the 5 of them? It can only be said that Long Yu is too strong, not that the opponent is too weak. The last 5-stage master of the soul race was trapped by his own mental barrier, with no possibility of escape. Long Yu slowly killed the other small masters of the soul race, and then turned around and used the 4-phase killing prison to kill the soul race. The 5th level master of the soul clan was trapped. Under the siege, the spiritual barrier of the 5 great masters was finally destroyed, and then it itself was tightly entangled by the lines of death, and the breath of death continued to erode its spiritual power. Perhaps after seeing Long Yu kill the other 4 companions neatly, the last one had no intention of resisting. But soon, this 5th-stage Master Soul clan found that Long Yu's offensive was not particularly strong against it. Even though the line of death entangled all its spiritual power, the aura of death continued to invade its spiritual body. But it will still take some time to kill it. It turns out that this human boy is not so scary. As long as he didn't attack Long Yu, it would be difficult for Long Yu to kill all the 5 powerful soul clansmen. Unfortunately, one wrong move led to their complete collapse, leaving no room for recovery. Now even if Long Yu needs to spend time to kill the remaining soul race, it is only a matter of time, because the soul race is tightly entangled with the line of death and cannot escape at all. The breath of death continues to erode, and what is left is only just struggling. For Long Yu, it was just a matter of spending some time and consuming more elixirs to restore strength. In this operation, he has already consumed dozens of pills, and he will take a few more now. The value of these pills alone is probably worth millions of points of battlefield legion merit, but the result is gratifying. Yes, this mission is not far from completion, and the rewards are extremely generous. Yu Ge and Hong Ying are of course full of admiration for Long Yu now. With the strength of one person, he alone fought against the 5-headed and 5-level masters of the Soul clan. If this news spread, no one would believe it, and this was precisely because he had practiced the martial art of the body of purification. After returning, this mission reward, 20 million battlefield legion meritorious deeds, should belong to him. Yu Ge smiled bitterly and said, "Let's just make soy sauce. 2 million is enough." Hong Ying covered her mouth and chuckled, "It doesn't matter, let's share it equally. Long Yu is not a greedy person, and I relied on you to complete many of the tasks a while ago. We also share it equally. Since we are ourselves, if you are a human being, there is no need to say these things." "That's right." Yu Ge nodded and chuckled. She turned her head and glanced at Long Yu. His figure seemed a little out of reach in the void. If he was fighting alone against the remaining 5-stage Master Soul Clan strongman, he would probably be able to kill him soon. Old Man Tianhua is still studying the spiritual power transmission circle, but there is no result yet. The little soul masters around Old Man Tianhua were first controlled by Yu Ge and Hong Ying, and then they were all killed by Long Yu, leaving no one alive. At this moment, Yu Ge and Hong Ying began to the battlefield has been cleared. The Soul Clan also has a small world, and there are still many small world remnants left in the field. Most people have always been extremely curious about the Soul Clan's cultivation, because they have no body, but they need physical training resources to absorb such things as the creative force in created things. On the other hand, alchemy and weapon refining are completely unavailable to the Soul Clan. They absorb the power of creation and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth solely to increase their own spiritual power. They do not understand divine texts, and their cultivation methods are different from those of human monsters. Clan and the like are very different. All things in time have their own laws of development. There are many kinds of alien races, and they all have their own methods of training and becoming stronger, and their fighting methods are also different. The two women began to collect the wreckage of the small world. First, they took the wreckage of the five-headed and five-segment Master Soul Clan into their pockets. However, they did not enter the wreckage of the small world to explore, for the time being. After all, they were not completely separated yet. It's dangerous. Maybe something unexpected will happen when Long Yu confronts the last strong Soul Clan man. No one can say for sure. The two women first collected the wreckage of the small world. In total, they collected more than 200 wreckage of the small world, and they didn't know what they could get from them. About half an hour had passed, and Long Yu finally used the 4 phases killing prison to grind to death the last 5-stage master of the Soul Clan. If the head directly kills 3 heads and seriously injures 1, this battle will still be very suspenseful. It's a pity that the 5 powerful Soul Clan men are really unlucky. Long Yu personally collected the remains of the small world of the last strong Soul Clan man, and then let the Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda directly maintain the Jiwakong domain, while he himself joined the two women. First, he ran to Old Man Tianhua and asked how long it would take to figure out the spiritual power transmission circle. The answer he got was that it would take at least several days. For such a long time, Long Yu was too lazy to wait. On fire. How about we leave one person outside and the other 2 go into the wreckage of these small worlds to search and explore? Long Yu made suggestions. Well, let's take turns going in. Hong Ying nodded and said, you guys go in first and take a look at what's in the remains of the 5-headed 5-stage Soul Clan small world. There are 5 heads in total. Long Yu, you can take over 3 of them directly. Just one person for me and you go. The distribution of spoils is also one of the important sources of conflicts in the team, but this problem obviously does not exist on Long Yu's side. First of all, Long Yu is not the kind of person who is only interested in profit. Of course, if anything is shared by the team members, Yuga also knows how to be humble, and there is no way to make trouble over the distribution of spoils. As for Hong Ying, of course she and Long Yu are on the same side. Son, it is even less likely that any conflicts will arise from this. I am free to do so. If I find any good things in the wreckage of the small world, they are all my own. Long Yu smiled, you guys should pick out a small world wreckage first. You go in and search it first. I'll wait for you to come out with one before going in. Searching for the wreckage of the small world is also quite troublesome. At least for Long Yu and the others, they definitely don't have that much time to search for the wreckage of so many small worlds. Only the wreckage of the small world with 5 heads and 5 sections of great masters can be found. It's worth going in and searching. In the Battlefield Legion, there is a profession that is responsible for searching for the remains of alien small worlds. Most of them are casual cultivators of the human race or demon race. They buy some small world wrecks at a low price and then enter them to search for themselves. Generally, they can get their money back. With good luck, you can also make a lot of money. Within the Battlefield Legion, there is also a special department to recover resources from the wreckage of the small world. This is a very time-consuming and labor-intensive matter. Not many people are willing to do this kind of thing, but there are also many people who enjoy it. After all, every small world wreckage may be a treasure. Maybe you can find something particularly valuable in it, and it is possible to become rich overnight. Of course, it is generally impossible for cultivators with few resources to acquire a large number of small world wrecks to search for. Basically, they have to find a way to acquire some alien small world wrecks from the battlefield legions. This is not easy. The three of them, Long Yu, now have the remains of nearly 300 soul clans in their small world, and they can sell them for at least 10 million battlefield legion merits. If it is an ordinary small world wreckage from the Ice God clan or the Vulcan God clan, the general price is one of 5,000 battlefield legion merits. Of course, this refers to the small world wreckage from the lower master to the upper master. If it is a big master, then the price is calculated according to the rank. The first level of Great Master is 10,000, the second level of Great Master is 40,000, the third level of Great Master is 90,000, and so on. Of course, when you reach the fourth level of dominance, the price will double. The remains of the alien small world of the fourth stage master are basically priced at 320,000 battlefield legion merits on the market. The fifth stage master is 500,000, the sixth stage master is 1 million, and the seventh stage master is 1 million. Starting from 2 million. After all, generally speaking, the remains of the small world of the seventh stage master definitely contain more than 2 million battlefield legion meritorious resources. As for how much it was destroyed when it was killed, no one knows. It depends on the luck of the buyer. How? With luck, it is possible to dig out massive cultivation resources worth 100 million from the wreckage of the 2 million small world. If you are not lucky, everything we have in the wreckage of the small world has been destroyed, which is also unknown. The remains of the small world of the Soul clan must be much more expensive than those of other ordinary alien races, at least twice as expensive. Therefore, the remnants of so many small worlds obtained by Long Yu and the others are also a huge wealth. They can find a place to auction them off when they go back, in exchange for some training resources. After all, they don't have that much time to rummage through them one by one. About 3 days passed before Yuga finally came out of the wreckage of the first small world. There was a bit of joy on his face, and it seemed that he had found a lot of good things. How's it going? Did you find anything good? Long Yu had been standing outside, and when he saw Yuga coming out, he followed the voice and asked. There are 2 heavenly crystal-level creations, one of the 3rd grade and one of the 4th grade, with a total value of 6 to 7 million. It's a big profit. Yuga chuckled. There are also some Earth Seal-level creations, and several spiritual power condensations. I don't know what is recorded in them, but I think they should be some training methods for spiritual attacks. The condensed body of spiritual power is used to record things among the Soul clan, which is equivalent to the jade slips on the human race and monster clan. However, the Soul clan itself has no body, and usually does not like to use tangible things, so the recorded things are all fixed structures condensed with spiritual power. This thing is called a condensation of spiritual power. Among the human race and the demon race, there are also people who use this method to record things, but there are not many such cases. After all, not many people understand the structure of the condensed body of spiritual power. With something as convenient as jade slips, who would bother to do it? Some complex condensation of spiritual power? So now, if you want to interpret these 2 spiritual power condensations, you need professionals to do it. At least Long Yu and the other 3 can't do it. I don't know if old Tianhua understands. In any case, we have to wait for old man Tianhua to finish the mental power transmission circle here. Now Long Yu doesn't dare to disturb the old man, lest he suddenly goes crazy. Now that I'm out, you should go in and search first. The wreckage of the Soul clan's small world is also quite large and takes a lot of time. I just searched it casually. Yuga said to Long Yu. The small world wreckage that has been searched once is called second-hand small world wreckage. This kind of small world wreckage can still be sold, but the price is only 1/10 of the price. In other words, the small world wreckage of these 5 great masters after the wreckage of the world is searched once by Yu Song, it can probably be sold for 50,000 battlefield legion merits. After all, it is easy to miss something in a search, and those who specialize in searching for small world wreckage have many professional skills to ensure that they can find all valuable things in a small world wreckage. Long Yu nodded, then left Yu Gu alone outside, then single-handedly selected the remains of one of the 5-stage Master Soul Clan's small world, entered it and started the search operation. This is not the first time that Long Yu has searched for the remains of other people's small worlds. He has even searched the small world of a powerful god-like person from the Ice God clan, and obtained an ice essence and a space essence from it. These 2 things are already worth hundreds of millions, and this is just the remains of a half-godlike world. The remains of the other half of the godlike small world were handed over to Man Xian and his group to search. Long Yu didn't know if they found anything good in the end. After all, he and Hong Ying left first after searching. Long Yu once again entered the wreckage of other people's small worlds, and still had a vague expectation. This feeling was like digging for treasure. It was possible that he could get some precious things from the wreckage of this small world. Just like Yu Gu, he got 2 heavenly crystal-level creations from the wreckage of the small world, one of the 3rd grade and one of the 4th grade. In total, it was worth 6 to 7 million battlefield legions. As soon as Long Yu entered this small world wreckage, he felt a strong spiritual power surrounding him. It was worthy of being the Soul Clan's small world wreckage. Even if he didn't come in to find something, but came in to improve his spiritual power, it's also a pretty good place. If someone wants to practice spiritual divine power, it is excellent to practice in this place, and the efficiency can be increased by at least 30%. Because of this, the remains of the small world of the Soul Clan are so expensive. On the one hand, it has a special effect, and on the other hand, it is actually too rare. Generally speaking, on the alien battlefield against the Soul Clan, it is impossible for ordinary people to reach it, but in the territory of the Demon Clan, it is impossible to deal with the Soul Clan. The special Demon Clan of the clan rarely leaks the remains of the Soul Clan's small world to the outside world. Because the special Demon Clan itself cultivates spiritual power. After obtaining the remains of the Soul Clan's small world, they absorbed the spiritual power themselves. How could they sell it? Therefore, it is rare to see the remains of the Soul Clan's small world on the market. Others, such as the Ice God clan, the Earth God clan, the Vulcan God clan, etc., the remains of their small worlds also contain the power of some ice divine runes and fire divine runes. The efficiency of cultivating the power of the divine runes, with corresponding attributes, can also be improved. But this kind of small world wreckage is relatively common, so the price is naturally not as good as the Soul Clan's small world wreckage. Long Yu didn't stop at all. Anyway, now he didn't need to cultivate any spiritual power, he could just search for it directly. Having practiced balanced control, he would definitely be able to search for the wreckage of the small world much faster than ordinary people. But what surprised him was how could the red warbler come out slower than Yu Gu? Could it be that there were many precious things in the wreckage of the small world that Hong Ying searched for, so the successive appearances delayed some time and made her come out later? This is the most likely scenario. As for what kind of dangerous situation Hong Ying encountered in the wreckage of the small world, it is basically impossible, because once the owner of the small world dies, everything in the wreckage of the small world will gradually go to death. The creatures in the original small world will also slowly die. Either that or there is some kind of trap in the wreckage of that small world. But who would lay any traps in their own little world? After all, no one knows when he will die. Those guys from the Soul Clan shouldn't be so perverted, right? Anyway, Hong Ying must be able to take care of herself, and there is no need for Long Yu to worry about it. He walked through the wreckage of the Soul Clan's small world and blessed himself with the light of balance, which raised his spiritual perception ability to the extreme. In the endless spiritual power, he kept walking through the wreckage of the small world, and soon saw the first fruit of the innate magical power of the strong soul clan. It was an extremely abstract existence, but it was made up of a spirit. The shape formed by the power cannot be seen at all, and the pattern is still changing. Long Yu felt the fruit of innate magical power from a distance, but did not feel the breath of any cultivation resources, so he shook his head and continued to the next one. Searching for the wreckage of a small world is extremely boring, because most of the time what you see is a void. No matter whose small world the wreckage is, it is an extremely vast space, in which the fruits of innate supernatural powers occupy 7a small point, other large films are empty. In everyone's small world, there will be at least one area that is used for the survival of the creatures in the small world. Just like the Xinwu world and Longyu's small world, there are hundreds of billions of humans and monsters living on it. Clan creatures. Of course, the souls living in the small world of the Soul Tribe are the creatures of the Soul Tribe, but these creatures have not reached the level of dominating the secret realm, and are at the level of 3 or 4-star emperors at most. Moreover, after the death of the owner of the small world, the whole thing has lost its vitality, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually dissipated, and soon these creatures will die due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, just like the human and demon creatures in the Xinwu world, there is no way to leave this small world by their own strength. Therefore, after a strong man who dominates the secret realm dies, the creatures in his small world will eventually die. It won't be very far. Jiuji is an exception. After all, the 9-nether dragon emperor at that time was not considered dead, he was just sealed. There is no use thinking about this. Long Yu spent about 4 days searching for the wreckage of a small world, because the wreckage of the small world he searched was too vast. This soul clan might be close to the 6th stage master. It's a pity that he encountered a heaven-defying existence like Long Yu and was directly rebounded to death by the purifying soul mirror. After this search, Long Yu was disappointed to find that there was nothing in the wreckage of this small world. I don't know if he didn't search carefully or something else. Anyway, after searching all over, he only got a few Earth Seal level creations and 1 or 2 spiritual power condensations. The value was not very high. Disappointed, he was too lazy to search for the remains of the next 2 Soul Clan small worlds. After he came out, he directly asked Heng Ying, "How long have you been searching in the wreckage of the small world, and what did you find?" She searched for 5 days, but she found something good. Yuka sounded a little envious when he spoke. Heng Ying pursed her lips and smiled, taking out something from her arms. "What do you think this is?" When Long Yu saw it, he was immediately shocked. This turned out to be a power essence. Just like the space essence, ice essence, and shadow essence that Long Yu had seen before, this power essence was even more precious. Is a piece of wood-type absolute beginning essence. What Long Yu had seen before was the essence of divine power. Space, ice, and shadow were all attributes of the divine power. But now, the power essence in Heng Ying's hand contains the extremely strong wood-type Taichu power. It is obviously a Taichu essence. Compared with the divine power essence, the Taichu essence is obviously more precious and has more effective effects. Stronger and more adaptable. This wood element Taichu essence can be used by anyone. It will be used to integrate into the fruit of one's own innate magical power. It will bring a special effect. As for what the special effect is, it is hard to say. It depends on the wood element Taichu. It depends on the nature of the combination of the power and the cultivator's innate magical power. When Long Yu saw this wood element absolute essence, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't expect that Heng Ying could get such a precious thing from the wreckage of the small world. Such an existence is worth at least 100 million battlefield legion merits. Got it. Now that you have obtained such an essence of the beginning, why don't you quickly integrate it into the innate magical power and see what effect it has? Long Yu couldn't help but said. I was wondering if you need this more. Hong Ying said with a smile. As I said just now, whoever finds the thing belongs to the same person. You found this thing, and of course you use it yourself. Anyway, anyone can fuse the essence of Tai Chu, right? Long Yu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need it and let Hong Ying go and fuse it. After all, he alone is not considered strong. Hong Ying's martial arts talent is not weaker than his, and his own strength is also very important. He can help Long Yu a lot at critical moments. Long Yu cannot sacrifice Hong Ying at the expense. To strengthen yourself. What's more, looking at it now, Hong Ying's strength improvement by integrating this Tai Chu essence is definitely much greater than that of Long Yu. This is because the Book of Shadows and the Path of Nine Netherworlds, which are the most critical parts of dragon control, have been integrated into the Shadow Essence and Space Essence. This wood element absolute essence can at best be integrated into other innate magical powers, and the effect may not be very good. Okay. As for Hong Ying, the fruits of the 7 innate magical powers have never been fused with the essence of power. She can choose the strongest and most commonly used innate magical power to fuse, and the strength will be enhanced by more than a little bit. Then I will use it myself. In fact, I don't intend to give it to you. I just want to show it to you and make you envious. Hong Ying snorted lightly, smiled, and put away the wood element absolute essence. Old man Tianhua hasn't recovered yet anyway, why don't you fuse it now, and try to see what the effect is? Of course Long Yu would not take Hong Ying's words seriously. If he hadn't refused, this girl would definitely have left him the essence of Tai Chu. Now these are just words. Hong Ying nodded, and then began to fuse the wood-type absolute essence. The power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu is the most powerful force in the world. As for the power of wood, Tai Chu, Long Yu has not had much contact with it, but it is said to be related to spiritual power. After all, it is also something found in the wreckage of the small world of the Soul Clan. It is also normal to have something to do with mental strength. I just don't know what kind of effect it will have if the wood-type Tai Chu essence is integrated into Hong Ying's innate magical power. Hong Ying returned to her own little world, and then began to fuse the wood element Tai Chu essence. Long Yu and Yu Gu were protecting her around her. Although it is unlikely that any danger will come now, it is still necessary just in case. At this time, the red warbler's small world is imprinted in the outside world without any protection. It is the most vulnerable moment and must be protected by someone. It doesn't take much time to fuse the essence of Tai Chu. Just like Long Yu fuses the essence of shadow, it won't take much time for the entire innate magical power to transform. About 2 hours later, Hong Ying came out of her little world. As soon as she came out, she said excitedly, I integrated the essence of the wood element into the innate magical power of the bloody whip. Now this move, but it's amazing, it can have the same destructive power on the spirit. This was incredible news. Long Yu was shocked by her. Can she have the same destructive power on the spirit? This means that if it were Hong Ying now, with so many soul clans surrounding her just now, she could easily kill those little soul clan masters. Originally, Hong Ying's bloody whip was her most commonly used innate magical power, and it was very destructive. However, in the past, these bloody whips could only destroy the opponent's physical body and did not pose any threat to the spirit. But now, after incorporating the essence of the wood element, Hong Ying's bloody whip can destroy the opponent's body and spirit at the same time. Not only can it be used to deal with the Soul Clan, but it can also produce great special effects in ordinary battles. Just imagine, when these long whips hit the opponent can prevent the damage to the physical body. But it cannot prevent its damage to the spirit. Especially when dealing with people from the human race and demon race, their mental strength is not strong, and it is even more difficult to defend against such a move. If it is used against a purely physical alien race like the Yuan clan, it will be more like a father beating his son, without any suspense. To put it simply, Feng Yin's innate magical power is already unparalleled. Among humans and monsters, there are not many magical martial arts methods that can destroy the opponent's spirit. Now that Feng Yin has mastered such a method, her actual combat effectiveness has increased by at least 3 times. 4 times. This is enough for her to cross a higher level of martial arts to deal with the enemy. In the past, as a 3rd-level master, she was probably able to deal with opponents who were ordinary 5th or 6th-level masters. But now, she has the power to fight even against 6th or 7th-level masters. At least, even if she is facing a 7th-level master, if she continues to sneak attack, she may kill the opponent directly. Although the physical attack may not be able to destroy the opponent, she may indeed destroy the opponent's spirit with one move. The destruction of the spirit means the end of the cultivator's life. For the human race and the demon race, the spirit and the soul are connected to each other. It has to be said that Feng Yin's innate magical power is already incredible, which is good news for Long Yu. After all, if he wants to get the shadow essence, he will have to go to the Soul Clan territory sooner or later. Originally, he is still more dangerous alone. Now that there is an additional red warbler with such incredible magical powers, his chances of coming back alive are much greater, at least doubled. Of course, the time is not yet ripe, and the level of Long Yu martial arts is too low. Going to the Soul Clan territory now is simply seeking death. The reason why 1 can equal 1,000 this time is entirely because the opponents are all small masters, or simply emperor-level beings. But if you break into the Soul Clan territory, the powerful Soul Clan you will encounter will definitely be a 7-stage master level, and the number is not as small as 1 or 2,000 now. If they really want to be surrounded, there is a possibility of hundreds of thousands of Soul Clans. It depends on whether the things Long Yu does are big or not. In the past, a similar situation occurred in the territory of the human race and the demon race. A strong alien genius broke into the territory of the human race and the demon race and caused a bloody storm. In the end, dozens of battlefield legions and hundreds of thousands of warriors were dispatched to encircle and suppress them. Finally got rid of it. Long Yu thought to himself, if he broke into the Soul Clan's territory, he would have to reach such a level, right? Of course, he didn't want his final outcome to be death in the Soul Clan territory, so now that Feng Yin has integrated into the wood-type Taichu essence and obtained such a heaven-defying magical power, it is excellent news for Long Yu. It would be great if we had this thing a long time ago. You wouldn't have to deal with those Soul Clans alone before. The Red Warbler felt very sorry. Okay, content yourself with that. We can fight side by side when we meet the Soul Clan again. Long Yu pulled Feng Yin over and hugged her for a while, then put his hands on her shoulders and smiled. Speaking of which, when should we go to the Blood Demon Galaxy to find my future father-in-law? After being together with Feng Yin for so long, Long Yu has never met her father, and she doesn't know what kind of guy the leader of the Blood Demon clan is. I'll go back after this school year is over. I can't go back now. To be honest, my father probably still doesn't like you. After all, your cultivation level is not as high as mine. You will definitely be despised by him if you go there. Red Oriole clicked her tongue. What's the point of low cultivation? Long Yu chuckled, but didn't pay much attention. When this school year is over, I'm afraid I will be able to reach the level of 3rd-level master. Then you can find some powerful guys from the Blood Demon clan and see if anyone can kill me. When did you become so proud? You used to be very humble. Feng Yin looked disgusted, took 2 steps back, and ran to stand with Yuge. Yuge covered her mouth and chuckled. The two of them were quarreling really interestingly. About 7 days have passed since he killed those Soul Clans. By this time, Old Man Tianhua has almost finished it. The entire spiritual power transmission circle, after losing the power transmission of the five-headed and five-segment Master Soul clans, will no more building. However, this magic circle still maintained its previous structure without any signs of collapse, allowing Old Man Tianhua to study it safely for such a long time. If it weren't for the fact that he had to destroy this magic circle to complete the training mission of this academy, Long Yu would really not be willing to stay here for so long. After all, he still needs the merits of the Battlefield Legion, and saving time means that he can get many Battlefield Legionary achievements. Old Man Tianhua has been studying for so long, it's almost time to get better, right? Although he thought so, Long Yu did not ask Old Man Tianhua how long it would take for him to recover. After all, even Old Man Tianhua himself might not be able to get an exact answer for this kind of thing. It was almost done, so Long Yu and the others had no plans to do anything else, but were waiting for Old Man Tianhua to come to a conclusion after studying the spiritual power transmission array. There are still 2 ruins of the Soul Clan's small world belonging to the 5th level master. Long Yu plans to take them back to the seminary to search again. He is reluctant to sell them directly. You must know that Honging just found a piece of wood from them. It is the essence of Taichu. Maybe it is also found in the wreckage of these 2 small worlds? If Long Yu and Honging search together, the speed should be quite fast. Long Yu doesn't believe that his luck will always be so bad, and he won't be able to find anything. After waiting for about 3 more hours, a cheer finally came from Old Man Tianhua's side. Haha, I finally cracked this magic circle. So that's it. That's it. A magic circle that purely transmits spiritual power needs to be done like this. Construct. Hearing the cheers, Long Yu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the mission could finally be completed. Old Man Tianhua's attainments in magic formations are naturally not comparable to those of ordinary people. Even though he is not the top formation master in the realms of human race and demon race, he is still a figure who can definitely be ranked high. Want to read a book? Old Man Tianhua only spent 8 days studying the Soul Clan's spiritual power transmission array and almost completed it. If this kind of thing was not left to Old Man Tianhua, Long Yu himself didn't know how long it would have taken. Destroying the magic circle cannot be done with brute force alone. When Old Man Tianhua cheered excitedly, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This training mission was finally completed. Immediately afterwards, Old Man Tianhua told Long Yu and the others how to destroy the spiritual power transmission circle. Old Man Tianhua asked Long Yu and the others to go to different locations. In addition, they had to condense 2 ancient afterimages to destroy the spiritual power transmission circle from 5 directions at the same time. Otherwise, this circle would still have the power to transmit itself. To repair the function, it would take at least a month to completely destroy it, given Long Yu's current strength. That was not something Long Yu could wait for. With Old Man Tianhua present, he indeed saved a lot of time. According to what Old Man Tianhua said, the 3 of Long Yu and his 2 ancient afterimages went in different directions and began to destroy the spiritual power transmission circle. The 5 locations pointed out by Old Man Tianhua where this magic circle is the weakest. Only these 5 places in the whole magic circle are the most vulnerable. This may have something to do with the fact that the entire magic circle was built by 5-headed Soul Clan experts. Under the guidance of the Old Man Tianhua, the entire magic circle was quickly destroyed. Long Yu just raised his hand and used the 9 nether dragon breath to bombard the weak points of the magic circle. In addition, the other 4 places were destroyed together, and the entire magic circle was destroyed. The magic circle had already begun to collapse. In less than half an hour, the spiritual power transmission circle, which had been constructed for several months by the 5-headed Soul Clan masters, was completely destroyed by Long Yu and the others. I don't know what plans the Soul Clan has to carry out here. Anyway, if the magic circle is destroyed, it is impossible for the plan to continue to be implemented. Want to read a book? After destroying the magic circle, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The training mission of this seminary was finally completed. In terms of time spent and benefits, it was quite efficient. On average, each person was a battlefield legion of 1 million people every day. Receipt of meritorious service. If they always accept such training missions and complete them as smoothly as this time, the three of them can accumulate nearly 100 million battlefield legion merits in a month. And this time, they have some additional income, which is the remains of hundreds of Soul Clan's small worlds, which together are worth at least 10 million, and they have to find a place to sell them. Hongying, look for any human or demon gathering place nearby. I don't know where this place is. I hope it won't be deep in the alien battlefield. Long Yu said to Hongying that now it was time to explore the surrounding situation, and Hongying was better at it than him. Hongying nodded, blessed herself with a burst of balanced light, and began to explore her surroundings. As for Long Yu, he asked Old Man Tianhua to return to his own small world first. The old man was very excited now. After returning to Long Yu's small world, he couldn't wait to start trying to build a mental power transmission circle by himself. Even though this magic circle is of little use to humans and monsters, Old Man Tianhua has a research attitude. In many cases, if he masters the construction method of this magic circle, he can deduce other similar magic circle construction methods. As for the spiritual magic circle, it is still extremely rare for the Old Man Tianhua. This type of magic circle is only a little more common in the Soul Clan. Whether it is in the territory of the human race or the demon clan, the magic circle related to spiritual power is very rare. Not common. Soon, Hongying came with good news. This place is not deep in the alien battlefield, but within the territory of the human race. This actually shocked Long Yu. Actually, within the territory of the human race, there was a soul race so boldly building a teleportation circle here? No wonder the reward for this experience mission is so high, because if this mission fails, the consequences are likely to be very serious. If a large force of the Soul Clan were allowed to come directly to the human race territory through this spiritual power transmission array, no matter what they came to do, it would not be good news for the human race. Within the territory of the human race, the number of people who have the means to deal with the soul race is never more than 1%, or even less than 1,000th. Once they are allowed to invade, the situation around the human race will become very serious. Long Yu guessed that in fact, if a strong person took action on this kind of thing, it would be impossible for them to allow the five-headed Soul Clan to build here for several months. However, the seminary may have deliberately placed this kind of thing in the training mission. Let the students handle this kind of thing. This is a kind of experience for the students, and it can also relieve the pressure of other aspects of the human race. Although this place is within the territory of the human race, it is still a relatively remote area. It is located in a remote galaxy at the junction of the territory of the human race and the territory of the monster race. This place is vast and sparsely populated. There are not even a few sources of divine texts. No wonder, at first, Long Yu thought he was deep in the alien battlefield. But now that the human habitation has been discovered, the next thing will be easier to handle. Let's find a place to sell all the remains of the Soul Clan's small world. Hongying's method of detecting her surroundings does not simply rely on the spiritual perception controlled by the balance, but must be combined with the power of deduction. Even if she is blessed with the light of equilibrium, her spiritual perception range is only 1,000,000 miles. And within a radius of at least 100 million miles around their area, there is no human habitation. The reason why it was able to detect that this was within the territory of the human race and obtain some other information was because there were some debris in this area. Hongying first sensed these debris through spiritual consciousness, and then used the power of deduction. By deducing these debris, we can clearly know the information of these debris, such as who these debris originally belonged to, where they came from, how long they have been floating in the void here, etc. In the endless void, it is easy to encounter some strange things, which may be created objects that have absorbed the power of creation, damaged soldiers, blank jade slips, etc. Everything will appear. There is a lot of information on these things, and you can deduce them one by one using the power of deduction. The nearest human gathering place is more than 1 billion miles away, and it will still take us some time to get there. Hong Ying turned to Long Yu and asked, "Shall we go there? Or go back to the seminary directly? It's better to go over and take a look." Long Yu thought for a while and said, "With the void nether dragon blade by his side, he can easily cross the distance even if it is more than 1 billion miles away. With just a few jumps through the void, he can teleport to a distance of nearly 10 million miles. In total, it only takes an instant. You can reach the gathering place of the human race by moving 100 times." Long Yu let both Hong Ying and Yuga enter his own small world, and then he entered the inner space of the void dragon blade and asked Xiaoxu to move directly in that direction. Since Hong Ying's deduction obtained a lot of location information about nearby areas, Long Yu didn't need to be afraid of getting lost. The void dragon blade flew all the way towards its destination. About 2 hours later, it had arrived near the gathering place of the human race as deduced by Hong Ying. After passing by, Long Yu, in addition to selling the remains of the Soul Clan's small world he obtained this time, also wanted to visit the trading market to see if there were any special elixirs that could improve the compatibility with the Mad War attributes. If not, you can also see if there are any relevant alchemy materials. After all, as long as he has the materials, he can bring them back to Liao Lele to refine the elixir himself. Now Liao Lele's alchemy skills and level have surpassed most of the human race and demon race. The key is that she got the Sea of Bitter Medicine cauldron. It is something left by the Alliance of Sufferers, and it is definitely a first-class artifact for alchemy. When the void dragon blade shattered the void and teleported to the nearest planet, Long Yu found with great melancholy that this planet was actually quite barren, and the source of the divine text not far away also looked quite dim, as if it seems like he is about to lose his strength. There are many human cultivators living on the planet he came to, but none of these cultivators are very strong. Most of them are only in the martial arts realm of the King's secret realm, and there are even many magical secret realms and celestial secret realms. What a remote planet. Long Yu shook his head, a little disappointed. In a place like this, whether it was selling the remains of the Soul Clan's small world or going to the market to find special elixirs, the hope was slim and the possibility of success was slim. This place is so poor that Long Yu doesn't believe that someone here can spend 10 million battlefield legions to buy the remains of the Soul Clan's small world. Of course, since you are already here, you naturally have to take a good look around. You can't just leave. Maybe you can find some good things. Long Yu called out Hong Ying and Yuge, and then the three of them landed on this barren planet and flew towards the nearest city on the planet. Along the way, there were many local cultivators, dressed in all kinds of clothes. They are relatively simple and weird, and they are all wrapped in cloth strips. It should be the custom of this place. These local cultivators seemed a little curious and frightened when they saw Long Yu and the others flying in the air. This situation made Long Yu feel a little confused. Even if there were very few outside cultivators coming to this place, these local cultivators would at most, "Are you curious?" What's the panic in his eyes that reveals the gaps in the cloth strips all over his body? Long Yu didn't think much about it, and took the two women directly to the outside of the city, before landing. After all, some cities were closed to air. No matter how powerful people were here, they still needed to respect each other's habits. Okay. Walking on the streets of this city, Long Yu and the three of them felt even more strange. This place is different from other places they have been to before. In addition to the strange clothes of the local cultivators, the overall style and layout of the city is also very strange. There is no city lord's mansion or trading area like they have seen before. There are only a few earthen houses. These houses were all built with a mixture of brown sand, which was not considered strong for practitioners at all. Long Yu even felt that he could destroy the entire city casually. Logically speaking, a cultivator's residence cannot be so fragile, but this is indeed the case here, just like the residence of ordinary people. The people who live in these earthen houses are not based on family units, nor on organizational units, but on class units. The first ones that appeared in front of Long Yu were in some relatively low earthen houses. Those standing there are local cultivators from the secret realm of gods and humans, and they are all engaged in some boring physical activities, such as preparing herbs, watering cast iron, etc. In the next few houses, there are practitioners from the mystical realm of mystical powers living. The work they do seems to be easier than those of the previous practitioners from the mystic realm of heaven and humanity, but most of them are doing hard work. The overall feeling is that the local cultivators in this city, or in other words, on this planet, are not completely free like other places, but are controlled by a certain force. Long Yu doesn't know exactly how. Anyway, when I asked those people in the past, they would stay away from me, as if they didn't dare to communicate with them. This situation made Long Yu a little puzzled. He just wants to do some business. Is it that difficult? Anyway, now that you're here, let's take a stroll around. The customs of this place seem to be a unique experience. The territory of the human race is extremely vast, and the customs and habits of each place must be different. For example, the members of the Joyo clan in Joyo Galaxy all serve the Joyo Dragon Emperor, but they just want to get the power of the Joyo Dragon Emperor. It is no longer the former Joyo tribe, it just maintains some of its unique habits and customs. The three of Long Yu continued to move forward. Whether they wanted to find someone to communicate with or trade with, the targets could not be those from the secret realm of heaven and humanity and the secret realm of supernatural powers. But before they could go very far, a group of people flew over from the sky in front of them. It seemed that they were flying directly towards Long Yu and the others. The formation looked quite powerful and even had a kind of intimidation. There was a faint pressure, but in Long Yu's view, this coercion and strength seemed a bit childish. It was obvious that the other party could not suppress the current Long Yu at all. What appeared in front of the three people was a team of about 20 local cultivators. The leader was an old man with a white cloth on his head, and his whole body was also wrapped in white cloth, just like what Long Yu had known before. Mummy-like. Behind the old man, there should be the old man's men, all of them dressed very strangely. Among the more than 20 people, the old man's martial arts realm is the strongest, but he is only at the level of a superior master. However, it seems that this old man is already the most powerful person in the city. When the old man appeared with his people, some nearby local cultivators showed extremely respectful expressions. It was obvious that the old man's identity was quite extraordinary. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, because this old man was obviously one of the most eloquent people in the city. He could just ask the old man what the situation was. "Senior, may I ask what planet and city this is? We come from a distant place and want to sell something. Is there any place I can exchange here?" Long Yu stepped forward and asked the old man directly. When the old man heard what Long Yu said, he raised his withered eyes wrapped in white cloth, looked at him twice, and then nodded slowly. "Come with me. This is the most barren place in the Abyss Ridge Galaxy." The planet was originally the main star of the Deep Ridge Galaxy, named the Deep Ridge Star, but it was later abandoned. When he said these words, the old man seemed a little helpless, but he still turned around and waved his hands, indicating that Long Yu and the other two people should follow him. Seeing that the strongest old man was no more than a high-ranking master, Long Yu and Yuega Hongying didn't have much vigilance. They had even dealt with the existence of the 7th-level master and the godlike realm. Yes, there is really nothing to be afraid of in a place like this. They followed each other towards the center of the city, and while listening to the old man's words, they realized what this place was about. It turns out that this place belongs to the Abyss Ridge Galaxy. Originally, the Abyss Ridge Galaxy was one of the most resource-poor areas in the human territory, and this planet was the most barren planet in the Abyss Ridge Galaxy, including not far away. The sources of divine literature are almost exhausted. The source of the divine writings has existed for who knows how many years, and is not far from being exhausted. What it contains is an origin-level divine power called Withered Divine Writings, which belongs to the power of the earth element. Derived power. According to legend, a long time ago, at least 1,000 years ago, the Kuji divine text showed its power and edge. Some people were able to use the tyrannical Kuji divine text to become powerful warriors among the human race and fight against foreign enemies. But now, the power and the source of the withered divine text can only provide a little bit every year, which can only allow 3 practitioners to realize the power of this divine text. And because the power of the source of the divine text is exhausted, they want to improve this power. The level of comprehension of Zongkuji divine text is also extremely difficult. Even if they use divine crystals for transformation, since the withered divine inscriptions they obtain are in an exhausted state, they cannot fully comprehend the power of the withered divine inscriptions. They can only comprehend 20 to 30% of it at most. There are only 13 cities similar to theirs on the Abyss Ridge star. Apart from these 13 cities, there are no other people on the entire Abyss Ridge planet because capable people have already left this planet and gone to other places. Practice development and improve yourself. Most of the people who stayed did not have the strength to leave, or they stayed here voluntarily because their relatives or the like did not leave. Soon, the old man told Long Yu that it would be impossible to sell the remains of the small world here, because no one on this planet had such a thing as battlefield legionary merit. However, in exchange for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the wreckage of these small worlds, as well as possible creations, and other training resources, they are willing to give some other training resources to Long Yu and the other 3 to choose and see if they see it. Something worthy. In the entire territory of the human race, the Abyssal Ridge Galaxy can be regarded as a very ancient galaxy. There are even many ancient ruins left on the Abyssal Ridge star. These ruins have existed for thousands of years. Because of this, Long Yu was quite looking forward to what the old man could bring out, so he followed the arrangement and went to an oasis near the city to rest. Most of the entire Abyss Ridge star is a barren desert terrain, but occasionally there are oases. There is an oasis near the city where Long Yu is located, and there are only some cultivators with noble blood. Or some relatively powerful outside cultivators are qualified to live in that oasis. When Long Yu and the others followed the old man and flew hundreds of miles to the oasis in the desert, they were quite shocked, because in this oasis, there were not only lakes and green trees, but also lakes and green trees. There is a very clever spirit gathering array. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth near this oasis was gathered into this oasis by the spirit gathering circle. No wonder other places are so barren. Of course, even if it is not this spirit gathering array, there may not be any heaven and earth spiritual energy in other places. This spirit gathering array only gathers the few surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy in the oasis. The total number is, in fact, not much. 3 of you, no one else is living in this oasis now. It's a bit deserted. Please don't mind. After the old man brought the 3 people to this oasis, he said to Long Yu, "Now I will take people to bring some ancient cultivation resources in our city. You 3 can take a look. If you are willing, you can exchange them for some small world debris. We will definitely be grateful." Long Yu nodded, looking forward to what the other party could bring out. He got a taste of it from the Bone Clan remnants. There are so many jade slips with endless level high-grade martial arts. They can only be obtained from places with a long history. Of course, it is unlikely that there will be any endless level martial arts on this Abyss Ridge planet. But there may be some other things from ancient times, which may be of some use. And even if it's something that doesn't have much use, Long Yu also plans to give them the remains of some of the Soul Clan's small world. After all, this place is too barren. As a human race, Long Yu can't bear to stand it. He can help. It's better to help him. Anyway, to him, the remains of the Soul Clan's small world are not particularly precious. Obviously, within the territory of the human race, the overall cultivation resources are not scarce, but it is really beyond Long Yu's expectation that the Abyss Ridge galaxy is so barren. The three of them stepped into the oasis. The buildings in this oasis were of a higher grade than those in the previous city. They all looked more comfortable, and the surrounding environment was relatively refreshing and less irritating. I don't know if it's an illusion, but why do I always feel like there's some kind of danger lurking in this place? After Yuga stepped into this oasis, she had a bad feeling. Although the environment in this place was much better than that in the previous city, the environment was one thing, and whether it was dangerous or not was another. The other party brought them to this deserted oasis, and it seemed that something was not quite right. No matter what, let's wait and see. If there is any danger, we don't need to be afraid. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. He had the 9 Nether prison monument on him. Once there was any danger, he could just enter the 9 Nether prison monument. If the other party forcibly attacked the 9 Nether prison monument, the entire Abyss Ridge star might be destroyed. Was blasted to pieces. With his own trump card, Long Yu was not worried at all about encountering any danger that could kill the three of him, so he did not get too entangled in the matter, but he still had to be cautious. After the three of them entered the oasis, they found a house with a fairly good environment, sat down on chairs at the table in the yard, and waited for the old man to find those ancient things again and exchange them. But soon, Long Yu found that he did not wait for the old man, but instead waited for other situations. Go out and take a look, something doesn't seem right. The red warbler was the first to notice something was wrong, and then left the yard first. Long Yu and Yuga followed immediately, and they noticed something was wrong. When they went out to take a look, they found something was wrong, because at this time, the entire oasis was surrounded by a dark green divine barrier. This dark green divine barrier looked extremely strange and permeable. It was clearly not there just now, but it obviously only appeared after Long Yu and the others came in. What is this? Is it to prevent us from leaving this oasis? Yuga frowned slightly. Now she was almost sure that the old man was a ghost. So what was the ulterior purpose of tricking them into coming to this oasis? Be careful and keep your spirits up. Long Yu said in a deep voice, although he has his own trump card, but he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. At this time, he still has to be cautious, and it is impossible for Long Yu to hide in the 9 Nether prison monument as soon as he encounters danger. Among them, that would be too cowardly. A mysterious and evil aura gradually spread from the bottom of the lake in the center of the oasis. The three of Long Yu were quickly attracted by the mysterious and evil aura, and flew towards the lake in the center of the oasis. They soon reached the edge of the lake, and felt the mysterious and evil aura spreading from the lake, and each frowned. There must be something in this lake. Moreover, the things in the lake must be related to the old man. Why the old man wanted to trick them here, you only need to enter the lake to know. Want to read books. But now, entering the lake rashly is not a good option. Outside the dark green divine barrier at the edge of the oasis, neither Long Yu, Hong Ying, nor Yuga can perceive other existences. This dark green barrier has the effect of blocking spiritual perception. Moreover, when Long Yu found out, he immediately condensed an ancient afterimage and found that the ancient afterimage could not leave the oasis through this barrier. In fact, even using the 9 Nether path could not break this barrier. Because this dark green barrier is not made of space divine characters, but composed of divine characters of certain elemental attributes, and even the 9 nether paths cannot break through it. Unless it is broken through violence, however, this barrier is condensed by strong people by constructing a magic circle. With the current strength of Long Yu and the 3 of them, they cannot even break it violently. It can be seen that they have definitely been lured into a trap. It's interesting. I wonder what is in that lake. Long Yu was not afraid, but rather curious. After all, the evil and strange smell coming from the lake did not come from the human race or the demon race at first glance. It might be some kind of alien race, and in this abyss ridge of the human race territory, it is really puzzling to encounter such a foreign race in the galaxy. Could it be that the old man and others on this planet have some kind of trading relationship with this alien race? This old man lured the 3 of Long Yu to this oasis, claiming that the environment was better, but in fact he set a trap. It must have something to do with the weird and evil existence in the lake. Trading secrets. As the weird and evil aura in the lake became stronger and stronger, Long Yu soon discovered that the water in the entire lake turned dark green, and then the dark green water actually flew directly into the air. Those are not lakes, but a kind of alien race. Yugu was the first to discover this situation. The large piece of lake water floating up was not a lake, but a strange alien race. This alien race was covered with dark green lake water all over its body. The lake water kept flowing around its body. It flows upward, covering its body so that no one can see clearly what its specific form is. However, as long as you know that it is a foreign race, it will be easier to handle. Judging from the aura, it should be in existence at the peak of the 7th level master. I am afraid that it will not be long before he can step into the level of a god, and only the last step is left. This makes Long Yu a little surprised. He did not expect this. There is such a powerful alien race on this barren planet. Was it the arrival of this alien race that caused this planet to become so barren? Or is it that the planet has become barren a long time ago, and this alien race only came later? Of course Long Yu didn't know. The top priority now was to kill this alien. Even if he was an alien at the peak of the 7th level master, Long Yu had never seen him before. You should know that he was a man who had even faced alien gods. Of course, he and Hong Yuega might not be able to deal with this alien. Now his only way is to let old man Tianhua come out. Anyway, this is not a seminary-like training mission. When encountering difficulties, it is normal for old man Tianhua to come out. However, old man Tianhua's frontal combat effectiveness is probably not very strong, and he still needs the help of Long Yu and the 2 women. Okay. What kind of alien race is this? As soon as old man Tianhua came out, he saw the strange and evil alien race whose whole body was covered by dark green lake water. He couldn't help but frowned, and his whole body felt a little creepy. Very dangerous. This feeling emerged from the depths of old man Tianhua's heart. The same feeling was also noticed by Long Yu and the 3 of them, but for the current plan, it was obviously impossible for them to escape from this oasis. The only way to survive was to kill the alien. Senior, you hold the front, and we will assist from the side. Long Yu said to old man Tianhua. The evil alien race was covered with dark green lake water, floating in the air like a big balloon. Before Long Yu and the others could take action, the alien race took the lead and released countless dark green liquids, as if raining down on them. Splash it down on everyone. Get away. Long Yu didn't know the effect of the other party's dark green liquid, so of course he didn't dare to touch it casually. He immediately reminded the others, and then teleported into the sky with Xiaoshu, reaching a height higher than that of the alien. Almost close to the surrounding dark green magic circle barrier. Hong Ying, along with Yu Ge, used the 9 heaven star flash, which instantly flashed into the sky not far from Long Yu. The power of the star divine text poured out and fell directly on the evil alien body, trying to imprison his actions, but unfortunately Yu Ge is only at the level of the 4th level master, and the gap between him and the opponent is too big, and he cannot have any impact on the opponent at all. Old Man Tianhua, on the other hand, did not leave the spot. Instead, he raised his hand and formed a defensive barrier. The flame barrier enveloped Old Man Tianhua. When the dark green liquid poured down, it was completely evaporated by the flame barrier and could not fall on Old Man Skyfire at all. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Old Man Tianhua raised his hand and began to set up the magic circle, but it was still unclear what magic circle he was constructing. Didn't he ask him to fight head-on? He actually started to set up a magic circle. Didn't he say that he wanted us to hold back this alien race? Hong Ying looked puzzled. She, Yu Ge, and Long Yu combined didn't have much fighting power. At least facing this evil alien race who was at the peak of the 7th level master, there was no chance of winning. Even holding it back was very difficult. Things. But now that Old Man Tianhua has begun to set up the magic circle, the only thing they can do is to hold back the alien. Joyo military order. Upon seeing this, Long Yu raised his hand without hesitation and released the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and then 3 dark creatures with 5 levels of great masters surged out from it. It was impossible for Long Yu to go up and confront the alien head-on by himself, otherwise he might die without knowing how. Even if he had the martial arts secrets such as the heart of demonic dust, he would not dare to touch such an alien. You must know that this alien, the alien race, is really weird, and they might have some special means. No one has ever seen such a foreign race. In fact, I have never even come into contact with the dark green divine text of this kind of attribute. This alien race probably came from an extremely distant place, and then took root on this planet, either controlling or trading. The people on the planet lured other powerful practitioners over to him. As for what this alien wants to do to Long Yu and the others, no one knows, not even the Old Man Tianhua, because even the Old Man Tianhua has never seen or even heard of such an alien. The form completely covered by the dark green lake water should look like a balloon, but it is still unclear how big the alien race is and what its true form looks like. After all, everything is now covered by the dark green lake water. Even Old Man Tianhua couldn't see through what was in the lake. 3 dark creatures with 5 levels of great masters flew out from the ancient dragon skeleton tower, each carrying the power of the Revelation level 9 nether divine words, and launched an attack method towards the place where the alien was. These 3 dark creatures were all members of the Vulcan tribe during their lifetimes. At this moment, the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed into a pillar of fire, and instantly hit the dark green lake covered with aliens. The terrifying power exploded, but it only pushed some of the dark green lake water away. Soon, the alien body suddenly rose up, and a piece of dark green lake water surged up, completely covering one of the dark creatures. The dark creatures shrouded in the dark green lake water, Long Yu could feel that they were being corroded rapidly. Even the dark creatures at the 5th stage of the Great Master level were completely unable to withstand the erosion of those strange lake waters. While the dark creatures were covered and eroded by the dark green lake water, Long Yu also noticed that the energy possessed by the dark creatures seemed to have been completely absorbed by the evil alien. This situation confirmed Long Yu's guess. This alien race should have set up an ambush here, and then specially devoured other human race or demon race cultivators who came here. I hope the relationship between the old man and this alien is not a transaction, otherwise, it would be too chilling. Long Yu thought in his heart that if he was controlled, it would be excusable. After all, such a foreign race at the peak of the 7th level master was indeed not something that the old man could resist, but if there was a deal, it would be puzzling. Being from the same human race, they would actually set up an ambush for a foreign race and lure other human cultivators to be devoured by the alien race? No matter what, Long Yu must now hold back this evil alien, and then let Old Man Tianhua buy time to build the magic circle he wants to build. As long as the magic circle is completed, this alien should be completely wiped out. Long Yu still has confidence in old man Tianhua, but even if he doesn't have confidence, he can only do this now. Anyway, if it doesn't work out, there is still the 9 Nether Hell monument that he can use. This is his last trump card. Dark creature, enter. Long Yu continued to command the next 2 dark creatures and launched an offensive towards the evil alien. The apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions continued to condense into beams of light and bombarded towards the evil alien's location, but could not break through its dark green layer. Lake water. In fact, now Long Yu is certain that the dark green layer is not the lake water, but the defense method used by the alien race. It is really impossible to break through it, at least it is impossible for Long Yu alone. At this moment, the red warbler's attack came from the side, and the bloody long whip fell from the sky with the power of the bloody divine inscriptions. Countless whip shadows fell on the evil alien. The current bloody whip can not only cause physical damage, but also attack the spiritual level. If it goes well, it may be able to destroy part of the alien spirit, which can also be said to be a big blow to it. Read a book. After all, he is in existence at the peak of the 7th level master. Even if his mental strength has not been deliberately strengthened, it is still much stronger than ordinary practitioners. It is not easy to destroy his mental strength. Hong Ying's attack, this time, surprised the evil alien. When those bloody long whips fell on the evil alien, the tearing force on the spirit instantly made the alien scream in pain. The sound sounded like it looked like a bird of some kind, but it was sharper and hoarse than the neighing of birds. Since everyone has endured the pain, it means that the mental attack is effective on this alien. But in this way, the red warbler directly attracted the attention of the alien, and then the dark green lake water all over the alien seemed to be boiling and rolling, as if it was about to kill the red warbler. At this time, Long Yu was not idle either, and the 4-phase killing prison was used again. Since spiritual attacks are useful, the 4-phase killing prison is obviously the most effective method now. Countless lines of death emerged from midair and instantly entangled the evil alien, and the breath of death continued to erode into his body. At this moment, Long Yu felt that there seemed to be nothing inside the dark green lake. This alien seemed to be made up of a mass of dark green lake water. The aura of death had eroded to a very deep place, and there was still only the dark green lake water is flowing and rolling without any other entity. This situation made Long Yu's heart tremble. Why is this alien so weird? If these dark green lakes are its body, doesn't it mean that this alien has no solid form? This form of life form is very strange, but it is not impossible to think about it. Life in liquid form is also very likely to exist. As long as you think about the formless and pure spiritual power life form like the Soul Clan, it is not impossible to think about it. It's hard to accept the liquid form of life in front of me. Want to read a book? Long Yu is not very clear about the specific situation. After all, the lines of death condensed by his 4 phases killing prison cannot allow the death energy to erode into the deepest part of the dark green lake. As for whether there are other things in it, he is not sure. Anyway, Long Yu only knew that when he used the 4 phases of killing prison, the alien seemed to be completely offended. Continuously being hit by the dual mental and soul levels of Hong Ying and Long Yu, this alien seemed to become extremely irritable. Hoarse and sharp screams continued to be heard, and then the dark green lake water sprayed out randomly towards the surroundings. Some of them are concentrated in the direction of Long Yu and Hong Ying. Get out of the way. Long Yu reacted very quickly and started to dodge directly. The Void Dragon Blade led him to quickly dodge to the vicinity of the old man, Skyfire below. Yuga also used the 9 Heaven Star Flash martial arts, brought Hong Ying with him, and arrived near Old Man Tianhua, who was protected by the flame barrier of Old Man Tianhua. You guys, get out quickly. If the formation of the magic circle is interrupted now, we will all be doomed. When Old Man Tianhua saw this, he immediately spoke out angrily and drove Long Yu and the 2 women out. If the 3 of them were within the flame barrier, the alien's attention would definitely shift here. Long Yu pouted, he was so irritable after just hiding for a while. Oh, this old man is not easy to mess with. But even if he doesn't hide in this flame barrier, he is not afraid of being killed by the opponent. After all, he still has some other means. Book of Shadows. Long Yu directly activated the innate magical power of the Book of Shadows, then transformed into nothingness and ran directly towards the outside of the flame barrier. The dark green lake water fell outside the void space in an instant, but was unable to break through the void space. Instead, it penetrated the void space and could not touch the dragon at all. The dragon who transformed into nothingness could basically dodge the opponent. Any offensive attack is an impeccable defense. Unless you encounter a strong man at the godlike level, or an opponent with some special abilities, it is possible to beat him out of the void. So far, Long Yu has only been beaten out of the void space when he encountered alien gods. At other times, as long as he transformed into nothingness, there would basically be no danger. Especially now, his innate magical power, the Book of Shadows, has been integrated with the Shadow Essence and has undergone transformation. Most of the energy consumed by his incarnation of nothingness will be provided by the Shadow Essence. In other words, now Long Yu basically wants to be in the void for as long as he wants, unlike before where he had to take pills to replenish his strength every once in a while. Long Yu left the flame barrier protection of Old Man Tianhua, turned into nothingness and rushed directly into the pouring dark green lake water. In the eyes of others, it was like his whole person had completely evaporated, and he completely lost his trace and presence from the scene. Breath. But the evil alien was not helpless, but directly began to use the power of deduction to deduce the position of Long Yu. After all, he is in existence at the pinnacle of the 7th level master, and his power of deduction is much stronger than that of Hongying. Long Yu felt a wave of power of deduction coming on him, and then even if he transformed into nothingness, his whereabouts would be revealed by the other party. Know it like the back of your hand. The speed of the opponent's deduction was so fast that Long Yu had no time to react. When the power of deduction came, Long Yu's whereabouts were exposed, and the opponent condensed a dark green light wave, which suddenly fell from the sky and was about to land on Long Yu's head. However, Long Yu did not panic. He stayed calmly in place, ready to act at any time. However, soon, he saw the dark green light wave falling from the sky, penetrating the void space where he was, and falling directly below. On the oasis ground. As expected, Long Yu was overjoyed. He is now in a state of incarnation. Even if the other party deduces his location, so what? As long as the void space is not shattered, no attack can fall on him. Now he is in a state of nothingness, and the opponent's attack directly passes through him and lands on the ground. And if you want to break through the void space, you need to attack purely with the divine words of space attributes. I don't know if this evil alien race has any control over this aspect. In any case, Long Yu discovered a characteristic of the incarnation of the void, that is, even if the opponent deduces the position, there is no need to worry that the opponent will hurt him. The opponent must first crush the void space. This gives Long Yu a deeper guarantee for his safety in the current situation. It can even be said that the current Long Yu can go and take a look inside the body of the alien, because he is now in a state of nothingness, without any collision volume, and does not need to worry that the dark green lake water will hurt him. However, Long Yu did not act rashly, but kept moving cautiously on the periphery, because he was afraid that the other party had some kind of powerful space divine attack method, and if his void space was shattered, it would be the end. The situation is still quite tense now, and everything must be done carefully. The evil alien obviously didn't expect that Long Yu would have such a method. It really made it feel a little disgusting. At first, it didn't believe in evil and kept condensing dark green light beams to bombard Long Yu's position. It even changed several attack methods, all of which were condensed with the dark green elemental power, but they were completely unable to harm Long Yu, who had transformed into nothingness. This situation made him extremely annoyed. And below, in the eyes of Yu Ge and Hong Ying, the alien seemed to be crazy, launching attacks continuously towards the open space in the field, and seemed to be going crazy. Long Yu's method is too outrageous. Yu Ge couldn't help but widen his eyes. With his own trump card, Long Yu was not worried at all about encountering any danger that could kill the three of him, so he did not get too entangled in the matter, but he still had to be cautious. After the three of them entered the oasis, they found a house with a fairly good environment, sat down on chairs at the table in the yard, and waited for the old man to find those ancient things again and exchange them. But soon, Long Yu found that he did not wait for the old man, but instead waited for other situations. Go out and take a look, something doesn't seem right. The red warbler was the first to notice something was wrong, and then left the yard first. Long Yu and Yu Ge followed immediately, and they noticed something was wrong. When they went out to take a look, they found something was wrong, because at this time, the entire oasis was surrounded by a dark green divine barrier. This dark green divine barrier looked extremely strange and permeable. It was clearly not there just now, but it obviously only appeared after Long Yu and the others came in. What is this? Is it to prevent us from leaving this oasis? Yu Ge frowned slightly. Now she was almost sure that the old man was a ghost. So what was the ulterior purpose of tricking them into coming to this oasis? Be careful and keep your spirits up. Long Yu said in a deep voice, although he has his own trump card, but he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. At this time, he still has to be cautious, and it is impossible for Long Yu to hide in the Nine Nether Prison Monument as soon as he encounters danger. Among them, that would be too cowardly. A mysterious and evil aura gradually spread from the bottom of the lake in the center of the oasis. The three of Long Yu were quickly attracted by the mysterious and evil aura, and flew towards the lake in the center of the oasis. They soon reached the edge of the lake, and felt the mysterious and evil aura spreading from the lake, and each frowned. There must be something in this lake. Moreover, the things in the lake must be related to the old man. Why the old man wanted to trick them here, you only need to enter the lake to know. But now, entering the lake rashly is not a good option. Outside the dark green divine barrier at the edge of the oasis, neither Long Yu, Hong Ying, nor Yu Ge can perceive other existences. This dark green barrier has the effect of blocking spiritual perception. Moreover, when Long Yu found out, he immediately condensed an ancient afterimage and found that the ancient afterimage could not leave the oasis through this barrier. In fact, even using the Nine Nether path could not break this barrier. Because this dark green barrier is not made of space divine characters, but composed of divine characters of certain elemental attributes, and even the Nine Nether paths cannot break through it. Unless it is broken through violence, however, this barrier is condensed by strong people by constructing a magic circle. With the current strength of Long Yu and the three of them, they cannot even break it violently. It can be seen that they have definitely been lured into a trap. It's interesting. I wonder what is in that lake. Long Yu was not afraid, but rather curious. After all, the evil and strange smell coming from the lake did not come from the human race or the demon race at first glance. It might be some kind of alien race, and in this abyss ridge of the human race territory, it is really puzzling to encounter such a foreign race in the galaxy. Could it be that the old man and others on this planet have some kind of trading relationship with this alien race? This old man lured the three of Long Yu to this oasis, claiming that the environment was better, but in fact he set a trap. It must have something to do with the weird and evil existence in the lake. Trading secrets. As the weird and evil aura in the lake became stronger and stronger, Long Yu soon discovered that the water in the entire lake turned dark green, and then the dark green water actually flew directly into the air. Those are not lakes, but a kind of alien race. Yu Ge was the first to discover this situation. The large piece of lake water floating up was not a lake, but a strange alien race. This alien race was covered with dark green lake water all over its body. The lake water kept flowing around its body. It flows upward, covering its body so that no one can see clearly what its specific form is. However, as long as you know that it is a foreign race, it will be easier to handle. Judging from the aura, it should be in existence at the peak of the 7th level master. I am afraid that it will not be long before he can step into the level of a god, and only the last step is left. This makes Long Yu a little surprised. He did not expect this. There is such a powerful alien race on this barren planet. Was it the arrival of this alien race that caused this planet to become so barren? Or is it that the planet has become barren a long time ago, and this alien race only came later? Of course Long Yu didn't know. The top priority now was to kill this alien. Even if he was an alien at the peak of the 7th level master, Long Yu had never seen him before. You should know that he was a man who had even faced alien gods. Of course, he and Hongyin Yuega might not be able to deal with this alien. Now his only way is to let Old Man Tianhua come out. Anyway, this is not a seminary-like training mission. When encountering difficulties, it is normal for Old Man Tianhua to come out. However, Old Man Tianhua's frontal combat effectiveness is probably not very strong, and he still needs the help of Long Yu and the two women. Okay. What kind of alien race is this? As soon as Old Man Tianhua came out, he saw the strange and evil alien race whose whole body was covered by dark green lake water. He couldn't help but frowned, and his whole body felt a little creepy. Very dangerous. This feeling emerged from the depths of Old Man Tianhua's heart. The same feeling was also noticed by Long Yu and the three of them, but for the current plan, it was obviously impossible for them to escape from this oasis. The only way to survive was to kill the alien. Senior, you hold the front, and we will assist from the side. Long Yu said to Old Man Tianhua. The evil alien race was covered with dark green lake water, floating in the air like a big balloon. Before Long Yu and the others could take action, the alien race took the lead and released countless dark green liquids, as if raining down on them. Splash it down on everyone. Get away. Long Yu didn't know the effect of the other party's dark green liquid, so of course he didn't dare to touch it casually. He immediately reminded the others, and then teleported into the sky with Xiaoshu, reaching a height higher than that of the alien. Almost close to the surrounding dark green magic circle barrier. Hong Ying, along with Yu Ge, used the 9 heaven star flash, which instantly flashed into the sky not far from Long Yu. The power of the star divine text poured out and fell directly on the evil alien body, trying to imprison his actions, but unfortunately Yu Ge is only at the level of the 4th level master, and the gap between him and the opponent is too big, and he cannot have any impact on the opponent at all. Old Man Tianhua, on the other hand, did not leave the spot. Instead, he raised his hand and formed a defensive barrier. The flame barrier enveloped Old Man Tianhua. When the dark green liquid poured down, it was completely evaporated by the flame barrier and could not fall on Old Man Skyfire at all. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Old Man Tianhua raised his hand and began to set up the magic circle, but it was still unclear what magic circle he was constructing. Didn't he ask him to fight head-on? He actually started to set up a magic circle. Didn't he say that he wanted us to hold back this alien race? Hong Ying looked puzzled. She, Yu Ge, and Long Yu combined didn't have much fighting power. At least facing this evil alien race who was at the peak of the 7th level master, there was no chance of winning. Even holding it back was very difficult. Things. But now that Old Man Tianhua has begun to set up the magic circle, the only thing they can do is to hold back the alien. Joyo military order. Upon seeing this, Long Yu raised his hand without hesitation and released the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and then 3 dark creatures with 5 levels of great masters surged out from it. It was impossible for Long Yu to go up and confront the alien head-on by himself, otherwise he might die without knowing how. Even if he had the martial arts secrets such as the heart of demonic dust, he would not dare to touch such an alien. You must know that this alien, the alien race, is really weird, and they might have some special means. No one has ever seen such a foreign race. In fact, I have never even come into contact with the dark green divine text of this kind of attribute. This alien race probably came from an extremely distant place, and then took root on this planet, either controlling or trading. The people on the planet lured other powerful practitioners over to him. As for what this alien wants to do to Long Yu and the others, no one knows, not even the old man Tianhua, because even the old man Tianhua has never seen or even heard of such an alien. The form completely covered by the dark green lake water should look like a balloon, but it is still unclear how big the alien race is and what its true form looks like. After all, everything is now covered by the dark green lake water. Even old man Tianhua couldn't see through what was in the lake. 3 dark creatures with 5 levels of great masters flew out from the ancient dragon skeleton tower, each carrying the power of the Revelation level 9 nether divine words, and launched an attack method towards the place where the alien was. These 3 dark creatures were all members of the Vulcan tribe during their lifetimes. At this moment, the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed into a pillar of fire, and instantly hit the dark green lake covered with aliens. The terrifying power exploded, but it only pushed some of the dark green lake water away. Soon, the alien body suddenly rose up, and a piece of dark green lake water surged up, completely covering one of the dark creatures. The dark creatures shrouded in the dark green lake water, Long Yu could feel that they were being corroded rapidly. Even the dark creatures at the 5th stage of the Great Master level were completely unable to withstand the erosion of those strange lake waters. While the dark creatures were covered and eroded by the dark green lake water, Long Yu also noticed that the energy possessed by the dark creatures seemed to have been completely absorbed by the evil alien. This situation confirmed Long Yu's guess. The top novel. This alien race should have set up an ambush here, and then specially devoured other human race or demon race cultivators who came here. I hope the relationship between the old man and this alien is not a transaction, otherwise, it would be too chilling. Long Yu thought in his heart that if he was controlled, it would be excusable. After all, such a foreign race at the peak of the 7th level master was indeed not something that the old man could resist, but if there was a deal, it would be puzzling. Being from the same human race, they would actually set up an ambush for a foreign race and lure other human cultivators to be devoured by the alien race? No matter what, Long Yu must now hold back this evil alien, and then let old man Tianhua buy time to build the magic circle he wants to build. As long as the magic circle is completed, this alien should be completely wiped out. Long Yu still has confidence in old man Tianhua, but even if he doesn't have confidence, he can only do this now. Anyway, if it doesn't work out, there is still the 9 nether hell monument that he can use. This is his last trump card. Dark creature, enter. Long Yu continued to command the next 2 dark creatures and launched an offensive towards the evil alien. The apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions continued to condense into beams of light and bombarded towards the evil alien's location, but could not break through its dark green layer. Lake water. In fact, now Long Yu is certain that the dark green layer is not the lake water, but the defense method used by the alien race. It is really impossible to break through it, at least it is impossible for Long Yu alone. At this moment, the red warbler's attack came from the side, and the bloody long whip fell from the sky with the power of the bloody divine inscriptions. Countless whip shadows fell on the evil alien. The current bloody whip can not only cause physical damage, but also attack the spiritual level. If it goes well, it may be able to destroy part of the alien spirit, which can also be said to be a big blow to it. After all, he is in existence at the peak of the 7th level master. Even if his mental strength has not been deliberately strengthened, it is still much stronger than ordinary practitioners. It is not easy to destroy his mental strength. Feng Yin's attack, this time, surprised the evil alien. When those bloody long whips fell on the evil alien, the tearing force on the spirit instantly made the alien scream in pain. The sound sounded like it looked like a bird of some kind, but it was sharper and hoarse than the neighing of birds. Since everyone has endured the pain, it means that the mental attack is effective on this alien. But in this way, the red warbler directly attracted the attention of the alien, and then the dark green lake water all over the alien seemed to be boiling and rolling, as if it was about to kill the red warbler. At this time, Long Yu was not idle either, and the 4-phase killing prison was used again. Since spiritual attacks are useful, the 4-phase killing prison is obviously the most effective method now. Countless lines of death emerged from midair and instantly entangled the evil alien, and the breath of death continued to erode into his body. At this moment, Long Yu felt that there seemed to be nothing inside the dark green lake. This alien seemed to be made up of a mass of dark green lake water. The aura of death had eroded to a very deep place, and there was still only the dark green lake water is flowing and rolling without any other entity. This situation made Long Yu's heart tremble. Why is this alien so weird? If these dark green lakes are its body, doesn't it mean that this alien has no solid form? This form of life form is very strange, but it is not impossible to think about it. Life in liquid form is also very likely to exist. As long as you think about the formless and pure spiritual power life form like the Soul Clan, it is not impossible to think about it. It's hard to accept the liquid form of life in front of me. Long Yu is not very clear about the specific situation. After all, the lines of death condensed by his 4 phases killing prison cannot allow the death energy to erode into the deepest part of the dark green lake. As for whether there are other things in it, he is not sure. Anyway, Long Yu only knew that when he used the 4 phases of killing prison, the alien seemed to be completely offended. Continuously being hit by the dual mental and soul levels of Feng Yin and Long Yu, this alien seemed to become extremely irritable. Hoarse and sharp screams continued to be heard, and then the dark green lake water sprayed out randomly towards the surroundings. Some of them are concentrated in the direction of Long Yu and Feng Yin. Get out of the way. Long Yu reacted very quickly and started to dodge directly. The Void Dragon Blade led him to quickly dodge to the vicinity of the old man, Skyfire below. Yuga also used the 9 Heavens Star Flash martial arts, brought Feng Yin with him, and arrived near Old Man Tianhua, who was protected by the flame barrier of Old Man Tianhua. You guys, get out quickly. If the formation of the magic circle is interrupted now, we will all be doomed. When Old Man Tianhua saw this, he immediately spoke out angrily and drove Long Yu and the 2 women out. If the 3 of them were within the flame barrier, the alien's attention would definitely shift here. Long Yu pouted. He was so irritable after just hiding for a while. Oh, this old man is not easy to mess with. But even if he doesn't hide in this flame barrier, he is not afraid of being killed by the opponent. After all, he still has some other means. Book of Shadows. Long Yu directly activated the innate magical power of the Book of Shadows, then transformed into nothingness and ran directly towards the outside of the flame barrier. The dark green lake water fell outside the void space in an instant, but was unable to break through the void space. Instead, it penetrated the void space and could not touch the dragon at all. The dragon who transformed into nothingness could basically dodge the opponent. Any offensive attack is an impeccable defense. Unless you encounter a strong man at the godlike level, or an opponent with some special abilities, it is possible to beat him out of the void. So far, Long Yu has only been beaten out of the void space when he encountered alien gods. At other times, as long as he transformed into nothingness, there would basically be no danger. Especially now, his innate magical power, the Book of Shadows, has been integrated with the Shadow Essence and has undergone transformation. Most of the energy consumed by his incarnation of nothingness will be provided by the Shadow Essence. In other words, now Long Yu basically wants to be in the void for as long as he wants, unlike before where he had to take pills to replenish his strength every once in a while. Long Yu left the flame barrier protection of old man Tianhua, turned into nothingness and rushed directly into the pouring dark green lake water. In the eyes of others, it was like his whole person had completely evaporated, and he completely lost his trace and presence from the scene. Breath. But the evil alien was not helpless, but directly began to use the power of deduction to deduce the position of Long Yu. After all, he is in existence at the pinnacle of the 7th level master, and his power of deduction is much stronger than that of Hong Ying. Long Yu felt a wave of power of deduction coming on him, and then even if he transformed into nothingness, his whereabouts would be revealed by the other party. Know it like the back of your hand. The speed of the opponent's deduction was so fast that Long Yu had no time to react. When the power of deduction came, Long Yu's whereabouts were exposed, and the opponent condensed a dark green light wave, which suddenly fell from the sky and was about to land on Long Yu's head. However, Long Yu did not panic. He stayed calmly in place, ready to act at any time. However, soon, he saw the dark green light wave falling from the sky, penetrating the void space where he was, and falling directly below. On the oasis ground. As expected, Long Yu was overjoyed. He is now in a state of incarnation. Even if the other party deduces his location, so what? As long as the void space is not shattered, no attack can fall on him. Now he is in a state of nothingness, and the opponent's attack directly passes through him and lands on the ground. And if you want to break through the void space, you need to attack purely with the divine words of space attributes. I don't know if this evil alien race has any control over this aspect. In any case, Long Yu discovered a characteristic of the incarnation of the void, that is, even if the opponent deduces the position, there is no need to worry that the opponent will hurt him. The opponent must first crush the void space. This gives Long Yu a deeper guarantee for his safety in the current situation. It can even be said that the current Long Yu can go and take a look inside the body of the alien, because he is now in a state of nothingness, without any collision volume, and does not need to worry that the dark green lake water will hurt him. However, Long Yu did not act rashly, but kept moving cautiously on the periphery, because he was afraid that the other party had some kind of powerful space divine attack method, and if his void space was shattered, it would be the end. The situation is still quite tense now, and everything must be done carefully. The evil alien obviously didn't expect that Long Yu would have such a method. It really made it feel a little disgusting. At first, it didn't believe in evil and kept condensing dark green light beams to bombard Long Yu's position. It even changed several attack methods, all of which were condensed with the dark green elemental power, but they were completely unable to harm Long Yu, who had transformed into nothingness. This situation made him extremely annoyed. And below, in the eyes of Yu Ge and Hong Ying, the alien seemed to be crazy, launching attacks continuously towards the open space in the field, and seemed to be going crazy. Long Yu's method is too outrageous. Yu Ge couldn't help but widen his eyes. After all, it is the most powerful method that Long Yu currently possesses. After the Book of Shadows transformed him into nothingness, it still has its own unique effect. Want to read a book? But soon, the evil alien also saw the breakthrough point of Long Yu's method. He had to use the attack of space attribute divine words to break the void space and attack Long Yu's body. Otherwise, Dragon Yu in its current state is basically invincible. Let alone it, even a strong godlike person here can't do anything to Dragon Yu. He must use the space attribute divine script, or the water attribute Taichu. The power must shatter the void space where Long Yu is. The power of the water element, at least the space attribute divine text, must be understood by every cultivator. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to travel in such a large world, and this evil alien can travel from unknown distances. The place came to the territory of the human race and was hidden. Naturally, it itself also understood the strong space attribute divine text. When the evil alien race found that using those magical powers to attack Long Yu had no effect, they finally found that they must use the space attribute divine script to attack, so they incorporated some of the power of the space divine script into their innate magical powers. Those dark green lake-like divine power gathered together, mixed with space divine characters, turned into sword light and fell from the sky, rushing towards the place where Long Yu was. When Long Yu saw this, he immediately dodged to the side. Although he was in a state of nothingness, he could also move in the void space. Although the speed was not that fast, he could dodge the dark green sword light of the opponent. Still no problem. Yu Ge and Hong Ying were watching the show below, while Old Man Tianhua continued to build the magic circle. The evil alien race at the 7th stage of the Great Master level was actually held back by Long Yu alone. In fact, if the evil alien ignores Long Yu can't do anything to it. After all, Long Yu's martial arts level is too low. Although he can transform into nothingness, it is impossible to deal with the evil alien. But the evil alien race doesn't believe in evil. It seems to be really competing with Long Yu and won't give up until Long Yu is killed. This gives Old Man Tianhua more time to arrange the magic circle. As long as the magic circle is successfully arranged, a decisive breakthrough will be achieved in this battle. Even if the alien race cannot be killed at once, it can still help Long Yu and them. Brings great advantages. Long Yu transformed into nothingness and kept wandering around the field, avoiding the opponent's dark green sword light carrying the power of space divine words, and was soon forced into a blind corner. From all directions, dark green sword lights began to press towards him. Although he was in the state of incarnation, these sword lights contained the power of space gods. Once touched, the void space would probably be shattered. At that time, he retreated from the state of nothingness, and his life was in danger. No matter what, Long Yu couldn't just sit back and wait for death. He picked a direction with the least amount of dark green space sword light, then dodged, carrying the void space forward in that direction, and instantly bumped into several dark green sword lights. However, just these few dark green sword lights cannot crush the entire void space, but can only make the void space become more fragile. If you want to crush the void space, you must need more dark green. Only the light of the sword can deal with it. Long Yu finally escaped from the encirclement of these dark green sword lights. The evil alien immediately gathered more dark green sword lights and attacked Long Yu Feiwu, as if he must beat Long Yu to death or else he would not. The look of giving up. Long Yu is now facing considerable pressure. As more and more dark green swords appear around him, it becomes more and more difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. Even the entire void space becomes precarious. If the void space is shattered, then Long Yu's entire person will escape from the void state, and you can imagine what will happen next. Apart from transforming into nothingness and hiding in the 9 Nether Hell Monument, Long Yu had no other way to resist the offensive of the powerful master of the 7th stage. What's more, this evil alien's comprehensive strength is considered top-notch among the strong men in the 7th stage master realm, so it is even more impossible for Long Yu to fight against it. Fortunately, at this time Old Man Tianhua's magic circle is finally about to be completed. Hold on a little longer. Even though Long Yu was transformed into nothingness, he could still feel the increasingly stronger energy condensed in the magic circle below, and of course this energy was also felt by the evil alien. Originally, among their group of people, the Old Man of Tianhua attracted the most attention. After all, he was a 7th level master. The evil alien thought at first that these people were just a meal on the plate and didn't pay much attention to the order. But now it seems that the human boy Long Yu only knows how to run away, but it is the old man who is the master of the 7th stage who poses a threat to the evil aliens. The evil alien race finally understood who to deal with first. The dark green sword light that originally filled the sky towards Long Yu changed its target in an instant and poured down towards the place where the old man Tianhua was below. The dark green lake water rolled up like a waterfall covering the sky, towards the people around the old man Tianhua. The flame barrier shrouded it. Originally, this evil alien did not attack the flame barrier around Old Man Skyfire with all its strength, so it was unable to break it. But now, the dark green lake water in the sky, accompanied by the light of the sword, almost surrounded the entire flame barrier, and its momentum and power were extremely amazing. The dark green strange divine power quickly fell on the flame barrier, and they fought against the flame divine power on the flame barrier. Although the old man Tianhua ignored it, the strength of the flame barrier he condensed it is also extremely high and cannot be crushed so easily. 9 nether balls, wrap them around me. Long Yu was free at this time. Seeing that the evil alien ignored him, he got away, recovered from the state of nothingness, and then used his 8th magical power, the 9 nether ball, towards the evil alien. This innate magical power is Long Yu's 8th innate magical power. It is a new magical power that was condensed in Long Yu's small world after the 9 nether hell monument swallowed up the remaining power of the 9 nether realm. It has not been used much until now. Long Yu only knew that the 9 nether ball could increase its power by devouring aliens, but the improvement efficiency was not high, so it had not been used or paid much attention to. But now, Long Yu used the 9 netherworld ball and found that the countless 9 netherworld entangled beams in the 9 netherworld ball were condensed, and they were able to contain the actions of the evil alien race. Under the influence of the 9 nether sphere, the speed at which the evil aliens gathered their divine power and used their innate magical power suddenly slowed down, only half of the original speed. This situation made Long Yu unexpected. He had only used the 9 nether ball to deal with the aliens who were not very strong before, and the effect was just like that. However, he did not expect that it could have such an effect when it was used to deal with the aliens at the peak of the 7th stage master. It seems that the entanglement effect of the 9 nether balls will not be weakened too much, because the opponent is too strong. It is so unbelievable. Long Yu was extremely surprised by this. In this way, he could play a great role in the extremely high-end alien battlefield just by relying on the 9 nether ball. In the duel between the strong, a 9 nether ball wrapped around the beam, it is condensed and wrapped around the opponent, directly having the speed of the power in his body. This effect is simply unbelievable. At this moment, the evil aliens affected by the 9 nether balls want to destroy the 9 nether balls. This is like a black hole, which is constantly emitting dark spheres with entangled beams, floating in the air, severely restricting them. Stop the actions of evil aliens. As a result, the pressure on the flame barrier around Old Man Tianhua was basically reduced by half, which made both Yu Ge and Han Ying heave a sigh of relief. The two women looked up and found that it was Long Yu who was restraining the evil alien who was at the peak of the 7th level master. They couldn't help but be fascinated. It was clear that the two women's martial arts realm was higher than Long Yu's, but in such a battle, why? I can't do much to help myself? Is it because Long Yu is too strong? Han Ying didn't think too much, and she didn't want to just watch the show here, but in such a situation, she really didn't need her help in the past. She could stay by Old Tianhua's side and help Old Tianhua delay later. It was pretty good after a while. The same is true for Yu Ge. She has no intention of going out to fight against the evil aliens. After all, she is not Long Yu. She has such a powerful way to save her life. When she transforms into nothingness, no one's life-saving ability can match Long Yu's. The appearance of the 9 nether sphere delayed the attack of the evil aliens for a period of time, and then the magic circle of Old Man Skyfire was finally completed. Of course, the evil alien race is disgusted with Long Yu's 9 netherworld ball, but if it turns around to deal with Long Yu at this time, then the magic circle below will definitely not be able to stop it, so it does not hesitate at all, with a dark green luster all over its body. Power like a pure body flashed from his body, and it actually cleared away all the entangled beams of the 9 nether ball. Although the 9 nether ball was able to quickly continue to wrap around and slow it down, at this moment, countless dark green lakes fell from the sky, and even the evil alien itself fell downwards. It seemed that he was trying his best to prevent the old man from Skyfire from bringing him down. The magic circle is completed. Now, the magic circle has been basically completed, and the aura emanating from it has already made the evil alien feel threatened. Under such circumstances, this evil alien didn't even bother to pay attention to Long Yu. Destroying the magic circle is the most important thing. Otherwise, even if this evil alien race kills Long Yu, he will definitely die in this magic circle. This kind of choice will be made by the evil alien race, and it will be based on the premise of saving its own life no matter what. The evil alien race directly launched an offensive directly towards the flame barrier where Old Man Tianhua was. Countless dark green lakes fell from the sky and fell on the flame barrier. As a result, the flame barrier finally began to loosen, and once it began to loosen, it entered a stage of continuous disintegration. In this state, it is unstoppable. Yu Ge and Hong Ying saw this, and each helped use their methods. The power of the Blood Divine Inscriptions and the Star Divine Inscriptions constructed several layers of defensive barriers to resist the flame barrier. When the flame barrier had just shattered, the barrier formed by the power of the Blood Divine Runes and Star Divine Runes was attacked by the dark green lake. Basically, each layer of defensive barrier could not last for more than one breath. Because the attack power of that evil alien race is really not within the range that the two women can bear. But no matter what, the two women's divine power barrier resisted for a while, and in such a short period of time, the magic circle in the hands of the old man Tianhua was finally completed. Fire Dragon Head Formation, activate. Old man Tianhua's eyes were full of concentration at this time, and all the flame divine power in his body seemed to be drained and injected into the magic circle in front of him. Immediately afterwards, I saw a fire dragon emerge from the magic circle, and then opened its huge mouth, swallowing so much pouring dark green lake water in one gulp, and then used the power of the infinite flame divine inscriptions, evaporating all the dark green lake water. At the same time, an unstoppable momentum emanated from the fire dragon, and the entire fire dragon flew into the sky, instantly rushing towards the direction of the evil alien. In order to prevent the completion of this magic circle, the evil alien itself landed a little lower, and now it happened to be blocking the rising path of the fire dragon, and was swallowed up by the fire dragon. The next moment, the fire dragon was completely mixed with the dark green evil alien race. Long Yu was high in the sky. In order to ensure his own safety, he could only turn into nothingness again. From time to time, violent flame divine symbols and dark green elemental divine symbols floated over his body, but they could not harm him. And if he had not turned into nothingness, these splashes of divine power can completely destroy him. 1. Reading a book. Dragon Yu transformed into nothingness to avoid the fierce battle between the two sides. After completing the magic circle below, the old man Tianhua raised his hand again to condense a layer of flame barrier, finally avoiding being affected by the battle between the fire dragon and the evil alien race. I'm afraid it's difficult to kill this alien with just the fire dragon head formation, but it can still severely damage it. If you have any means to attack the spirit, just use it and cooperate with the old man to completely eliminate it. As old man Tianhua finished speaking, he took an ancient level elixir to restore his body's strength. Then, he once again began to condense the power of the flame divine script in his hands. The power of the flame divine script he condensed was of course the original level of the flame divine script. It was a power that was fully understood directly from the source of the divine script, although it was not as good as the revelation level. Divine script, but it is also very powerful when displayed from his hands. Moreover, there are actually 3 types of origin-level flame divine power, comprehended by old man Tianhua. At this moment, the three flame powers are completely integrated together to construct a more powerful fusion divine power. The power of this kind of divine writing is much more powerful than the origin-level flame divine writing, but compared to the revelation-level divine writing, it is still far behind. But for ordinary people, such a fusion of divine writing is already the strongest divine power they can possess. It is as powerful as the old man Tianhua. Even if he masters the power of four flames and wants to integrate the power of the fourth flame divine writing, and it will take an unknown amount of time to achieve. After all, even if different types of divine texts have the same attributes, they will be somewhat repellent to each other. It is very difficult to integrate several powers together. Fusion of three divine power of the same attribute is already the limit that ordinary people can achieve. The power is basically 3 to 5 times that of a single divine power. Compared with the revelation level divine power, it can also reach the revelation level. About half of the divine text. If some high-quality 4 divine texts are fused together, the power may reach a level similar to that of the apocalyptic divine texts. Unfortunately, it is impossible for ordinary people to do it. In fact, it is more difficult to fuse 4 divine texts together than to find revelation-level divine texts. At this moment, Old Man Tianhua merged the 3 types of flame power, and then released his innate magical power. A pillar of flame divine light burst out from his hand, instantly broke through the void, and landed on the evil alien. At this time, the evil alien was still fighting against the fire dragon gathered in the fire dragon head formation. Suddenly, he was struck by the old man Tianhua, and a small part of the dark green lake water on his body was evaporated again. His strength seemed to have suffered a lot from the blood sword. Old man Tianhua's innate magical power, the flame divine light pillar, is only a one-time attack, but the fire dragon head formation is not like that. After the formation condensed the fire dragon, it dissipated directly. It was obviously impossible to condense the second fire dragon, but this fire dragon was like a living fire dragon, with its own fighting consciousness, and its own fighting method is similar to a summoned creature. According to Long Yu's feeling, the strength of this fire dragon is definitely stronger than that of old man Tianhua himself, even much stronger. Only such a being can confront the evil alien race at the peak of the 7th level master. The two sides were going back and forth, the divine power was pouring out in midair, and the battle was extremely fierce. Long Yu transformed into nothingness and hid, and he did not remain a tortoise. He condensed the ancient afterimages one after another, and then let the ancient afterimages use the 4-phase killing method towards the evil alien. The 4-phase killing prison is a forbidden art of ancient gods that can cause damage to the spirit. The ancient afterimage condensed by dragon control will dissipate as long as the 4-phase killing prison is used once, but even if it only condenses 10 lines of death, it can also have a considerable impact on the spiritual soul of evil aliens. The red warbler below didn't let up at all. In conjunction with old man Tianhua's attacks, he condensed long blood-colored whips and fell on the evil alien, constantly putting pressure on his spirit and soul. Under constant attacks from all sides, the evil alien race was retreating steadily. Even under the harassment of mental attacks, even the fire dragon could not suppress it. Gradually, the fire on the fire dragon became more and more intense, and even some terrifying flame vortexes erupted, covering the dark green lake water divine text around the evil alien race, and completely burning it. The form of the entire evil alien race seemed to be getting smaller and smaller, and the lingering dark green divine inscriptions were constantly evaporating. Hoarse screams kept coming from the mouth of the evil alien. It was obvious that he couldn't resist. If there was any killing move, it was almost time to use it. Otherwise, this thing would have no choice but to run away. After all, this would only lead to death. One Piece. Just when Long Yu was thinking this, the body of the evil alien suddenly flew down into the lake below, and he looked like he was trying to escape. As for why he ran away towards the lake below, it can be imagined that there should be some traps in the lake. If Long Yu and the others chased into the lake to deal with this evil alien, they would definitely fall into its trap, and the consequences would be it's probably very bad. Seeing that this evil alien was about to fall into the lake, Old Man Tianhua waved his hand. There is no need to chase this beast. Since this beast escaped into the lake, it is seeking death. Little bastard, I remember that you can display a kind of absolute sky field, then use it and completely block the space around here. Good. Long Yu didn't even think about it. The ancient dragon skeleton tower appeared in his hands, and then the Ju Kong domain instantly spread and appeared within the surrounding dark green barrier. Although the evil alien is very strong, Long Yu can also be sure that if the other party wants to escape from the scope of his Ju Kong domain, it will take at least a stick of incense to crush this Ju Kong domain. This is his confidence in himself, which is also his trust in the Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda. After all, he is a top-notch warrior at the endless level, and he is also a warrior who has reached an unparalleled level with Long Yu. With the use of the Ju Kong realm, he can even trap a strong man in the godlike realm for a moment. The fire dragon condensed by the fire dragon head formation followed the evil alien directly into the dark green lake. In an instant, the entire lake boiled, and then an evil aura was felt emanating from the lake. The fire in the lake was gradually suppressed, which showed that there were indeed some traps such as magic circles in the lake. If Long Yu and Old Man Tianhua follow them into the lake, they will definitely be dead. Since Old Man Tianhua asked everyone not to pursue him, he must have his own method. This beast is dead. Old Man Tianhua sneered, I don't know what kind of alien race is hiding in the human territory. The human cultivators on this planet don't know what's going on. Once this alien race is dealt with, we must investigate it carefully. For Old Man Tianhua, he hates foreign races extremely, so when he sees this situation, he cannot remain indifferent. Now the evil alien is hiding in the lake and wants to lure them into the lake, but unfortunately they will not be fooled. Long Yu sealed the surrounding space with the sky domain, and then Old Man Tianhua began to build a magic circle directly on the edge of the lake. This is Old Man Tianhua's special skill. The fire dragon head formation cooperated with everyone's joint attack and harassment to force the evil alien back into the lake. Now, the old man, Skyfire, has set up a killing array on the edge of the lake. Where will the evil alien escape? As for Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yu Ge, they can finally rest for a while now. The foreign race just escaped back and should rest for a while. It is impossible for them to come out so soon. Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yu Ge all rested for a while at the edge of the lake. At the same time, they did not relax their vigilance and were always alert to the appearance of the evil alien race. As for the Old Man Tianhua, he began to set up a magic circle on the edge of the lake. Compared with the previous fire dragon head formation, this magic formation was considered a real killing formation. Once the 9 Fire Start the Prairie magical formation was activated, it could cover the area of the magic circle. Everything inside is reduced to ashes. Now, the scope of Old Man Tianhua's formation is around the lake. Once activated, the lake can be burned to the ground. Old Man Tianhua's own attributes are very consistent with the fire attribute divine inscriptions, and have even reached the peak level of compatibility at the 12th level. Therefore, most of the magic circles he masters are activated by the power of the flame divine inscriptions, so that they can exert their full potential. Maximum power. The evil alien was entangled by the fire dragon summoned by the fire dragon head formation, and could not get up for a while. Even if it returned to its home lake, the fire dragon summoned by the fire dragon head formation could still continue to fight for a while. Coupled with the method that Long Yu and Hong Ying used to destroy the soul of the evil alien was unable to come out to fight for a while. Even if it ran out now, it would not be the opponent of the Old Man Tianhua. Therefore, the situation on the field has basically stabilized, and there will be no danger for the time being, unless it is other dangers other than the evil alien race. However, the strongest one on this planet is the evil alien race. Even if other human cultivators have some kind of deal with this alien race, they cannot threaten Long Yu and them. After all, the human race cultivators on this planet are really too weak. The magic circle arranged by Old Man Tianhua gradually took shape, and the power of flames continued to surge around the lake. The extremely high temperature made the dark green water in the lake begin to bubble and boil. And this is just the beginning. The 9-fire prairie fire array has 9 formation eyes formed by condensed flame divine inscriptions. Each formation eye can release endless power of flame divine inscriptions, and use the extremely powerful flame divine inscriptions to destroy everything within the scope of the array. Burned up and reduced to ashes. As time goes by, the power of the 9-fire prairie array has been initially reflected. The temperature in the entire oasis has basically risen to extremely high levels. The water in the dark green lake has already completely boiled, and even the water in the mid-air has reached an extremely high temperature. There are already some traces of space distortion in the air. The evil alien hiding at the bottom of the lake certainly knew that the situation was not good, but he did not dare to come out before he had fully recovered. After a while, the evil alien finally couldn't bear it anymore and flew up from the scalding lake water. It was still wrapped in the dark green lake water, and it was completely unknown what its true form was. It can be seen that as soon as the evil alien came out, it wanted to start destroying the 9 fires prairie array. However, at this time, the old man Tianhua could already rely on the power of the magic circle to start dealing with this evil alien. No matter which eye of the 9-fire prairie array the evil alien race wants to destroy, Old Man Tianhua can easily borrow the power of the array and combine his own power to push the evil alien race back, making it unable to attack the formation. Start right now. Unless he tries to destroy the magic circle at the risk of being seriously injured, but it's not the last moment yet, and the evil alien race can't be so desperate. And when the 9 fires starts the prairie array continues to be arranged and perfected, the possibility of the opponent trying to destroy it becomes even slimmer. Next, Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yu Gu were basically watching the show. I really didn't expect that there is such an evil alien race lurking in this place. I must find out later what the relationship between the human cultivators on this planet and this alien race is. Long Yu was quite puzzled by this. You must know that this place is the territory of the human race. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. If it weren't for the presence of Old Man Tianhua, unless they used the 9 Nether Hell Monument this time, they would definitely be in danger. Even if they used the 9 Nether Hell Monument, they might not be able to kill the evil alien. After all, they were in the 7th stage. The Great Master, who is at the peak of his powers, may not necessarily attack the 9 Nether Prison Monument. In that case, the power of the 9 Nether Prison Monument will not explode, and the alien will not be hurt. Actually, it would be best if we could capture this alien alive. If we take it back to the seminary, we can get a lot of rewards. But unfortunately, we don't have the strength to capture this alien alive. Even if we kill it, we still borrow it. The hand of Senior Skyfire. Yuka shook her head with some regret. It was obvious that she knew what an unknown alien meant to the human race and the demon race. Although the main enemies around the human race and the demon race are now the Outer God race, the Soul race, and the Yuan race, other alien races exist widely in this big world, but they are far away from the territory of the human race and the demon race. No one can guarantee that the human race and the demon race will not have relationships with other alien races in the future, and most of these relationships are hostile. As for the mysterious alien race that is currently in alliance with the human race and the demon race, except for the real bosses of the two races, it is impossible for anyone else to know about it. Even the old man Tianhua cannot know such secret information. That is to say, the students in this seminary are vaguely aware that there is an alien race that is in alliance with the human race and the demon race, but they don't know what kind of alien race it is. The confrontation between the old man, Skyfire, and the evil alien race soon entered a fierce stage. It was obvious that the alien race wanted to destroy the magic circle and kill the old man, Skyfire, at the same time. Unfortunately, the old man Skyfire also had endless methods. After the evil alien suffered serious injuries before, old man Tianhua couldn't stand up to this alien, not to mention that now with the help of the 9-fire prairie array, he was even more at home without any signs of decline. Looking back at the foreign race, the situation is getting worse and worse, and the overall spirit seems to be getting more and more depressed. After all, mental injuries are not so easy to alleviate. The joint offensive between Long Yu and Hong Ying made that alien the spiritual soul of the foreign race suffered serious damage. An hour. 2 hours. The fighting and game between the two sides in the field became more and more intense. After all, the further back they went, the more the evil alien thought it was possible that he would be found here, but at this time, there was no use in trying his best. In 2 hours, the 9-fire prairie array was finally completely constructed. The eye of the magic circle formed by the condensed 9 flame divine inscriptions erupted at this moment with extremely terrifying power of the flame divine inscriptions, covering the entire space, including the lake. The terrifying temperature rose instantly, causing the 3 Long Yu people who were watching the battle from a distance all felt an extremely high heat wave. That heat wave almost burned away all the air, not to mention how bad the situation in the middle of the magic circle was. At this moment, the old man Tianhua had already appeared outside the 9 fires Liaoyuan magic circle, and on the other side the evil alien race was trapped in the lake, completely enveloped by the 9-fire prairie array. Evil, weird and shrill screams were constantly coming from the lake, but they couldn't let the alien race escape from the pain by screaming. It's really difficult to deal with. This alien race has never appeared before. It is definitely a new species for the human race and the demon race. Old man Tianhua retreated to Long Yu and the others, shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that we can only kill it now, and we can't capture it alive. Otherwise, its research value will be extremely high. Even if only the body is left, it still has certain research value. Yuga said. It's a pity that under the 9 fires prairie array, everything in it will be reduced to ashes. Even the corpse cannot exist. We can't even know what this alien's true form is. Old man Tianhua shook his head regretfully. This situation is a bit embarrassing. They had been fighting this alien for so long, and in the end they couldn't even figure out what that alien looked like. This was a pity, but when the alien appeared in front of them, it was surrounded by dark green lake water. They really couldn't see the true face of the alien clearly. If the 9-fire prairie array really turns everything into ashes, there is nothing they can do. Anyway, it is impossible for them to capture the alien alive. They can only kill it if they can. What Long Yu and others didn't know was that at this moment, just outside this oasis, there was a group of people who could no longer hold back. This group of people was the people from the city who lured Long Yu and others into the oasis. They were all wrapped in cloth and led by the old man, waiting for something outside the oasis. What they saw before them was the dark green divine barrier. They had no idea what was happening in the oasis within the barrier. Obviously, there is a reason why this group of people lured Long Yu and the others to the oasis, but what exactly happened can only be known after Long Yu and the others come out and force them to question them. In addition, what is going on with that alien race can only be known from these people. Now, this group of people is full of piety, looking in the direction of the oasis. Unfortunately, they cannot know that the evil alien race they admire is in a very bad situation, and is about to be killed by Long Yuha. Old man Tianhua and others were killed. These people didn't know the existence of Old man Tianhua at all. They felt that it was impossible for Long Yu, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying to escape from the aliens. However, the reality will definitely exceed their expectations. Of course, the old man at the head had also noticed that something seemed amiss. After all, if it was normal, it would have been over by now. It is impossible that the dark green barrier still exists. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Of course he didn't expect that this surprise would be so big. In the oasis, as time passed, the screams coming from the lake became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared completely. What appeared in front of Long Yu and the others was indeed a space that had been completely burned by the nine-fire prairie array. The lake and the sandy ground around the lake had all disappeared, leaving only an empty space. After the violent burning, the smell of burnt blackness lingered in that space, and everything in it, including the alien race, no longer existed at all. This situation made everyone in Long Yu feel relieved, but also a little regretful. It seemed that it was really impossible to know the exact form of the alien. Everything had disappeared, and it was not even possible to prove that they had ever encountered such an alien. But this result is considered good. Next, what everyone needs to know is what happened to the human cultivators on this planet. Even in a barren area like the Abyss Ridge Galaxy, it shouldn't be like this. Okay, let's break through this divine barrier and go out to question those cultivators. Old Man Tianhua said to everyone, and took the lead to fly towards the dark green divine script barrier on the edge, then raised his hand to gather the power of the flame divine script and destroy it. This barrier was obviously not something that Long Yu and his ilk could destroy. So Old Man Tianhua could only help. Otherwise, Old Man Tianhua would be too lazy to pay attention to things here. Soon, the dark green divine barrier was blasted with a gap under the attack of Old Man Tianhua. Then Old Man Tianhua did not fly out directly, but returned to Long Yu and asked Long Yu to take him back to the small world. Go. It was not suitable for him to appear in the next situation. After all, if he wanted to shock the local cultivators, Long Yu and the others were enough. Anyway, this evil alien here has been completely killed. Old Man Tianhua does not need any more help. Long Yu and the others alone are enough to cope with the next situation. If Old Man Tianhua does not appear, Long Yu and the three of them will appear. More mysterious. After all, they were only at the level of a first-level master to a fourth-level master, but they were able to kill the evil alien who was at the peak of the seventh-level master. Such a situation could obviously frighten the group of local cultivators outside. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know that there is a group of local cultivators waiting outside the oasis, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, even if those cultivators are not there, he has to go back to the previous city to find someone. Long Yu took Hong Ying and Yu Ge through the dark green divine barrier, and immediately discovered that outside the oasis covered by the barrier, there was a large group of more than 100 local cultivators waiting. These people were all wrapped in white cloth and dressed as weirdly as they had seen before, and each of them had a strange look of piety on their faces. Seeing the Long Yu trio flying out of the oasis, the expressions on these people's faces all turned into astonishment. It was obvious that they had never thought that this would be the case. How could these three guys escape? Seeing the stunned expressions of these people, the faces of Long Yu and the others became a little angry. It was obvious that these people deliberately lured them into the oasis, perhaps as a sacrifice, or perhaps as a trade. The purpose was to have them killed by that evil alien race. As for the consequences, you can imagine, most of them were killed by that evil alien race. Devoured by evil alien races. Fortunately, Long Yu and the others are powerful, but it is conceivable that this group of people cannot do such a thing for the first time. In other words, there must have been other human cultivators who came from afar before, but they were defeated by this group of people. He was tricked and killed by that evil alien race. One can imagine how angry Long Yu was in his heart. These people were all human cultivators, and they actually helped an alien race to deal with his fellow human cultivators? The three of them, Long Yu, fell from the sky after flying out of the oasis. Their image in the eyes of the group of people became extremely tall and terrifying. Because the fact that Long Yu and the other three were able to fly out of the oasis meant that the evil alien must have been killed. In other words, the Long Yu and the other three were extremely powerful. No matter how they killed the evil alien, they would still be there anyway. Such a guy is definitely not something that this group of local cultivators can deal with. 1. Reading a book. Secondly, when Long Yu and the others found out that they had been deceived, they would definitely be extremely angry, and they might kill all the local cultivators like them. This is how Long Yu guessed the hearts of these people. If this was the case, these people would definitely explain respectfully what was going on and ask for forgiveness from the three of them. But he soon discovered that he was wrong. When the Long Yu trio fell from the sky, the surprise in the eyes of the local cultivators quickly turned into madness. Then, regardless of the cultivation gap between them and the Long Yu trio, this group of people turned directly towards the three people. We launched an offensive. You must know that the strongest among this group of local cultivators is the old man. He is just a small master. He has not even reached the level of a great master. The others are only at the emperor level, but there are hundreds of them. Hesitantly, under the leadership of the old man, he launched an attack on Long Yu and the others. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu's face turned cold when he saw this. He raised his hand, and the 9 nether sphere was directly released. A pitch-black sphere appeared in mid-air, and then countless pitch-black winding lines spread out from the sphere, covering all the hundreds of people. The confinement and entanglement effect of the 9 nether ball is quite terrifying, and it can even affect the evil alien race. This shows how powerful it is. Now it is no problem to use it to deal with these hundreds of weak local cultivators. As soon as Long Yu took action, he entangled and imprisoned all the hundreds of local cultivators in place, making it impossible for anyone to move. Long Yu could clearly see that each of these people had an extremely fanatical look in their eyes. It seemed that Long Yu and the other three were their father-killing enemies. In this case, Long Yu could only think of one possibility. That's mind control. It's mental control, which shows that this is not a deal between the local cultivators and the evil alien race. However, the alien race is already dead. Why are these people still being controlled by the mind? Could it be that, on this planet, such an alien race there's more than one? After making this guess, Long Yu immediately felt like Alexander. After all, it was already difficult to deal with such an evil alien race even if there was only one of them. He could only kill it by relying on the powerful formation of Old Man Skyfire. If there is more than one alien race like that, it means that there are even stronger beings than the alien race they destroyed. You must know that none of the local cultivators in front of them were controlled by the alien race just now. The one who can control these local cultivators must be a stronger being than the alien race just now. This situation seemed a bit complicated, and the expression on Long Yu's face became solemn. Although he used the magical power of the 9 nether ball to control the local cultivators in front of him, judging from the fanaticism in their eyes, Long Yu didn't do anything at all. Maybe something will come out of their mouths. So if they want to know what is going on, they still have to conduct their own investigation. However, if there are other evil alien races on this planet, will Long Yu and the others still have the ability to kill them when they encounter them again? Kill the other party? After all, now that they have killed one, the other party will be somewhat alert anyway, and it is speculated that the strength of other alien races will never be weaker than this one, and it is even possible that more alien races will gather together. Condition. No matter how they say it, if they continue to act, the danger will be very high. After all, the strength of Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yu Go are not top-notch. Although they have joined the seminary, they are still just growing students of the seminary. In this case, we can report it to the seminary and ask them to send some people for reinforcements. At this time, Yuga made a suggestion, turned to Long Yu and said, "After all, it is rare for unknown aliens to lurk in the territory of our human race or demon race, so once discovered, it will definitely be a huge disaster. Events, not to mention the fact that these evil alien races are so powerful now. If we can't handle it, we can report it to the seminary. They will send reinforcements, which can also relieve our pressure, and after all the things here are settled, we can still receive a quasi-seminary award." "Well, then let's inform the seminary." Hearing this, Long Yu narrowed his eyes and nodded. It is obvious that the unknown alien race lurking here has not been discovered by the Battlefield Legion or the seminary-like organization. It has a strong concealment. Even if you just discover the situation here, you can get a reward if you report it to the seminary. If you still act with the reinforcements after reporting the report, you will get very rich things once you make a meritorious service. This kind of opportunity is something that ordinary seminary students cannot ask for. After all, they want to discover the lurking things in such a vast world. Is it so easy for an unknown alien race in the territory of the human race or the demon race? I just don't know. After reporting the matter here to the seminary, who will the college send to reinforce it? Presumably, they must also be students from the seminary, but I don't know who it will be. Perhaps, this will also become one of the training tasks that those students freely choose. However, if those students are allowed to freely choose to come as reinforcements, it is very likely that the people didn't come so fast. No matter what, it's better for Long Yu and the others to hide now, otherwise they might be discovered and killed by the aliens before they can wait for reinforcements. Now the three of them, Long Yu, have no idea about their opponent's situation. They don't know how many foreign races there are and what their overall strength is. In short, they can't be exposed to the opponent's sight like this. Let's go first. Long Yu let the two women enter his own little world, then put away the 9 nether ball, cancelled the control over the group of local practitioners, and then he transformed into nothingness and completely disappeared from midair. Before Long Yu transformed into nothingness, he completely erased all traces of his presence here. It is very simple for him to erase his own traces. He mainly relies on the Dragon Blood Holy Diagram, an endless-level high-grade weapon, to activate the power of the Dragon Blood Holy Wind Diagram to completely remove his own traces. In this way, others will not be able to find Long Yu's location through deduction. Of course, the battle just now was very fierce. Even if Long Yu activated the Dragon Blood Holy Wind Diagram, it would not be able to remove all traces in a short while. Therefore, he spent a lot of effort, but fortunately, the local cultivators outside could not find the hidden Long Yu at all, and could not stop him from cleaning the battlefield. However, Long Yu could not completely remove the traces of the presence of Old Man Tianhua, Hong Ying, and Yu Ge. But Long Yu is not worried, because as long as the three of them are in their own little world, which is the 9 nether prison monument, it is absolutely impossible for others to deduce their positions. Because no power can pass through the 9 nether hell monument and detect anything in the 9 nether hell monument. At least, according to Long Yu's understanding, it is absolutely impossible for an existence that does not reach the godlike level to penetrate the 9 nether prison monument with any power, so he does not have to worry about the auras of Hong Ying and others left behind exposing his position. After getting it done, Long Yu turned into nothingness, and was a little lucky that no other evil aliens appeared nearby during this time, otherwise it would be very troublesome for him to escape. Yu Ge has just reported the situation here to the seminary of the seminary. Next, Long Yu only needs to hide and wait for reinforcements from the seminary of the seminary. 3 days later. Long Yu, who had transformed into nothingness, circled the planet in a complete circle, and then discovered that there were indeed many auras similar to the evil alien race on the planet. Although these evil aliens were perfectly hidden, Long Yu had already encountered such evil aliens, so many disguises like that Oasis Lake could no longer deceive Long Yu's perception. There are more than 10 oases like that on the entire planet. Among those more than 10 oases, there are definitely other evil alien races. What's more, that doesn't include other places on this planet where alien races may exist. There may be more. But what makes Long Yu strange is that it has been a long time since Old Man Tianhua set up a magic circle to kill the evil alien race, but no evil alien race has been seen. It was as if, after the evil alien was killed, the other evil aliens didn't know about the situation, or in other words, the other evil aliens were secretly pursuing and killing the enemy of the evil alien without showing up on the surface of the planet. The latter is more likely. As for the only evil alien race on this planet, Long Yu absolutely does not believe it. Otherwise, those local practitioners would not still be suffering from some kind of mental control after the death of the first evil alien race. In any case, just wait for reinforcements from the seminary to arrive. When 3 days passed, Long Yu finally received a message from the distant void. It still takes quite a while to reach the planet in the Abyss Ridge Galaxy from the seminary. If you want to send reinforcements, you can only do what Long Yu and the others did before, accept the training mission and then teleport over. The nearby space coordinates saved by the higher-ups of the seminary must be only at the place where Long Yu and others appeared, so it would take some time to fly from there to the planet in the Abyss Ridge Galaxy. Fortunately, the experts from the seminary are not weak. Even if they fly over, they are very fast. The information received by Long Yu was that a duo was sent to reinforce Long Yu. This duo was the vanguard, and their mission was to investigate the situation on the planet. After all, it is impossible for people from the seminary to just listen to Long Yu's description and send a large number of people over. Only 2 people are needed to investigate the situation. These 2 people are both students of the seminary and members of the Liuoshuang faction. After all, it was Long Yu, Yu Ge, and other students from the Liuoshuang faction who discovered the anomaly here, so the next tasks are generally handed over directly to the students of the Liuoshuang faction to complete, instead of being like other training tasks. Appears in the lobby for anyone to choose. 2 people, Green Shadow and Qingying. When Long Yu got the 2 pieces of news, he also learned about the 2 people who came to reinforce him. Both of them were in the martial arts realm of the 7th level master. Since they are students of the godlike academy, it is conceivable that the real strength of Green Shadow and Qingying must be greater than that of Old Man Tianhua. If the 2 of them investigate this planet, as long as they do not encounter existences at the godlike level, basically there is no problem. The 2 people quickly flew to the planet from the distant starry sky, and met Long Yu outside the planet. At this time, Long Yu also broke away from the state of incarnation and saw the Green Shadow and Qingying. They were 2 very young genius students, their skins were a little green. This is a characteristic of a special clan in the human race. Just as the demon race is divided into many different races, there are also many boundaries among the human race based on skin color. The skin of Green Shadow and Qingying both glowed with light green. They were a relatively rare race among the human race and usually only appeared in one galaxy. This race rarely leaves the galaxy where they live, simply because the people of this race all have some kind of special beliefs, and it is difficult for them to get along with other races. If it weren't for being in the human race's territory and needing the protection of the human race's territory, this race would have long wanted to stand on its own and break away from the human race's territorial system. Long Yu had never had contact with this race before, but he also knew that this race was called the Yuniying clan and was the same clan as the Jiuyo clan. Now that I saw 2 people from the Yuniying clan coming to reinforce, I suddenly felt a strange feeling. There is indeed something wrong with the atmosphere on this planet. We will take a closer look. You will not be needed for the next thing. The person standing near the front should be called Luing, who seemed to be Qingying's brother. As soon as he saw Long Yu, he spoke indifferently. We discovered what happened on this planet first, so we don't want to leave so soon. If you encounter any danger, we can also help. Long Yu said truthfully. Now Long Yu feels that the situation on the entire planet is particularly strange, because those evil aliens are not chasing them out, and they seem to have become more silent. This situation is extremely abnormal. However, Long Yu is still very sure that evil aliens must exist on this planet, and there are definitely more than one, and there may even be a leader-level existence. The evil alien race that Long Yu and Old Man Tianhua killed were already at the pinnacle of the 7th level master. If there really is a special leader in this evil alien race, maybe there will be a godlike existence. In this case, Lu Ying and Qing Ying's investigation is likely to have some accidents, and it won't be fun at that time. This kind of speculation is not the speculation of Long Yu alone, but Han Ying, Yuga and Old Man Tianhua all think so Long Yu has no intention of leaving for the time being. Don't you just want to grab some credit? Qing Ying, who was behind Lu Ying, chuckled lightly, and then threw a jade slip of meritorious service to Long Yu. This jade slip contains 10 million Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds. Take it and leave. Seeing that we belong to the same family. For the sake of the faction, I still can't let you leave like this, right? However, Long Yu did not use this meritorious jade slip. To be honest, he did not want this from these two people. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and said calmly, 10 million meritorious deeds are really nothing. It's just the things on this planet that I'm very curious about and want to find out. Since you want to act alone, I won't do it either. I'm going to bother you. I hope you have a smooth journey. After saying this, Long Yu flew back to the planet again. He knew very well what he wanted. If it was just for meritorious service on the battlefield, why would he waste so much time here? It is better to go back and receive more seminary-like experience that is easy to complete. After completing it, the Battlefield Legion meritorious service gained will definitely exceed 10 million. What Long Yu wants now is to figure out what is going on this planet. This is what he must figure out. Because it is very abnormal for such a large-scale alien lurking in the human territory, and the local cultivators on this planet seem to be mentally controlled. In addition, Long Yu has always felt that something is wrong on this planet. If he is not careful, he may unearth a big secret. The reason why he asked the seminary to send reinforcements was not because he didn't want to take care of things here, but because he wanted to investigate with more people. Who would have thought that Green Shadow and Qing Ying would want to work alone? This is still difficult for Long Yu to accept. He would rather investigate the affairs of this planet alone than lead with the merits of the Battlefield Legion. Anyway, if he investigates alone, he will be unsuccessful at most, and there will be no risk to his life. After all, the 9 Nether Prison Monument is too powerful. With the 9 Nether Prison Monument, Long Yu's safety is guaranteed to the greatest extent. Looking for death. Seeing that Long Yu didn't even touch the jade slip he threw, Qing Ying's face turned ugly. The Yunying clan's human race doesn't get along well with other human races, and we can see that from this incident. Don't pay attention to them. They are going to die. Just go ahead. I can feel that there is some kind of aura that transcends the master on this planet. It is very likely that a godlike creature is gestating. Green Shadow shook his head, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Long Yu didn't know that Lu Ying and Qing Ying were able to detect so much information, and they detected more things than Old Man Tianhua when they first arrived. But it's normal to think about it. These two people are elite students of the seminary. They are definitely much stronger than the Old Man Tianhua. If these two people encounter the evil aliens who are at the peak of the 7th stage master like before, I'm afraid they won't have to spend any money. No matter how much effort it takes, it can be done. Long Yu was alone, and soon returned to the planet with Old Man Tianhua, Han Ying, and Yuge. In the past 3 days, he basically walked around the planet and roughly understood some of the situation. At this moment, he landed in another city in the desert, and was ready to restart detailed investigation from here. Long Yu did not rush to communicate with anyone, or in other words, he did not appear in front of the strangely dressed local practitioners at all, but hid himself and explored things. After all, he had seen evil aliens before, so when he came to a new city, he could quickly detect the aura of those evil aliens, and then follow the aura to approach them. There is also a lake nearby. There should be that kind of evil alien race in this lake. I'll go and take a look first. Long Yu thought to himself, then transformed into nothingness and flew towards the nearby lake. That lake is much larger than the oasis where they encountered evil aliens before. I wonder if there will be more evil aliens in this lake? However, Long Yu never thought that what he would discover later would be so shocking. He flew towards the lake and transformed into nothingness. Except for existences at the godlike level, it was absolutely impossible to detect him. After all, without being exposed in advance, there was no aura for others to deduce. Soon, he reached the sky above the lake in a state of nothingness. Just like before, the water in this lake was also dark green, wafting with the aura of some evil divine text, just like the evil alien race before. Long Yu thought about it for a while and finally decided to go down and have a look. He had been shopping around in the past 3 days and knew that there were more than a dozen lakes like this on the planet, and they were not the only places that exuded the aura of evil aliens. Without going in and taking a look, it would be impossible to learn more information about the evil alien race. Judging from the current situation, those evil alien races are very cautious, or timid, probably because they are lurking in the territory of the human race, and they do not dare to come out casually. Even though they have completely controlled the local cultivators on this planet, they know very well that there are many strong ones in the entire human race. Once there are foreign cultivators who cannot be killed and devoured by them, their existence will be exposed. The consequences will be extremely serious. Long Yu dived into the lake while transforming into nothingness. In this state, Long Yu couldn't even notice that he had dived into the lake. After all, he was completely in a state of nothingness. The water couldn't touch him, and he couldn't touch the water. However, after entering the lake, Long Yu could sense that the aura of evil aliens in this lake was very strong. Obviously, there were also evil aliens in this lake. After entering the lake, Long Yu felt a strange and depressing atmosphere, which made him quite uncomfortable. Soon he began to be surprised, because when he kept diving towards the lake, he found that the lake was actually very deep. He had been diving for a long time without seeing the bottom, nor did he see the existence of that evil alien race. This made Long Yu very strange, and he also found that the lake became wider and wider as it went down, as if it had no bottom. Could it be that this lake? Long Yu thought of a possibility, and suddenly felt a little creepy. Is this lake not a lake, but just an entrance to an underground space? It is possible that the bottom of this lake is connected to other channels. In this case, it can explain why the lake becomes wider as it goes down, because this lake has no bottom at all. This guess was soon confirmed. Because as Long Yu sneaked down, the aura of evil aliens became stronger and stronger, but there was no sign of any aliens yet. The dark green color of the surrounding lake is getting darker and darker, and the alien aura is extremely strong. This situation makes Long Yu a little creepy. After all, he still doesn't know what the alien form is until now. Could it be that the alien race has no form like the soul race and just lives in this lake? This scenario is possible after all. However, Long Yu did not panic. Anyway, he was now incarnate into nothingness, and the power of the shadow essence was consumed, so there was no need to worry about exposing himself. Let me sink to the bottom and see what is in this lake, and see where this lake will lead to. Long Yu continued to dive, surrounded by dark green lake water, but did not leave or reveal any traces. He didn't know where the two guys, Green Shadow and Qingying, were now. Did they enter a certain dark green lake like him? Did they make any other discoveries? Anyway, Long Yu now feels like he has discovered a lot of things. Although he has seen nothing but green lake water now, he can deduce a lot of things from now on, because up to now, Long Yu has at least dived several miles deep into the lake without touching the bottom. This is undoubtedly very unusual. When Long Yu saw a scene ahead, he finally figured out what was going on this planet. About when he dived 15 miles into the lake, what appeared in front of him turned out to be a fork in the road. Now Long Yu could only make a choice if he wanted to continue moving forward. 3 forked roads, 3 choices, appeared at the bottom of the lake where it should have been. There is a fork in the road. Long Yu's face was moved, and even the faces of Hong Ying and Yu Ge, who were observing the surrounding situation in his small world, changed. Old man Tianhua even mused, it seems that the interior of this planet has been hollowed out a long time ago. The fork in the road here means that we can continue to go deeper, and the lake tunnel that goes deep is even more complicated. After hearing what old man Tianhua said, Long Yu nodded subconsciously, because he thought so too. I originally thought that this dark green lake was just a lake, but I didn't expect that there was a cave underneath the lake. Although the entire lake was filled with dark green lake water, I could still notice that it seemed that the lake was much deeper than that. If you enter the 3 forked roads in front of you and go deeper and deeper, you may soon reach the center of the planet. Unexpectedly, those evil alien races have hollowed out the planet and built a lair. In this way, every dark green lake seen on the surface may be connected to each other. If we continue to go deeper into the interior, no matter where the green shadow and the green eagle come from, there will still be a chance to encounter them. Come on us. Long Yu felt a little puzzled when he thought of this. He really didn't like the green shadow and Qingying. If they meet again then, Long Yu doesn't want to pay attention to that guy. Let's go to the left. The alien atmosphere seems to be stronger on the left. Hong Ying said to Long Yu. Long Yu nodded, and swam towards the fork on the left according to what Hong Ying said. Fortunately, he was in the state of nothingness now, otherwise he really didn't know that he had been soaking in this dark green lake water. Will it cause physical changes or something? In the state of incarnation and nothingness, Long Yu continued to go deeper. About half an hour later, Long Yu felt that he had gone more than 1,000 miles underground. When he arrived at this place, he could notice that the pressure from all around had increased a lot. This was because he was further away from the surface. The deeper it is, the greater the pressure will naturally be. The dark green lake water is not less, but the color is darker, and the alien atmosphere is getting stronger and stronger. At this time, a dark green shadow suddenly appeared in front of Long Yu, swimming in the dark green lake. The shadow had no specific shape, just like a large drop of oil that was insoluble in water, moving forward in the dark green lake water. Could this be the true form of that evil alien race? It turns out that it is a living body made of oil. It obviously does not melt in the dark green lake water, but it needs the dark green lake water to survive. Long Yu could see at a glance that the large drop of oil-like dark green shadow had many tentacles on it, constantly swallowing the surrounding dark green lake water, just like a fish in the water opening and closing its gills to breathe. This shadow obviously didn't notice Long Yu in the void state. It just appeared next to Long Yu and then swam away behind him. Now, I finally see the true face of this evil alien. This alien is also in the martial arts realm of the 7th level master, and it is also in its peak state, extremely powerful. No wonder when the alien race came to deal with us, there was a layer of dark green lake water outside. These lake waters should contain the necessary substances for their species to survive. The red warbler also saw this. Anyway, keep looking inside, maybe you can find more things. We are not here to kill these aliens, we just want to find out the truth. Long Yu nodded and continued to swim inside. As he continued to move forward, there were more and more forked roads, but there was no need to worry about which forked road to take, because no matter which one he took, it would not be a dead end and could lead to other places. The interior of the entire planet has long been hollowed out by this alien race, and has become the nest of this alien race. It extends in all directions, and all roads can lead to the center of it. What Long Yu wants to go to is the center of the planet. He wants to see what exists there. As Long Yu moved deeper, more and more evil aliens appeared in front of him, constantly wandering around him who had transformed into nothingness. It is obvious that no foreign race can detect Long Yu. Even though the martial arts realm of these foreign races is the highest level of the 7th level master, they cannot detect the existence of Long Yu unless they reach the level of gods. Dark green-gray shadows constantly appeared swimming in the dark green lake. Long Yu had seen them more than 10 times, and these 10 times he saw them were not the same ones. It seems that there are many alien races lurking inside this planet, and they are all powerful beings at the 7th level master level. In the area that Long Yu walked through alone, there were more than 10 aliens, and Long Yu could be sure that the area that he passed through was at most 1/10 of the entire planet. So, there can be more than 100 such evil aliens hiding inside this planet? If each head is the peak of the 7th level master, the overall strength can even be close to the current seminary. Of course, in the same realm of the 7th level master, top beings like Xuanhuan and Yufeng would still be stronger than others. If Xuanhuan and Yufeng came to this planet and dealt with 3 or 5 evil heads by themselves, foreign races should be no problem. However, it is obviously impossible for 2 people, such as Green Shadow and Green Eagle, who have just appeared to reinforce, to reach that level. It is already very difficult for the 2 of them to be able to deal with 2 such evil alien races at the same time. If those 2 people wanted to bully those evil alien races on this planet because they were students of the seminary, they would probably suffer great setbacks and blows. At least, as long as a 10-headed alien team came. If they stop those 2 people, whether they can leave here alive is a question. Not to mention, their investigation would probably go deep into the interior of the planet. The lake filled with magical white divine inscriptions is the home of this evil alien race. Fighting in such a place will not help the human race or the monster race. There are natural disadvantages. But Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to those 2 guys. No matter what happened to them, Long Yu himself would not die here anyway. This is the biggest prerequisite for Long Yu to be willing to take the risk to go to such depths. Place. He continued to move forward, and soon more and more evil alien races appeared in front of him, and there was actually a unique aura and pressure from the gods, faintly coming from the front. This aura and pressure shocked Long Yu's heart. The momentum of a godlike realm. This was his new discovery. He might have been far away before, but his spiritual perception was not strong enough, so he didn't notice it. He didn't feel it until he was so deep. This shocked Long Yu. He had previously thought about whether there would be alien gods in this place, but he never took it seriously. Until now, he finally noticed the aura of the godlike realm. If there is a godlike existence in this place, then his final trump card is the 9 Nether Hell Monument. Once discovered by an alien god, he can only have a chance of survival by hiding in the 9 Nether Hell Monument, and even hiding in the 9 Nether Hell Monument is not 100% safe. Who knew that such an evil alien godlike strongman could possess what kind of weird ability? So Long Yu then faced a choice, whether to continue advancing or to retreat first and call for more support. Because when he felt the godlike aura, he understood that it was impossible for them, plus Green Shadow and Qingying, to handle things here, even if the 2 sides completely united. Not to mention that Liang and Qingying are still unhappy with Long Yu, and there is no possibility of the 2 sides joining forces. Should you continue to move forward? If you encounter a strong godlike person, the situation will definitely be very bad. Only by using the 9 Nether Hell Monument can you survive. The key is that in this way, I will not get anything. Move forward and hide, meaningless. But if we don't continue to move forward, we can only apply for more reinforcements from the quasi-theological college. I wonder who the quasi-theological students will be sent to. The two choices faced by Long Yu now were both quite difficult. No matter which one he chose, there seemed to be disadvantages that made it difficult for him to make a decision. Soon, Long Yu gritted his teeth and finally made the decision to move on. Having reached this point, staying where he was had no effect, so Long Yu made a decision and moved on. At this moment, if he didn't turn around and leave, he wouldn't be able to report the situation here to the seminary. After all, even the Void Dragon Blade couldn't leave here quietly now. Unless it is in a state of nothingness like Long Yu, anything else that appears in this dark green lake will definitely be discovered by those evil aliens. Long Yu continued to move forward. Relying on his ability to transform into nothingness, no creature below the godlike level could detect his existence. In fact, Long Yu's choice was correct. Because his level of martial arts is not too high, he cannot detect it. The godlike aura coming from the depths of the planet is not a real godlike aura, but the aura of a creature that is transforming into a godlike aura. In other words, there is currently no alien race in the true godlike realm on this planet. If Long Yu continues to move forward, no alien race will be able to discover him. The further forward, the number of evil aliens increased, and Long Yu could even see that sometimes there were 3 or 4 evil aliens forming a small team, constantly patrolling in the dark green lake, and seemed to be protecting the center of the planet. Noble existence. It must be that godlike creature, right? Long Yu thought to himself, and continued to move forward without stopping at all. He soon estimated that he was at least 3,000 miles away from the surface of the planet. Sure enough, the entire planet has been penetrated by these alien races. I don't know what they are doing here. Hong Ying frowned. Does that need to be said? Either there is some secret plan going on here, or the entire race has fled here to recuperate. Old man Tianhua sneered at the side and said, if it's the former, we can be considered to have made a great contribution. Otherwise, not to mention the entire human race, at least in the Abyss Ridge galaxy, something big will happen. If it's the latter, then there's nothing good about it. Don't worry, this clan is just hanging on, what's there to be afraid of? Old man Tianhua has a lot of experience. After all, he is older and has experienced much more than young people, so in this situation, he can also make a rough guess about the situation of this alien race. After listening to what old man Tianhua said, Long Yu nodded secretly. What the old man said made sense. No matter what this alien race wants to do on this planet, Long Yu has already arrived at this place and will definitely continue to move forward until he encounters real danger, which is when a strong man in the godlike realm appears. At that time, we can only hide in the 9 Nether Hell Monument. But before that, Long Yu still wanted to work hard to see if he could find out the purpose of this group of evil aliens in this place. An hour later, Long Yu has already reached approximately 6,000 miles from the surface. Judging from the situation when he first looked at the planet from the void, he is now near the center of the planet. Along the way, Long Yu saw the appearance of at least 200 evil aliens, and the route he passed was only about 1/5 of the planet. Counting this way, there are actually 1,000 evil aliens inside this planet? This estimate far exceeds Long Yu's estimate just now. After all, the closer you get to the center of the planet, the more evil aliens appear, and each one is a peak 7-stage master. This situation made Long Yu frightened. He was sure that any other non-god, like human or demon cultivator, who broke into the position he was in would have died long ago. Unless you are a god or someone with special means like Long Yu, you will never be able to reach the center of the planet safely. In this place, Long Yu has clearly felt the aura and pressure from the god-like strongman. However, at such a close distance, Long Yu has also felt that the powerful existence in the center of the planet does not exist. Truly transformed into a godlike person. Its aura and coercion are still some distance away from a true godlike powerhouse, but it should be felt that it is in the process of continuous transformation. From the looks of it, it may not take too long to complete the transformation. At this time, Long Yu came out of the forks in all directions, and came to an extremely huge and vast underground space. The end of this space could not be seen at a glance. It was filled with liquid condensed from dark green divine texts. Countless evil aliens lived in this space. In a piece of space, Long Yu saw that in this space, there was a dark green lake whirlpool at regular intervals. In this whirlpool, there were countless corpses of human and demon cultivators, being absorbed into it. The essence of power. It just so happens that these human and demon cultivators are not dead yet. They are all in an extremely painful state, absorbing the power in their bodies. They are all powerful men who dominate the secret realm or above. Long Yu was suddenly shocked as he looked at these human and demon cultivators who were trapped in the whirlpool of the dark green lake, and whose power was constantly being absorbed from their bodies. By keeping these people alive, the power in their bodies will be endless, and they will live forever. The power extracted from their bodies was transported to the center of the entire underground space by some dark green lake water pipes. As for what exactly existed in that place, Long Yu couldn't see clearly, because the space was filled with dark green lake water, which not only blocked his sight, but also completely blocked his spiritual perception. Seeing so many dark green lake whirlpools in the field, there are at least tens of thousands of human and demon cultivators trapped in them, constantly being devoured by the power in their bodies, whether it is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or the power of creation. As long as when they are born in their bodies, they will be taken away directly, leaving only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that is only for their survival. I want to read a book. In Long Yu's eyes, these trapped human and demon cultivators all looked like they were dying. The human cultivators were all emaciated, and the demon cultivators were all transformed into their original bodies, and all of them had their essence and blood drained. Clean and without any energy. It's so miserable. Hong Ying and Yu Ge both saw this scene in their eyes, and suddenly felt a creepy feeling. None of the cultivators caught here were in good condition, which made both women extremely worried. However, they obviously cannot appear now, otherwise they will be captured by these evil alien races, trapped here, and become their nourishment. As for where the extracted power from these human and demon cultivators went, Long Yu guessed that it should have been sent to the center of the planet, where the godlike aura and coercion came from. I am afraid that this evil alien race is absorbing the power of these human and demon cultivators is used to cultivate godlike warriors in their own clan. Tens of thousands of powerful people who dominate the secret realm continue to provide power day and night. How much power will this power have? It's unimaginable. Moreover, Long Yu also saw many strong 7th-level masters among those cultivators. Even the strong 7th-level masters of the human race or demon race could not escape this fate and were trapped by this evil alien race. Get up and become a nutrient bottle. It is conceivable that if Long Yu and the others failed to kill the evil alien at the beginning, but were caught by it, the consequences would be like this, and they would be trapped here and become the nourishment of the evil alien. If I don't have any chance, I can only report the situation here to the seminary. There are too many monks trapped here. Obviously this alien race has done great harm to humans and monsters. Long Yu thought in his heart, and decided to walk around the area for 1 or 2 more times to see if he had any chance to deal with these aliens. However, the result was probably none. In that case, he would have to wait for Lu Ying, and let's talk about the arrival of Qing Ying and the other 2. After all, those 2 are considered to be the top students of the seminary. Although they are arrogant, their combat effectiveness is still extremely strong. He continued to move forward and saw lake whirlpools one after another. In each whirlpool, there were basically 10 trapped human or demon monks. Among them, there were more human monks, accounting for 90%. After all, the Abyssal Ridge Galaxy was originally very remote, and most of the monks who come here are from the human race. No wonder, there isn't even a Great Overlord secret realm on this planet. All the Great Overlords have been trapped here and cannot escape. As for the local cultivators who stayed behind, they should have been mentally controlled by this evil alien race. Then he was arrested, specifically to attract outside cultivators. Now Long Yu is almost clear, but if he wants to solve this problem, his current strength is still too weak, unless he uses the Nine Nether Prison Monument, but Long Yu doesn't know much about the Nine Nether Prison Monument, so he doesn't 100% certainty can only be used as a life-saving means in desperate situations, and cannot be used as an attack method. Soon Long Yu continued to move forward and had arrived near the center of the planet. Once here, the number of evil alien races became smaller. It must be that there were too many alien races patrolling and defending the periphery, so he relaxed when he got here. Alert. In their view, it was impossible for anyone to come to such a deep place quietly, so there was no need to be so heavily guarded. Arriving at the center of the entire underground space, the godlike aura and pressure that Long Yu could feel became even stronger, and he vaguely saw a huge dark green shadow in the dark green lake in front of him. The figure has no specific form, and is entirely composed of dark green divine power. It is the form of this evil alien race, but the figure in the center has countless tubes made of dark green lake water inserted into it. Power is constantly being drawn from the trapped monks from all directions to this place, and is absorbed by the figure in the center. Long Yu felt that the figure in the center was the powerful being that was constantly exuding a godlike aura and pressure. It seemed that although he had not yet entered the godlike realm, he was already not far behind, having absorbed so many beings. The essence of life force in the trapped monk's body, it is obvious that the power of this huge figure has reached an incredible level. When we arrived at Long Yu, there were still evil aliens patrolling around, but there were not many of them anymore. It was easy to find an opportunity to get close to the huge dark green figure, but Long Yu didn't dare to be so arrogant. Because the strong man at the godlike level can discover him who is transformed into nothingness. Although the strong man in front of him has not yet completely entered the godlike state, it is difficult to say whether he can discover Long Yu who is transformed into nothingness. Long Yu did not continue to approach, but retreated. Soon the huge green figure disappeared into the dark green lake. It was blocked by the lake and could not be seen by Long Yu. After Long Yu retreated a certain distance, he discovered a phenomenon. It seemed that many evil alien races were gathering together and then rushing towards a certain direction. This phenomenon made Long Yu's heart move. It looks like the Green Shadow and Green Eagle have come in. Long Yu guessed this, otherwise, why would these evil aliens look like they are facing a formidable enemy? All the evil alien races, apparently obeying a certain will, gathered dozens of them, and swam from the central underground space along the passage toward the periphery. Long Yu followed him without thinking. If it was really Green Shadow and Qingying, there was no way those two guys could deal with so many evil aliens. Long Yu followed him. If he could help, he would still do it. After all, those who help are all students from a seminary. No matter how arrogant or weird the other party is, they are still allies. And these alien races in front of us are out-and-out enemies. Soon, Long Yu followed the group of dozens of evil aliens outside. After about 1,000 miles, he felt that there seemed to be a battle ahead. In the dark green lake around Long Yu, there were constant tyrannical power fluctuations. Constantly shaking. Green Shadow and Qingying were obviously locked in a hard fight, but there was still some distance between them, and Long Yu didn't know what the situation was. As Long Yu continued to approach, the dozens of evil alien reinforcements had also arrived on the battlefield. At this time, Long Yu finally vaguely saw the situation on the field. It turned out that among these new batch of evil alien reinforcements, before, Lying and Qingying were almost unable to hold on. In the field, there are several dark green shadows that have completely stopped moving. It looks like their body tissues have become necrotic. They were obviously killed by Green Shadow and Qingying. However, there are more dark green shadow aliens, moving towards Green Shadow. Shadow and Qingying attacked. The two people are now glowing with green light, which is quite similar to the dark green lake. As they move their hands and feet, green divine symbols emerge from their bodies, and then condense into attack beams, or defensive barriers, and at least hundreds of evil heads. Aliens confront each other. Obviously, Green Shadow and Qingying were retreating steadily, which was a bit difficult to resist. Especially when the dozens of evil aliens followed by Long Yu arrived, Green Shadow and Qingying were even more disadvantaged and almost irreversible. Just when Long Yu felt that the two of them were about to lose their hold and whether he was going to take action, Lu Ying and Qingying looked at each other and turned into a green light at the same time, and their figures disappeared from the scene in an instant. It is an extremely high-end hiding method. Long Yu could see that the two people originally wanted to rely on brute force to open up the dark green lake channel, but they found that the strength of the evil alien race on the other side was too strong, so now they can only take other countermeasures. Relying on concealment methods, it should be I want to find out how many alien races there are in this place. The two of them had some strength to begin with, so they chose to force their way in at the beginning. Now seeing that the momentum was not right, they hid directly. However, their hiding methods were still weaker than Long Yu's. And the most important thing is that after the battle just now, the two of them have left their own auras in front of so many evil aliens. Relying on these auras, even deductions can deduce their positions. Of course, the two people may have some means to block the deduction, or at least extend the time for the other party's deduction to exist. Otherwise, there is no point in hiding them now. Long Yu couldn't feel the presence of Green Shadow and Qingying, and it was impossible for him to use any means to detect them, but he guessed that the two people should be heading deeper into the planet. Because they were blocked by evil aliens on the road, Green Shadow and Qingying were definitely not as fast as Long Yu. Long Yu had already explored the center, but the two men were still rushing towards the center with difficulty. Long Yu didn't think too much, and turned back towards the center. Soon he reached the largest underground space, and countless trapped monks appeared in front of Long Yu again. If Green Shadow and Qingying had arrived here, they would definitely be shocked by the situation here. As for what measures they would take, it depends on what means they have. If there are no effective means, then they must only temporarily retreat. But it is obvious that Long and Qingying, as the top students of the seminary, will never be helpless in the face of this situation. Although Long Yu couldn't see the two of them, he quickly noticed that a strong wave of power erupted near a whirlpool in the lake not far away, causing trembling ripples to spread in all directions. Those two people took action. Long Yu hurried towards the place where the power exploded, and found that the dark green lake water nearby had completely shaken, and it looked chaotic and turbid. There were many evil alien races around, and they were all rushing in this direction. It was obviously the movement caused by Green Shadow and Green Eagle that attracted these evil aliens. Long Yu watched as Green Shadow and Qingying appeared in the dark green lake again, and then the 10 human monks who were originally in the whirlpool of the lake were all rescued by the two of them back to their own little world. These two people are quite impulsive. Although they can save some people in a short time, wouldn't they make these aliens mentally prepared by alerting others in this way? Long Yu frowned slightly. You must know that there are tens of thousands of ethnic and demon monks trapped in the entire underground space. No matter how powerful these two people are, they cannot rescue these tens of thousands under the obstruction of thousands of evil aliens. A trapped monk. Once this operation fails, after the evacuation, these trapped monks are likely to encounter some particularly bad things, and it is also possible that these evil aliens will move their positions due to the reason of alerting the enemy. Long Yu did not take action rashly, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. Anyway, if he takes action now, it will have no effect at all. It is better to continue to hide in the dark. If there is a chance, take action directly at the critical moment, which can lay the foundation for everything. Effect. Long Yu continued to observe and saw that Lu Ying and Qing Ying were indeed strong. Evil aliens at the 7th level master level are constantly coming from all around to besiege the two of them. But sometimes the two of them join forces and can directly kill an evil alien at the peak of the 7th level master. Sometimes the number of opponents is too small. There were too many, so the two of them dodged and evacuated directly to the edge, rushing towards the whirlpool of the lake in another place. Easily, the two of them had rescued 40 or 50 people, and broke through 4 or 5 lake whirlpools one after another. This situation made this evil alien group obviously extremely angry, and more aliens gathered from all directions. Soon, Green Shadow and Qing Ying were surrounded. The two of them obviously didn't expect that there were so many evil aliens on this planet. The number of evil aliens surrounding him alone has reached 300, each of them is at the peak of the 7th level master. Exist. It is no exaggeration to say that the combined strength of all the evil alien races on this planet is definitely comparable to the entire seminary. Of course, the seminary is just an institution jointly established by humans and monsters to train younger generations. The overall combat effectiveness is certainly not particularly strong. This situation surprised both Lu Ying and Qing Ying, but they did not flinch. Although the human race of the Yunying clan is at odds with other human races, seeing so many human race and demon monks trapped here to extract power, they are still extremely angry and eager to rescue them. This idea is good, but being so impulsive also makes Long Yu feel puzzled. In fact, the best way is not to alert the snake, but to go back and notify the strong men from the seminary, or even the strong men from the godlike school. As long as they come over, things here can definitely be solved easily. However, Long Yu had nothing to say about the actions of Green Shadow and Qing Ying, and maybe the two of them did not act so impulsively, but had already made a plan. For example, the two of them had notified the class before they broke in. Others in the seminary are also very likely. Long Yu quietly hid aside and watched the changes. The situation for Green Shadow and Qing Ying became more and more difficult. After they broke through 10 lake whirlpools and rescued more than 80 trapped monks in total, they were completely surrounded by evil alien races and had no way to continue to save other monks. People. And the monks they rescued were all in an extremely depressed state. The malaise caused by having the essence of power extracted from the body for a long time cannot be replenished by taking any pills, so of course it is impossible for these people to invest immediately. Come to the battle here. What's more, even if they have that ability, these people must have a strong sense of fear of this evil alien race after being continuously extracted from the power essence. It is hard to say what the effect will be if they are allowed to come out to fight. Green Shadow and Qing Ying fought alone, back to back, without anyone to help them. Countless evil alien races continued to surge in. The terrifying light beams condensed from dark green divine inscriptions continued to penetrate the lake and fell next to the two people. But they were blocked by the two men with green defensive barriers. Now Long Yu is far away from the other party, and is blocked by the dark green lake water, so it is not clear which figure is the Green Shadow and which is the Green Eagle. But this is not important. What is important is that the two people are there. When being besieged by evil alien races, there were more and more signs of being unable to hold on. But at this moment, one of the two figures suddenly disappeared from the scene, leaving only one person, still persisting in resisting the evil aliens from all directions. This situation made Long Yu a little stunned. What happened to these two guys? Could it be that one of them left the other and ran away if they disagreed? They probably didn't escape. I don't know what plan they adopted. Yuka frowned slightly. She had stayed at the seminary for a year longer than Long Yu and Han Ying, so she knew that the relationship between Lu Ying and Qing Ying was definitely good and there was no way they would be abandoned in this situation. The other party runs away. Long Yu continued to watch, and then he realized what was going on. It turned out that one of the opponents disappeared because he was pulled into the small world by another person. Then the person outside faced countless evil aliens alone without any flinching. Instead, his whole body turned into a beam of green light, passing through the dark green lake water instantly, and actually broke through the obstruction of those evil aliens. All the evil aliens who stood in front of that beam of green light were completely penetrated by that beam of light. This situation made Long Yu stunned. What kind of method is this? It's so powerful. The green light that the man turned into really had an overwhelming feeling. It could produce such an effect in a place like this. It showed that the strength of those two people was indeed extremely strong, but I didn't know what method it was. Either it's a first-grade divine formation, or it's the awakening technique of the Taichu divine class that has awakened to its peak, or it's the endless level martial arts that have been cultivated to its peak and suddenly exploded. Old man Tianhua was commenting in Long Yu's small world, and they could clearly see the situation outside. These three possibilities are possible. Long Yu believes more in the third possibility, which is that the endless level martial arts suddenly burst out with more multiples of power. Otherwise, if it were the first two, they should have used it long ago. Yes, it shouldn't be used at this time. You must know that if such a move had been used early, they would not have fallen into such a besieged situation. The green beam of light erupted in the distance and quickly disappeared in front of Long Yu. Long Yu hurriedly chased after him in a state of nothingness, but found that there was no trace of the other party. This made Long Yu a little disappointed. It seems that the other party hid after escaping from the siege and began to secretly explore the situation. Long Yu didn't make any rash moves. He could see evil aliens wandering around him, definitely looking for Green Shadow and Qing Ying. More evil aliens were glowing with the power of deduction, obviously wanting to deduce the positions of Green Shadow and Green Eagle. However, in a short period of time, no evil alien could deduce the positions of the two. When things changed again, a violent wave of power came out from the center of the entire underground space, and the shock wave of the dark green lake exploded instantly, driving away all the evil aliens and lake whirlpools around Long Yu. This situation made Long Yu frown slightly. He guessed that it was Lu Ying and Qing Ying who went to the middle of this underground space, and then attacked the evil aliens who were close to the gods, or in other words, around their take action. Long Yu could see that the whirlpools of lake water around him seemed to be separated from the huge figure in the center. The extracted power essence of the trapped monks could no longer be transported to the center. Those dark green lake water pipes were halfway through. It's all broken. It seemed that Green Shadow and Qing Ying went to the center of the underground space and directly used their methods to destroy all the power transmission channels connecting the huge figures. This move surprised Long Yu. The person's skills are indeed not weak, and he can do such a thing in such an environment. However, such a thing is meaningless, because Long Yu saw that after all the passages were cut off, the monks trapped in the whirlpool of the lake had no use value compared to those evil alien races. In the field, many evil alien races began to massacre these trapped monks. This situation made Long Yu's heart tremble. The time had almost come. He could not watch these weak and unarmed monks being massacred by evil aliens. The most important thing was that the vast majority of the evil aliens in the field were moving towards the center. Rushing there, he was obviously attracted to the hatred of Green Shadow and Green Eagle. The number of evil aliens operating on the periphery was not too large, so Long Yu finally made up his mind and showed up to take action. The first thing he has to do is, of course, not to help Green Shadow and Qing Ying. The current Long Yu is of little use in a frontal battle, but he can save people, just like when he was from the Vulcan Legion. Long Yu, it's the same as walking through it and rescuing the members of the Human Dominator Legion. A sudden change occurred on the spot. Long Yu jumped out of the void space, without any hesitation. With a raise of his hand, the power of the world enveloped the 10 human monks in a nearby lake whirlpool, and absorbed them into his own body. In the small world, when Long Yu came out of the void space, he immediately felt a strong pressure. This was because he was in the center of the planet, so it was normal to have relatively strong pressure. However, for Long Yu, the biggest environmental threat comes from the lake water condensed with dark green divine texts. This is the environment that the evil alien race needs to survive. But for Long Yu, it is full of corrosive power. If no protective measures are taken in these dark green lakes, it is likely to be directly corroded into slag. Long Yu could only use the crazy battle celestial barrier. Fortunately, this method could prevent the dark green lake water from touching Long Yu's body, at least nothing would happen in a short period of time. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu began to wander around to rescue the trapped monks nearby. Since the evil aliens were all rushing towards the center, there were not many aliens in the periphery where Long Yu was now. Even if there were, those aliens didn't bother to pay attention. Long Yu is such a little thing who is a master of one period. You know, Green Shadow and Qingying are in the center right now, and they are probably already attacking that huge figure. Judging from the previous situation, the huge figure seemed to be unable to move during the process of power transmission and transformation into a god-like figure. Therefore, when Green Shadow and Qingying launched an attack on it, they attracted all the evil aliens around them. Attention! No matter what, the huge figure in the center must not be killed by two people. For the evil alien race, the huge figure in the center is their king. Therefore, a thing like Long Yu is dispensable. There are only a few evil aliens wandering around the fringes. When they see trapped monks who have lost their function, they will kill them directly. Kill them 10 by 10, easily. Songbian massacred hundreds of trapped monks. Long Yu's goal was to rescue all these monks. His actions were very smooth. Anyway, he only needed to avoid those evil alien races. If anyone targeted him, he would directly transform into nothingness again, and then the other party would lose after having achieved the target. They were too lazy to use the power of deduction and continued to deal with others. With Lu Ying and Qingying acting as troublemakers in the center, Long Yu's actions went very smoothly. Soon he rescued at least 1,000 trapped monks. Basically, these monks were in the realm of the Great Master. I don't know how long I have been trapped in this place. Anyway, everyone is already sluggish and just barely able to breathe. But now, they have been rescued by Long Yu, and the situation is gradually improving. On the battlefield outside, it is inconvenient for Yu Ge and Hong Ying to appear. After all, if they are targeted by evil aliens, there is no perfect way to save their lives. Unlike Long Yu, who has the means to transform into nothingness, it is extremely safe. Therefore, Yu Ge and Hong Ying were responsible for taking care of the trapped monks who were rescued in the small world of Long Yu, at least providing them with some elixirs and so on, allowing them to cultivate well, and explaining the situation to them. These people were in a very conscious state when their power was extracted, so they were in extreme pain and couldn't die even if they wanted to. Now that they were suddenly rescued by Long Yu, they were still a little unbelievable, and they were all moved to tears. At this point, they were finally rescued. Of course, no one would choose to commit suicide. The cultivators valued their own lives very seriously. Even if they encountered inhuman treatment for an unknown period of time, they did not want to just die like this. They were naturally very grateful to the person who rescued them. Hong Ying and Yu Ge naturally told them that it was not the two women who rescued them, but Long Yu, a person who was still outside rescuing people. Long Yu, this name was remembered by this group of people. Outside, Long Yu kept rescuing people, and soon he saved from 1,000 people to 2,000 people. Basically, he had rescued 1/5 of the trapped monks in the entire underground space, but he wanted to save more people next. When there are more than one person, it becomes more and more difficult. Because many of them have been directly slaughtered by the evil aliens, and basically only 5,000 monks are left trapped in the vortex of the lake. They cannot break the vortex from inside the vortex, of course, mainly because they have lost any strength and their whole bodies are sluggish. In such a state, it is impossible for them to appear in the dark green lake water, otherwise they will definitely be corroded to death. In the whirlpool, there is no corrosion from the dark green lake water, only some dark green divine lines connecting their bodies, constantly extracting the power from their bodies. They were extremely conscious and could see the aliens approaching them and then breaking the vortex of the lake where they were. Then they and everyone around them fell into the dark green lake and were corroded to death in a matter of seconds, causing extreme pain. Of course, they could also see Long Yu constantly approaching them, and then wrapping themselves up with the power of the world. In this case, of course they chose to accept it. Entering Long Yu's small world, no matter how bad the situation was, it was still better than being in the world. It's good to be constantly pumped out of power here. Long Yu continued to rescue, but at this time, he found that it was useful to rescue these trapped monks, because they did not die, nor did they completely lose their strength. As long as they rested for a period of time, they could fully regain their strength. And it was Long Yu who rescued them from this place. Maybe these people can be organized to become another fighting legion in the Void Galaxy? This is a good idea, but Long Yu doesn't like to force others. It's not certain whether these people are willing to follow Long Yu, and he is too lazy to think about such long-term issues. Anyway, let's rescue them first. However, it is becoming more and more difficult to save people now, because there are 20 or 30 evil aliens who are always killing these trapped monks. As the number of trapped monks decreases, the possibility of Long Yu confronting these evil aliens increases. Also greatly increased. Once faced with an evil alien race, Long Yu has no choice but to turn into nothingness. If he confronts an evil alien race at the peak of the 7th stage master, Long Yu will definitely die without a burial. And at this time, Long Yu noticed that there was already an evil alien race using the power of deduction to deduce where he would be after he transformed into nothingness. This situation made Long Yu's heart sink. He knew that he could not continue to fish in troubled waters here. After he turned into nothingness, it would still take some time for the other party to detect his existence. He turned around and headed towards the place where Green Shadow and Green Eagle were fighting in the center. The fierce battle in the center had been going on for a long time now, and there was no need for him to detect his presence. Know what's going on. However, Long Yu rescued a total of 2,500 people, and it was already very difficult to continue. He could only retreat first to see the situation in other places. Soon he approached the center of the entire underground space and found that the divine power in this place was erupting one after another. Terrifying power was constantly exploding in the dark green lake water, and then waves of turbulent waves were born that spread towards the surrounding areas. However, these waves have no effect on Long Yu. Anyway, he is now in a state of nothingness. After he got close to the center, he realized that the situation of Green Shadow and Qingying was very bad at this moment. Both of them were surrounded by hundreds of evil aliens. Dark green divine words continued to surge out, completely surrounding them. In it. Even the green beam method that had just allowed them to escape from the encirclement was not as powerful as it should be. Perhaps the endless level martial arts did not have multiple effects, so they could no longer break out of the encirclement and could only stay here. Persevere in a state of being besieged. At the same time, Long Yu saw the giant green figure in the center, which seemed to be waking up. The aura and pressure of that kind of powerful god were gradually increasing, making Long Yu feel extremely nervous. If they really transformed into a godlike powerhouse, Long Yu and the others would be in a very bad situation. It seems that that thing has been attacked by Green Shadow and Green Eagle, so it gradually wakes up? Long Yu frowned and carefully observed the situation in the field. I saw that next to the huge green figure in the center, all the originally connected power transmission pipes had been cut off, and the huge green figure was slowly expanding, as if it was stretching its body. Next to the huge figure were Green Shadow and Qingying. They seemed to have launched a fierce offensive against the huge figure, but the attack had no effect and instead woke up the huge figure. Long Yu slowly approached the place where the huge figure was. Until now, he didn't have to worry about whether he would be discovered by the other party. Anyway, there were already evil aliens deducing his whereabouts, and his whereabouts would soon be known. Exposed. It's better to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak closer now and do something that can determine the victory. The attacks of Green Shadow and Qingying had no effect on the huge figure, so if Long Yu wanted to deal with that thing, he could only rely on the 9 Nether Prison Monument. He didn't want to use the 9 Nether Prison Monument as an attack method. But now he doesn't need to attack, he just needs to protect himself. Of course, before taking action, he still transformed into nothingness and moved towards the location of Green Shadow and Qingying. Come in. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he came out of the void space, and then wrapped the Green Shadow and Qingying with the power of the world, hoping to let the two people enter his own small world. At this moment, the state of these two people, it was extremely bad. When they were besieged by hundreds of evil aliens, they had no room to resist, and even persisting became a problem. In this case, there is no need for the two of them to save face and not enter Long Yu's small world. In fact, when Long Yu appeared, the two of them were a little surprised. They did not expect that Long Yu would come like them. This underground space appeared quietly next to them. It can be seen that Long Yu has a strong hiding method, and the two of them have an additional level of evaluation of Long Yu. Now they have no choice. When Long Yu appears, they have no choice but to enter Long Yu's small world. Although I don't know what Long Yu is thinking, but at least this can be regarded as a chance to breathe. Even if Long Yu is just messing around, they can recover their fighting strength after resting in Long Yu's small world. If Long Yu dies here, they can also leave his small world and continue fighting. The existence close to the godlike level in the center of the underground space gradually woke up. Long Yu had even felt that a tyrannical thought began to lock onto him. Even if it hadn't, he could quickly find his traces as the evil aliens around him deduced him. Under such heavy siege, it was impossible for Long Yu to make any other choice. He had no choice but to strike first and prepare for self-protection. He has rescued 2,500 trapped monks, and he has no way to take care of the remaining ones, otherwise his own life and safety will be greatly threatened. So, now he rushed directly to the middle and smoothly brought Green Shadow and Qingying into the small world. After all, his little world can be regarded as a barrier. Green Shadow and Qingying ran in without any hesitation. Under normal circumstances, they might worry about being in other people's small worlds and being controlled and coerced by others, but in the current situation, they don't have time to think about that much, not to mention that Long Yu is a godlike person. Those in the academy should not have the guts to do anything to them. Besides, after Long Yu brings them into the small world, it's still unclear whether they can survive in this underground space. After all, Long Yu has the cultivation level of a great master. But Long Yu didn't think so much. No matter whether these two people were willing to enter their own little world, it was the same to him. The next thing was to hide in the 9 Nether Hell Monument and attract those evil spirits. The alien race launched an attack on the 9 Nether Hell Monument. Obviously, the rebound power of the 9 Nether Hell Monument increases as the opponent's attack power increases. Long Yu must attract the powerful alien that is close to the godlike level to take action in order to ensure that all the evil aliens around him are killed. Long Yu had noticed that the alien race that was close to the god was showing signs of awakening, so he transformed into nothingness and rushed over. After bringing Luing and Qingying into the small world, Long Yu had no scruples and headed towards the other side. The aliens who were close to the gods rushed over. The evil alien was a huge green shadow that seemed to have no real form in the dark green lake. It looked like a liquid life form. This alien was a type that Long Yu had never seen before. Therefore, Long Yu ran directly towards the middle of the huge green shadow and broke into the green shadow. A strange and eerie aura came from all directions. Fortunately, Long Yu was in a state of incarnation. Otherwise, if he had broken into the body of this alien that was close to a god, he might have been killed directly by some weird force. While the alien had not yet fully awakened, Long Yu rushed directly towards the center of its body. 9 Nether Prison Monument. After arriving at the destination, Long Yu took out the 9 Nether Prison Monument directly, and then hid in the small world of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. In this way, there was only that one left in the underground space of the entire planet. A large group of evil alien races, as well as nearly 5,000 languid monks who were trapped and exhausted. Dark green lake water filled the underground space of the entire planet. Long Yu was now in the center, entering the small world, waiting for the strongest evil alien race that was close to a god to wake up. Its aura became stronger and stronger, and Long Yu hid in the 9 Nether Prison Monument and entered the body of the strongest alien race. The other evil alien races no longer had the idea of rushing over. Obviously, the concepts of these alien races did not. There is no such thing as in vivo. Seeing Long Yu hiding in the 9 Nether Prison Monument and appearing inside the huge figure of the strongest alien race, other alien races felt that Long Yu and the others were already dead. After all, the alien race was the strongest being in their tribe and was now forced to wake up. Come here, absolutely angry. Being so close to the leader of their group, isn't it looking for death? Long Yu didn't think so. He wished that this thing would wake up and attack the 9 Nether Prison Monument to see if the 9 Nether Prison Monument didn't bounce back to kill them. This would be the best result. For Long Yu, there is only one option available now. Under the circumstances deduced by the evil alien race, even if he transforms into nothingness, he has no chance or possibility to escape from the underground space of this planet. Therefore, he can only do this, advance before retreating, and place his hope on the 9 Nether Prison Monument. In a small world. The 2,500 trapped monks who were rescued by Long Yu were calming down in the void at this moment. They could not see the situation outside, otherwise as long as they saw Long Yu, they would rush to the center of the underground space and become powerful. The internal body of the foreign race will definitely be even more frightened. Hongying and Yugu were here to comfort these people, and soon they gradually relaxed. Among this group of people, there were a total of 2,200 human monks and 300 demon monks. After all, the Deep Ridge Galaxy is the territory of the human race. A part of them will come to this planet and be framed by the evil alien race. Most of them are also human monks. Among the 2,500 people, nearly 2,000 are in the realm of great masters, or at least one level of great masters. Among them, there are even 32 powerful existences of 7 levels of great masters. But now, even these the 32 7th-level masters were all in a state of complete depression. The power in their bodies was completely drained, and this situation lasted for an unknown amount of time. After questioning by Yuge and Hongying, Long Yu learned that these people had been captured and trapped here to extract their power. Some of them had been there for 30 years, and some of them had been there for only a few months. However, even if it only takes a few months, the experiences during this period are enough to make them feel like they have been through hell. Those who have persisted for 30 years and have not died, in Long Yu's view, are beings with extremely strong willpower. After 30 years of immortality, the whole body's strength has been extracted, and they are in a state of malaise anytime and anywhere. Such a situation, it's really not easy to persevere. The longer the power is drained, the more difficult it is to recover. Among the 2,500 people, the fastest recovery probably only takes a few days, but the slowest recovery may take about a year. This recovery cannot be compensated for by pills. The key is their spirits were greatly damaged. However, Long Yu gave it a try and called more spiritual energy from heaven and earth in the small world to this area so that these people could absorb the spiritual energy. This made their recovery speed a little faster, but not much faster. After all, Long Yu is only a first-level master, and the speed of automatic recovery of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his small world is not much higher than that of these people, especially those who are strong in the 7th-level master. However, if you can speed it up a little, let it be a little. Anyway, Long Yu's use of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will not be of much use now. The only place where he can use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is to cultivate the heart of demon dust to the 6th level. Seeing that the situation here had stabilized, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Green Shadow and Qingying, when they arrived in Long Yu's small world, they stayed aside quietly and did not come up to say anything to Long Yu. However, these two people were able to see the outside, through Long Yu's small world, of the situation. Seeing Long Yu rushing towards the center of the powerful alien race, both of them were a little confused and their expressions became a little ugly. Could it be that this kid wanted to die and brought them with him? But at this point, who would choose to die? The two of them didn't say anything, but watched quietly. Once something went wrong in the field, they would directly choose to leave Long Yu's small world. Anyway, their original intention of coming in was just to take a break and regain their strength. At this moment, an extremely dull voice suddenly came from outside the small world. When Long Yu heard it, he knew that the sound came from the evil alien that was close to a god, and seemed to come from within his body. It sounded extremely dull, much like that of an extremely huge beast. Muffled sound. Although this evil alien is made of liquid material, it is not surprising that it can make such a sound. This may mean that he has completely woken up. As soon as this evil alien woke up, of course he discovered the 9 Nether Hell monument hidden in his body. The smell of this thing made it very uncomfortable. The strange and terrifying power of the revelation level 9 Nether divine inscriptions made this alien extremely disgusting. Without thinking, it directly mobilized the power in its body. Countless dark green divine inscriptions condensed in its body, turning into countless dark green streams of light, and crashed towards the 9 Nether prison monument. The critical moment is finally coming. Long Yu, who was inside the 9 Nether prison monument, couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster when he saw the situation outside. Although he trusted the 9 Nether prison monument, he was only following his intuition. He really didn't have much confidence in it. How many? If the 9 Nether prison monument cannot withstand the opponent's attack, won't Long Yu and the others all have to die? However, Long Yu did not act rashly because of such worries. He still had some trust in the 9 Nether prison monument. The most important thing was that even if he did not believe in the 9 Nether prison monument, it would be no longer possible. If he left the small world now, there is only a dead end. The countless dark green streams of light swept toward the 9 Nether prison monument, creating a terrifying aura. When Green Shadow and Qingying saw this, they did not move, but they were extremely nervous. Once Long Yu's small world imprint could no longer withstand it, they would take measures immediately, otherwise, it would probably be because of this time it disappeared into ashes. The two of them stared intently in the direction of the 9 Nether Hell monument outside. Including Long Yu, Yu Ge, Hong Ying, and Old Man Tianhua, all of them were excited. Then, the countless dark green streams of light finally hit the 9 Nether prison monument, and a burst of terrifying air flow burst out. Although the most powerful evil alien race has not reached the realm of gods, it is infinitely close to the level of gods. It is not an exaggeration to say that its power can destroy a planet with just one move. At this moment, the power of its raised hand will condensed into countless dark green streams of light, bombarding towards the Nine Nether Prison Monument, instantly triggering a strong rebound from the Nine Nether Prison Monument. When the Nine Nether Prison Monument is attacked, it will erupt with an endless storm of Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions power, spreading in all directions. Moreover, the stronger the attack it suffers, the stronger the rebounding power storm will be. At this moment, the evil aliens who were close to the gods launched an attack on the Nine Nether Prison Monument, detonating it instantly. A storm formed by the apocalyptic Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions exploded in an instant, and spread loudly around. Go. The first to bear the brunt is the evil alien race that is close to the god-like level. Surrounded by the infinite apocalyptic Nine Nether Divine Storm, the entire body of the evil alien suffered severe damage. The high-spirited spirit that had just woken up suddenly disappeared and became a mess. Even the entire huge figure was destroyed. It was cut into several parts and completely divided. And the power of the Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions continues to spread towards the surroundings. For those evil aliens who are the 7th level masters, the destructive power is even more terrifying. As a result of being attacked by a godlike force, the rebound power of the Nine Nether Hell Monument at this moment was extremely terrifying. The entire underground space was filled with the apocalyptic Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions in almost an instant. It was originally active. The evil alien races in this underground space, as well as the remaining nearly 5,000 trapped monks, were instantly destroyed by the Nine Nether Divine Storm. In the underground space in the center of the entire planet, after this moment, only the evil alien race that was close to the godlike level was still alive, but it was also seriously injured and had been eroded into the body by the power of the Nine Nether Divine Texts. Even though these alien races, even if it is a liquid life form, it will also be corroded by the Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions, leaving no possibility of escape. Immediately afterwards, the Nine Nether Divine Text storm erupted towards the surroundings, continuing to expand the underground spaces originally dug by the evil alien races. The center of the entire planet had already been hollowed out, and at this moment, it started directly from the inside. Fall apart. The dark green lake water boiled completely, surging into the inner space of the cracked planet. Many evil aliens patrolling in the outer passage were involved in the Nine Nether Divine Storm before they could react, or were captured by the dark green lake. The whirlpool of the lake was swept in, and he couldn't help but crash into the storm of the Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions. He was eroded by the Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions and died instantly. The entire planet began to become more fragmented inside. The entire planet, which was already fragile, began to disintegrate directly from the inside under the terrifying rebound of the Nine Nether Hell Monument. The most powerful evil alien that was close to the godlike level roared continuously, and its figure was split into several parts. However, this did not affect its survival. After all, it was close to a godlike existence, and its vitality was still extremely tenacious. At this moment, it also realized that the Nine Nether Hell Monument was not something to be trifled with, so it did not launch a second attack on it. But this does not mean that the outbreak of the Nine Nether Hell Monument has stopped. As the entire planet began to disintegrate inside, countless dark green lake vortices condensed, surging wildly from all directions, constantly impacting the Nine Nether Prison Monument, and then causing the Nine Nether Prison Monument to erupt one after another with a Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Storm. The evil alien race that is close to the godlike level only now knows how to regret, but regret is of no use. It wants to run out of the planet, but the nearby area is completely filled with the apocalyptic Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions and dark green lake water, both of which can block the space divine inscriptions. It wants to teleport directly. Going out is not that easy. The aliens who were close to the gods kept struggling towards the surface of the planet. However, one after another, the 9 nether divine storms continued to impact their huge figures. In just a stick of incense, the evil aliens who were close to the gods were already dying. The entire liquid body was broken down into countless small parts, and then eroded, swallowed, and completely annihilated by the 9 nether divine storm. Only his last spiritual soul is left, still making the final resistance. However, the apocalyptic 9 nether divine storm also has a strong corrosive effect on the spiritual soul. After all, this is the terrifying power erupted by the 9 nether prison monument. Not to mention it is close to the godlike level, even if it is a true godlike power. If someone comes over and punches the 9 nether prison monument, it will be difficult for him to escape. You must know that the 9 nether prison monument is rumored to belong to the gods. The original power of this thing is the strongest, and it definitely transcends the godlike level. The evil aliens on this planet were almost completely wiped out by the 9 nether hell monument. However, the consequences were also quite serious. The entire planet began to slowly disintegrate from the inside. As the 9 nether prison monuments erupted again and again, the speed of the planet's disintegration became faster and faster. The dark green lake water had erupted from the surface of the planet. Countless local cultivators controlled by the evil aliens had difficulty escaping. They were overwhelmed by the dark green lake water. Submerged, the apocalyptic 9 nether divine storm also began to emerge from the surface. Planet, split, disintegrate. Long Yu has imagined such a thing, but has never seen it with his own eyes, because in the territory of the human race and the demon race, causing the planet to disintegrate is a huge crime. If those strong men with powerful power fight, it will definitely wouldn't choose to be on a planet. But now, Long Yu had no other choice at all, and he did not expect that the rebounding power of the 9 nether prison monument would be so powerful. It not only killed all the evil aliens, but also caused the disintegration of the entire planet. Such terrifying power can only be possessed by gods. Moreover, this is far from the limit of the 9 nether hell monument. If it is attacked by a real god, how will the 9 nether hell monument behave and react? Long Yu was particularly curious, but now let alone asking the gods to attack the 9 nether prison monument, he didn't even know whether the real god still existed. At this moment, Long Yu was in the small world of the Joyo prison monument and did not dare to go out at will. After all, the storm outside the Joyo divine text and the waves of the dark green lake were extremely turbulent. I am afraid that this situation will last for at least a month. In the past, the power of the 9 nether prison monument would last for a month, but this time the explosion is stronger and the duration will naturally be longer. You too can have a good rest. Things are done here, but it's a pity that the entire planet has begun to disintegrate. If you want to leave here, it will take at least a month to wait for the divine storm outside to dissipate. After Long Yu finished speaking to Lu Ying and Qing Ying, he left on his own to find Yu Ge and Hong Ying. At this time, Green Shadow and Qing Ying had already fallen into a state of dumbfoundedness. They had never imagined that Long Yu, this small world mark, this dark stone tablet, had such terrifying power, and could actually rebound a close to human creature. The offensive of God's alien warriors, and then this tyrannical divine storm, broke out? Moreover, this divine storm can actually kill so many evil alien races. In comparison, destroying the structure of the planet and causing it to disintegrate was not enough to amaze the two of them, because they also had such power, but it was clear that Long Yu did nothing. Does the world mark have such power? This situation really made the two of them feel incredible. Is this kid really just a little guy who is a big master? If this guy is hiding in this dark stone tablet, what can he do to it even if a powerful god-like person takes action? When the evil alien strongman who was approaching the godlike one came to attack the 9 nether prison monument, both Green Shadow and Qing Ying felt that the destructive power of those dark green streams of light was infinitely close to that of the godlike strongman. To such an extent, even a true god-like creature would not be able to resist it easily. However, Long Yu's dark stone tablet was easily resisted. Doesn't it mean that with this stone tablet, even the powerful gods no longer need to be afraid? Lu Ying and Qingying looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. There is no doubt that Long Yu's performance today completely changed their views on Long Yu. This person is definitely worth mentioning. This is a powerful person in the human race territory. Even though he only has the cultivation level of a first-stage Great Master, his true combat power is stronger than most 7th-stage Great Masters. But they didn't know that Long Yu rarely used the 9 Nether Prison Monument. On the one hand, this thing couldn't be used frequently. Every time he used its rebound power, Long Yu himself would be trapped in it for at least a month. On the other hand, the thing is still relatively mysterious. If it is used too many times, no one knows what the consequences will be. This time the crisis has been solved, but the trouble caused by it is also great. I am afraid that powerful human beings will come here soon to investigate the reasons for the disintegration of the planet. Moreover, the local cultivators on the entire planet, at this moment, we have all fallen into a great crisis. Fortunately, with the death of all the evil aliens in the underground space, these local cultivators finally recovered their sanity and were no longer controlled by the aliens. There are still some beings among them who dominate the secret realm and can bring their relatives and friends together. All of them were collected into the small world, and then taken away from the planet to hide in the void for a while. The planet disintegrated, and the scene was spectacular. Thousands of local cultivators, after regaining their sanity, were directly faced with such a majestic landscape, and escaping became their first choice. After bringing their relatives and friends, they flew outside into the void, watching the entire planet continue to disintegrate. The dark green lake water continued to erupt, and the dark shadow attribute divine storm continued to roll up, completely destroying and annihilating the desert soil and rocks of the planet. For local cultivators, this planet is equivalent to their home. Now that their homeland has been destroyed, they naturally feel a sense of sadness in their hearts. However, they also know very well what kind of life they lived for a long time before. Some kind of alien race has set up camp on their home planet. Even hollowed out their planet, and captured and enslaved all beings above the Great Master on the planet. The remaining local cultivators were controlled by mind control methods, and they all became tools to lure foreign cultivators into being enslaved by those alien races. Although these local cultivators have been mentally controlled, they still have their own memories and are very clear about what they have done before. This also makes them feel a deep sense of self-blame after they wake up completely. Could it be that the arrival of that young man brought all this to an end? The old man who had led Long Yu before had taken off the white cloth strips all over his body at this moment, with a vicissitudes of life expression on his face. He stood in the void, looking at the entire planet that was constantly disintegrating, and thought of Long Yu. He knew very well that the only strong person who came to this planet during this period was that young man. Although I don't know how that young man was able to rescue all of them and destroy so many evil alien races because he was just a great master, but the whole thing must be inseparable from that young man. With this old man were some other powerful masters of the secret realm that Long Yu had seen at that time, most of whom were at the level of lower masters. The old man was only an upper master and did not dare to be promoted to a great master. Because even local cultivators, once they are promoted to a great master level, will be captured and enslaved by those alien races. From then on, they will live a life worse than death. Their consciousness is still very clear and they cannot even commit suicide. I just don't know what's going on with the practitioners who were captured and enslaved. Many local cultivators looked at the disintegrated planet and couldn't help but think that although they felt sorry for the disintegration of the planet, they also understood that it represented the destruction of the evil alien race. The dark green lake was surging, and the shadow attribute divine storm was rolling in. Countless evil alien races have died in it all over the world. Because of this, these local cultivators not only have no ill intentions towards those who destroyed this planet, but are also full of gratitude. This situation is absolutely rare. If under other circumstances, someone destroyed a planet, then everyone on that planet would hate the person who destroyed the planet. However, the current situation is very different from ordinary. Naturally, Long Yu didn't know about the situation outside the planet. He is now in his own little world, getting to know the rescued trapped monks one by one, a total of 2,500 people. Long Yu wants to know their future plans and make arrangements for them according to the situation. About 1,000 of these people were originally local cultivators of this planet. When they heard Long Yu say that this planet had collapsed, they all had a look of pity, but more of them were happy and grateful. If it weren't for Long Yu, they would have suffered countless sufferings at the hands of these evil alien races. Although Long Yu's arrival caused the entire planet to disintegrate, it also disintegrated the entire evil alien race's lair and liquidated all evil. What these local cultivators are now concerned about are their relatives and friends who were originally on this planet. Most of these people have been trapped here for 30 years. Even if they have some relatives and friends, most of them should have met by now. Not here. Many friends have died in the center of this planet, in the process of having their power extracted. And their descendants should also be mentally controlled, and their lifespans will be much shorter than before in the long run. I'm afraid not many will survive, but they all want to know. As for their next plan, they haven't thought about it yet. After all, they just escaped from this hellish experience. No matter where they are, it seems like paradise to them. Where to go next, they haven't thought much about it yet. Long Yu was not in a hurry to ask them to make a decision, but quite a few people had already told Yu Ge and Hong Ying that they were willing to follow them in the future. After all, for some people, being trapped in this hellish state for more than 10 or 20 years is an extremely desperate mentality. Now that they are rescued by Long Yu, they naturally feel grateful to Long Yu. On the other hand, in the hands of such a strong alien who is close to the godlike level, Long Yu can rescue them. It can be seen that Long Yu is extremely powerful, at least in some aspects of his strength. It is far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, following Long Yu is definitely not a bad choice for them. They are only worried that Long Yu does not need their following, which would be a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, Long Yu is now preparing to develop the power of Void Galaxy, and he still values the followers of these people. Of course, these people can't exert much power at this stage and are of no use, but when they recover from their sluggish state, everything will be fine. For the better, they are still a strong master in the realm of great masters. In fact, because of the hellish training during this period, they are likely to cross several levels of martial arts and reach a new level after recovery. Their strength will at least be improved by one level compared to before they were captured here. Long Yu didn't think too much about these, since it was impossible for these people to recover now anyway. At least, they will have to wait until the academic year of Long Yu, a quasi-seminary, is over before these talents can gradually return to their original cultivation. Time flies. Outside the Nine Nether Prison Monument, the dark green lake was gradually eroded and annihilated by the power of the apocalyptic Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions. Gradually, only the Nine Nether Divine Inscription storm was raging in the space around the center of the planet. In less than a day, the entire planet had completely disintegrated, and the surface of the planet had been completely filled with the Nine Nether Divine Storm, mixed with the remaining dark green lake water, creating a hellish environment on the entire planet's surface. This planet soon turned into several huge fragments of earth and stone, split apart, and could no longer be called a planet at all. Its interior has been completely hollowed out by the evil alien tribe, not to mention that it is now impossible to be condensed by Long Yu. This planet can be said to have disappeared from this world. Outside the Nine Nether Prison Monument, the Nine Nether Divine Storm was raging. Long Yu and the others could not leave and could only wait for everything to calm down. Green Shadow and Qingying also knew that the Nine Nether Divine Text storm was raging outside now, and they could not leave. After all, the storm could be killed by even strong aliens who were close to the godlike level. They did not dare to go out and try its edge at will. So the two found a place in Long Yu's small world and started practicing on their own. They also blamed themselves for this action. If they act more conservatively and report the situation directly to the seminary, so that the seminary can send more reinforcements, maybe the planet can be saved. And now, if it weren't for Long Yu, the two of them would have died inside this planet. Although the two of them didn't think highly of other human races, now that Long Yu not only saved their lives, but also showed the extremely powerful power of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, they had no choice but to submit to Long Yu. Of course, they would not do anything to Long Yu on the surface, but in their hearts, they already recognized Long Yu's strength. Long Yu didn't stay here for too long. The trapped monks who were rescued were handed over to Yu Ge and Hongying. Long Yu himself switched from the small world inside the Nine Nether Prison Monument to its core space. Anyway, at least it would take a month to leave the Nine Nether Prison Monument. During this time, he could just imprint the last mysterious patterns of the pure world body into his mind. A total of 44 mysterious patterns were left to be printed, and it would take a very long time. However, when Long Yu entered the first layer of the core space again, he found that the speed at which he was printing these mysterious patterns was unexpectedly amazing. A little better than before. Is it because the Nine Nether Prison Monument just erupted? Long Yu couldn't figure out what was going on, but of course it would be better if he understood it faster. At the current speed, he would be able to understand all these mysterious patterns in the next month. In this way, the effect of the purifying body will be completely improved 10 times compared to the original. These mysterious patterns are all imprinted in the mind, and maybe there will be any special effects. Long Yu is still looking forward to this. After all, it is something in the core space of the Nine Nether Hell Monument, which is owned by the gods. Of course, with hope comes disappointment. In order to avoid disappointment, Long Yu didn't have too many expectations for it. Long Yu entered a state of cultivation, and because of the impact of the planet's disintegration, it was far from over, but had just begun. About the day after the planet disintegrated, the humanoid guard army came to this place, rescued all the local cultivators on the planet, and asked them for some specific information. The Guard Corps is not the same organization as the Battle Corps. The Battlefield Legion is mainly active on the alien battlefield. It is a joint organization of humans and demons. It mainly fights against various alien races that invade the territory of the two races, while the Guard Legion is the legion that guards the territory. In terms of status, the Guard Corps is definitely not as good as the Battle Corps. However, when dealing with conflicts within the territory of the two races, it is usually the Guard Legion that is dispatched. Of course, on the demon side, it is the Demon Alliance, and on the human side, it is the Guard Legion. The Guard Army came first, and then because it involved foreign races, many powerful departments from the foreign battlefield came to investigate. News about the planet disintegration incident in the Abyssal Ridge galaxy spread quickly, including the fact that evil aliens hollowed out the center of the planet to build a nest, which made many people horrified. For a time, many planets were worried about themselves. The planet was cleaned to ensure that no aliens were nesting inside their planet. The situation outside the planet did not affect the people in Long Yu's small world. Because around the Nine Nether Prison Monument, there is a storm surrounding the apocalyptic Nine Nether Divine Inscriptions, and no one can get close to it. Even a strong person at the peak level of the 7th level master will only die if he breaks into it. After all, so many evil aliens in the 7th level master realm have died in it, and even evil aliens close to the godlike level have died in the Nine Nether Divine Storm. It can be seen that this thing is really difficult for ordinary people. Untouchable. However, the disintegration of a planet can be regarded as a big event in the human race territory. Therefore, it still attracted the attention of the god-like powerhouse. A godlike powerhouse in the human race territory came over to look in this direction. He took a look, then listened to what others described, and left not long after. Because there is no use for him to wait here. Even he cannot make the 9 nether divine storm in the field dissipate. Even if he breaks into it, something may happen. Under such circumstances, no one disturbed those people in Long Yu's small world. Green Shadow and Qingying knew what was going on outside. They were quite surprised that the 9 nether godly storm had lasted for so long. They were a little confused as to why this thing was so powerful. At the same time, they were increasingly interested in Long Yu. Got some fears. They finally saw that no matter in the territory of the human race or the demon race, such a dragon master was completely invincible. No matter what opponent you encounter, as long as you hide in the small world, whoever dares to attack the 9 nether prison monument is seeking death. Is this not invincible? Lu Ying and Qingying have made up their minds many times in this month. From now on, no matter who they provoke, they will never provoke Long Yu. This method is not only like a turtle shell, but also like a hedgehog. They were extremely afraid of Long Yu. Long Yu, on the other hand, calmly comprehended all the remaining mysterious patterns of the pure world body in the core space of the 9 nether prison monument. Exactly 1 month has passed, and Long Yu has completely imprinted all 198 mysterious patterns in his mind. As long as he uses the secret martial arts technique of purifying body, these mysterious patterns will flash from his mind. Appears, amplifying the effect of the purifying body. Now, the effect of the world purifying body is more than 10 times more powerful than when he first reached the 9th level of cultivation, and his resistance to any mental means and control means has reached an extremely exaggerated level. Long Yu estimated that even if a cultivator encounters a 5th level master or even a 6th level master, it is already very difficult to control him with control methods. Only a strong 7th level master can. Steady use of control or mental means will have an impact on Long Yu. Moreover, it may be rebounded by the purifying soul mirror. It can be imagined how powerful Long Yu's defensive capabilities are now, but he is not satisfied with this. When he imprinted all the 198 mysterious patterns of the pure world body in his mind, he discovered that the second layer of the core space of the 9 nether hell monument was finally open to him. He did not step directly into it, but left the core space first, returned to his own small world to observe, and found that the 9 nether divine storm in the outside world would take a long time to dissipate. In a month, only 2/3 of it was dissipated. All in all, it will probably take more than 10 days to completely dissipate. During this period, no one from the outside world will be able to disturb Long Yu's practice. After all, this time, the 9 nether hell monument exploded more seriously. It was the explosive force generated by the bombardment from evil aliens who were close to the godlike level, and it lasted longer than before. After confirming this situation, Long Yu once again stepped into the core space of the 9 nether prison monument, and directly passed through the first floor and stepped into the second floor. Sure enough, as he expected, there are also 198 mysterious patterns in the core space on the second floor of the 9 nether prison monument. The power contained in these mysterious patterns is closely related to the heart of demon dust cultivated by Long Yu. The martial arts secrets are in harmony with each other, and obviously imprinting them in the mind can enhance the effect of the magic dust heart martial arts secrets. I don't know how the enhanced effect of the demonic dust heart manifests itself. Long Yu didn't think much about it. No matter what the effect was, wouldn't you know it after trying it? The 22 mysterious patterns that represent the first level of the heart of demonic dust are also relatively simple to comprehend, but in comparison, they are easier to understand than the 22 mysterious patterns that represent the first level of the pure world body. Much more difficult. At that time, Long Yu imprinted the 22 mysterious patterns of the first level of the pure world body into his mind, and it only took less than a stick of incense to do so. But now, Long Yu wants to imprint the mysterious pattern of demonic heart in his mind. Even if he only imprints one of them, it will take about a stick of incense. In other words, if he wants to imprint the mysterious pattern of demonic heart, the pattern is imprinted in the mind, which is more than 20 times more difficult than when the pure body is in the world. The first few levels were fine, but at the 8th and 9th levels, it would take at least several years for all those mysterious patterns to be imprinted in Long Yu's mind, which made Long Yu a little embarrassed. Okay, this time is really too long. If you want to do it successfully, you have to live in seclusion for a long time. However, he did not dwell on this matter for too long, because now his demonic heart has only been cultivated to the 5th level, and the mysterious patterns behind it cannot be imprinted and recorded. Only by cultivating to the corresponding level can you understand the corresponding power contained in those mysterious patterns. Calculating it this way, in the next 10 days or so, I can only understand the first 66 mysterious patterns at most, and the rest can only be discussed when I have time. Although Long Yu estimated that it would take about 15 days for the 9 nether divine storm outside to dissipate, he could not be too relieved. He had to return to the small world in advance to observe the situation. Otherwise, if the outside world gathered to practice, it would be bad if all of them discovered the 9 nether hell monument. Surrounded by the 9 nether divine storm, neither Long Yu nor Lu Ying and others were able to detect the situation in the outside world. However, even so, Long Yu could still imagine that after the planet disintegrated, there must be something outside. Many cultivators gathered, especially those who wanted to detect the source of these 9 nether divine storms. Long Yu wanted to leave in a low-key manner, so it was impossible not to pay attention to the situation outside. He set a goal for himself, spending 10 days to imprint the 66 mysterious patterns in his mind, and then spent the remaining days observing the situation in the small world, ready to take action at any time. Just like the mysterious pattern of the pure world body, when Long Yu imprinted the first mysterious pattern in his mind, he found that the strength of his physical body had increased by 1%, which surprised him. After checking the state of his body, he discovered that when he printed this mysterious pattern in his mind, the heart of the magic dust in his body suddenly beat twice, and then part of the power connected to his body's other parts. There is no doubt that the effect of these mysterious patterns is not to make Long Yu reshape his body faster, but to use the heart of magic dust to enhance the strength of Long Yu's body. According to this rule, even if Long Yu only prints the 66 mysterious patterns in his mind, the strength of his physical body will more than double. This is obviously a big enhancement to him. After all, his physical body is originally, the strength is very high. Due to the cultivation of Death Realm body refining and Mad War celestial body, his physical strength is at least 10 times higher than that of ordinary cultivators of the same realm. Now if we double it on this basis, it will be 20 times. The effect of the matching mysterious patterns of the heart of demonic dust is really a bit unbelievable, and the effect is not simply added, but doubled. In this way, if Long Yu uses this set of 198 if all the mysterious patterns are imprinted in your mind, wouldn't it increase your physical strength tenfold? 10 times, 10 times, that's 100 times. By that time, Long Yu's physical strength will definitely be incredible. The enhancement of physical strength is not like basic strength, which can be increased 3 to 5 times by one level, but can only be increased by about 1 time. If Long Yu's physical strength is 100 times stronger than that of a cultivator of the same realm, it would be equivalent to the difference between a first-level master and a 7th-level master, almost a world of difference. Of course, the premise is that Long Yu can imprint all the mysterious patterns matching the demon dust heart in his mind. No wonder the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor was so tyrannical back then. He was able to break into so many outer god clans and snatch out all their sacred objects. Long Yu was quite emotional. The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, who has reached the godlike level, has cultivated the heart of demonic dust and printed these mysterious patterns. How terrifying is the physical strength of his body? Even if the 9-nether dragon emperor was floating here like this, and a total of 14 godlike warriors from the human race and monster clan joined forces to attack, and the attack lasted for a whole day, I am afraid that they would not be able to harm the 9-nether dragon emperor at all. At this level, absolutely, it is achievable. What's more, this is only with Long Yu's current physical strength. If his celestial realm of mad battle continues to improve, even to the level of transformation, then the superposition and doubling of these mysterious patterns will probably make his physical strength 300 to 400 times that of a practitioner of the same realm. This can be said to be truly heaven-defying. Crazy fighting celestial body is already an endless level high-grade martial skill passed down from ancient times. In this world, it is almost impossible to find a more powerful martial skill than it. As for the endless level supergrade or top-grade products, they were precious treasures even in ancient times. Nowadays, among the human race and the demon race, they have almost disappeared long ago and no longer exist. Long Yu was not shocked by the heaven-defying effects of these mysterious patterns. He knew that in this world where martial arts was respected, even gods could appear, let alone other beings. Such effects, although he seems to be very powerful, but in the eyes of a strong person at another level, he is just a child. He did not lament for too long, but directly recorded those patterns. In his mind, the number of mysterious patterns he recorded was increasing, but from this, he also felt that all the mysterious patterns he could record in his mind were the mysterious patterns seemed to be decreasing. Could it be that the number of these mysterious patterns that exist in the mind is limited? Long Yu thought in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. Although he was not sure about this, he had such a hunch in his heart, and a voice told him that this hunch was extremely accurate. The reason for this premonition seemed to be that the number of mysterious patterns printed in his mind exceeded 200, and then he felt that the capacity was insufficient. Of course, it was far from reaching the limit of what he could record in his mind. He roughly estimated that he could record about 500 such mysterious patterns in total, and then he would be unable to record any more patterns. 500, it is impossible for him to record such a number now, so he does not need to worry about this aspect. 10 days. In the next 10 days, Long Yu printed more 66 mysterious patterns in his mind, which doubled the strength of his body compared to before, reaching a level 20 times that of a practitioner of the same realm. That is to say, his current physical strength is directly equivalent to the level of the 5th level master. This does not mean that he can withstand the attack of the 5th level master with his physical body. After all, the ordinary body of the 5th level master cannot withstand its own attack. It is just that in this way, the dragon's physical body is stronger. Once after suffering damage, the magic dust heart will be reshaped faster. The principle, Long Yu, is not very clear, but it seems to be related to these mysterious patterns. After comprehending the mysterious patterns in the core space of these 9 nether prison monuments, Long Yu's defense ability has been greatly improved, and the increase in strength has given him a sense of security in his heart. After getting it done, the matter of the mysterious pattern came to an end for the time being. He left the core space of the 9 nether hell monument and returned to his own small world. The storm outside Joyo Divine One still has a few days to dissipate completely. During this period, it is also impossible for anyone to come and disturb them. Although the storm has dissipated a little, the destructive power is still extremely strong. It is impossible for ordinary practitioners to pass through it. Yuga and Hong Ying, both of them have gone back to practice for a while, and have a deeper understanding of the endless level high-grade martial arts skills they have obtained. Jiao Xiao Star Flash and Demon Shadow Binding. If these two martial arts skills, being able to practice to a high level, is definitely very powerful, but the two women are not yet able to display their power. As for the 2,500 monks who were rescued by Long Yu, they were in extremely miserable conditions as their power was continuously extracted from the underground space. After this period of cultivation, 1/3 of them have fully recovered. These people are all who was caught and trapped in the underground space in the past 5 years. About 800 people have fully recovered. Among them, the cultivation level of the 7th level masters is relatively small, and the average is between the 3rd level and 4th level masters. The overall strength of these people is still very strong, at least if we want to unite and break out of Long Yu's small world, then Long Yu will definitely not be able to resist it. Of course, these people were all rescued by Long Yu, and it was impossible for them to break into Long Yu's small world. In fact, these people had already discussed it and decided to follow Long Yu's footsteps in the future. They saw the development potential of Long Yu. Although he was only a great master, the existence of the 9 Nether Hell Monument and the mysterious method that saved them from countless evil aliens had already convinced them. Reason enough. Calculated according to time, in the next month, another 800 people will fully recover. They don't need to do anything to recover. They only need to absorb and rest in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth provided by Long Yu. If you can, it will speed up their recovery. Therefore, these people communicate a lot with each other on weekdays, and the topic they talk about most is of course Long Yu. Since these people all have the same tragic experience, they are also extremely looking forward to and yearning for the future. Following Long Yu became their unanimous choice. This was something Long Yu had not expected before. He originally thought that if he wanted to conquer these people, he would be able to conquer at most half of them, and the other half would definitely choose to leave on their own, but he did not expect that there would be so many people willing to follow him. Of course, not everyone is willing to follow Long Yu directly, but some people still have some concerns in the big world. These people want to go back and have a look first, and then come to follow Long Yu. This is just a roundabout way, and it costs a lot of money. It only took some time, but in the end, these people were willing to follow Long Yu all the way. This makes Long Yu quite happy. These cultivators are not weak in their own strength, that is, they have been drained of all their strength by evil aliens. This state will only become sluggish if it lasts for too long. If they all recover, the overall strength will be its almost equivalent to a large domination army. Long Yu himself is only a great master. If he were in the battlefield legion, he would not be able to lead even an emperor's legion. But now, he has inexplicably gained a great master legion. This situation made Long Yu quite puzzled. After all, 2/3 of the members of his great master legion were still in an extremely sluggish state. Not to mention the combat effectiveness of the great master, even the cultivation of ordinary royal ways and magical powers and secret realms. Anyone can easily kill them. You can practice in my little world. You don't need to go anywhere for the time being. Just have a good rest. Brothers who have recovered well, if I can be of use to you, I will let you go. It's not time yet. When the time comes, I will come up with some good things for you, and I will never let you down. Long Yu said this to them, and this made the group of people look forward to it. What is the good thing that Long Yu will come up with? After all, Long Yu's own strength and means are extremely rich. Everyone knows that he can't give them ordinary things. However, they don't know what it will be. They can only make guesses, and even make suggestions to each other. Made a bet. Some guessed they were powerful martial arts, some guessed they were rare elixirs, and some said they were a group of endless level warriors. But no one thought that what Long Yu wanted to give them was something else, a jade slip for practicing the first-grade divine formation. In the previous transaction between Long Yu and the Battlefield Legion headquarters, he obtained a lot of first-grade divine formation cultivation jade slips. They were first brought back to the Void Galaxy by Shuelua and Xiaobai. Even Long Yu didn't start practicing. After all, for him I'm not in a hurry to say this. But for many cultivators of the 7th level master, the first-level divine formation is very important. After all, this is the basis for them to rise to the godlike level. Even if many of them have no hope of stepping into the godlike level in their lives, after practicing the first-level divine formation, the overall comprehensive strength will also become much stronger. As for the endless level martial arts, Long Yu doesn't want to expose it so early. At this stage, it is impossible to popularize it even in the Void Galaxy. It can only be taught to those closest relatives and friends first. In the Void Galaxy, some incentive mechanisms are also needed. It has not been established yet. When the time comes, the endless level high-grade martial arts can be used as rewards. Practitioners who have made great achievements can obtain the right to practice endless level martial arts. When the storm of the 9 nether gods in the outside world was about to dissipate, Yuga and Honging each came to Long Yu's side, preparing to follow him. There are still 2 days left. It's almost time. I will put away the 9 nether hell monument, then transform into nothingness and leave this 9 nether divine storm. After Long Yu told Yuga and Honging, he asked the 2 women to remember to cooperate with him. After all, after he transformed into nothingness and left here, he must have directly found a place and returned to the seminary based on the space power of the experienced jade slips. Went. Now, Long Yu didn't know what was going on outside this 9 nether divine storm, but he didn't want to know, because it would be of no benefit to him anyway. Now that the stalemate here has lasted for more than a month, everything that needs to be completed has been completed. There is no need for Long Yu to struggle here anymore. He does not want to be surrounded by cultivators from the outside world. Green Shadow and Qingying didn't know Long Yu's situation. They also asked Honging and Yuega about how long it would take for the Jiuyo divine storm in the outside world to dissipate, but the 2 women were just vague, saying that it would be about 2 or 3 months later. This answer made them it was very uncomfortable, but the 2 women couldn't say exactly, and there was nothing they could do. At this moment, Luing and Qingying didn't know that the 9 nether divine storm outside was about to dissipate, and they were still practicing on their own in a corner of Long Yu's small world. Long Yu knew where they were, but he was too lazy to remind them now. When there were about 2 days left before the Jiuyo divine text storm completely dissipated, Long Yu finally put away the Jiuyo prison monument, then transformed into nothingness, and shuttled through the 9 nether divine text storm. With this move, Greening and Qingying were not able to notice anything at all. After all, they had been practicing steadily for more than a month, and they were not that concerned about the situation outside the small world they were in. If it is a violent 9 nether divine text storm, even if Long Yu transforms into nothingness, he may not be able to pass through it smoothly. But now, more than 40 days have passed since the 9 nether prison monument erupted, and the 9 nether divine text storm, the destructive power is still very strong, but the overall situation has become much calmer. As long as Long Yu pays attention, he can still avoid the most destructive areas and travel through them. Long Yu transformed into nothingness, walked through the 9 nether divine storm, and soon left the scope of the disintegrated planet. Huaran? When? R-A-N-E-N-O-R-G. Then, he discovered that there were indeed countless cultivators surrounding the disintegrated planet. If he had not left early, the 9 nether prison monument would definitely be surrounded by these people. Even though it is impossible for these people to watch and do anything to the 9 nether prison monument, that feeling will still make Long Yu very uncomfortable. The more people he is exposed to, the more flaws he will have in the future. He will do this kind of thing. If you don't know how to do it, of course you should just leave now while you can. Let's go back. Arriving in the void outside the planet, Long Yu asked Yuga to take out the jade slips for the experience mission, and then used the power of time and space to return directly to the seminary, without being gathered near the disintegrated planet in the Abyss Ridge Galaxy. Discovered by anyone. Around the disintegrating planet, more and more cultivators gathered. Even though more than a month had passed, the number of people watching did not decrease, but became more and more. Because the impact of the disintegration of the planet is huge, it will even affect the operation of other neighboring planets. Therefore, there are many people coming to check the specific situation. At least many people want to find out what is happening to that planet now. Already? Under the shroud of the Nine Nether Divine Text Storm, no one could see clearly what was going on. Even the powerful godlike people who came before said they couldn't see clearly and could only wait for the storm to disappear. As for such a Nine Nether Divine Storm, some people have seen it before. There are not many such people, but they do exist. That is, outside the White Feather Star in the Demon Clan's territory, I saw Long Yu using the Nine Nether Hell Monument to counterattack and kill those strong Demon Clan men. Therefore, news gradually spread among the crowd, indicating that the current disintegration of the planet was probably caused by Long Yu. The identity of Long Yu also began to be gradually popularized by everyone present, and many people were suspicious of Long Yu. The name became familiar. Among them, some people were very unhappy with Long Yu. After all, he caused the planet to disintegrate. This kind of crime was extremely serious among the battlefield legions. However, for the vast majority of others, they did not feel that Long Yu's behavior was inappropriate. After all, many local cultivators on this planet have already stated that their planet has been completely occupied by an evil alien group, and even the inside of the planet has been hollowed out. If the young dragon you hadn't come over, I'm afraid that the inside of their planet would have been destroyed. A godlike evil alien race will be born. If alien gods appear directly within the territory of the human race, it is entirely conceivable what the consequences will be. Under normal circumstances, if you want to kill a godlike creature, you need to be surrounded by at least 3 godlike gods. Nowadays, the human race has at least 4 godlike creatures on the alien battlefield, and only 3 are left to fight. If an alien god were to appear here, it would take a while for the 3 of them to gather together. By the time the 3 gods gathered to deal with this alien god, I am afraid that the entire Abyssal Ridge galaxy would have become the new home of the evil alien race. If such a situation happened, it would definitely be frightening and shocking, and Long Yu had just prevented the possibility of such a tragedy from happening. In the hearts of many people, the name Long Yu was already quite optimistic. Not to mention, some people have suggested that Long Yu was the one who single-handedly held back 3 alien gods on the alien battlefield in the demon territory, allowing the 2 demon gods, Black Tiger and Shanbing, to join forces to attack, killed 3 alien gods. How could such a being deliberately destroy this planet? Everyone is looking forward to seeing Long Yu when the Nine Nether Divine Text Storm dissipates. Most people want to see what kind of existence this rumored young genius from the human race is. It's a pity that they are destined not to see Long Yu. As expected, the Joyo Divine Storm began to dissipate 2 days after Long Yu left. When the Nine Nether Divine Text Storm completely dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a nearly empty void. The planet that was originally at this position had been completely annihilated by the Nine Nether Divine Text Storm, leaving only some of the strongest ones. Parts are floating in the void like void garbage. Whether it is the evil aliens mentioned by the local cultivators or the Dragon Yu that most people expected, there is no trace at all. Even the dark green lake that originally ran through the entire planet has now completely disappeared. The literary storm was completely annihilated. This situation obviously exceeded everyone's expectations. Where is the Dragon Master? Was he killed in such a divine storm? This is impossible. Everyone felt incredible, and they made many guesses. Some people guessed that Long Yu had hidden away long ago when others were not paying attention, but no one could verify this. Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to the situation over there. When the storm dissipated, Long Yu had returned to the seminary and asked Yu Ge and Hong Ying to come out of the small world. As for Green Shadow and Qingying, Long Yu also directly reminded them and asked them to come out. Return to the seminary hall. Green Shadow and Qingying didn't expect Long Yu to come back directly, and were a little surprised. However, this situation should be reasonable, so they didn't think much about it. After saying goodbye to Long Yu, they left directly to receive the reward. Although the planet finally disintegrated, they investigated the planet and killed all the evil aliens on the planet in accordance with the requirements of the training mission. Although this was not entirely the credit of the two of course, they are not willing to share the rewards of this training mission equally with Long Yu and the others. As for Long Yu and the others, they could only encounter this planet by chance. They discovered the abnormal situation and did not accept the corresponding training tasks, so they could not get rewards after returning to the seminary. However, the three of them had just returned and obviously attracted some people's attention. Among them, the flashy figure of the godlike person actually appeared directly in front of Long Yu. This powerful godlike person is a demon cultivator from the Skybat monster clan. He is now sitting in the Godlike God Academy, and is responsible for leading all the students of the Godlike God Academy. Liu Shuang also came with Godlike Fuhua. This woman's face was as cold as frost, which made people shiver just looking at her. However, she was still good for the cultivators of her own faction, which Long Yu had already seen before. Senior Fuhua, Senior Liu Shuang. Long Yu saluted the two of them respectfully, probably knowing why they were looking for him. The disintegration of this planet must be considered a major event in the human race, and Long Yu was involved in it from beginning to end, so it was impossible for the seminary to not come to him to inquire about the situation. However, Liu Shuang's appearance made Long Yu a little confused. He didn't see this faction leader on weekdays. He didn't know what she was doing here at this time. Follow me and explain the matter in detail. Although we have roughly guessed the specific process, we still have to listen to you yourself. Louise Hen Fuhua smiled at Long Yu, and then said, Miss Liu Shuang will be responsible for recording what you said, and she will judge what reward or punishment should be given to you in the end. Punishment? Will we still get punishment? When Long Yu heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. That's hard to say. It depends on how you describe what happened. Godlike Fuhua smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. It was obvious that she was planning something, but Long Yu didn't know. Long Yu nodded. He could see that the theological seminary's current conversation with him must be because they wanted to test him. In this case, he would tell the truth about everything. Anyway, the seminary's methods must have been explored by the seminary a long time ago. Okay, there's nothing to hide. So, Long Yu followed God Fuhua and Liu Shuang to a small room in the academy and explained everything that had happened before. From the time they completed the previous training mission to when they found the planet in the Abyss Ridge galaxy, they went up to find someone to make a deal with, and then they were ambushed and found that there was an evil alien race entrenched on the planet. Together with Old Man Skyfire after killing it, call for reinforcements from the seminary. Long Yu didn't hide anything about a series of things. Although he didn't want some of his secrets to be known to others, whether it was the way the Book of Shadows allowed him to turn into nothingness or his other combat abilities, they must have been revealed long ago. It was investigated clearly by the seminary. After all, it is not like he has never used similar methods in front of others, including Incarnation of Nothingness, which he has used many times. Even though the seminary does not know the specific principles of his method, it must have known that he has such a method. Godlike Flashy, now it should be a test for Long Yu according to the wishes of other major gods. After all, Long Yu's talent is extremely strong now. If he is completely loyal to the Human Race Monster Alliance, it will be fine. Once you rebel against the human race and the demon race, the consequences will be extremely serious. Although such things are rare, it has to be said that there are precedents for human or demon cultivators to betray their race, and every time they cause great damage to the Human Monster Alliance. Long Yudao also knew some related things, so he also knew the thoughts of the seminary. He answered whatever the other party wanted to ask, and he explained the whole matter clearly. Okay, that's it, Long Yu, you performed very well this time. As for the reward, let Lu Shuang arrange it for you. Just go and get it with her. When Long Yu explained everything, Luis Henfuhua nodded with satisfaction and signaled Lu Shuang to take the two of them to receive the reward. The most important thing for the three of Long Yu and others to do such a thing was to clear out the evil alien group lurking on the planet. It is difficult to completely annihilate it, and it is difficult to guarantee that no fish will slip through the net and escape. The 9 Nether Divine Storm that Long Yu rebounded with the 9 Nether Hell Monument completely disintegrated the planet. It was impossible for any of those evil aliens to escape, saving the human race and monster race a lot of trouble. Such deeds would be unjustifiable if there were no corresponding rewards. And NB Long Yu, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying, a total of 3 people, participated in the main action this time. As for the old man Tianhua, he was not from the seminary, so he could not get any reward. And the 3 of them followed Lu Shuang to another room in the majestic building of the seminary, and then received several reward choices, including a jade slip for practicing the divine formation, and a jade slip for practicing martial arts at the endless level, but these were not suitable for the 3 of them. It's of no use to people. And in the end, the 3 of them chose Battlefield Legion merit as their reward this time. Each of them received 20 million. Adding the rewards from the previous training mission, each of the 3 now has nearly 30 million. Legionary exploits on the battlefield. And NB totaled up, it is almost 100 million again. This speed is simply beyond the reach of some powerful 7th level masters. And there is something I want to inform you about. And before parting, Lu Shuang stopped the 3 of them and sent a message. The end of this school year coincides with the opening of the Eclipse Ancient Realm. This place is a treasure owned by our human race, monster race, and all major alien races. Land, you can consider whether to participate. Of course, the entry conditions for the Eclipse Ancient Domain are to reach the level of mastery of the Secret Realm and have your own small world, but you cannot step into the godlike world. Therefore, this place is very competitive. Fierce, there are also strong men from other alien races, our human race and the demon race. Even if everyone joins forces, there will be no advantage in them, and it is easy to be outflanked and destroyed by other alien races. And as Lu Shuang spoke, he glanced at Long Yu. Although you have many abilities and methods, your martial arts level is still relatively low. If you go to the Eclipse Ancient territory, it will still be difficult to come out alive. The 3 of you are likewise, you can think carefully about whether to go or not. In seminaries, students who have mastered the 5th level are generally refused to participate, but if you want to go, you can still decide for yourself. And Eclipse Ancient Domain. And Long Yu frowned slightly after hearing this word. Is this place a treasure place that all races can enter together? And this place is rumored to be the remains of a residence left by a god. The senior god deliberately set some test levels in this ancient eclipse domain to allow younger generations to explore, and the lucky ones can get his inheritance. But so far, no one has been able to obtain the inheritance of that senior god. On the contrary, every time the Eclipse Ancient Realm opens, countless people are killed and injured in it. And Lu Shuang sighed and shook his head. I have never been to that place. The last time the Eclipse Ancient territory was opened was 20 years ago. However, every time, major foreign races sent into the Eclipse Ancient territory. Those in the Eclipse Ancient Domain are the most talented and powerful people in their clan. Once they get a chance, they are very likely to step into the godlike level. After all, there are too many gods-level powers in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. With a little understanding, it is possible to step into the realm of God. And NB, the scary thing is that even if you step into a godlike person, you may not be able to come back alive. Outside the Eclipse ancient domain, all major foreign godlike gods will be stationed. If you come out of the Yuegu territory, you are likely to be attacked by them together. And NB Lu Shuang said. And NB, so cruel. And NB Long Yu heard this, and had a general understanding of the Eclipse ancient territory. He did not expect that there would be such a treasure place that is common to all major alien races. He was a little surprised, so he asked, then before entering, before the Eclipse ancient territory, wouldn't the alien races start fighting each other? And NB, you don't know that. And NB Lu Shuang smiled faintly. There are 3 galaxies surrounding the entrance to the Eclipse ancient territory. Between these 3 galaxies and the Eclipse ancient territory, there is a barrier set up by the senior gods. The strength of anyone in it will be suppressed at the level of the magical secret realm, even the strong gods are no exception. If you do it in this place, even the strong gods will be easily killed or injured. Do you think, who would be willing to do it in such a place? And NB, of course, this barrier will lose its effect after the Eclipse ancient territory is closed. Therefore, only after coming out of the Eclipse ancient territory will it be jointly attacked by other alien races. We can also choose to come out of the Eclipse ancient territory. Come out of the domain early. But it is said that none of the cultivators who entered the Eclipse ancient domain are willing to come out early. And NB after Lu Shuang finished speaking, he also let Long Yu know the answer to his question. And NB Long Yu nodded, okay, let's consider whether to go. And NB Yu Ge and Hong Ying listened on the side, with some serious expressions. The Eclipse ancient territory sounds like it is worth visiting, but everyone knows the dangers involved. Those who enter the Eclipse ancient territory are also surrounded by, there are many geniuses from foreign races, and the geniuses from human race and demon race are nothing together. And NB it must be extremely difficult to obtain the treasure when surrounded by alien races, not to mention that there are also some sinister alien races such as the Soul race among them. He killed other alien races insidiously. And NB the branches of the Abyss clan, the Soul clan, and the Outer God clan are not easy to mess with. It is even more difficult to get benefits and survive in the Eclipse Moon ancient territory. And NB if Long Yu is in the realm of the 7th level master, there is nothing to worry about. At that time, he was definitely close to invincible below the godlike realm. But now, he is only the 1st level master. Even if he waits until the end of this school year, at the end of the day, they were only at the 3rd level of great domination, and Yuga and Hong Ying were only at the 5th level of great domination. And NBU can imagine how difficult it would be to get a share of the pie in that situation. And NB of course, Long Yu has the means to transform into nothingness, in which he can hide his figure and obtain some benefits secretly, but he can't always transform into nothingness in it. Once you show up, it's easy to leave clues. If others deduce it, the situation will still be very bad. And NB hearing such news unexpectedly made Long Yu feel a sense of urgency in his heart. This eclipse of the moon ancient territory occurs only once every 20 years. If you miss this time, it will not be so easy to have another one. It is too difficult. Waited. And NB listened to what Lu Shuang said, there are great opportunities in the Eclipse ancient domain. Even if you don't want to get the inheritance of the senior god, you can still get many other things, or feel the power of the god, so as to break through the gods. There's some help or something. And NB it seems that this is something that cannot be missed. And NB however, it still depends on what kind of strength Long Yu can have by then. If it is based on his current strength, entering the Eclipse ancient territory can definitely be said to be an act of seeking death. Just encountering a 7th level master at the peak, the evil alien race had to be dealt with great difficulty by the help of old man Tianhua. In the Eclipse ancient domain, how could there be such a chance? And NB by the way, there's one more thing. And NB Lu Shuang glanced at Long Yu with deep meaning, in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, there cannot be other people who dominate the secret realm in your small world. Otherwise, you will not be able to enter the Eclipse Ancient Domain, so, you should understand something, and within the Eclipse Ancient Domain, you cannot bring other people into your own small world, understand? And NB, this sentence is really a bolt from the blue for Long Yu. It means that he can no longer bring Yu Ge and Hong Ying into the small world, and then turn into nothingness to escape. This is undoubtedly bad news, but it is right to think about it. If the small world can be, if you recruit people, you can definitely recruit a large Dominator Legion, or even 10 large Dominator Legions. After entering the Eclipse Ancient territory and then releasing them all, you will be completely invincible. And NB, the senior gods have set a limit. The number of people from each race who can enter the Eclipse Ancient territory is no more than 200. This is a rigid rule that no one can exceed. And NB, after Lu Shuang finished speaking, he waved his hand, that's about it. As for whether you want to go or not, you can wait until then to make a decision. And NB, well, thank you, Senior Liu Shuang. And NB, Long Yu nodded. And NB, don't call me that, it makes me look very old. And NB, Lu Shuang smiled helplessly, then turned and left. And NB, Long Yu didn't expect that she had such a side, and thought she was always cold and frosty, but that's okay. It's not appropriate to call a girl senior, and it's normal for the other party to have grudges. And NB, Long Yu left with Yu Ge and Hong Ying. And NB, there are still about 4 months until the end of this school year. During this time, we should work hard to improve our cultivation. We just got a batch of Battlefield Legion meritorious service, so why not get some cultivation resources first? And NB, Long Yu said to the 2 women. And NB, of course, the 2 women nodded in agreement. They originally had such thoughts. And NB, soon, the 2 came to the trading center of the seminary. The products in this place have always been relatively top-notch, and only the best things will be brought here for the students of the seminary to choose. And NB, every time Long Yu comes over, he always checks to see if there are any special elixirs that can improve his attributes to the god of war, but he has never found anything. And NB, but this time, contrary to his expectation, he directly turned to the special elixirs and checked the attributes of the Mad War, and there were actually 2 elixirs in them. And NB, these 2 elixirs are both endless super elixirs. Each one can enhance the degree of compatibility between the cultivator and the god of Mad War attributes. As for how much it can be enhanced, it depends on how much power can be absorbed. Everyone originally, how much it fits, will also affect its effect. And NB, Long Yu fell in love with 2 identical elixirs at a glance, and there were not many people competing for this thing. You must know that the students in the seminary, if they are mainly practicing the Mad Battle attribute god, have already reached the match by now. At least the 10th level, if you want to improve it, it is not so easy to do. And NB, and someone like Long Yu, who minored in the god of war, would not be willing to spend such a large price to buy 2 pills like this. After all, each pill is worth 10 million Battlefield Legion merits. These are special pills, and it is an endless level super. If it can explode, the effect will be extremely significant. These 2 pills are called Wu Shuang Bawan, but the name is not important. The important thing is that the main effect of this elixir is to contain the power of creation, which is equivalent to the amount contained in a 3rd grade Tianjing level creation. This is worth 5 million Battlefield Legionary merits. The secondary effect is improve the degree of compatibility between the cultivator and the divine attributes of the Mad War. Each Wu Shuang Ba pill is worth 10 million Battlefield Legions. This is not much for Long Yu. It is mainly useful. He is only at the 7th level, with the attributes of the Mad War Divine Wen. These 2 pills, if you go down, you may reach the 10th level. I want these 2 unparalleled pills. Long Yu pointed it out to the manager of the trading center. The manager glanced at Long Yu, then at Yu Ge and Hong Ying, and reminded, this Wu Shuang Ba pill is worth a lot of money, and neither of the two girls has comprehended the power of the Mad War Divine Wen. If you take it alone, the effect of 2 pills is halved, so I'm afraid it's not very cost-effective. Are you sure you want to buy them all? This was a kind reminder, but the other party didn't know Long Yu's methods. Long Yu smiled shyly. It's okay, I bought them all. The effect will be reduced by half. It doesn't matter. After all, such elixirs are quite rare. In fact, he is a man with the heart of demon dust. As long as he self-destructs and rebuilds his physical body, the effect of taking the same pill for the second time will be 100% without any degradation. Of course, there is no need to tell the people in front of him about this kind of thing. Demonic heart, this martial arts secret technique can be taught to Yu Ge and Hong Ying. Anyway, the first few levels only require the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve. At the same time, practicing demonic heart does not require more energy and thought. Spending 20 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, Long Yu purchased 2 Wuxuangba pills, while Yu Ge and Hong Ying purchased some other elixirs and creations, preparing to go back and improve themselves. Luxury, really luxury. The managers of the trading center couldn't help but sigh and shook their heads when they saw Long Yu buying 2 Wuxuangba alone. How does he know that this is not a waste at all for Long Yu? Soon, Long Yu took the 2 women back to his personal space, and then after thinking about it, he taught the 2 women the cultivation methods of the heart of demon dust. Of course, now Long Yu himself has only practiced to the 5th level, can only teach the first 5 levels of cultivation methods. If it were in the past, this demonic heart would have been one of his biggest trump cards, and he would not teach it to others just to be on the safe side, just like the pure world body. But now, he knows that his biggest trump card lies in the mysterious patterns in the core space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument. Even if this heart of demon dust is taught to others, others will not be able to enter the core space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument to print those mysterious patterns. In this way, Long Yu has no scruples in teaching Mo Chen's heart to others. What's more, both Yu Ge and Hong Ying can be said to be people that Long Yu trusts quite a lot, and Hong Ying is his woman. She taught them the heart of demon Chen, allowing them to take certain pills repeatedly during this period. The cultivation efficiency will be improved a lot. The 2 girls got the training methods of the first 5 levels of the demonic heart, and they were both touched, especially Yu Ge. She really never thought that Long Yu would teach her such a powerful martial arts secret, and she would actually have the opportunity to follow Hong Orioles get the same treatment. This made Yu Ge feel flattered, but for the demonic heart, both women knew how effective it would be, so they didn't bother to be polite to Long Yu. They thanked him and went back to focus on training. Long Yu also came up with the idea after learning about the Eclipse Ancient Territory. The stronger the 2 women are, the safer it will be for the 3 of them to enter the Eclipse Ancient Territory together. Since they want to make a sprint, then they have to sprint with all their strength, and when the 2 women have almost understood the heart of the devil, Long Yu will also teach them the body of purification. By then, there will definitely be many soul clans in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. The pure world body will be extremely restrained against the soul clans, so they still need to practice to be safe. The 2 women went back to practice and comprehend the heart of demonic dust, while Long Yu returned to his personal space, among the mountains and rivers, and began to take the 2 Wuxuangba pills. These 2 elixirs have been something Long Yu has been looking forward to for a long time. After absorbing their power, his level of compatibility with the Mad War attributes will be improved, allowing him to further enhance the power of using the Mad War divine words. I don't know how far these 2 pills can help me integrate with the Mad War attribute divine text. Long Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Instead of making random guesses, he directly took one of the Wuxuangba pills. First, a violent surge of creative power came over him, which was completely absorbed by Long Yu. Come and expand your own little world. It is still very difficult for him to improve his current martial arts realm. He needs at least 50 million worth of creations and absorbs all the creative power in order to reach the level of a second-level master. But now he is not particularly anxious. The improvement of martial arts realm often comes naturally. It would be bad if he is too anxious. After quickly absorbing the power of creation contained in the xuanhuan pill, Long Yu immediately felt a burst of violent divine power with the attribute of mad war rushing towards him from the pill, making him more vulnerable to mad war. I gained some insights into the attributes of the divine text in an instant. The compatibility with the mad war attribute divine text is also in the process of continuous improvement. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. What he had thought about for a long time was finally realized. However, it is a pity that this first unparalleled Ba pill, although it is the endless level elixir, did not produce more multiple effects. It was obviously because Long Yu was not very lucky. The 8th level of compatibility. One day later, Long Yu absorbed all the power of the first xuanhuan pill. The small world slightly expanded by 1/5, and the compatibility with the mad war attribute divine text also increased by 1 level. This made Long Yu slightly disappointed. From the 7th level to the 8th level, all the medicinal power of a xuanhuan pill has been consumed. It is conceivable that if he wants to use these 2 pills to reach the 10th level of the mad war attribute divine text, the next elixir must have at least 3 times the effect. He shook his head. Whether the elixir was effective or not was entirely related to luck. There was no doubt about this, and there was nothing he could do to change it. After absorbing the first xuanhuan, he directly self-destructed his physical body, and then quickly reshaped it with the help of the demon dust heart. He found that after the mysterious patterns were imprinted in his mind, the time it took for his entire physical body to reshape was shortened. A lot. Now, it only takes him a stick of incense to reshape his body. This is still a complete reshape. It can be seen that if you are injured in battle, you can fully recover in a few breaths. This is good news for Long Yu. After reshaping his physical body, he immediately started the second xuanhuan pill absorption. What surprised him was that this unparalleled pill actually had 3 times the effect. For an endless level supergrade elixir, having tripled the effect is really not a case of good luck, but for the current Long Yu, this effect is already quite good, because it means that he and the mad battle attribute the degree of compatibility of divine texts can be raised from the 8th level to the 10th level in one leap. His small world suddenly expanded by 1/5. The further back, the more difficult it became to expand the small world. Even though the second xuanhuan pill was 3 times more effective, the extent of the expansion of the small world was still only equivalent to that of the first. It's just the same as a xuanhuan. Of course, the small world has indeed expanded by more than 3 times in terms of volume, but if calculated in terms of radius, the effect of the first and second xuanhuan is not much different. Anyway, if he wants to expand the small world to the point of improving his martial arts realm, Long Yu still needs more creative power, at least dozens of times more. The 9th level of compatibility. 10th level of compatibility. Long Yu felt that his compatibility with the divine text of the mad war attribute was getting deeper and deeper, and his understanding of the mad war divine text became much deeper, and the effect of the mad war celestial body was also enhanced a lot. In 2 days, Long Yu absorbed all the xuanhuan, and then got the expected improvement. He tried the effect of the crazy fighting fist and cannon, and its basic power was at least 3 times stronger than before. This means that Long Yu now only needs to stack 30 layers of crazy fighting power, which is equivalent to the powerful effect of superimposing 100 layers of crazy fighting power before. This is the effect of improving the divine attributes corresponding to the martial arts. Extremely scary. For Long Yu, it saves countless efforts, and the time it takes to solve the same battle is shortened a lot. 20 million battlefield legion merits are well spent. For Long Yu, the current stage of improving the compatibility with the Mad War attribute divine text is definitely the fastest and best. His own strength will be improved most intuitively, and he will fight in the future. Lieutenant General will be more relaxed. After getting it done, Long Yu continued to enter the core space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, and began to imprint those mysterious patterns in his mind on the second floor. Anyway, he had to wait for Yu Ge and Hong Ying to act together, and he had nothing else to do now. To solve the problem, just deal with these mysterious patterns, and count them one by one as long as you can imprint them in your mind. After about 10 days, Yu Ge and Hong Ying had already comprehended the secret martial art of the Heart of Demonic Dust to the first level, and relied on the large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy accumulated in their own small world for a long time to sprint to the third level. This result surprised the two women, because if it were an ordinary martial arts secret method, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy they had accumulated would be enough to cultivate it to the 6th level, but in the Heart of the Devil Dust, they could only cultivate it to the 6th level. He has reached the 3rd level of cultivation, which shows that this martial arts secret method is definitely beyond the existence of other martial arts secret methods. The 3rd level of demonic heart can already reshape the physical body relatively quickly, but it will take several hours. However, there is no rush at this stage. Take your time. Let's accept a few training missions first, earn more Battlefield Legion merit. As Long Yu said this, he led the two women towards the hall. In the following period, Long Yu, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying continued to accept some seminary-like training tasks. Most of these tasks are higher than their current martial arts realm requirements, but it is not difficult for the three of them to complete such tasks, especially with Long Yu here. They can still run away if they can't defeat them. However, the opponents faced in these training missions are mostly foreign gods such as the Ice God Clan and the Vulcan God Clan, as well as the Earth God Clan, the Wild God Clan, the Wing God Clan, etc. The fighting methods of these outer God Clan are relatively ordinary and not as weird as the Soul Clan. So most people can complete it, resulting in not many rewards. Of course, this kind of ordinary training task takes relatively little time for the three of Long Yu. It takes about 3 days to complete a task, and then everyone can get 1 to 2 million Battlefield Legion merits. Most of their opponents were strong men from the Outer God Clan who were at the level of 5th level masters. Occasionally, guys at the 6th level master level would appear. However, with the three of them working together to deal with them, they were able to defeat them all in the end. 2 months have passed, and each of the three Long Yu people has received 30 million points of Battlefield Legion merit. Adding the previous 30 million points each, the total has reached 60 million, and the three people add up to 180 million points. 10,000. During this period, the three of them did not encounter any accidents, nor did they make any other purchases. In the end, the three of them obtained a large number of remains of the small worlds of the powerful aliens, thousands in total, which were collected by Long Yu and prepared to be sold en masse. After the sale, the three of them each purchased some creations, which basically enabled them to advance to the 1st level of martial arts. After so many days of accumulation, their power has been completely stable and can be used freely, and there will be no hidden dangers if they continue to improve. According to estimates, when the Eclipse Ancient Domain opens, Long Yu should be able to step into the level of the 3rd level master. Yu Ge and Hong Ying are both 5th level masters. Should they participate in the eclipse? The three of them have not yet made a final decision on the competition in the Ancient Domain. If we want to go to the Eclipse Ancient territory, we must have more means. Martial arts secrets and endless level martial arts alone are not enough. If we can choose some first-grade divine formations for training, we will have more choices when the time comes, and we can work together to defeat stronger opponents. Long Yu said this. Yu Ge was a little strange. Then how can we obtain the cultivation method of the first-grade divine formation? Even in a seminary, if we want to obtain the cultivation method of the first-grade divine formation, we need at least 100 million battlefield legion meritorious deeds. You don't have to worry about this. You go to a place with us. In that place, you can choose from 3 kinds of first-grade divine formations and 15 kinds of second-grade divine formations. And don't worry, these jade slips of the divine formations are all from the battlefield legions. It was obtained reasonably without any cultivation risks. Long Yu smiled. Of course what he said was that he wanted to go back to the Void Galaxy. Calculating the time, the opening time of the Void Galaxy is almost over. Anyway, there is still one chance to go back before the opening of the Eclipse Ancient Realm, and then obtain a few first-grade divine formation jade slips before leaving. I don't know how the Void Galaxy is developing now. The remnant soul of the girl Jitao occupies the powerful body of the 9-Nether Dragon Emperor and breaks through the space-time tunnel, which can last for 3 days. These 3 days are enough for them to obtain the cultivation jade slips of the first-level divine formation. That's what you said, the power you want to develop, right? Unexpectedly, there are already so many cultivation resources, even the first-grade divine formation. Yuka had a look of surprise on her face. She knew that Long Yu had a force that she wanted to develop, but she didn't expect that Long Yu's force had such rich cultivation resources. It even had jade slips for practicing the first-grade divine formation. So many choices were beyond her expectation. However, this also made her feel excited, because she had not yet practiced the first-grade divine formation. Generally speaking, in the second year of entering the academy, the students of the seminary have the goal of saving 100 million points of battlefield legion contribution, and then redeeming it for a first-grade divine formation cultivation jade slip, but Yuga did not do this. Still a little worried. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Long Yu already has many first-grade divine formations, and she can even choose from those divine formation cultivation jade slips at will. There is no need to say much about the power of the first-grade divine formation. If you want to understand it, according to the different talents of cultivators, it will take Long Yu, Yuge, and Hong Ying at least 2 or 3 years to understand it. However, there is something called the spiritual wine, and not all of the many spiritual wines auctioned last time were used. Some people bought Tongshan wine and then resold it themselves. I met a guy like this by chance a while ago. He actually hoarded 10 bottles of Tongshan wine and sold 1 bottle for 8 million. Although the price was extremely high, Long Yu still let Yuge and Hong Ying buy it with their own money. Because it is not too difficult to obtain battlefield legion meritorious service, but the divine wine is relatively rare. These 10 bottles of divine wine are definitely extremely cost-effective to buy, because they can shorten the time for the 3 of them to comprehend the first-grade divine formation. Otherwise, it would take 2 or 3 years to comprehend the first-grade divine formation, and it would be impossible to comprehend it during the eclipse of the moon. It can be used in the ancient domain. 10 bottles of divine wine, if divided among 3 people, would only be 3 bottles for each person. This amount is not too much. Added together, it shortens the 3 people's comprehension time by 1 year. If they want to directly comprehend the first-grade divine formation, at least they will still have the time. 10 bottles of theosophic wine are required. Therefore, they have to wait until the end of this school year for a batch of divine wine to be put on the shelves. There will probably be more than 10 bottles. It would be best if they can buy them all. For this, they must prepare more battlefield legions. Meritorious service. After purchasing the 10 bottles of divine wine that the man bought and resold, a total of 80 million battlefield legion merits were spent. The 3 of them combined had exactly 100 million battlefield legion merits left. Next, they will sell the remains of the small world of thousands of strong aliens, which can be sold for about 60 or 70 million, which adds up to a lot. Moreover, in the next 2 months, they can accept more difficult seminary-like training tasks, and each of them can get at least more 30 million Battlefield Legion merits. The opening of the Eclipse Ancient Realm was after the academic year of the seminary was over. As for how long it would start after the end, it was not known. Even Lu Shuang, Fu Hua and others were not clear about the specific time. Anyway, after the academic year of this seminary is over, you can start preparing to go to the location of the Eclipse Ancient Territory, and station yourself in the 3 surrounding galaxies, waiting for the official opening of the Eclipse Moon Ancient Territory. Therefore, Long Yu and the others still have enough time to prepare. Calculating the time, the Void Galaxy should be about to open. The 3 of them accepted a training mission that was completed in the Monster Clan territory, near the alien battlefield. After killing 2 Ice God Clan assassins, they went to the first Outer Domain Galaxy. The original Bloody Star. The current Xuelua Star has changed its name, because Xuelua led the team to break away from the Battlefield Legion and went to the Void Galaxy. This planet was stationed by other Emperor Legions. However, the connection between the Void Galaxy and the Monster Clan territory is still near the Bloodfall Star. The Joyo Dragon Emperor's physical body occupied by the girl Jitao can only create a space-time tunnel in this direction. Fortunately, the Joyo Dragon Emperor's body is powerful. After creating the time-space tunnel, the time-space tunnel is hidden. It won't be discovered by anyone else, and even God-like perceptions can be avoided. After the Long Yu trio completed the training mission, they did not go back to the seminary. Instead, they went to the Bloodfall Star and found a Battlefield Legion's garrison. At that place, they prepared to sell the remains of the small world of thousands of aliens. Lose. The Battlefield Legion itself also acquires such things, but few people sell so many at once. Generally speaking, only when there is a war on the alien battlefield, there will be such a large number of alien small world wreckage, and they will all be destroyed. What the Battlefield Legions recycle themselves will not be left outside. Therefore, when Long Yu took out so many remains of the alien small world over there, many strong men in the Battlefield army did not believe it. They thought that Long Yu was the kind of adventurer who secretly went to the alien battlefield to collect the small worlds of the strong aliens. Such people are similar to tomb robbers and are not allowed to exist in the Battlefield Legions. Therefore, someone immediately wanted to arrest the 3 of Long Yu. As General Long Yu showed his first-class Medal of Honor, the group of people knew his identity, and they all became extremely respectful. No one dared to say another word, and they all took the remains of Long Yu's small world for identification. Went. The final result was 1,256 small world ruins, including hundreds of Soul Clan small world ruins. The price of the ruins of the small world of the Soul Clan is relatively high, so the final price is 80 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, which is higher than Long Yu's initial estimate. After all, he is the owner of the first-class Medal of Honor and the Battlefield Legion meritorious service. It's impossible to trick him. After receiving 80 million Battlefield Legion merits, Long Yu and the 2 women selected some heavenly crystal-level creations here. They have a total of 180 million left, and they have selected a total of 80 million creations. In total, it can almost allow all 3 of them to enter a higher level of martial arts. This is a huge expense, but it is impossible without spending this sum. The realm of martial arts is, after all, the foundation of a cultivator. Then, the 3 of them absorbed these created objects in the void where the space-time tunnel would appear near the Bloodfall Star, while waiting for the time-space tunnel constructed by the girl Jitao with the power of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor to appear. About 7 days later, a hidden time-space tunnel was finally sensed by Long Yu. After all, the girl Jitao would only block other people's perception of the time-space tunnel, but not Long Yu's perception. Go back and have a look. Long Yu set foot on the returning space-time corridor with expectation. In the Void Galaxy. Although Long Yu is not here, concubine Yu, Xiaobai, Shueluo and others are here to take charge, and the development is in an orderly manner without any chaos. When he returned through the time and space corridor, he was greeted by Shueluo and others at the other end of the time and space corridor. When he saw it was Long Yu, his eyes suddenly lit up. Haha, you are finally back. I thought you would not come back until the end of the school year at the seminary. Shueluo laughed. He admired Long Yu very much, not to mention that his sister Hongying was with Long Yu, which made him miss these two people even more. However, when he saw Long Yu and Hongying, there was Yu beside them. While singing, I was slightly confused. Who is this girl? Shueluo asked. Her name is Yu Ge, she is a good friend we met at the seminary. Long Yu said, because we are going to try to go to the Eclipse Ancient Territory, we come back together to select a move and a first-grade divine formation to practice. What? Eclipse Ancient Domain? Shueluo's face changed slightly when he heard this. You guys also want to go to this thing, isn't it too dangerous? I only know that from our side, only senior concubine Yu has received the invitation. After all, she has entered a seminary. People, but do you have enough martial arts skills? Don't worry, we have our own sense of discretion. If the first-grade divine formation cannot understand it, we will definitely not go there rashly. Hongying held Long Yu's arm, leaned against him, and then said to Shueluo with a smile. There are still 2 months left. This school year will be over, right? It is basically impossible to comprehend the first-grade divine formation. Shueluo shook his head and said. In this regard, Long Yu and the others didn't say much or argue, because it was unnecessary. After all, many of their methods were not available to others, and they had never even heard of them. For example, the reshaping of the body by the heart of demonic dust can eliminate the side effects of elixirs and spiritual wine. Even if other people have enough Tongshan liquor, it is impossible for them to drink it like Long Yu and others, or even use it to comprehend the first-grade divine formation. You must know that the effect of other people drinking Tongshan liquor will continue to decay. After drinking 5 bottles, basically it won't have much effect. However, Long Yu and the others, who have practiced the magic dust heart martial arts, can continue to drink the divine wine after reshaping their bodies, and still maintain all the effects. Of course, there is no need to explain this to Shueluo. After all, Demon Chen's heart does not want Long Yu to be exposed prematurely. The main reason is that he has just come back and does not know much about the current situation of Void Galaxy. Be careful. Very necessary. After he comes out of the seminary this school year, he can stay in the Void Galaxy and see some things. Anyway, there won't be any accidents in the Void Galaxy now, and there won't be any attacks from strong people. This place is relatively hidden. In a short period of time, everyone can practice peacefully, and there won't be many battles. However, there are often a group of people who leave the Void Galaxy and go to the alien battlefields near the Monster Clan territory to accept 3 months of training tasks. After completing the tasks, they return and concentrate on training. This combination of training and actual combat leads to the Void Galaxy. The strength of everyone here has improved rapidly. You must know that the cultivation resources here in the Void Galaxy are already extremely rich. Whether it is the creation, the cultivation method of the divine formation, or the understanding of the power of the metal system in the Taichu Golden Pond, the cultivation conditions are better than those in the outside world. Much more. Moreover, you can maintain absolute silence during the practice without any unexpected factors disturbing you. Yuega, Hongying, you can copy the cultivation methods of Jiuxiao Star Flash and Demonic Shadow binding into 10 jade slips. Although you have reached the peak of cultivation and understanding now, you can only imprint them to the perfect level, but it's enough to allow suitable people in the Void Galaxy to start practicing first. Long Yu said to Yu Ge and Hongying. And he himself also prepared to engrave the unbounded seal and the crazy war celestial body, and created 10 jade slips for practice, allowing 10 practitioners to practice these two endless level high-grade martial arts to the peak level. At whatever level a cultivator reaches, he or she can engrave the cultivation methods for others to practice. However, practicing based on the jade slips copied by others will be less efficient and effective. Over time, the level of the martial arts may be reduced. Will all go down. However, the level decline is not a matter of time. At least when Long Yu performed his first re-engraving, the effect of others' practice was basically not much different from what he had practiced. Only the effect of his re-engraving jade slips was if people continue to reproduce and teach it again, the power may be weakened. Long Yu is not worried about the weakening of power and the decline in grade. Anyway, when the time comes, those who practice the jade slips can be improved by observing the martial arts jade slips on him. Now, he himself has not yet mastered these two martial arts to the transformation state, so the initial martial arts jade slip can only be kept on himself. Of course, Yu Ge and Hongying will not be stingy with this little time. Anyway, it only takes an hour to carve a jade slip of martial arts. The three of them spend a little time each, but they can make other people in the Void Galaxy start to practice endless cultivation. Top-grade martial arts. This is what Long Yu said from the beginning. When Xiaobai and Xiaobai were selecting rewards at the Battlefield Legion headquarters, the reason why they gave up the endless level martial arts and chose the first-grade divine formation was because of this. Long Yu was able to get more endless level high-grade martial arts training from the Bone Clan survivors. Jade Slip. Then I'm going to prepare the jade slips for practicing the divine formation. However, there is one jade slip of the first-grade divine formation that is being cultivated. If you want to practice, you can only cultivate the other two first-grade divine formations, and there are 12 second-grade divine formations. The jade slips of the divine formation are available, I will bring them to you to choose from. Shualuo said to Long Yu. Okay. Long Yu nodded, this is normal. After all, there are still many people in the Void Galaxy, especially those with top cultivation levels. Long Yu guesses that the person who is currently cultivating the first-level divine formation is undoubtedly Concubine Yu. However, this impact is not very big. The key is that there are still two jade slips of the first-grade divine formation. It is crucial whether they can cooperate with each other and whether they can select some second-grade divine formations to practice and cooperate. Shuelua took the three of them to rest, and told the general situation of the current Void Galaxy. There are several main forces in the current Void Galaxy. Shuelua and the Emperor's Legion led by him are one of the forces. This force has a total of about 10,000 people, and the Emperor's Legion is transforming into the Dominator Legion. After all, during this period, everyone in the Bloodfall Legion has gained a lot. With the cultivation resources, the martial arts realm has improved extremely quickly. Half of them have already entered the ranks of dominating the secret realm and created their own small world. The branch of the White Feather Monster clan led by Shi Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng is considered the second force here. This force has the largest number of people, with 300,000 people. However, most of them are old, weak, women and children, and they are really capable of fighting. There are almost 20,000 people, and 3,000 of them have already entered the Dominion secret realm. Their overall strength is on par with the Bloodfall Legion. The third force is the members of the Joyo clan's Ghost Shadow Club represented by Concubine Yu. Of course, it cannot be said to be the Joyo clan's Ghost Shadow Club now, but should be said to be the Ghost Shadow Group of the Void Galaxy. There are only more than 100 people in this group, but everyone is very strong, and they have all entered Taichu Golden Pond, comprehended some of the power of Taichu in the metal system, and their martial arts realm has also been greatly improved recently. Basically, at least, they are all at the level of upper-level masters. 50 of them are already first level or even second level masters. As for the two leaders, Diao Fei and Xuan Bai, they are already at the level of fourth level masters and are still better than Longyu. Is high. There are also two forces, the two Emperor Legions led by Ba Xiong and Su Yuqing, each with about 10,000 people. They followed Shuelua and Xiaobai to the Void Galaxy, where they set up camp and began to focus on development. In summary, with sufficient training resources, these two Emperor Legions have developed quite rapidly. Although they are not as good as the Shuelua Emperor Legion, more than one-third of their cultivators have already entered. He has reached the level of dominating the secret realm. Among them, Ba Xiong belongs to the Violent Bear Demon clan, and Su Yuqing is from the Fox Fairy Demon clan. Their respective members of the Imperial Legion are all willing to break away from their respective races and follow them to join the ranks of the Void Galaxy. Now, Shui Luo, Ba Xiong, Su Yuqing, and Shi Tianlei are all at the level of 7th level masters, but they have just stepped into this level. Compared with Xiao Bai and Yu Fei, their overall combat power there are still many gaps. Xiao Bai and Concubine you can actually be said to be relatively special existences in this Void Galaxy, because they are powerful, but they do not lead any forces. Even the Ghost Shadow Department from Jiuyou clan. There were more than 100 people, and in fact Concubine you ignored them. Diao Fei and Xuan Bai were in charge. Now Concubine Yu and Xiao Bai are trying their best to enter the godlike realm. Although the hope is slim, no matter what, they always need to keep trying. Concubine Yu thought, would it have any effect if she understood more first-grade divine formations? Concubine Yu didn't know, but she could give it a try, so she began to understand the new first-grade divine formation. After all, the first-grade divine formation was a method rumored to be created by the gods, and it had an aura close to that of the gods. In addition to these forces, what Longyu cares about is that basically all the people he brought out from the world of Shenwu have now arrived in the Void Galaxy. Man Xian, Qihua, Sunset Dance, Shuchan, etc. all came to the Void Galaxy and tried their best to practice and improve. The good news is that they searched the wreckage of the Ice God clan's small world and actually found 3 power essences. 3 power essences, 2 of which are ice essences, and 1 of which is light essence, are extremely rare treasures. They are worthy of being a godlike powerhouse of the Ice God clan, plus the space searched by Longyu and Hongying. Essence and ice essence, there are a total of 5 power essences in the remains of the small world of this ice godlike god. At the level of a god, 5 power essences are not too much. You must know that a peak 7th stage master, like Lu Shuang, already has 6 power essences. Longyu learned that of the 2 ice essences they obtained, one was the result of Man Xian integrating his innate magical powers, and the other was given to Gu Yixian. After both of their innate magical powers were integrated with the essence of power, become extremely strong. The other light essence was given to the girl Xiang Wu, and it was also integrated into the fruit of her innate magical power. Longyu continued to inquire, and Man Xian mainly understood the Mad War attribute divine words. After incorporating the ice essence, his innate magical powers were exerted, which would have the power of the ice attribute divine words, and the effect was to be able to put the opponent into a frozen state. Which was originally a purely offensive magical power, has now become a means of combining attack and control. The main divine texts that Gu Yixian understood were the divine texts of space attributes and elemental attributes, but this has little to do with his main achievements. What he is best at is various swordsmanship. Many innate magical powers are also swordsmanship magical powers, and his offensive power is extremely powerful. Now the magical power that is integrated into the ice attribute divine text also comes with a series of control effects, which is quite powerful. Xiangwu practices the shadow-attributed death spell. After its innate magical power is integrated into the essence of light, it becomes 2 extremes. It can continue to use the power of the death spell to drag the opponent into death, or it can activate the power of the light essence to drag the opponent to death. All the death energy on the friendly body is absorbed, in other words, it can heal the wounds. The combat effectiveness of the three people has been greatly improved as a result. Now, Man Xian and Qihua were also practicing in the Void Galaxy, but Long Yu did not bother them because he was leaving immediately after he came back to select some divine formations to practice on the Jade Slips. Long Yu, Hong Ying and Yu Gu were led by Shui Luo to a palace in the void. This palace was built by concubine Yu alone after Long Yu left the Void Galaxy. This void palace is not big, but it is mainly used to store the cultivation resources in the Void Galaxy. All cultivation resources are stored here, and there are dozens of cultivation arrays in this palace. This is why concubine Yu, what is created, can allow the cultivators who practice in it to concentrate their minds and not be disturbed by any external objects, thus improving the efficiency of their practice a lot. The ordinary magic circle that condenses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not needed for most powerful people who dominate the secret realm, because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will naturally condense in the small world in their bodies. Basically, there will be no shortage of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just like Long Yu, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can now be used to provide recovery to the rescued trapped monks. By the way, Brother Shuelua, I have 2,500 strong masters here, but they have all encountered some things. Long Yu thought for a while and told Shui Luo about this matter. Originally, he wanted to keep these people in his own little world, but unfortunately, if he wanted to enter the Eclipse ancient domain, these people could not be brought in. By then, he would be in trouble, so he might as well let them stay first and place them in the Void Galaxy. Also, this senior is the top weapon refining master among the human race and the demon race. He also has profound knowledge in magic formations. Long Yu then introduced Old Man Tianhua, and then said, Senior Old Man Tianhua is a good friend of Xiaobai. You can ask Xiaobai to come and greet you. Shui Luo's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing what Long Yu said. For him, the development of Void Galaxy is still very important, and now, Long Yu has brought back 2,500 great masters, as well as the Old Man Tianhua, both of whom will be extremely powerful forces. You know, although Shui Luo, Ba Xiong, and Su Yuqing all brought their own legions, the total number of great masters in their legions now does not exceed 1,000. Although there are many other masters, most of them have just entered the secret realm of masters. The lower masters, at most the middle masters and upper masters, are still some distance away from the great masters. The combat power of the great master and the ordinary master are not on the same level at all. Long Yu has brought back 2,500 powerful masters. Even though they have not all recovered their strength, they will one day be able to recover their strength. By then, the overall strength of the entire Void Galaxy will be nearly doubled. This was the reason why Long Yu wanted to bring all these people into the small world at that time. Unfortunately, the situation at that time was too tense, and thousands of trapped monks could not be rescued. Long Yu was able to do this, he has almost reached his limit. If so many people need to be arranged, more people must come over to accommodate them. Shui Luo can't do it alone. In addition, Old Man Tianhua is here, so Xiaobai must come over. As for concubine Yu, she is currently practicing and comprehending the first-grade divine formation, so she has no time to care about these things. Soon, with Shuelua's notification, Xiaobai quickly arrived at the palace, and his eyes lit up when he saw Old Man Tianhua. Good boy, I brought this old guy over as expected. Xiaobai thought in his mind, but his face remained calm, maintaining a faint smile, and walked towards the crowd. When Old Man Tianhua saw Xiaobai, he snorted coldly, You little bastard, you want to find the old man to come over, but you don't come by yourself. You actually let the little bastard Long come over. Are you looking down on the old man? No, Long Yu is much stronger than me. If I go, I will definitely not be able to invite seniors. Only this boy, Long Yu, can invite you, a great god. Xiao Bai chuckled, saying that no one should be offended by these words, which made old Tianhua very useful. In fact, if Xiao Bai went there in person, he might not be able to invite him over, but Long Yu, there is really something that makes him come over. He was amazed. After arriving in this void galaxy, Old Man Tianhua was still quite satisfied. Because Old Man Tianhua has discovered that this place is not in the territory of the human race and the demon race at all. Moreover, this place is extremely quiet. Before he arrived, the security work here had been done well, and he also noticed that there were still enough training resources in the palace where he was now, including his weapon refining materials. All quite a lot. You know, Long Yu and the others visited the ancient alien ruins of the Duoying clan, where they obtained a lot of weapon refining materials and the like, and a lot of training resources, not to mention that they later used various alien godlike bones, went to the Battlefield Legion headquarters to redeem a large amount of materials and came back. Alchemist, there is Liao Lele here, but no one who is a weapon refiner dares to step forward. It's not that there is not even a single weapon refiner among so many people, but that the level of these weapon refiners is not very good. At most, it would be great to be able to refine ancient-level warriors. As for endless-level warriors, it is impossible to do so. Therefore, almost all the weapon refining materials are still there. After Old Man Tianhua came over, these weapon refining materials were finally put to their best use. Now that we're here, little boy Long, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Xiao Bai, take me to your place and select a few little brats with talent for weapon training. I will train a few successors. When the Old Man Tianhua said this, he turned his head and smiled at Long Yu. Remember what you said, if there is no one here that I like, you have to learn to refine weapons with me. These words made Long Yu quite puzzled, but he still nodded. Don't worry, but even if you want to learn weapon refining, it's not now. At least we have to wait until we come back from the Eclipse ancient territory. That's natural. You should still focus on cultivation. Old Man Tianhua nodded and said, he also knew that Long Yu's martial arts talent was really good, and he knew very well that from now on, the entire Void Galaxy force would have to rely on Long Yu's martial arts value. As for the weapon refining talent, Long Yu was really not the top, but not much different from him. Now that he has come to Void Galaxy, Old Man Tianhua has begun to think about the entire force. It is impossible to force Long Yu to abandon his training to refine weapons. That would be irresponsible to Long Yu and to the entire Void Galaxy force. Although Old Man Tianhua has a bit of a weird temper, he can still distinguish right from wrong and is not so arrogant. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Bai took Old Man Tianhua out to choose someone. Long Yu, on the other hand, released the 2,500 trapped monks from the small world one by one, and then asked them to follow Xuelua's arrangements to find their own residence in the Void Galaxy, or to rebuild a residence. In a cluster, everyone can live together. Xuelua also understood Long Yu's thoughts quite clearly. He planned to unite these people, temporarily manage them, and lead them to build a building complex in a certain direction of the Void Galaxy, which might be able to form a city. Among the 2,500 people, less than half have fully recovered now, so it is not suitable for them to go out to fight or anything like that for the time being. They still have to focus on recovery in a short period of time. Even if some people have fully recovered their strength and body, but their spirits have also been extremely damaged, and they cannot recover in a short time. You guys wait here for a while. I'll be back soon to take you to resettle. After Xuelua finished speaking to everyone, he walked to the depths of the palace in front of him and took out the jade slips for practicing the divine formation for Long Yu to choose from. He knew very well what the Eclipse ancient realm meant, so for this piece, things are still taken seriously. After all, Long Yu is going to be followed by his sister, Han Ying. Soon, Xuelua took the remaining 2 jade slips for the first-grade divine formation and the 12 jade slips for the second-grade divine formation and gave them to Longyu, Hongying, and Yuga to choose from. For ordinary people, even the second-grade divine formation is considered to be an extremely powerful existence. Among the battlefield legions, if you want to exchange for a second-grade divine formation's cultivation jade slip, you will need at least tens of millions of battlefield legions. Meritorious service. Longyu himself had learned a second-level divine formation called the 12-star prison from the inheritance of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. However, this was a relatively useless control method and was often useless in frontal battles. After all, everyone is at a high level and can clearly distinguish the difference between fantasy and reality. In the past, Longyu also relied on the 12-star prison to make the opponent fall into an illusion, and then took advantage of the opponent's lack of distinction between reality and reality to pull the opponent into his own little world. But that was a long time ago. At this stage, Longyu's opponents are all great masters, and they are all powerful beings that exceed the 5th level of Great Master. It is simply unrealistic to drag opponents into the small world like before. Therefore, although this move is a second-grade divine formation, he has not used it for a long time. If you need to escape, you can directly throw out such a move to trap the opponent. It may be able to trap the opponent for a long time. Anyway, Longyu himself has experienced this move and wants to break through it. Trapped, if it is a cultivator at the same level as him, it will take at least half an hour to an hour. When choosing a divine formation, you can include the 12-star prison and see if there is anything that can match it. Longyu thought in his mind, and then he, Yuga and Hongying, inspected and selected the jade slips of the divine formation that Xuelua took out. The first is 2 cultivation jade slips of the first-grade divine formation. The first-grade divine formation cultivation jade slip that Longyu checked was called Thousand Door Soul Locking. This move of the first-grade divine formation is also a control method according to the introduction. It can condense thousands of divine gates and block the opponent's. The soul is locked tightly. The soul is locked, which means that the opponent is not only unable to move physically, but also unable to use any means. It can be said to be completely trapped. This level of divine formation can be used to deal with only one person, or it can be used at the same time it can deal with thousands of people, but the more people it deals with, the weaker the effect and the shorter the duration of the soul lock. Control means are exactly what Longyu needs now. As long as the opponent can be controlled, Longyu can continuously stack up the crazy fighting heavenly power. When the 100 levels of crazy fighting heavenly power are reached, the destructive power can completely kill the beings who are 3 or 4 levels higher than himself in the martial arts realm. Of course, if it were in the Eclipse ancient territory, what Longyu would face would be powerful beings from other alien races. Each one of them must be a genius in the race, and they were usually strong men who could leapfrog and defeat their opponents. It is extremely difficult for Longyu to kill a being at the peak of the 7th stage master. Just imagine, let Longyu fight against Concubine Yu, who will win? Although Dragon Yu is powerful, it has not expanded to this point. Therefore, the Qianmen soul locking move of the first-grade divine formation is definitely a good method. Even if it cannot be defeated, it is possible to trap the opponent for a period of time and escape directly. In any case, Longyu wants to go to the Eclipse ancient territory this time, which is very risky. But if he doesn't go, Longyu is afraid that he will regret it. Therefore, you must be fully prepared before going. In addition to the Thousand Doors soul locking move, another first-grade divine array cultivation jade slip records a magical divine array called Virtual Reality Illusion Realm. This divine array can be used to construct a magical array. The virtual and real illusory realm, the scope of this virtual and real illusory realm, can reach a distance of tens of miles, which is extremely unnatural. In the illusory realm of virtuality and reality, the builder of this divine formation can convert between reality and reality anytime and anywhere. When encountering an attack, he can transform himself into an illusory state, which is equivalent to Long Yu's incarnation into nothingness. However, an illusory figure will still appear in its original place without suffering any substantial damage. Not only himself, the builder of the virtual and real illusory realm can also convert any existence in the virtual and real illusory realm into virtual and real, even including some divine powers. This effect is quite terrifying. As for the specific effect, it is estimated that Long Yu can only know it after you practice it yourself. Now just reading the introduction, it is still difficult to realize its power. When you use it, it might have miraculous effects. I practice the reality and illusion realm, but who will practice the Qianmen soul locker? Long Yu immediately made up his mind. These two moves of the first-grade divine formation must be practiced, so he chose one by himself first. As for Qianmen soul lock, Hongyin and Yuega can both practice it. There is nothing too much about the cultivation of the divine formation. Due to the constraints of the conditions, there is no attribute preference between these two moves in a divine formation. It just depends on how the two women choose. Let's take a look at the other second-grade divine formations first. If we do all the math, the time it takes to practice the first-grade divine formation with one move is enough to practice the second-grade divine formation with 5 moves. Yuka covered his mouth with a smile and said, "Let's see if there is any second-grade divine formation that is more suitable. In the Eclipse Moon ancient territory, the more methods, the better." "Yeah, that's right." Long Yu nodded. The two girls went to check out the jade slips for practicing the second-grade divine formation. Long Yu was not interested in this. Anyway, he had enough methods now, and he did not need so many divine formation methods. He had to cultivate both the virtual and real fantasy realms first, before talking about other things. It didn't take long for the two women to select 4 second-grade divine formations to practice the jade slips together, and decided to let Yuga practice. Yuga practiced the 4 moves of the second-grade divine formation alone, and his speed was definitely faster than Long Yu and Hongyin could comprehend one move. The first-grade divine formation is even faster. These 4 moves of the second-level divine formation are all methods that are more effective in fighting stronger opponents, so Yuga chose these 4 moves. Other divine array methods like some group attacks are impossible to have any effect in the Eclipse ancient territory. Their martial arts realm is more than 2 levels lower than their opponents. If they use group attacks, the destructive power will be even lower. Almost it is impossible to have any effect. You want to take 6 in total? Seeing this, Xuelua was quite puzzled, but 6, just 6. I hope you guys can come back soon, otherwise, the cultivation of the big guys in the Void Galaxy here may be affected. Having said that, Xueluo certainly understands which one is more important. Long Yu and Yusong Hongying are going to the Eclipse ancient territory. If there are not many ways, there will definitely be a dead end, so now, they must give priority to satisfying the needs. Only the 3 of them can do it. As for the possibility that the 3 of them died in the Eclipse ancient territory, this possibility is not impossible. In that case, these 6 jade slips of divine formation cultivation are equivalent to being completely thrown away, and it is impossible to get them back. The loss is quite heavy. But Xuelua didn't bother to think about this possibility. On the one hand, from an emotional point of view, Hongying is still with Long Yu, so he naturally does not want to think about such a situation happening. On the other hand, Long Yu, this kid, seems to have never failed before. This time the eclipse in the ancient domain, if nothing unexpected happens, Long Yutsai will not be able to defeat him either. These are all wishful thinking. In fact, even Long Yu is considering whether he will die in the Eclipse ancient domain, but even if there is extremely high danger, Long Yu will go there. This is an opportunity for him to improve rapidly. If he can comprehend some power from the gods, then his future cultivation path will be smooth. Long Yu's ambition is very serious. He doesn't want to be like other people, who has been stuck at the level of the 7th level master for so long, or even never had the opportunity to step into the godlike state in his whole life. He will never allow this situation. Sure, just be the strongest. Fortunately, it seems that concubine you will also go with the opening of the Eclipse Ancient Realm. If you want to ensure your own safety, you can follow concubine you. Long Yu and concubine you will not be together once or twice, and they will not hold back each other. However, we will see what the specific situation is when the time comes. Now, Xueluo only said that concubine you had been invited, but did not say that concubine you would definitely go. After all, concubine you had been practicing the 1st level divine formation in seclusion and had not yet made a decision on whether to go to the Eclipse Ancient territory. If concubine you stepped into the realm of God during this process, then it would naturally be impossible to go to the ancient Eclipse domain. Although this possibility is not high, it is still possible after all. You must know that concubine you's cultivation talent is far beyond most people in the seminary are like most people in the seminary, so if nothing happens to her, 8 or 9 times out of 10 she will eventually step into the seminary. It is only a matter of time. Although I don't know how you have the confidence to practice these divine formations in such a short period of time, once you have made your choice, don't regret it. When you go to the Eclipse Ancient domain, you must pay attention to safety at all times and put your own life first, understand? Xueluo reminded Long Yu that what he cared about most was Hongying. After all, Hongying was his sister who he had watched grow up. If something happened to Hongying, he would definitely feel very painful inside. He wanted Long Yu not to go, but pursuing martial arts was the goal of everyone in the world. Opportunities like the Eclipse Ancient territory were not available to anyone else. Since Long Yu and the others had the opportunity to go, naturally it's impossible to give up. If we try to improve as much as possible, we will be much more confident. Long Yu nodded. He naturally knew the danger of this trip, but he would not back down no matter what, unless his own strength was far different from what he expected. In that case, going to the Eclipse Ancient territory would be a complete suicide. It is necessary to go. However, during this period of time, Long Yu firmly believed that the 3 of him would be greatly improved. After selecting these divine array cultivation jade slips, Long Yu and the others temporarily left the palace, while Xueluo led the group of 2,500 powerful masters to go somewhere in the void galaxy. Build your own residential city. Let's go find other people, especially Liao Lele. It would be good to prepare some elixirs in advance. We have almost run out of elixirs some time ago. Long Yu said to Hongying and Yu Ge, and then flew towards the residence of Liao Lele and others who had just asked Xueluo. Long Yu and others found Man Xian and others together. Now, Man Xian, Qihua, and others are practicing steadily in the void galaxy. After all, they have experienced in the foreign battlefield for a while and have been greatly improved. They have also gained considerable combat experience. What they lack is martial arts. It's just about cultivating one's realm. Fortunately, there are now extremely abundant cultivation resources in the void galaxy, and Man Xian and others have also stepped into the level of dominating the secret realm. Basically, the weakest among the group of people brought out by Long Yu from the world of Shenwu are already low-ranking ones. The cultivation of the master. As for the strongest ones, such as Xiang Wu, Xu Chan, and Gui Xian, they are also already at the level of great masters, but they are only at the level of great masters, and they have just been promoted. Man Xian, Qihua, and others are mostly in the state of upper-level masters. After all, with enough training resources, their cultivation talents are not bad, and they can be promoted easily. Liao Lele has also reached the level of upper-level masters. Level. When Long Yu found Liao Lele jumped up as if he had been waiting for a long time. Brother Long. You are finally back. There are some pills here that have been waiting for you for a long time. Take them quickly. Liao Lele directly handed some pills to Long Yu. Long Yu took it over and took a look, and found that the most conspicuous one among these pills was a heaven-defying pill, Baji blood pill. This pill was refined from the rainbow stone egg. Originally, Liao Lele had already 3 heaven-defying elixirs were refined, 2 of which were taken by Long Yu, which were used to improve the compatibility between the shadow attribute divine inscriptions and the space attribute divine inscriptions. There is also a Holy Soul heavenly pill and the 8 extremes blood pill that we have obtained yet. Long Yu plans to use the Holy Soul heavenly pill this time in the Eclipse ancient territory. If the demonic heart is combined with the Holy Soul heavenly pill, he can reshape his body in just a few breaths. The Baji blood pill can open up the Baji bloodline in the body, and the Baji bloodline is a means of instantly bursting out with stronger combat power, but it will cause some damage to oneself. Finally refined. Liao Lele smiled slightly. Among the 4 heaven-defying elixirs, this Baji blood pill is the most difficult to refine and requires the most materials. It was only after I came to the Void Galaxy that I was able to find all the ingredients to refine this elixir. Make the materials and refine them. There are also other elixirs, all of which are ordinary elixirs that Brother Long should be able to use on a daily basis. Long Yu nodded, thank you for your hard work. For Liao Lele, Long Yu is indeed very grateful. Although the other party's achievements today are all due to Long Yu, it is indeed very touching to be able to think about Long Yu like this. However, Long Yu didn't say much about this, and Liao Lele obviously didn't expect any more response from Long Yu. She has long been accustomed to the distance between Long Yu and her now. Long Yu checked and found that among the elixirs Liao Lele gave him, in addition to the 8-level blood elixir, there were about 20 endless level low-grade and mid-grade elixirs, all of which were purely elixirs for restoring the body's strength. Moreover, the principle of these recovery elixirs refined by Liao Lele is different from other elixirs. After this batch of recovery elixirs are taken by a practitioner, the effect is to stimulate the practitioner's dantian and meridians, allowing the practitioner to the surrounding outside world absorbs power more quickly, thereby quickly restoring one's own strength. This elixir has a very strong effect and a very long duration. Taking one can maintain a high-intensity power recovery speed for at least half an hour. If the explosive effect of the endless level elixir is exerted, the duration will be longer. The power recovery speed increases tenfold over a long period of time. Such a pill is absolutely extremely precious. At least on the market now, Long Yu has never seen a similar pill, not even in a seminary. Bin. The only pity is that this kind of elixir can only be taken by humans. As a demon, Hongyin has no effect on taking this elixir. After all, the elixir stimulates the human dantian, not the demon elixir of the demon clan. When my school year at the seminary is over, I can come back and practice steadily. Lele, if possible, I will bring you more pill recipes and alchemy materials. It is best to be able to refine more and better ones. The development of the elixir in this area of Void Galaxy depends entirely on you. Long Yu said to Liao Lele. Don't worry, Brother Long. Now I am also cultivating other brothers and sisters who have alchemy talents. The main reason is the lack of some soldiers such as alchemy cauldrons, which restricts their development. Brother Long, compared to the alchemy materials, what we lack most now are soldiers such as the medicine refining cauldron. Liao Lele said to Long Yu a little embarrassedly. She was obviously a little embarrassed to ask Long Yu. Long Yu didn't think there was any trouble. He nodded when he heard the words, in that case, I understand. I really neglected this aspect before. Fortunately, I have you now to make alchemy and refine weapons. The old man Tianhua is here, and we are in the void. It's almost enough for daily consumption in the galaxy. Now Long Yu is still confused about the request of the old man Tianhua. If he cannot find a junior with the talent of weapon refining here, he will have to let him learn weapon refining. This is quite embarrassing. Fortunately, Long Yu feels that in the Void Galaxy now there are still a lot of people, plus the people in various powerful small worlds. It shouldn't be difficult to find a few talents with weapon refining talents. Anyway, Long Yu's weapon refining talent is not top-notch. It may not be that easy to find the top, but it is still possible to find weapon refining talents at the same level as Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu said goodbye to Liao Lele. He has basically finished all the things he wanted to do when he returned to the Void Galaxy, and it was almost time to leave. After returning to the seminary, let's first try to practice the first grade or second grade divine formation. I will take the Baji blood pill to see what special effects the Baji bloodline has after its birth. Long Yu had planned the next thing, and Hong Ying and Yuga certainly had no objections. The two girls now also want to find a place to practice the divine formation first. Hong Ying wants to practice Thousand Door Soul Locking, Yuga wants to practice the 4 second grade divine formations she selected, and as for Long Yu, she wants to practice reality and illusion. The three people practice different things, but they can all produce good results in the Eclipse Ancient domain. After saying goodbye to Xiao Bai and Xuelua, Long Yu took Hong Ying and Yuiga back to the time and space tunnel, and then saw the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. In this body, the girl Jidao's remnant the soul is in it and can control this body. Every 3 months, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's physical body can be separated from the ancient alien ruins under the control of the girl. He has 3 days of freedom. The rest of the time, he has to suppress the multi-winged clan in the ancient alien ruins. Godlike stone statue. This situation will probably last until a strong godlike person is born in the entire Void Galaxy. If someone in the Void Galaxy steps into the godlike level, they can then unite with the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor to completely kill the godlike stone statues of the multi-winged clan. There is no need to seal them. And the one who has the most possibility is of course Concubine Yu. Now, Concubine Yu did not leave with Long Yu. She should wait until 3 months later, before setting off to the Eclipse Ancient territory on her own. At that time, the Eclipse Ancient realm had not yet officially opened, and everyone was preparing in the 3 surrounding galaxies. It was not too late for Concubine Yu to come over at that time. Long Yu knew Concubine Yu's plan. Now Concubine Yu had already reached the peak of the 7th level master. If she didn't step into the godlike state, she would hardly make much progress in strength. Therefore, the breakthrough she wanted most now, it is to step into the realm of God. Understanding the first grade divine formation is an attempt that Concubine Yu is currently making. If that doesn't work, go to the Eclipse Ancient territory to look for opportunities. Anyway, for Concubine Yu, she won't encounter much danger even in a place like the Eclipse Ancient territory. After all, compared to other aliens, for a powerful genius, he can definitely be regarded as a top-notch existence. As long as they don't step into the category of gods, there is almost no one who can be Yufei's opponent in a one-on-one duel. After saying hello to the girl Jitao, Long Yu took the 2 girls out of the Void Galaxy. After arriving in the territory of the Demon Clan, he passed the jade slip of the previous training mission and traveled back to the seminary. Then, the 3 of them separated and returned to their own personal spaces. When Long Yu returned to his territory, the first thing he did was take the Baji blood pill. Long Yu knew that he would take this heaven-defying elixir very early, but he didn't expect that it would take so long. This was despite having an expert in alchemy like Liao Lele. Otherwise, Baji blood pill would be like this. The heaven-defying elixir is hard to see even in a seminary-like trading center. There are some heaven-defying elixirs placed in the seminary-like trading center, but after Long Yu looked at them, he found that they were not very beneficial to him. In other words, they were not very suitable for him. After all, every cultivator has the power to comprehend. The fighting styles are different, and each kind of heaven-defying elixir is only suitable for some practitioners to take. After taking the 8G blood pill, Long Yu immediately felt a fiery force constantly flowing in his body. 8 bloody meridians gradually opened up in his dantian and demonic heart. This is the 8 extremes bloodline, but these 8 bloody meridians have not been opened yet. They are completely blocked and cannot produce any effect. Does it mean that we need to take the initiative to open up these 8 bloodlines? Long Yu had never taken similar elixirs and used similar elixirs to create something in his body, so now he was a little confused and curious at the same time, so he mobilized the power in his body to try to open up these 8 bloody meridians. When Long Yu tried to open up the 8 bloody meridians with the power in his body, Long Yu felt a kind of pain coming from his body. This made him a little confused. Isn't this how the Baji bloodline should be opened? He always felt that if he forcibly opened the 8 blood meridians, something bad would happen, so he temporarily stopped and did not forcefully open them, but this made him more and more itchy. This Baji bloodline was born in the body, but it couldn't be opened. What happened? Is it necessary to absorb some power to get through it? Or what conditions must be met to open it? Long Yu fumbled on his own, but it was really difficult to figure it out. If he had to force it through, an extremely painful feeling spread all over his body when he opened it up, giving him an ominous premonition. This Baji bloodline should not be like this. Just go and get through it. Since you can't study it yourself, you have to ask others. There are so many geniuses in the seminary, and there should be a lot of records about this kind of thing. Long Yu thought to himself, then left his personal space and walked towards the seminary's database. In the seminary, this is a very grand building. It not only has a trading center, a vast personal space for each student, a mission hall, and many other places, but most of them are rarely visited by ordinary people. The place. For example, the database that Long Yu is going to now. In the seminary-like database, there are stored many things that outsiders don't know. They are things that only beings who have reached this level are qualified to know. For example, there are many alien races, certain things about humans and monsters. History, about the existence of many ancient times. In the database of the seminary, Long Yu remembered that there was a rumor that a student had been checking it. That student was called a nerd by others, but now, Long Yu really had to find a guy like this. Let's ask about the Baji bloodline. Want to read a book? Soon, Long Yu arrived at the door of the seminary's database. This is another independent vast space, and students from the seminary need to show their identity cards to enter it. Naturally, Long Yu is unimpeded. In fact, the elders and seniors of the seminary really hope that the younger generation of geniuses can come to the database to search for more things. Even if they are not used at all, it is always good to increase their knowledge. Anyway, for these geniuses, many things are never forgotten. Therefore, the elders are eager for students to come to the database to search for things, so naturally they will not set any higher threshold. As long as they are students from a seminary, they can come to the database to search for things. Of course, the database is still divided into many layers. Ordinary students can only observe and review the things recorded in the jade slips on the first level. If they want to go to the second level and look up some more secret things, they can only look up enough things on the first level. After the assessment, only those who have mastered most of the things on the first level are qualified to go to the second level. This is something that makes many students of the seminary want to complain, but unfortunately, the seniors of the seminary have such rules, and they have no choice but to follow the rules. Such a rule would be of great benefit to the nerd. In the entire seminary, there was only one person who spent a lot of time in the database. If anyone wants to access higher-level information in the database, they can only negotiate with this nerd. After Long Yu entered the database, what appeared in front of him was an endless green grassland. On the grassland, there were jade slips at regular intervals, floating in the air, bathed in a piece of holy light. In the holy light above the jade slip, some words are usually written to mark what is recorded in the jade slip. Long Yu looked around and saw that the entire green grassland was endless. There were tens of thousands of information slips on this layer alone. It would take several years to read them all. After all, the things recorded in each jade slip are both profound and shallow. Although everything can be remembered at a glance, if you want to understand it deeply and figure out some of the key points, you still need to spend some time thinking about it. Long Yu randomly selected the jade slip closest to him and glanced at the words in the holy light above it, which recorded something about a certain race of the demon clan. Long Yu was not interested in the affairs of this race, so he just planned to flip through it casually. However, he soon discovered that if he wanted to flip through these jade slips of information, he would need to pay Battlefield Legion meritorious service. The data jade slip in front of Long Yu needs to consume 200,000 Battlefield Legion merits. This number is not too much compared to other data, but if you calculate it like this, the first level of the entire database, if you want to read all these data on the jade slips, you will probably need billions of Battlefield Legion meritorious service. How could that nerd stay here all the time to check the information? Moreover, it is said that all the information slips on the first floor have been checked. Long Yu was a little surprised. Excluding time, where did those billions of Battlefield Legionary achievements come from? He was confused now, but he would soon understand. As if he noticed that someone was coming from the database, a slightly fat cultivator appeared in front of Long Yu. This person was a human cultivator, and he looked a bit sinister. If he saw it elsewhere, he would still look like a sly person. I really couldn't imagine that such a guy would be a nerd who spends all day in the database and wanders in the ocean of knowledge. However, apart from nerds, it is impossible for the seminary students to appear here. My name is Tao Yi. You look a little unfamiliar. Are you new this school year? The fat man with sinister eyebrows asked Long Yu. Hello, my name is Long Yu, and I have only come to the seminary this year. When Long Yu heard that the other party introduced himself, he knew that this guy was indeed the nerd Tao Yi in the rumors. This guy was very clever. As soon as Long Yu came in, he found out about it, and he didn't know how he knew it. I came to the seminary this year. This school year is almost over, and you have just come to the database for the first time. TSK, tut. From the first glance, you are not a good student who likes to study. Tao Yi looked Long Yu up and down for a few times, and then asked with a smile, how about it, what information do you want to come here to check? I can check it for you, but accordingly, I have to charge a certain amount of Battlefield Legion merit as a reward. That's right, you also know that checking the information here requires Battlefield Legion meritorious service, and checking the information for you will also cost some money. After listening to the other party's words, Long Yu realized how this guy was able to look up all the information on the first level, and he actually wanted to charge money. In fact, Long Yu had also guessed that this was the case, but he felt that not many people would come here to look up information, so it would be difficult for Tao Yi to charge for this and receive billions of Battlefield Legion meritorious services. But apparently, that's what this guy did. Moreover, the fees are definitely not low. Of course, Long Yu would not just ask the question he wanted to know so bluntly. Otherwise, wouldn't it be clear that he would be slaughtered by the other party? Therefore, Long Yu directly asked a few questions. I want to know several things. What do you know? Come on, make a list. There are really very few questions that cannot be found in the database of this kind of seminary. Tao Yi chuckled, stretched out his hand, and took out a stone pillar from his little world. After planting it on the grassland, he leaned on the stone pillar and started to relax. This look is extremely casual. It seems that this guy is living a pretty good life. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and said aloud, first, about the origin and birth of the Outer God clan. Second, about any news about the Eclipse ancient domain. Third, about the awakening of the Taichu divine grade. Fourth, about the Baji. Information about the bloodline. Fifth, the experience of practicing in the virtual and real illusory realm of the first grade divine formation. Sixth, information about the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Long Yu said 6 things in one breath, which made Tao Yi frown slightly when he heard it. When Long Yu finished speaking, Tao Yi gave Long Yu a meaningful look. I am an honest seller, and I will never cheat or defraud a conscientious seller. You don't have to confuse me like this. If you really have so many problems, you can't come to me just after the school year is almost over, right? These words actually exposed Long Yu's plan at once, which shows that this guy is really very shrewd. Long Yu shook his head and smiled. You are wrong. These things are indeed what I want to know, but I don't know how much it will cost to know. You can list them with me, and find them on the first floor. I can go and see it myself. As for things on the second level or higher, I can only rely on you, brother. Outer God Clan, Eclipse Ancient Domain, Taichu Divine Grade, these 3 are general information, which can be checked on the first level. However, I do not recommend that you check these information yourself, because these information are here, we have them all. Tao Yi leaned against the stone pillar behind him, then pointed at his head and said, the 8-pole bloodline, virtual and real illusion realm, and training-related information are all on the second level. If you want to know any information, the merits of the 10 million battlefield legion. The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor is the information recorded on the 3rd level. I can tell you without reservation after paying 15 million battlefield legions. The first 3 general information you want to check can be regarded as I'll give it to you as a bonus, buy 1, get 1 free, how about that? This guy is a profiteer. Long Yu cursed secretly in his heart. Although he knew that this guy's bid must be very high, he didn't expect it to be so dark. The key is that if he wanted to know the news about the Baji bloodline, he could only go through this kid. After all, this thing is an extremely rare existence. Unless there is an extreme coincidence, other people in the seminary can only search it from this database. In fact, regarding the information about the Baji bloodline, the virtual and real illusion realm, and the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, Long Yu only needs to know the first one, which is the news about the Baji bloodline. He does not need the other 2. 1. Read a book? If you only buy one of the materials, you can also get a copy of the first 3, the origin of the Outer God Clan, the ancient realm of the eclipse moon, and the awakening of the Taichu divine artifact. The first 2 are quite useful to Long Yu, and the latter it's of no use. The experience of awakening the Taichu divine grade may be of reference significance to ordinary people, but for Long Yu, it has little reference significance, because he only has the Void Ghost Dragon Blade with the Taichu divine grade in his body, and this warrior surpasses Taichu. The existence of the divine product is a special Taichu divine product that has been smelted in the Taichu furnace. If it were an ordinary Taichu divine item, used like Long Yu, it would have awakened several levels long ago, but now, the Void Dragon Blade has not even awakened the first level, which makes Long Yu quite puzzled. Logically speaking, even the special Taichu divine artifact should not be awakened so slowly. The experience of Hanying is that as long as you keep using this Taichu divine artifact, you will be able to awaken naturally, but Long Yu's side does not. Never before. Therefore, the general awakening experience of the Taichu divine grade is completely useless to Long Yu. Or, he can go find the godlike senior who also possesses the special supreme beginning divine product and ask, but until now he doesn't even know who owns the special supreme beginning divine product, let alone ask the other party. How could it be so easy for him to find a god? Even for Long Yu, it is quite difficult to choose a godlike person to meet. After all, the godlike person has many things to do and does not have so much free time to meet him. Long Yu thought for a while, and the experience of his predecessors in the virtual and real illusion realm might be useful to him. If he could get something from it, it should be able to shorten his time to practice in the virtual and real illusion realm. Long Yu heard from Yuga that many seminary students were willing to check out their training experiences on martial arts, divine formations, etc. In this case, they could shorten the comprehension time and speed up efficiency. Then it's decided. Long Yu thought in his mind that 10 million Battlefield Legion merits were not too much for him anyway. If he could buy it, he would buy it. If he could shorten the time, he could reduce the consumption of some divine wine. If he calculated it carefully, he could save some money. Quite a few. As for the information that comes with it, it's just incidental. After all, the information that comes with it is all on the first level. Long Yu can check it out by himself by spending hundreds of thousands of Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds. Now it's just a little more convenient. That's all. Since you say so, then I will just buy 2 of the materials. Long Yu squinted his eyes and said to Taoyi, I want to know the information about the Baji bloodline and the experience of practicing in the virtual and real illusory realm. As for the 2 bonus information, please tell me about the Outer God clan. Just the information about the origin and the Eclipse ancient domain will be enough. After saying this, Long Yu took out a jade slip of meritorious deeds and traded 20 million Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds to Taoyi. After Taoyi accepted the money, his whole demeanor changed. He nodded and said to Long Yu, then wait a moment, I will compile the information and tell you together. He put away the stone pillar he was leaning on, and then disappeared in a flash, probably running to the 2nd floor of the database. Long Yuza waited there. Not long after, Taoyi appeared again and brought the 4 pieces of information that Long Yu wanted to know. When Long Yu left the database, he already clearly understood what he wanted to know. The most important thing is of course about the Baji bloodline. Long Yu has now taken the Baji blood pill, and the prototype of the Baji bloodline has been born in his body, but this Baji bloodline cannot be opened by him, so he came to the database to check the relevant information, but he was a little surprised. There is indeed such relevant information here. I want to read a book. After reading this information, Long Yu realized that it turned out that the opening of the Baji bloodline could only be carried out in a fighting state, and would be blocked again after the fighting stopped. This was an existence that only took effect during the fighting. Once a cultivator who has cultivated the Baji bloodline enters a battle, the Baji bloodline will naturally and gradually be opened. The longer the battle lasts and the more intense the fighting, the more the Baji bloodline will be opened. Every time one of the 8 extremes bloodlines is opened, the basic strength that a cultivator can exert can be doubled. If all 8 extremes bloodlines are opened, then the practitioner's basic strength will be doubled 8 times. This is equivalent to allowing the practitioner to advance to a higher level of martial arts, allowing him to defeat opponents with a higher level of martial arts. However, it is worth noting that the opening of the 8 extremes bloodline will have a considerable impact on the physical body and the small world of the cultivator. Among them, the more the 8 extremes bloodline is opened, the greater the backlash will be on the physical body of the cultivator. When all the 8 extreme bloodlines are opened, even fighting for just 1 stick of incense will cause the cultivator's physical body to completely collapse. And the impact on the small world is even more profound. Every time any bloodline of the Baji bloodline is opened, a bloody crack will appear in the cultivator's small world. This bloody crack will appear in the void of the small world and become a spatial crack. To fill the space crack, it will take a lot of creative power. If all the 8 bloodlines are opened, the 8 bloody cracks caused will require at least 1 second-grade Tianjing level creation to make up for it. In other words, it is equivalent to tens of millions of Battlefield Legionary merits. Opening them all once will consume tens of millions of Battlefield Legion meritorious service. Even if you open an 8-pole bloodline, you will need a 3rd-grade Tianjing level creation to make up for it, which is 5 million. This is a total waste of money. Long Yu felt extremely sad about this. Now that the Baji bloodline had been born in his body, there was no doubt that he had no choice but to regret it. Fortunately, although Long Yu cannot control the opening of the Baji bloodline, he can control not to open the Baji bloodline. When there is no need for the Baji bloodline to explode, he can choose not to open the Baji bloodline, which will not harm the little one. The world has done damage. All in all, this Baji bloodline is still a good thing, especially for Long Yu. It is enough to consider only one of the side effects, which is the damage to the small world. As for the damage to the physical body, will Long Yu care? Anyway, with the heart of demonic dust around, Long Yu's physical injuries would have no impact at all, and he could fully recover in a few breaths. After understanding the Baji bloodline, Long Yu had a certain understanding of this thing. As for its specifics, Long Yu didn't really want to try it. After all, trying it would cost 5 million battlefield legion merits, which he couldn't afford. However, Long Yu knows very well that the reason why Baji Blood Pill is a heaven-defying elixir is not for ordinary practitioners, but for those practitioners who have reached the peak. For example, the current concubine Yu, or some other gods. It is difficult for these strong men to improve their martial arts realm. Once they have the Baji bloodline in their bodies, they will suppress other powerful beings at the same peak level in battle, thus possessing even more powerful fighting power. If concubine Yu had the Baji bloodline and fully activated the Baji bloodline in battle, she would probably be able to compete with a godlike powerhouse for a while. This is the biggest role of the Baji bloodline. Now, for Long Yu, it is undoubtedly a greater guarantee for his team in the Eclipse Ancient territory. If he can enter the third stage of the Great Master before entering the Eclipse Moon Ancient territory, then, you can really rely on the Baji bloodline to fight head-on against some powerful aliens who are 7th-stage masters. He even dared to deal with powerful 7th-level masters like Xuelua, Ba Xiong, and Su Yuqing. It's just that it's impossible for a 7th-level master like Yu Fei to fight against Long Yu alone. This is not only a matter of basic strength, but also for various other reasons. In addition, in the Eclipse Ancient domain, since this is the inheritance place left by the powerful gods, Long Yu does not dare to take out the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Both parties are gods. If there is any conflict, Long Yu cannot guarantee that the 9 Nether Prison Monument can guarantee his safety. Then, Long Yu checked the cultivation experience about the first-grade divine formation and the illusionary realm. This thing is still relatively important to him, and that Gai Taoyi is quite reliable, and he has found more than 10 people for Long Yu. The experience of cultivating the illusory realm of reality and reality. This is very important to Long Yu. The items purchased with 10 million battlefield legion merits may shorten the time it takes for Long Yu to practice the first-level divine formation of virtual and real illusion domain to half the original time. Originally, it might take 2 or 3 years for Long Yu's talent to comprehend the virtual reality of the first-grade divine formation. Even if he drinks the divine wine, a bottle of divine wine is only worth 3 months. If he saves half the time, you can save 4 or 5 bottles of divine wine. That is the meritorious service of 20 million battlefield legions, so these cultivation experiences in the virtual and real illusory realm are still quite good for Long Yu, and the purchase of these materials is quite worthwhile. All that's left are 2 bonus materials. One is about the origin of the outer gods, and the other is about the detailed information about the Eclipse Ancient domain. The former is a problem that Long Yu has encountered before, and it will definitely have something to do with him in the future. After all, he now has all the sacred objects of the outer gods except the Ice God clan creatures. These are the artifacts of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor from the outer god clan. Snatched from the middle. Long Yu had heard about it before. It was said that the outer god clan was born from a certain divine relic, and that divine relic was the origin of the outer god clan. The outer god clan's sacred objects were related to that divine relic. If you collect those few holy objects and go to the ruins of the gods, something will probably happen, so Long Yu is still very curious about it. He also read the bonus information quite carefully. After reading it, he frowned. Regarding the information about the Outer God clan, the seminary also recorded a lot of information, and it was divided into several large pieces and recorded in a jade slip. Want to read a book? Mainly about the origin, classification, and history of major events of the Outer Gods. Taoyi handed over these three aspects of things to Long Yu, which was considered relatively conscientious. After reading these materials, Long Yu felt a little tricky. He wanted to rely on the holy objects in his hands to get his hands on the rumored ancient gods' ruins are still quite difficult. The first is the issue of the origin of the Outer Gods. In this regard, the human race and the demon race have also investigated a lot of information, which is basically close to the truth. Tens of millions of years ago, the dragon race was still active in this world, and the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor was a leader among the dragon race. Or, at that time, the Outer God clan had not yet been born. Suddenly one day, from the ancient god ruins in a hidden corner, an explosion of ancient god-level power occurred. In that explosion, the Outer God clan was born, and at the same time, the sacred objects of various Outer God clan were born. When the Outer God clan was just born, the major races were extremely united, including the Ice God clan, the Vulcan God clan, the Wing God clan, the Desolate God clan, the Earth God clan, etc. In addition, there were so many of them that I didn't know where they came from. Around the ruins of the ancient gods, these outer gods rapidly expanded, wiping out several races that originally lived nearby. The territories of the human race and the monster race were also occupied by those outer gods. Later, when the Outer God clan became powerful enough, they finally split. The Ice God clan, Vulcan God clan, Earth God clan, etc., became independent and became different races. Only under such circumstances, the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor finally found an opportunity to snatch out these sacred objects of the Outer God clan one by one and take them for his own, provoking all the Outer God clan, but the already divided Outer God clan. At this time, it is impossible to unite. There is already a lot of hatred between the Ice God clan and the Vulcan God clan alone. This hatred is irreconcilable, and both sides want to kill the other. Although they were very angry when the sacred objects of their clan were robbed, they did not unite with each other. After all, the sacred objects of their clan had only commemorative significance for them, and were just sacred objects that accompanied the birth of their race. Even if something is taken away by force, there will be no loss. Want to read books? However, the hatred between the Fire God clan and the Ice God clan has been simmering for a long time, and there have been countless casualties in their fights with each other. Even if the top leaders want to unite, it is impossible for the ordinary Ice and Fire God clan below to be willing to join forces with each other. Over time, under such chaotic circumstances, the holy objects of various tribes were occupied by the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor, and the major outer gods did not unite to fight for them. Without unity, it would be impossible for them to invade the human race and search the Jiuyou realm. As for the subsequent extinction of the Dragon clan, the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, one of the strongest among them, died directly. This matter was not recorded too much in the information about the Outer God clan. It was only mentioned once or twice, and there was no mention of it. Let Long Yu know the details. This aroused Long Yu's curiosity again, but regarding the demise of the Dragon clan, it is impossible to record it even in the database of the seminary. Long Yu knew this very well, because he once chatted with Concubine Yu. It had been mentioned before, and Concubine Yu was obviously very familiar with the seminary's database. She could confirm that the extinction of the Dragon clan was an unsolved mystery. With the current power of the human race and the demon race, it is absolutely impossible to investigate the secrets about the extinction of the dragon race. Regarding the classification of the Outer God tribe, what is recorded in the Human Theological Seminary is that at the beginning of the birth of the Outer God tribe, there were a total of 12 races, including the Ice God tribe and the Vulcan God tribe. However, later, due to external attacks and internal divisions and conflicts, in the end there were only 6 races left. Ice God Clan, Vulcan God Clan, Desolate God Clan, Wing God Clan, Earth God Clan, and Wood God Clan. Among these 6 Outer God Clan, the Ice God Clan, Vulcan God Clan, and Desolate God Clan are bordering the territory of the human race and Monster Clan, while the other 3 are relatively far away. But occasionally they would make a detour to cause trouble for the human race and monster race. As for what the other 6 races are, Long Yu also knew a little before, but he was not particularly clear. Want to read a book? Now it is clear from these information that in addition to these 6 Outer God clans, there are 6 other Outer God clans that have become extinct, namely, the Thunder God Clan, the Light God Clan, the Shadow God Clan, the Mad God Clan, the Sea God Clan, and the Sky God Clan. These 6 Outer God clans have all become extinct, but Long Yu has heard of the Thunder God Clan among them, because he had previously found the Thunder God Clan's sacred object from the 9 Netherworld of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, which was a flickering hexagonal ice crystal shining with lightning. Now on Long Yu's body, the Ice God Clan's holy relics have been taken away by the Monster Clan's battlefield legions, but there are still 6 Outer God Clan holy relics left. In addition to the Thunder God Clan's holy relics, there are also the Vulcan Clan, the Wild God Clan, and the Winged God Clan. The sacred objects of the Wood God Clan and the Earth God Clan. Long Yu doesn't know where the 5 other genocidal sacred objects are, or perhaps no one in the world knows. Even if there is any being who knows the whereabouts of these holy objects, it is definitely not a human or a demon. It was precisely because of the lack of those 5 sacred objects that the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor did not go looking for the ruins of the ancient gods. The reason why Long Yu frowned was because there were actually missing 5 sacred objects of the outer gods. Originally, he thought he had collected them. All in all, now it seems that it is not that easy to find the ruins of the ancient god to trigger the opportunity. Shaking his head, Long Yu didn't think much about it. This matter was still far away from him. Even if he gathered 12 sacred objects of the outer gods now, he would still not be able to go to the ruins of the ancient gods. You know, the ruins of the ancient gods are still in existence. It is the central location of the territory of the 6 outer gods. That place is a place where life and death are uncertain even for the outer gods. It is a place of war between the 6 outer gods. Not to mention, humans like Long Yu would go there. Without the strength of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, going to that kind of place is definitely just looking for death. Just as the battlefield between the human race, the demon race and the outer gods is a battlefield of alien races, the place where the ruins of the ancient gods are located is a battlefield between the 6 outer gods. However, the area near the Void Galaxy developed by Long Yu and others is now a peaceful area. There does not seem to be any conflict between the 3 nearby alien races. They should have signed some peace treaties. This has also made the entire Void Galaxy, it has become safer and the surrounding environment is relatively calm, which is very suitable for concentrating on cultivation. Next, Long Yu checked the information about the Eclipse Ancient Domain. There are also many records of the Eclipse Ancient Domain. This thing was probably discovered in a hidden corner by a joint team of alien races hundreds of thousands of years ago. Then the news spread, letting hundreds of alien races around know about it. The existence of the Eclipse Ancient Domain includes the human race and the demon race. About 140 races started competing for the Eclipse Ancient Domain. After all, it was the inheritance land of the gods. Everyone wanted to take it as their own, as long as one of their own races could step into the level of the gods. Will undoubtedly be superior to all other races. However, the battle soon stopped, because all the strong men who went to the 3 galaxies near the Eclipse Ancient Domain found that their cultivation was forcibly suppressed at the level of the magical secret realm. Even the super strong men at the godlike level could not. It is possible that in these 3 galaxies, some guys from the royal secret realm or the master secret realm will join forces to slaughter. This situation made the godlike experts of all major races feel the chill, so they gathered together and agreed that the Eclipse ancient domain was a public area. After coming here, no one could maliciously launch attacks on others until after entering the heritage ruins of the Eclipse ancient domain. The location of the Eclipse ancient domain is located extremely far away from the territories of the human race and the demon race. In this world, planets and galaxies are two basic place names. For example, in the territory of the demon clan, there are hundreds of galaxies, and each galaxy has tens of thousands of planets. And above the galaxy, there is another place name, and that is star territory. Between the galaxies and the galaxies is a complete void, and between the star fields and the star fields, there is also a complete void, and the scope of this void is much wider, even if a strong godlike person has been flying in it for hundreds of years. It may not be possible to reach another star field. The human race, the demon race, the outer god race, the yuan race, the soul race, etc., these races are all in the same star field. This star field is called Langya star field by the human race and the monster race. In the Langya star territory, there are more than 40 races living and occupying all the territory. Near the Langya star territory, there are two other star territories, the Crazy Sand Star Territory and the Tiangang Star Territory, and the Eclipse Ancient Territory is between these two star territories and the Langya Star Territory. In an extremely vast void, there are 3 galaxies floating alone and the ruins of the Eclipse Ancient Domain in the center. The Eclipse Ancient Territory is now opened every 20 years, which is considered a relic that is opened quite frequently. Every time the Eclipse Ancient Territory is opened, there are geniuses from more than 140 races in the 3 surrounding star fields. The strong ones participated, and of course the human race and the demon race were among them. It is not difficult to go to the Eclipse Ancient Territory. The coordinates of that place are stored in the human and demon tribes. The time and space jade slips created by the godlike experts can directly go to the 3 galaxies near the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Only a godlike person can create such a powerful time and space traveling jade slip across the void. After checking this information, Long Yu felt more and more that the human race and the demon race just lived in a small place. There was an infinite world outside the boundaries of the human race and the demon race. Now Long Yu could also understand why. People from the Alliance of Sufferers haven't been to the human race or the demon race for a long time. Because the territory of the human race and the demon race is located close to the edge in the Langya Star territory. Because of this, after the human race and the demon race join forces, they only need to defend against alien attacks from one direction, which is the direction of the alien battlefield. Behind the territory of the 2 races, there is endless void. There are other unknown star fields separated by an unknown distance. The humans and monsters only know that the dragons came from that star field, but they don't know anything about the others. Some people are trying to go to another star field. Exploring the star field, you have to come back halfway, because if you keep moving forward in this direction, you will encounter a space-time rift that spans the sky and the earth, which is impossible to pass. It is precisely because of this that the extinction of the dragon clan has become extremely mysterious, and the power of the human race and the demon clan cannot detect anything at all. After Long Yu returned to his personal space from the database, he began to use some of the creative objects he had purchased before, absorbing the creative power in them, and preparing to improve his martial arts realm. After all, he is still at the level of a first-level great master, but after absorbing these creations, his cultivation has been smooth, and he has directly stepped into the realm of the second-level great master, and his basic strength has been increased by 3 times. Then, Long Yu still has 4 bottles of divine wine on him, and combined with the experience of practicing the virtual and real illusory realm just obtained, he may be able to fully comprehend the first-level divine formation of the virtual and real illusory realm in just 7 days. If you can learn it earlier, you will have a lot more experience in using this move, which will be of great help to the Eclipse Ancient Domain and the others. Therefore, after Long Yu was promoted to the second-level master, he did not pause at all, and directly began to familiarize himself with the cultivation experience of those virtual and real illusory realms. After all, it was the cultivation experience of more than 10 people. Everyone has a different experience of using this move. This let Long Yu's understanding of this first-grade divine formation continue to improve, and it will save a lot of time in the subsequent practice process. It took 3 days for Long Yu to read all these cultivation experiences, and then he started to drink the first bottle of the spirit wine. When he woke up a day later, he blew himself up and reshaped his body, and then drank the second bottle of the spirit wine. A total of 4 bottles of divine wine took Long Yu 4 days to fully utilize these 4 bottles of divine wine, without any wastage. Just when Long Yu woke up on the 4th day, he finally realized that he had really fully understood this move of the first-grade divine formation. Regarding the divine formation, there is no level of understanding. Either you have not successfully comprehended it and cannot use it, or you can directly use it if you have a thorough understanding. Now that General Long Yu has understood this level of divine formation, he can already use it. A first-grade divine formation. In the realm and illusion realm, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary practitioners to comprehend and complete such a one-trick, one-level divine formation within 7 days. Even if other people have countless spiritual wines and countless cultivation experiences, they still cannot reach this level. Mainly because of Long Yu's Heart of Magic Dust, the effect of this martial arts secret method is too heaven-defying. He can clearly understand the impact of the physical body on fatigue caused by elixirs, and tonic wine means that when taking the same elixir and drinking another bottle of tonic wine, the effect will not be attenuated. If it were anyone else, no matter how much alcohol they drank, they would only be able to save less than a year at most, and they could only achieve this effect in their lifetime. Unlike Long Yu, who had previously comprehended the apocalyptic 9 nether divine texts, etc. I have drank a lot of spiritual wine, and if I continue to drink it now, I can still have 100% effect without any decay. This is the natural advantage of Long Yu's current strength improvement. This kind of advantage was one of the guarantees for Joyo Dragon Emperor to become the peak god. Even the original Joyo Dragon Emperor did not tell anyone else about this martial arts secret, even his very close subordinates. The 4 envoys of Joyo. Whether they are death envoys or Shura envoys, they have only learned the balanced control practiced by Joyo Dragon Emperor. As for the body of purification, the heart of demon dust, etc., they have never practiced it. But now, Long Yu has taught the demonic heart to Yu Ge and Hong Ying, and in the future, he should also teach it to other people in the Void Galaxy, because these 2 martial arts secrets, especially the demonic heart, the improvement in the cultivator's combat effectiveness is too significant. If you want to enhance the overall strength of the entire Void Galaxy, just by popularizing the martial arts secret technique of the Heart of Demon Dust, you can increase it by at least 30%, which shows how outstanding its effect is. Anyway, now Long Yu does not mainly rely on this thing to fight. It is impossible for others to go to the core space of the 9 nether prison monument to imprint those mysterious patterns in their minds. This is compared with Long Yu and others. The biggest advantage is getting up. The training in the virtual and real illusory realm has been completed, and the next step is to actual combat. Long Yu thought to himself, and then left his personal space, preparing for a more difficult experience. Among the 7 levels of Great Masters, the 1st and 2nd level Great Masters are called low-level Great Masters, the 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level Great Masters are called middle-level Great Masters, and the 6th level and 7th level Great Masters are called middle-level Masters. It is called a high-level Master. In the previous seminary-like training missions that Long Yu and the others accepted, they encountered foreign opponents who were the masters of the middle section. Next, as their respective strengths improve, they can already try to deal with some high-level alien opponents. Such seminary-like training tasks are called advanced training. Generally speaking, the truly difficult training tasks in seminaries are among the high-level training tasks. Occasionally, there are very difficult intermediate training tasks such as dealing with the 5th-level master of the Soul Clan, but the number is very rare. Among the more than 100 current students in the seminary, more than 70 of them are high-level masters, and more than 100 are undergoing advanced training. It can be said that the tasks that the original 3 people of Longyu were doing were basically not taken by anyone. After all, no one looked at the intermediate training tasks very much. Most of them accepted the high-level training tasks, and the number of training tasks increased. Speaking of which, advanced experience is much more than intermediate experience. When foreign races send some race members to the territory of the human race and monster race to cause trouble, in most cases they naturally send some high-level masters. Only high-level masters can accomplish their set goals by adapting to certain circumstances. Therefore, from now on, Longyu and the other 3 have entered the mainstream of seminaries. Originally, the strength of the 3 of them could be said to be at the bottom in the seminary, but now, Longyu is confident enough. If he really goes all out, even if he doesn't use the 9 Nether Hell Monument, he can still keep up with more than half of them. The seminary students are very capable. The key that restricts the improvement of his strength now is the realm of martial arts. Unfortunately, if he wants to step into the 3rd level of master, on the one hand, his background is not enough and his strength is not stable enough. Forcibly improving may lead to a poor foundation. On the other hand, there are not so many created things. If you want to upgrade from the 2nd level master to the 3rd level master, you need to purchase at least 80 million Battlefield Legion meritorious creations to expand the small world to that extent. Therefore, the current Dragon Emperor is still not very affordable. It's affordable, but once you buy it, you'll be completely broke. The previous purchases of creations, elixirs, and divine wine have already consumed most of his Battlefield Legion merits, not to mention that after the academic year of the seminary ends in 2 months, there will be a batch of divine wine to be put on the shelves. Of course, there will basically be no competition for this batch of Tongshan liquor, because it is impossible for others to drink unlimited Tongshan liquor like Longyu. Just like last school year, there will definitely be a lot of Tongshan liquor left over. Longyu was planning to take all of this batch of divine wine. In order to prevent any accidents, he must save enough Battlefield Legion meritorious service. After arriving at the mission hall, Longyu soon met up with Yu Ge and Hong Ying and learned about the 2 girls' training status during the past 7 days. Both women absorbed the creation, raised their martial arts realm to the 4th level of master, and then drank the spirit wine. Among them, Hong Ying, like Longyu, drank 4 bottles of divine wine. Moreover, she followed Longyu's advice and went to the database to get a bunch of training experience of the 1000-door soul-locking divine array. Over the past few days, I have finished practicing the 1st grade divine formation of Qianmen soul locking. At this stage, it seems that Qianmen soul locking is more useful than the endless level martial arts of demonic shadow binding, but this is before demonic shadow binding has reached the natural state. Hong Ying said to Longyu. In addition, Yu Ge drank 2 bottles of divine wine and immediately understood the 2 moves of the 2nd grade divine formation. In the subsequent training, he can use them to see the effect. Now that everything is ready, let's go out. After Longyu finished speaking, he led the 2 women in the hall and began to select advanced experience tasks. They had previously selected intermediate tasks, but now they finally came to the advanced experience task area, which suddenly attracted a lot of people's attention. Did you see that? That Longyu, who just entered school this year, is actually choosing high-level tasks, and he is only a 2nd-level master. What's the point? Haven't you seen that the 2 girls next to him are both 4th-level masters? I heard that this Long Yu has some special abilities. It is normal to choose high-level tasks. After all, he is not even a foreign god. It was dragged from the front. Not every time you have such good luck, high-level missions are not something that rookies like them can complete. Although the rewards for each high-level mission are generous, you still have to be determined to get them. Many people were talking secretly, and of course these rounds would not be known to Long Yu and the others. After all, everyone is a student in a seminary, and few people will laugh at others openly. During the selection process, Long Yu felt a lot of eyes on him, but he never cared about what others thought, so it didn't matter, and he didn't pay attention to the people around him. Soon, he locked onto one of the high-level tasks. The reward for this task was quite high, and it seemed to be a somewhat special task. However, the opponents were just ordinary ice god tribalians. There would be an unknown number of ice god tribes, with 6 levels of great masters. The location is the Lushan clan in the territory of the human race. Logically speaking, Long Yu should be very familiar with the Lushan galaxy where the Lushan clan is located, but to be honest, he didn't know anything about it. Previously, Joyo Realm was located in Lushan galaxy, but Long Yu came out of Joyo Realm and went directly to the Monster Clan territory. He did not do anything in Lushan galaxy. He only knew that Joyo Realm was next to Lushan galaxy. Yuxing, the Joyo clan that concubine Yu resigned from as a saint, is in Juyuxing. Before formally accepting the task, students will not know the specific content of the experience task. Long Yu took down the jade slip of the training mission, and when he took a look at it with his spiritual consciousness, he realized that it was actually a pursuit mission. There was a spy team of the Ice God clan's great master who had infiltrated into the Lushan clan and had been captured by the human race. The Guardian Legion pursued and intercepted them, but every ice god on the other side was very clever. They had already hidden themselves in the cities of certain planets of the Lushan clan, and their level of disguise was extremely high. Therefore, the human Guardian Legion felt that it had insufficient manpower and was unable to handle the task, so it asked people from the seminary or the battlefield legion to provide support. This task was taken over by the seminary and marked as an urgent task. After all, if a strong man at the 6th level of the Ice God clan lurks among the common people, it will easily cause very large losses, which the entire human race may not be able to afford. The reward given by the seminary for this training mission is a total of 60 million Battlefield Legion merit for completing the mission. If 3 people from the Dragon Royal team complete it, each person will have 20 million. This reward can be said to be quite generous. However, when Long Yu accepted this training mission, he was reminded that it might be difficult for 3 people to complete this advanced training mission. They must eliminate all the ice gods as quickly as possible while ensuring their own safety. Lurker. Eliminate all lurkers. This means that the seminary actually knows how many ice gods are lurking in the Lushan galaxy, but they just won't tell us. Long Yu felt a little puzzled by this, but no matter what, this was an extremely difficult training mission, and they had to set off immediately. Even if the information is incomplete, it can only be regarded as a test issued by the senior leaders of the seminary. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them made some preparations, mainly checking whether they had all the elixirs with them. At the critical moment, they would probably take some special elixirs to supplement their combat power, otherwise they would be in trouble if they were killed by the opponent. Something bad happened. After the 3 of them were ready, Long Yu activated the jade slip of the experience mission, and the power of time and space contained in it was instantly activated, enveloping the 3 of them and teleporting them to the Lushan galaxy an unknown distance away. Long Yu opened his eyes and appeared in a relatively lush galaxy. Obviously, this was the Lushan galaxy. This is a quite prosperous galaxy. After all, it is located in the core hinterland of the human race. It is also quite rich in cultivation resources, and has a large population. It is completely different from the Abyss Ridge galaxy that Long Yu and others visited before. The three people just appeared, and no one else appeared beside them. Long Yu nodded to Hong Ying, and Hong Ying started to deduce based on some of the auras left on the jade slips of the training mission. At the same time, she activated the Blood Demon Clan's special martial arts secrets to enhance her own deduction power. After such a long time, Hong Ying has cultivated the Blood Demon Clan's innate martial arts secrets to the peak level of the 9th level. Unfortunately, the active method derived from this martial arts secrets at the peak level is actually protective. It can 100% cover up the aura traces of yourself and those around you within a certain period of time, making it impossible for people to deduce yourself. However, after practicing the secret martial art to its peak, Hong Ying's deduction power became much stronger than before. Soon, she deduced several results. After the Ice God Clan spy team arrived at the Lushan Galaxy, they all dispersed and fled around. In this way, there would be probably catch them all in one fell swoop. Furthermore, the final results I deduced are somewhat vague. They only point to a specific direction and approximate distance, and are only accurate to within 10 miles. If there is a planet there, and there are cities on the planet, then my deductions were almost ineffective. Hong Ying said with a frown. It's so. No wonder even the guarding legions find it difficult. Long Yu nodded and squinted his eyes, probably knowing what was going on. This Ice God Clan spy team that came to the Lushan Galaxy must have practiced some kind of martial arts, or divine formations, or martial arts secrets. Anyway, they have certain methods to blur their aura and silhouette. As for pretending to be human beings, this method is nothing at all. Without being able to deduce the opponent's specific position, it is indeed very difficult to catch the opponent, and once the opponent launches some fierce offensive, the entire human race will definitely suffer heavy losses. What they are afraid of is not that the other party will forcefully cause trouble in the Lushan clan and use brute force to cause trouble, but that they are afraid that the other party will hide among the crowd and gradually have some penetrating influence on human society, and this will allow them to affect the internal affairs of human territory. I got to know more and more, and a lot of useful information was stolen from the other party. And this is exactly the purpose of the Ice God Clan spy team. Knowing yourself and the enemy means you will never be in danger in 100 battles. Therefore, in the process of fighting against alien races, it is also very important to understand the living conditions of ordinary people on the other side. Not only the Ice God Clan will send spy teams to the human territory, but the human race and the monster race will also send some highly concealed agents. The team went to the alien territory. First choose a direction, let's go there and see the situation. After Long Yu finished speaking to Hong Ying nodded and pointed in a direction in the distance. Then, Long Yu let the two women enter his little world, and he entered the inner space of the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and the Void Nether Dragon Blade took him in that direction. Now that the level of Long Yu martial arts has improved, the power of the Void Dragon Blade that can be exerted has become stronger, and the distance it can travel through space is getting farther and farther, and it can teleport 7 to 8 million miles at a time. However, this speed, traveling through the galaxy, will still not be achieved instantly. The nearest direction that Hong Ying points to is 500 million miles away. Therefore, even if the Void Dragon Blade keeps teleporting, it will take about a quarter of an hour to arrive. After all, the Void Dragon Blade activates the space. Traveling through time also requires accumulating strength. A quarter of an hour later, what appeared in front of Long Yu's eyes was indeed a blue planet. Including this planet nearby, there were a total of 4 cultivation planets, and in the distance was a source of divine texts. From the source of the divine writings, there was a breath of divine writings with light attributes. It seemed to be some kind of divine writings with light attributes. From the source of divine texts, you can understand the original level divine texts, which is the strongest divine power besides the revelation level divine texts. Therefore, for ordinary people, the source of divine texts can be said to be a quite sacred existence. This is also the most fundamental driving force for the development of the entire human race and demon race. After all, those who can comprehend the power of the five elements of absolute beginning and even the apocalyptic divine texts are only a few in the entire human race and monster race territory. Long Yu didn't think too much about the source of the divine text. Anyway, it didn't mean much to him. The direction and distance pointed out by Hong Ying during the deduction process happened to point to the blue planet in front of him. On the periphery of this planet, there is a layer of light blue divine barrier. This is a defensive barrier array that many planets have. It is driven by the power of the entire planet and is used to defend the entire planet. It is necessary for planet cultivation. Defense system. Before Long Yu, whether he went to the demon clan or the human clan, basically every cultivation planet had such a barrier. I wonder how the members of the Ice God clan spy team broke through such a barrier. Long Yu was a little confused. Even for him, either he could completely transform into nothingness and rely on the Book of Shadows to pass through such a barrier, or else it would be impossible to pass through this barrier quietly to the surface of the cultivation planet. However, Long Yu has this method, which means that others may also have methods with similar effects. After all, the fruits of the 7 innate magical powers appear randomly, and no one can guarantee that others will not have methods similar to the Book of Shadows. However, if this group of Ice God clan spy team members are all hidden in these cultivation planets, then the means of passing through the barrier will definitely not be innate magical powers, but some kind of martial arts secret method or divine formation, or its martial arts. Otherwise, it is impossible for all members of the Ice God clan spy team to use such methods. Let's go up and have a look. Long Yu is now completely unimpeded in the territory of the human race and the demon race. He only needs to rely on the first-class Medal of Honor in his hand. It is impossible for others to fake this medal. It has the God of humanity personally forging it for Long Yu. Imprint. If it were not held by Long Yu himself, this first-class Medal of Honor would explode directly, eliminating the possibility of being snatched away by others. With the first-class Medal of Honor, Long Yu and the others easily passed through the barrier, and then landed on the surface of the blue training planet. This planet looked familiar to Long Yu, which made him smile. Isn't this what the planet looked like before he was reborn into this world? The same blue color, the same more than 70% ocean. He shook his head, without stopping at all, and flew directly towards the direction and distance deduced by Hong Ying. He moved forward at high speed among the clouds for a moment, and soon arrived at that place. Then Long Yu glanced down. I discovered that there is indeed a city down here that is close to the coast. As expected, it's hidden in the city, so these are a bit troublesome. Long Yu frowned slightly. After searching this place, even Hong Ying's deduction power was unable to continue to explore. The next action will probably take them a long time without results. After all, the area is 10 miles, and how many people are coming and going within the 10 miles in the city? It is absolutely possible to say that there are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. After all, the city below is still a quite prosperous coastal city. Let's go down first and make plans when we get to the city. Long Yu said to the two women, and the three of them landed towards the city. The city that Long Yu and others came to was located next to a vast beach, with extremely prosperous transportation and trade. When the three of them first arrived, they didn't know that something was happening in a certain corner of the city, which had a lot to do with their mission goal. In the south of the city, close to the coast, there is a very high-end restaurant. The whole restaurant is very luxuriously decorated. The cultivators who can enter it and spend money must be rich or noble, or they must have a martial arts realm of Grand Master or above to be qualified to enter it. At this moment, in a private room in this restaurant, several young men from the city's top forces were chatting and laughing. A total of 4 young masters were sitting at a jade table. While they were talking to each other, the focus of their eyes was on another person. That person was a beautiful woman in rather revealing clothes with a slim figure. Charming, with a shy look in her beautiful eyes, she drank wine with these young men, and there was a special attraction in her movements that attracted the attention of the 4 young men. Miss Luo is really a good drinker. In all the years we have been in wine bars, we have never seen a woman who can drink like this, haha. One of the young masters laughed and looked extremely impressed by the woman. Yes, the drinks in this coast restaurant are all homebrewed, and they are very powerful. Even some powerful people who are 7th level masters will get drunk when they come here, but Miss Luo is not drunk at all, which has to be admired. The other young master was also extremely impressed. At the same time, his eyes looking at the beautiful woman were full of strong desire for possession. It is obvious that the 4 young men in the field are very powerful in this city. They all fall in love with a woman at the same time, and the competition between them will be very fierce. These 4 people are already in the realm of great masters. They are young and promising, and have extremely high martial arts talents. In this city, they are known as the 4 young masters of Jiansha. Jiansha City is the name of this coastal city. What the 4 young masters of Jiansha represent are the 4 strongest forces in Jiansha City, who both cooperate and compete with each other. Although she is just a woman now, the 4th young master of Jiansha attaches great importance to her. If she can grab this woman, it means she is better than the other 3 young masters. At least, it is better in some aspects. Therefore, they were constantly arguing with each other, aiming directly at the beautiful woman. Although the woman looked alluring, there was also a sense of youthfulness in her words, which was touching and unbearable. Live wanting pity. This woman, who seemed to be just a master of cultivation, had been invited to this restaurant and played for the 4th day in a row. However, in the first 3 days, the 4th son of Jiangxia did not do anything excessive. Because this woman is not the kind of casual prostitute. This is what makes the 4th young master of Jiansha the craziest. They really wouldn't be surprised if it was a woman who rolled into their bed just because they were flirting with each other, but the beautiful woman in front of them really didn't think much of their status as Jiansha's 4th young master, unlike other women. Crazy to want to have a relationship with their Jiansha 4th young master. But by this time, things finally took a turn for the better. One of the 4 young masters of Jiansha is called Young Master Beiyue. He is the son of the head of Beiyue Mansion, a powerful force in the city. After 3 days together, he thinks he has mastered the beauty of that beautiful woman. Some preferences, after all, when he was drinking today, this beautiful woman frequently cast ambiguous glances at him, making him extremely confident in his feelings. Today's banquet will end here. The little lady will go back first. The beautiful woman glanced at the sky and said to the 4 of them shyly. Of course the 4 of them did not dare to stop him, but Master Beiyue saw that the woman secretly cast an ambiguous look at him, and then she turned and left. Miss Luo, are you hinting at something? Young Master Beiyue was extremely excited, but he did not act in a hurry. Instead, he said goodbye to the other 3 young masters slowly and as usual, and then went back on his way alone. On the way back to Beiyue Mansion, he found that Miss Luo's figure appeared in front of him, and she smiled at him, and a jade slip flew directly from Miss Luo's hand. Mr. Beiyue caught it and took a look and found that there were a few words written in it, "Wait for me at home." This made Mr. Beiyue overjoyed. He didn't expect that today, he finally succeeded. As for how Miss Luo could go to Beiyue Mansion to find him, he was not worried at all, because he had already given Miss Luo a token to pass through Beiyue Mansion. At night, Mr. Beiyue was waiting at home, and the girl Luo who had fascinated him came to his room as promised. In the middle of the night, there were only 2 of them in the house, a man and a woman alone, so it was only natural that something would happen. However, the whole thing was not as simple as Mr. Beiyue thought. After this night, Mr. Baiyue was no longer the original Mr. Baiyue. On their way to Jiangsha City, Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yuga followed the directions deduced by Hong Ying and arrived at a place called Beiyu Mansion in the city. Hong Ying's deduction accuracy can only reach a distance of 10 miles. In other words, within 10 miles near Beiyu Mansion, there may be the range of action of the Ice God clan lurking here, and due to the use of the power of deduction, it is very likely that the other party has discovered Long Yu and the others. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Hong Ying's deduction ability has ensured that she can lock the opponent's approximate range. If the opponent moves, it will be easier for them to find the opponent. It's night now. Let's find a place to stay for one night. It's not that easy to find the Ice God clan spy team members who are hiding in disguise. Long Yu said to the two women. Of course the two women agreed to this, so the three of them found an ordinary inn, and with some casual military service, they booked 2 rooms in it, one for Long Yu and one for Hong Ying and Yuge. Originally, Long Yu wanted to go with Hong Ying, but unfortunately she was rejected by Hong Ying, which made Long Yu a little confused. Of course, this has no impact on the progress of the mission, it is just what Long Yu wants to do. When he checked into this inn, Long Yu kept using the secret method of balanced control to check out everyone he saw in order to prevent the possibility of the spying strongman from the Ice God clan among them, but there was nothing there all the time. Discover. In the room, Long Yu rested while keeping the Void Dragon Blade on guard, and would notify him immediately if there was any accident. In the middle of the night, suddenly there was some movement in the next room. Long Yu woke up and was in high spirits, but he heard that someone came to this inn to arrest someone, and the 3 of them were arrested. Hong Ying and Yugu were the first to bear the brunt. They were already facing a large number of martial arts masters in the city. Long Yu did not hesitate and walked directly towards the door. At a glance, he saw that there were many masters in the realm of masters. Yuge and Hong Ying were at the door of the room where they were, trying to catch them. What happened? Long Yu frowned slightly and asked directly. They said they were from Beiyu Mansion. Someone reported that we came to Jiangsha City with evil intentions and wanted to take us back for interrogation. Hong Ying smiled disdainfully. It was obvious that she and Yuge had joined forces. The guys in front of them who were in the same martial arts realm as the 2 women were definitely not their opponents, but the 2 sides were not yet at the stage of taking action. Yes, can you prove that you have done nothing wrong with Jiangsha City? If you can't, you'd better come back with us. When we get to Beiyu Mansion, if you are really innocent, we will naturally let you go. One of the 5th-level master human cultivators turned his head and said to Long Yu, the report said there were 3 people, it should be the 3 of you. What do you think? Do you want to follow us obediently, or do you insist on us taking action? Someone reported us? When Long Yu heard the news, he was immediately puzzled. The 3 of them had just arrived on this planet and this city. How could anyone report them for harming the city? Moreover, Beiyu Mansion is the power nearby. According to rumors, there are more than 5 powerful 7th-level masters in Beiyu Mansion alone. If they were caught in Beiyu Mansion, even Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yuge might not be able to escape. Long Yu's first reaction was to take out the first-class Medal of Honor and tell the other party to leave quickly. But then I thought about it, there is only one possibility on this planet that knows that they are back and may target them, that is the powerful spy from the Ice God clan. So, is that guy from the Ice God clan hiding in Beiyu Mansion? After having this idea, Long Yu had no intention of resisting. He shook his head at Hong Ying and Yuege, and then said to the practitioners of Beiyu Mansion, in that case, just lead the way. You can ask questions at will. We will answer truthfully, but if there are no problems, we cannot keep you. That's natural. The leader of Beiyu Mansion's 5th stage master team laughed and waved his hand. I advise you not to think about escaping. In Jiangsha City, no one can escape from our Beiyue mansion. But once it is proven that you have no problem, I will definitely let you go. Yu Ge and Hong Ying glanced at Long Yu and saw the plan in Long Yu's eyes. Long Yu planned to take advantage of the situation to enter Beiyue mansion and carefully investigate what was going on. It was very likely that the guy they wanted to investigate was lurking in Beiyue mansion and had already controlled someone in Beiyue mansion. With some strength, Beiyue mansion was able to mobilize its forces to capture Long Yu and the others. Obviously, the other party is not familiar with the identities of the three Long Yu people. It can be seen that the other party is most likely the spying strong person from the Ice God clan. Jiangsha City, Beiyue mansion. Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yu Gu were brought to Beiyue mansion. What they expected was to see the disguised Ice God clan spying strongman, but unfortunately, of course, that guy would not appear in person. When they arrived at Beiyue mansion, the person they met was Master Beiyue, a young human genius known as one of the 4 young masters of Jiangxia. It is said that he is a genius, but it is only within the scope of Jiangsha City. Of course, on this entire planet, the martial arts talent of Mr. Beiyue can be considered very good, but compared with Long Yu and the others, it's quite different. After bringing Long Yu and the others to Beiyue mansion, the group of people placed them in a room. Soon, they met Mr. Beiyue, one of the 4 young masters of Jiangxia. 3 of you, I wonder why you come to Jiangsha City? Young Master Beiyue, with a graceful demeanor and a faint smile on his handsome face, appeared in front of Long Yu and the others, and then asked the 3 of them questions. Long Yu squinted his eyes and carefully looked at Mr. Beiyue, but found nothing unusual about him. This guy was definitely a normal young genius from the human race, and could not be a powerful spy from the Ice God clan. Now in front of Long Yu and others, in addition to young Master Beiyue, there are also the group of powerful masters from Beiyue mansion. However, there are no 7-stage powerful masters, because obviously, although Mr. Beiyue is Beiyue, there are geniuses in the government, but they are still unable to mobilize the strong men of the 7th level master. In the entire Beiyue mansion, there are more than 5 7th level masters. Now they are not in front of Long Yu and others. The strongest among the others is the guard captain of a 5th level master. As for Mr. Beiyue, he himself is the 3rd level of great master. He is already older than Long Yu. It has been more than 40 years since he started practicing. Being able to reach the 3rd level of master is very good for ordinary people, but compared to Long Yu and Hong Ying, they are not. Much worse. Why, aren't outsiders allowed to come to a place like Jiangsha City? Are they going to be interrogated as soon as they arrive? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. Young Master Beiyue was calm and shook his head. If ordinary people come here, I will naturally welcome you. However, according to reports, some of you have evil intentions. You must have done something evil when you came to our Jiangsha City. Before you treat me before any damage is caused to Jiangsha City, I will subdue you first, which will benefit the entire people of Jiangsha City. I don't know who reported us. Long Yu found it quite funny. Mr. Beiyue, can you tell me? Is this something you can inquire about? Young Master Beiyue smiled disdainfully. Jijiyu, you guys are here, watch these 3 guys carefully. If they do anything rash, let me know. Yes. The captain of the Beiyue mansion guard, named Jijiyu, nodded. He was a strong human race who was a 5th level master. His combat power should be very strong. But in fact, in terms of force, Long Yu's people are not afraid of these people at all. However, they don't want to make things big for the time being. It is definitely not easy to find the hidden and disguised spying expert of the Ice God clan, but soon Long Yu discovered that if he did not take any action now, he would be waiting in vain for the opportunity to pass. Because at this moment, through deduction, Hong Ying suddenly discovered that the aura of the Ice God clan had left in the distance. After leaving Beiyue mansion and heading towards other places, It was obvious that the powerful spy from the Ice God clan was preparing to move their positions after controlling Long Yu and others. So, Master Beiyue, has he been controlled by this powerful spy from the Ice God clan? Long Yu thought to himself and narrowed his eyes. He had his own plan for the situation in front of him. He didn't need to force his way out of Beiyue Mansion. He only needed to use some tricks to leave here easily without disturbing anyone else. Hongying, you stay here first, I will take you go out to investigate. After all, you are the source of the power of deduction. If you take any action, the other party may notice it, but if you go, and I act, the guy won't notice. Long Yu ordered Hongying. Hongying nodded, well, you go ahead, I will stabilize this place, and try not to let them find out that you have left. They were put under house arrest in a room, and outside the room, the captain of the Jijiu guards of the 5th stage master was guarding them. With their group of people, there was no way they could stop Long Yu from leaving. Soon, Long Yu and Yuga each created a mirror image of themselves, appeared in the corner of the room, and sat up. Long Yu used the ancient afterimage method, and Yuga of course also had her own moves to create clone mirror images, which was a piece of cake for the two of them. Then, Yuga arrived in Long Yu's small world, and Long Yu turned into nothingness, left the room quietly, and flew directly in the direction Hongying said. Since the other party can control Jiansha City, Mr. Beiyue probably won't want to leave this city for the time being. It is very likely that the other party wants to use the power they control to eliminate Long Yu and the others. After all, the pretender of the Ice God clan has probably guessed that Long Yu and the others are here to hunt it down. Therefore, Long Yu needs to act more quickly. He took Yuga and quickly turned into nothingness, leaving the distance of Beiyue Mansion, and then flew all the way to a luxurious restaurant near the coast. The entire restaurant was extremely luxurious and majestic, which originally attracted Long Yu's attention. Force. Not to mention, when he came to this place, he happened to see Mr. Beiyue and walked into this restaurant. This made Long Yu even more suspicious. The powerful spy from the Ice God clan was probably hiding in this luxurious restaurant. Long Yu followed Mr. Beiyue and quietly entered the restaurant. Since he was in a state of nothingness, not even air, no one could notice him no matter where he went, unless the other party was in the godlike realm. Only super strong people of this level can directly discover the existence of Long Yu. Others, unless they use the power of deduction, would not be able to find traces of Long Yu. Soon, Long Yu hid in a luxurious private room of this luxurious restaurant and met the 4 young masters of Jiangxia, including Mr. Beiyue. It stands to reason that among ordinary people, the 4 young masters of Jiangxia are all extremely gifted in martial arts, and each one of them has a graceful image that attracts thousands of girls and cannot extricate themselves. But now, the 4 Jiangxia masters that Long Yu saw had dull expressions on their faces, as if they were being controlled by someone. In front of them was a beautiful woman wearing a veil with a slim and alluring figure. At this moment, this beautiful woman seemed to be telling the 4th son of Jiangxia that she had something to do. This matter is obviously to get rid of Long Yu and the other 3. The 4th young masters of Jiangxia were all controlled by this beautiful woman. Then, the beautiful woman asked the 4th young masters of Jiangxia to use their power to kill Long Yu, Hongying and Yuge. Obviously, the beautiful woman realized that it was impossible to get rid of Long Yu and the others with the power of Beiyu Gongzi alone. The reason why Long Yu and the others were temporarily controlled was to delay time and let the other 3 young masters prepare, gather their respective forces, and then kill the 3 of them in one fell swoop. This woman doesn't have any aura of the Ice God clan in her body at all. However, apart from the possibility that she is the Ice God clan, there is no other possibility. No matter what, as long as this woman is caught, there will definitely be that clues from the 2 Being God clan. Long Yu decided to take action without hesitation. Even though this place was an extremely luxurious restaurant with an extremely powerful backstage, Long Yu was not afraid. Anyway, he was ordered to arrest the Ice God clan. If anyone came to him, he would just show him a just wait for the Medal of Honor. In the territory of the human race and the demon race, Long Yu can walk sideways with his first-class Medal of Honor. Anyone who dares to attack him is disrespecting the gods of the human race and the demon race. That woman looks like she has the cultivation level of a great master, but she may have hidden her martial arts realm. Each of the 4 young masters of Jianxia is a 3rd-level great master. I leave it to you, Yu Ge, to control these 4 guys. It should only be controlled temporarily, and once this woman is eliminated, she will regain her sanity. Long Yu said to Yu Ge, and then he prepared to deal with the mysterious woman who seemed to be only at the level of a great master. While the mysterious woman was still lecturing the 4th young master of Jianxia, Long Yu appeared directly. As soon as he raised his hand, the apocalyptic Jiuyo divine inscriptions condensed out. The hand of Jiuyo instantly appeared from the void, and then wanted to put it down. Catch that mysterious woman. Long Yu's attack came without warning. After coming out of the state of incarnation, 5 skeletal arms appeared from the void and grabbed the mysterious woman from all directions in the room. The mysterious woman was obviously shocked, but her reaction was extremely quick. As soon as she raised her hand, a burst of ice attribute divine power was inspired, and it condensed into 5 extremely cold ice cones, which were directed towards the 5-9 netherworld hands. Arrives with a bang. The ice cone and Jiuyo's hand collided with each other, and then a terrifying vortex of power erupted, sweeping away in all directions. What surprised Long Yu was that the walls around this luxurious private room were actually reinforced with several layers of divine crystals. Such a powerful explosion did not destroy this luxurious private room. It seemed like this restaurant does have its own uniqueness. Superior. The mysterious woman gave the order to the 4th young master of Jianxia. The 4th young master of Jianxia's eyes suddenly changed from chaotic and blank to shrewd and energetic. Then he turned sideways and launched attacks on Long Yu. The 4th young master of Jianxia has obviously been controlled by this mysterious woman, but now that the fight has begun, the mysterious woman has released a ray of their sanity, allowing them to exert stronger fighting power. Moreover, if this battle attracts other people in the luxury restaurant, it will not arouse other people's suspicion. The 4 young masters of Jianxia moved towards Long Yu at the same time, and Yu Ge jumped out of Long Yu's small world. As soon as he raised his hand, the power of the star divine inscription suddenly condensed out, and a 2nd-grade divine formation was instantly displayed in one move. Stars everywhere. Countless star divine texts condensed into dozens of star chess pieces in this luxurious private room, and then each of these chess pieces released a powerful light of control, blocking the 4 Jianxia masters in place, temporarily unable to move. This 2nd-grade divine formation trick was something Yu Ge had only cultivated and obtained from the Void Galaxy. The effect exerted by this divine array can be used offensively or defensively. On the one hand, it can restrict the movement of enemies entering this area. On the other hand, it can also urge these star chess pieces to fly out to blast the enemies. Now, Yu Ge is using this move to restrict the enemy's movements, so that Long Yu can escape from the encirclement of the 4th young master of Jianxia. When Yu Ge activated the star-loaded divine formation, Long Yu flew directly out of the circle surrounded by Jianxia's 4th young master, and then towards the mysterious woman. He raised his hand to condense the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. Unbounded grip. The mysterious woman still wanted to stay away from Long Yu, but she was grabbed by Long Yu. The boundless hand formed by the 9 nether divine inscriptions instantly pulled the mysterious woman to Long Yu's side. Then, Long Yu's whole body was full of mad fighting spirit, and the mad god came to the world. Fighting with fists and cannons. With one punch, the surface of the mysterious woman's body was directly covered with a layer of frost, which was then shattered by Long Yu's punch. She flew out and hit the wall of the luxury private room, which seemed to make the entire luxury restaurant tremble. Obviously, people outside the luxury private room will soon feel the fighting in this house, and someone may rush over. By that time, people from the restaurant would definitely choose to help the fourth young master of Jiangxia. Although Long Yu had a first-class medal of honor in hand, he did not dare to delay for too long. The mysterious woman was knocked away by Long Yu's punch, but due to the protection of a layer of frost armor on the surface, she did not suffer any serious injuries. After all, Long Yu's body has not yet begun to superimpose the crazy fighting power and the crazy fighting divine text. The power displayed is not very strong. Immediately afterwards, a blast of ice divine power erupted from the mysterious woman, and a killing intent flashed through her eyes. This killing intent gave Long Yu a strange feeling. It seemed that this was not a strange killing that humans could exude. The meaning made Long Yu's heart tremble. Could it be that this mysterious woman was disguised by the strong man from the Ice God clan? This is too exaggerated, and there is no difference at all from the real human race. Long Yu was not in a hurry to make any conclusions for the time being. Anyway, what he wanted to do was to capture this mysterious woman alive, unless he was sure that the other party was a strong spy from the Ice God clan. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. While the mysterious woman was still preparing to use any method, Long Yu raised his hand directly, and the power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed into the 9 nether ball. The endless lines of the 9 nether divine inscriptions directly surrounded the mysterious woman completely. Under the control of the 9 nether ball, the mysterious woman had no room for resistance. Seeing that Long Yu was about to use his killing move, the aura of the mysterious woman suddenly increased. Originally, this mysterious woman was only at the level of a great master, but at this moment, she suddenly moved up to a higher level, reaching the level of a 5th-level great master in an instant. Sure enough, he has hidden his cultivation. Long Yu's heart froze. He didn't expect that this mysterious woman could hide so deeply and reach the level of 5th-level master. She was definitely an extremely powerful opponent for him. In this way, it would be impossible to capture her opponent alive. Long Yu must go all out. Unbounded grip. Long Yu raised his hand and used the unbounded grip again. This time he pulled the opponent slightly, but not to his side. However, Long Yu didn't hesitate at all, and then exploded the second and third stages of the unbounded grip. Power seal, space closure, and air-breaking damage. The 3 effects of the unbounded grip were triggered instantly. The third stage of air-piercing damage of the unbounded grip is equivalent to Long Yu's previous air-breaking martial arts. It can directly penetrate the opponent's body and destroy the core part of the opponent's body. In this way, Long Yu felt that the power of the unbounded grip exploded in the opponent's chest, which made Long Yu's heart move. If it is a human cultivator, the opponent's core of power must be in the dantian near the lower abdomen, but the opponent's core of power is in the chest, which shows that the opponent is definitely not a human cultivator. As for what kind of cultivator she is, Long Yu is not sure, but there is a high possibility that this mysterious woman is a member of the spy team of the Ice God clan, lurking in Jiangxia City, waiting for an opportunity to control the entire Jiangxia City. If he succeeded, it would be an extremely dangerous thing. Fortunately, Long Yu arrived in time and should be able to stop the other party's plan. The power of the unbounded grip exploded in the opponent's body, but it did not cause much damage to it. After all, the opponent was already a powerful being of the 5th-level master. The martial arts realm was 3 levels higher than that of Long Yu. His basic strength alone was higher than that of Long Yu. Long Yu was 20 or 30 times stronger. Therefore, even if Long Yu uses the infinite-level high-grade martial skill of unbounded grip, he cannot seriously injure the opponent at once. Immediately afterwards, the ice divine script on the other party suddenly erupted, instantly forming 2 ice tentacles. One of these 2 ice tentacles rushed towards Long Yu, and the other towards Yu Ge. This mysterious woman actually wanted to one person has to deal with 2. Yugu was dragging the fourth young master of Jiangxia at this moment. Seeing this situation, he immediately raised his hand, and the power of the stars and divine inscriptions instantly condensed, forming a waterfall of stars. She and the Taichu divine grade she owned had awakened to the 10th level and used the awakening skills. The power of the star divine text tilted down like a waterfall, directly submerging the ice tentacle. After all, she was now in the 4th level. The basic strength of a strong man at the level of a great master is not much different from that of a mysterious woman. One move, easy to resist. Long Yu, on the other hand, seemed much more elegant in comparison. With a thought, he transformed into nothingness, and the next moment he appeared behind the mysterious woman, fighting with fists and cannons. When the mad god came to the world, the power of Long Yu's mad fighting divine text had been increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, the mad fighting fist and cannon came out of the blue, making the mysterious woman unable to dodge. She was hit in the middle of the back by the punch, and her whole body was blasted. It flew out and hit the wall of the luxury private room hard. Without any pause, Long Yu directly condensed dozens of ancient afterimages and fought wildly with fists and cannons. The mad war divine text instantly filled the entire luxurious private room. These ancient afterimages could hit anyone they could. Including the fourth young master of Jiangxia, the 5 of them and the mysterious woman all suffered a lot of mad war fists and cannons. Of course, the wild fighting fists and cannons of the ancient afterimage are not very powerful, but after such a wave, Long Yu's body was instantly superimposed with 20 layers of crazy fighting power. Since the compatibility between dragon control and mad war divine text has now reached the 10th level, the destructive power exerted by mad war divine text has become much more powerful than before. Even if it is only 20 levels of mad war divine power, it has reached 70 or 80 levels before. The effect of a layer of crazy battles. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu dodged and punched the mysterious woman directly, and the mad war divine text burst out in an instant. A layer of ice divine barrier still appeared on the mysterious woman's body, but she was beaten to pieces by Long Yu's punch, and then countless ice picks rolled towards Long Yu. A punch from the 20th level of crazy fighting sky power was still unable to hurt the mysterious woman. Long Yu then raised his hand, and the crazy fighting divine inscriptions condensed all over his body, forming a celestial barrier of crazy fighting. Countless ice cones fell on Quangzhan. On the Zhan celestial body barrier, the Quangzhan celestial body barrier was crumbling in an instant, and it seemed that it could not resist for too long. The next moment, the mysterious woman seemed to have seen through Long Yu's method of incarnating nothingness, or she was a little wary of his method, so a touch of ice divine aura quietly invaded Long Yu's body. Long Yu didn't notice anything until the ice divine aura completely invaded his body, and then he finally noticed it. However, the ice divine aura did not cause any harm to him. Obviously it was just a mark. As long as this ray of ice divine aura is in his body, no matter where he runs, the other party can immediately find his whereabouts. Even if Long Yu uses the method of transforming into nothingness, the other party can find his location without any deduction. This is equivalent to limiting Long Yu's life-saving means. We must fight quickly. Long Yu knew very well that his biggest killing move now was still the endless level high-grade martial art of crazy fighting celestial body. As for the first-grade divine formation of virtual and real illusion realm that he had just learned, after all, it was just a defensive method. In a battle like this, what would happen? It doesn't have any great effects, so there's no need to use it. Dozens of ancient afterimages were once again condensed in the field, and the crazy fighting boxer and cannon were fired out randomly again. Whether it was the fourth young master of Jiangxia or the mysterious woman, they all faced at least 10 crazy fighting boxer and cannon at the same time. At the same time, Long Yu directly raised his hand to display the unbounded grip, and 3 sections of power exploded in the mysterious woman's body. This time, the power of the unbounded grip actually exploded 3 times, causing a certain degree of damage to the mysterious woman's body. After all, although this guy is at the level of a 5th level master, his body is not particularly strong, and even Long Yu's physical strength can't compare. Being exploded 3 times by Long Yu's unbounded grip, his body has already suffered serious injuries. Immediately after the ancient afterimage, the mad fighting fists and cannons fell on her, causing her whole body to be submerged in the storm of the mad fighting divine text, and she was blasted into the corner of the luxurious private room, as if she had no ability to resist at all. The 4th young master of Jiangxia immediately wanted to turn around and deal with Long Yu, but was directly trapped by Yu Gu with the power of the star divine inscriptions, and could not help at all. Long Yu and the mysterious woman were fighting alone and seemed to have the advantage, but Long Yu knew very well that the other party had not exerted any strength at all. Upright Arrow Dingdian novel. For the time being, the other party only did one useful thing, which was to send a ray of ice breath into Long Yu's body. This move alone had restricted one of his key life-saving means. At this time, the opponent seemed to be beaten to the corner by countless crazy fighting fists, but she was not seriously injured. When she stood up again, she could feel that this mysterious woman finally revealed a kind of the aura of a powerful person who is a 5th level master. Previously, even though he had recovered to the level of a 5th level master, he seemed a little rusty just after his recovery. But now, this mysterious woman has fully mastered the power of the 5th level master. The power of the ice divine text spread unknowingly in the field. Several ice flowers bloomed quietly around Long Yu, exuding a cold and strange aura, which made Long Yu suddenly feel extremely vigilant. The next moment, these ice flowers exploded one after another, and the power of the ice divine text surrounded Long Yu. This should be the opponent's innate magical power. From it, Long Yu did feel an aura that did not belong to a human cultivator. However, he was not sure what it was yet. He only had time to condense a layer of crazy battle celestial barrier again. Then he was swallowed up by the ice divine power that exploded from the ice flower. Long Yu only felt a burst of endless ice coldness, coming from all directions, completely submerging himself. The periphery of his body was completely frozen by the endless ice, and then shattered into pieces. Not even the crazy celestial barrier could stop the invasion of ice. After all, it is the innate magical power of the 5th level master. With one magical move, most of Long Yu's physical body was directly blasted to pieces, and the remaining part was also frozen by the ice. In a short period of time, even if he had the heart of demon dust, recovery is not possible. Once the opponent seizes the opportunity and continues to destroy the heart of the devil, Long Yu will really die here completely. However, Long Yu believed in Yu Gu very much and did not choose to use the 9 Nether Prison Monument. On the one hand, there is no need to use this last trump card now. On the other hand, if the 9 Nether Hell Monument is used to explode, they will not be able to leave for a month, and the emergency academy training mission they accepted will be in vain. It is not yet certain whether the mysterious woman in front of her is a strong spy from the Ice God clan. Even if she is, there are more strong spy squads from other directions. Only by annihilating them all can this training mission be considered complete. When most of Long Yu's body was destroyed and frozen by the ice divine script, Yuka saw the situation in the field and suddenly felt something in his heart. Star breaking the sky. Yuga directly used the 11th level Taichu Divine Great Awakening skill, and the power of the stars and divine inscriptions condensed into a blade of light, which came with a bang and enveloped the mysterious woman who was trying to completely kill Long Yu. The mysterious woman did not expect that Yu Ge, who was surrounded by the 4 young masters of Jiangxia, would still have the energy to attack her. She was a little surprised, but she still reacted immediately. The ice divine script formed a hexagonal mirror in front of her, blocking the stars. In front of Pekongzhan, the methods of the two collided with each other, creating a sensation, and the terrifying waves spread around, finally causing a crack in the wall of the entire luxurious private room, even though it was a building that had been reinforced several times by divine crystals. Objects will also be destroyed when bombarded with extremely strong force. Taking advantage of this moment, Long Yu's heart of magic dust began to beat rapidly. After all, he had understood the martial arts secrets of mysterious patterns. At this time, his unparalleled speed of body reshaping was revealed. In just a few breaths, Long Yu's physical body had almost been reshaped. However, there was still a lot of ice divine power around his body, which restricted the reshaping of his physical body, preventing him from being able to complete recovery. However, while Yugu was dealing with the fourth young master of Jianxia, it was clear that he still had some remaining strength. At this time, he attacked the mysterious woman one after another without stopping, showing no sign of weakness. The mysterious woman felt a sudden pressure. When dealing with Yuge and Long Yu, both of them made her feel very depressed, because it was obvious that both had the strength to defeat her, which caused some fluctuations in her heart. This battle may require a different approach. In this luxurious restaurant, no one has come to ask about it after fighting for so long. There is of course a reason for this. The luxury private rooms in the entire restaurant are completely shielded. No matter how serious an incident occurs inside, no one will come in and disturb them unless the people inside open the private room door themselves. Now, the mysterious woman felt that she couldn't bear it anymore, and she immediately made a plan to ask people from the restaurant to help. It's not that she can't resist Yuge, the main reason is that now she can't completely eliminate Long Yu, and Long Yu is obviously in the process of rapid recovery, which makes her feel a little panic. Once Long Yu completely recovers, if she joins forces with Yuge, she is definitely no match for the two. The fourth young master of Jianxia is not considered a weakling anymore, but now in front of Yuge, he is completely like a minion, and Yuge is obviously much younger than the fourth young master of Jianxia. As for Long Yu, who was only a second-level master in martial arts, he could stand up to her, a fifth-level master. Where did these two guys come from? The mysterious woman already knew this in her heart, so she wanted to make a quick decision and deal with Long Yu and Yuge as soon as possible to avoid any extraneous complications or accidents. After all, she has been in Jianxia City for some time, and she can be considered to have her own power in Jianxia City. What's more, she has controlled the fourth son of Jianxia, which makes her overall strength in Jianxia City extremely powerful. There is no need to use one's own strength to confront Long Yu and Yuge. When Long Yu was about to fully recover, the door of the luxurious private room was opened by the mysterious woman. It could be seen that a group of powerful people had gathered outside the door, ready to deal with this private room. There is anything that could happen. Now when he opened the door, the other party suddenly saw someone fighting in the private room, and his expression suddenly changed. Because there are the fourth young masters of Jianxia in this private room. No matter what happens to any of these four people, the situation in the entire Jianxia city will probably change greatly. Therefore, seeing the fourth young master of Jianxia in the midst of a battle, the group of restaurant thugs who were preparing outside the private room were immediately ready to take action. The targets they deal with are of course the same as the fourth young masters of Jianxia, namely Long Yu and Yuge. After all, Long Yu and Yuge had never appeared in front of all of them. They obviously sneaked into the private room to attack and assassinate. Kill. The dozen or so restaurant thugs were all at the third or fourth level of the Great Master. Such a force could definitely be regarded as the strongest security team in the entire Jianxia city. The leader of them was even a sixth-level Great Master of powerful existence. At this moment, they swarmed up and wanted to attack Yuge, who was relatively close to them. At this moment, Yuge waved one hand and placed a medal directly in front of these people. I believe you all recognize it. This is a first-class medal of honor. When the commissioner is working, all idlers should stay back. When this first-class Medal of Honor appeared, the group of restaurant thugs were stunned. They had never seen such a thing in their lives, but they had all heard of its existence, and they could clearly feel it. This first-class Medal of Honor carries the aura of a strong man in the godlike realm. Even the mysterious woman was surprised that Yuga could come up with such a thing. It seemed that she didn't know what it was, but she could also feel the aura of a powerful godlike person on this thing. She immediately knew that this should be something similar to a token in the human race. Seeing this thing was like seeing it. When a powerful godlike person comes in person, he must obey orders, and so on. As soon as her eyes rolled, this mysterious woman immediately had an idea. Seeing that the group of restaurant thugs had stopped, the mysterious woman had a thought in her mind, and young Master Beiyue, one of the 4 young masters of Jiangxia, roared angrily, "What are you still standing there for? How dare these guys assassinate us, Jiangxia?" Fourth young master, this first-class Medal of Honor must be fake, otherwise, how could they attack us? If you don't do it, I will. Young Master Beiyue roared angrily. In his roar, he gathered infinite divine power from all over his body and ran directly towards where Yuga was. Looking at the scene, he looked like he wanted to self-destruct. This made the group of thugs in the restaurant inexplicably horrified. Mr. Beiyue actually used self-destruction to kill the woman? If Mr. Beiyue really blows himself up in this restaurant, then their restaurant will definitely not be able to eat and walk around. Beiyue Mansion will never let this entire luxury restaurant continue to exist. You know, in Jiangxia City, Beiyue, the government, can definitely be regarded as a first-rate force. If Master Beiyue blows himself up, it will be an earth-shattering event for the entire Jiangxia City, and it will definitely trigger a bloody storm. And it was this restaurant that bore the brunt of the disaster. This made the group of thugs panic, especially the thug of the 6th-level master, who shouted angrily without thinking, "Master Beiyue, please wait a moment, we will arrest this person for interrogation first. Since her first-class Medal of Honor is fake, this is a serious crime." Anyway, it was young Master Beiyue who said this. Even if the people from the battlefield army come to ask for guilt, it will be young Master Beiyue who will take the blame. There is no need for thugs like them to take the blame. Now they only need to follow what young Master Beiyue said. Do it and you'll save yourself the trouble. When these thugs took action, Yuga couldn't help but frown. Seeing Master Beiyue's self-destruction, the situation reversed again. She really felt that there was some trouble. This mysterious woman has controlled the 4th young master of Jiangxia. It doesn't seem that easy to kill her. There is no doubt about the deterrent effect of the first-class Medal of Honor, but this thing is too rare after all. Most people's knowledge of the first-class Medal of Honor is limited to hearing, which makes its effectiveness limited. The main reason is that now, Mr. Beiyue says that this first-class Medal of Honor is fake, so those restaurant thugs don't have to worry about anything. Anyway, it was Mr. Beiyue who said it. Even if someone from above is to blame, it will be Mr. Beiyue. On top of that, it has nothing to do with thugs like them. For these restaurant thugs, Mr. Beiyue is the person who is closer to their lives and can have a decisive influence on their lives. Therefore, they have to listen to Mr. Beiyue's words. In comparison, the deterrent effect of the first-class Medal of Honor is naturally inferior. The group of more than 10 thugs rushed towards the room, wanting to attack Yuga. The situation on the field instantly became very unfavorable to Long Yu and the 2 of them. We must fight quickly. Seeing Yuga trying to fend off the dozen thugs for him, Long Yu immediately gritted his teeth, knowing that he had to kill the mysterious woman as quickly as possible, otherwise, Yuga might encounter some accidents. Yuga could resist the 4th young master of Jiangxia and the restaurant thugs on his own, but not for long. Long Yu once again condensed the afterimage of the ancient times, and kept firing wild fighting fists and cannons at the mysterious woman, punch after punch. The opponent continued to condense the ice divine barrier to resist, but he didn't know that this happened to give Long Yu the superposition. An opportunity to fight wildly with the forces of heaven. Unbounded grip. Long Yu didn't stop at all. After condensing the afterimages of the ancient times, he displayed the unbounded grip. Now, the mysterious woman will no longer be pulled by the unbounded grip, but the power in her body will still be sealed. Moreover, this time Long Yu's unbounded grip exploded with 4 times the power. This caused Long Yu to immediately display the second and third stages of the unbounded grip. Want to read a book? A powerful apocalyptic Joyo divine power erupted at the core of the mysterious woman's body. It was really near her chest, not near the dantian in her lower abdomen. This made Long Yu even more certain that this mysterious woman was definitely not a human cultivator. As long as this guy is forced to reveal his true colors, the situation will naturally be reversed. Long Yu thought in his heart, as his mad war power finally reached the 30 level, and with the effect of the mad god coming to the world, the power of his mad war divine incantation could be increased 40 times, plus now he and the mad war god Wen has reached the 10th level of compatibility, and punching out with one punch is extremely terrifying. Long Yuchi stepped forward and raised his hand to unleash the magical power of the 9 nether ball. When the 9 nether ball appeared in the field, countless winding lines formed by the 9 nether divine inscriptions would include the mysterious woman, the 4th son of Jiangxia and those restaurant thugs. All the opponents included were entangled. This magical move was quite powerful, and at this moment, the pressure Yuga faced was suddenly reduced a lot. The ball of 9 netherworlds was suspended in the center of the room, emitting endless lines of entangled 9 netherworlds, restricting the opponent's movements. And Long Yu, taking advantage of this opportunity, punched the mysterious woman directly. When the mysterious woman was entangled by the 9 nether ball, her whole body was covered with a defensive barrier of ice attributes. Unfortunately, this barrier was completely unable to withstand him in the eyes of Long Yu now. Attacking. First, 4 times the power of the unbounded grip exploded in the mysterious woman's body, and then Long Yu accumulated 40 times the power of the mad war divine art, and punched her, instantly knocking her away and slamming into the luxurious body. Several cracks were made on the wall of the private room. The entire luxurious private room was finally almost unbearable, but for Long Yu, this did not stop him from taking action. Seeing that the mysterious woman was surrounded by ice divine symbols, and she was actually using the ice divine symbols to restore herself, Long Yu felt a chill in his heart. He was probably certain that this thing was the powerful spy from the Ice God clan. Because except for the Ice God clan, no one can use the ice divine token to restore themselves and heal themselves. As for the Ice God clan, their bodies are made of ice, so they can naturally heal and recover with the ice divine inscriptions. It's a pity that, except for Long Yu and Yuge, the restaurant thugs in the scene couldn't see this at all. They were still using their own methods to subdue Yuge. Unfortunately, Yusong's skills were better than theirs. There are many more. With the strength to fight against the strong masters of the 6th level, how could they be subdued by these little thugs? Even the leader of the thugs has only the cultivation level of a 6th level master. At this moment, he did not take action himself because he felt that a 4th level master like Yugu was not worthy of his action, and the young man in the field was only a 2nd level master. The master is not worthy of his action. This gives Long Yu, Yuge, and others an excellent opportunity. Come again. While the mysterious woman was healing her wounds with the ice divine inscriptions, Long Yu didn't hesitate, stepped forward and punched the mysterious woman. The power of the mad war divine inscriptions exploded, each punch becoming stronger than the last. Seeing this, a cold light shone in the eyes of the mysterious woman. She raised her hand and used the innate magical power of the ice divine attribute. Infinite ice crystals fell from the sky to completely bind Long Yu. It's a pity that the corners of Long Yu's mouth slightly curled up when he saw this. Purifying Soul Mirror. The control method has no effect on Long Yu, but Long Yu will seize the opportunity. The purifying soul mirror appeared in front of Long Yu and instantly bounced the infinite ice crystals falling from the sky 10 times. The mysterious woman was obviously shocked. She didn't expect that Long Yu still had such a method. Before she could react, she was struck by the infinite ice crystals. The ice crystals were completely trapped in it, forming an ice prison. In the transparent ice prison, the woman still maintained a shocked expression and was completely frozen. However, as an alien from the Ice God clan, her resistance to the ice divine words is naturally extremely strong. I am afraid it will not take long to be able to escape from it. Escape from the ice prison. Long Yu took the opportunity to get closer and continued to bombard the ice prison with punch after punch. Although this move would cause the ice prison to collapse faster, it would be able to superimpose the power of the crazy battle faster. Long Yu has tried his limits before. When the crazy war celestial power reaches 100 levels, his physical body will be unable to withstand the power. This is still the case now. The improvement of the compatibility between the crazy war celestial body and the dragon celestial body, the physical body has also been strengthened to several times its previous size. Although the power of the Mad War divine text has increased, the level that Long Yu can withstand is still about 100 levels of Mad War power. As the layer of ice crystal cage was bombarded from inside and outside, some cracks soon appeared. However, in a short period of time, Long Yu's crazy fighting power had been superimposed to the level of 50 layers. With the automatic increase of the Mad God coming to the world, nearly 20 levels, now Long Yu can exert 70 times the power of the Mad War divine inscription. Needless to say, such a punch can make any 5th level master take off a layer of their skin. Xiao Su, do it. When the opponent was about to break away from the ice prison, Long Yu temporarily retreated, letting the Void Dragon Blade step forward, directly covering the ice prison with the power of the water element, and then launched the Void Burial. At this moment, the power of the water system completely enveloped the ice prison, and then the effect of Void Burial was about to explode. However, this was a Void Burial restricted to a small area by the Void Ghost Dragon Blade, and the overall power remained unchanged, but the damage effect within the range is even more amazing. When the mysterious woman escaped from the ice prison, the Void Burial was launched. The terrifying power exploded instantly, directly pulling the wall of the private room near the mysterious woman into it, and was sucked into the violent space-time vortex and completely shattered. Some practitioners in the luxurious private room next door realized at this moment that such a fierce battle was already going on here. The breath-shielding effect of the luxurious private rooms is still very powerful. It can be seen that the cost of building this restaurant is extremely high. Unfortunately, in the fierce battle, it will eventually be completely destroyed. Isn't that the 4th young master of Jiansha? Why did he start a fight with someone? Yes, I think they hooked up with a beautiful woman a few days ago. It seems like someone is taking action against this woman. Doesn't that mean that Tai Sui is too old to stir up trouble and live impatiently? How can the 4th young master of Jiansha spare them lightly? The people in the private room next door were still very angry at first, but when they saw that it was the 4th young master of Jiansha who was fighting with others, they were relieved. Instead of being angry, they felt that they were in for a good show. But when I looked at them, I felt something was wrong. How come the 4 young masters of Jiansha joined together and were stopped by a beautiful woman who was a 4th level master? Even the thugs from the restaurant couldn't deal with this beauty. Moreover, there is a pitch-black sphere in the field, which continuously releases entangled lines, entangling Jiansha's 4th young master, the restaurant thugs and others. Even though they cannot completely control them, it slows down their movements. And wasn't the beauty that the 4th young master of Jiansha hooked up with said to be a dominatrix? How come you have become the 5th level master now? Moreover, he was still being suppressed by a young man who was a 2nd level master. Long Yu didn't pay attention to the people in the private room next door. Anyway, those people couldn't take action against Long Yu. Many times, these people only wanted to watch the fun and were unwilling to participate. Otherwise, they might bring some trouble to themselves. Maybe. The burial in the void erupted, and Xiaoxiu controlled the scope of its explosion, which caused it to explode with even greater destructive power. The mysterious woman, or rather the ice god, encountered the burial in the void when she came out of the ice prison. Any chance to avoid it, I can only bear this explosion from the front. Countless ice crystals emitted from the mysterious woman's body, forming layers of defensive barriers around her, but they could not withstand the explosive power of the void burial. In an instant, these ice crystal barriers were shattered, and then the mysterious woman was sucked into the void. Buried in the whirlpool. The mysterious woman was involved in the vortex of burial in the void. Of course, Long Yu would not think that the woman would die like this. But at this moment, something happened that surprised Long Yu. He only felt that the connection between himself and the netherworld dragon blade became closer. This feeling, since the combination with the netherworld dragon blade became Wuxuang, the spirit was born. After meeting Xiaoxiu, I never met him again. Long Yu felt happy, could it be? Soon he was sure that it was indeed the case. After such a long period of brewing and precipitation, the void dragon blade finally began to awaken. Although it was only the first level of awakening, its power had more than doubled. Moreover, an awakening technique was born together. However, this awakening skill is not an attack method or a defense method, but a passive method, which can make the void dragon blade's void travel distance longer, almost 3 times as much as the original. This makes Long Yu more than 3 times faster when traveling long distances. Although it is of little use in battle, it is still a good awakening skill. It is said that the first few awakening skills of the Taichu divine item will all be passive methods. Only when the 6th level of awakening is reached, some active methods will appear, either attack or defense. Each Taichu divine item is different. After the void dragon blade awakened to the 1st level, its power was doubled. With Long Yu's thoughts, he continuously released void penetration and crashed towards the mysterious woman. Void penetration condenses the power of the water system into a sharp space blade to strike penetratingly at the opponent, and can directly attack the inside of the opponent's body. The mysterious woman had already suffered trauma from being buried in the void, and then being penetrated and bombarded by the void. She looked extremely miserable. This look made the 4th young master of Jiangsha dizzy. Quickly kill these 2 villains for me. The 4 people roared one after another. With this roar, the leader of the thugs in the restaurant finally couldn't hold himself back any longer. The strong man at the 6th level master level was about to attack Yu Ge and Long Yu personally. A look of ferocity appeared on his face. The light blasted directly towards Yu Ge, and his body was covered with extremely powerful martial arts. It looked even more powerful than the current Long Yu. Long Yu had no reason to delay. It seems like it's time to use this method. Long Yu thought in his mind. The blood-red meridians in his body finally began to beat and swell, and the 8G blood vessels that were originally blocked finally began to open automatically after he let go of the restrictions. Since he has been fighting for a long time now, once the restrictions on the Baji bloodline are relaxed, the Baji bloodline can be opened immediately. Although this will make Long Yu lose more than he gains, and it will cost a lot. The price is enough to repair the small world, but just think of it as your first try. The Baji bloodline directly opened 3 channels, instantly causing the power in the 3 Baji bloodlines to surge out towards his whole body, more than doubling his basic strength, which was equivalent to the effect of his mad battle. It doubled instantly. Facing the mysterious woman who was miserable but still struggling, Long Yu didn't hold anything back. He punched her directly with his crazy fist and cannon. This punch was almost the most powerful one Long Yu had ever unleashed. A powerful punch. His physical body suffered a strong shock due to the power of this punch, causing his whole body to collapse. However, when this punch hit the mysterious woman was not affected at all. He was unable to resist, and was directly blown away by a punch. His whole body seemed to be shattered, and blood spattered out and spread all over the place. The mad war divine text is constantly raging in the body of the mysterious woman. The cultivation realm of the 5th level master does not make her feel better. Long Yu's current state has almost reached the peak of his history. The 3/8 level bloodline opening it made him twice as strong as before. Even though 15 million Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds were needed afterwards to make up for the damage caused in his small world, the effect of the Baji bloodline explosion was still extremely amazing. These 15 million Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds were absolutely worth it. It is conceivable that when Long Yu reaches the peak of the 7th stage master, or even steps into the godlike state, if he opens the 8/8 pole bloodlines, wouldn't he be able to surpass almost everyone else? It's a pity that Long Yu is still a little far away from that level. But this still shows how terrifying the Baji bloodline is. If you don't recover your true form, you will be dead. Long Yu thought in his heart, with an indifferent look in his eyes, and walked towards the direction of the mysterious woman. The woman flew to the ground and fell to the private room next door. The onlookers in that private room were all 3rd level or 4th level masters. However, now that they saw Long Yu walking over, these people could only step back. Go. One is that they don't want to get involved in this dispute, and the other is that the aura on Long Yu's body is too terrifying now, and the surging power of the Mad War divine text makes them feel a strong threat. Didn't you see this guy knocking away the beauty of the 5th level master with one punch? It can be seen that this guy is definitely not an ordinary person. What are you doing standing still? Kill this guy. At this time, Master Beiyue roared hysterically, asking the group of people to help take down Long Yu. You should recognize the 1st class Medal of Honor. All idlers should leave. Long Yu glanced at the group of people and shouted coldly, and the 1st class Medal of Honor was originally on Yu Ge. When he found out that it was not very useful, he threw it back into Long Yu's hands. Now Long Yu showed it out. The group of people in front of them immediately became obedient and did not dare to move at will. They left the private room one after another and allowed Long Yu to approach the mysterious woman. These people are not simple guys like restaurant thugs. Who can come to this luxurious restaurant and open a private room? Which one is not a shrewd character? Even Master Beiyue would not let them fight against the 1st class Medal of Honor. Wouldn't it be so fun to challenge the authority of a god? What's more, these people have already noticed that something is wrong with the situation on the field, so some people quietly left here and rushed towards the Battlefield Legion office in Jiangxia City, wanting to report the situation and take credit. Since Jiangxia City is located in the Lushan clan within the human territory, the Battlefield Legion has only one office, with not many personnel stationed there. It is usually only responsible for the management of some Battlefield Legion personnel. However, there are 7 segment masters in this office. There is a serious conflict here. If you report it, you will probably get some rewards. Of course the people fighting in the restaurant didn't know about this kind of thing. Long Yu walked towards the mysterious woman, her body with the crazy war inscriptions continuing to condense. The mysterious woman's body was spattered with blood, and she looked pitiful. She seemed to have lost the idea of resisting, and just stared at Long Yu in a daze. However, Long Yu would naturally not hold back the slightest bit towards her. Just when he was about to take action, a sharp shout came from the air, "Stop! Your people are in our hands. If you dare to take action, she will be dead." During the battle between Long Yu and the mysterious woman, the roof of the luxury restaurant was completely blown open. At this moment, everyone looked up and saw 2 powerful 7th-level masters from Beiyue Mansion. He actually came here holding a woman hostage. The woman who was held hostage was surprisingly the Feng Yin who stayed in Beiyue Mansion. Facing the strong master of the 7th stage, Feng Yin was naturally no match. She simply surrendered and was brought here. When she saw Long Yu, she quietly nodded towards him to indicate that she was not in danger. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Those two powerful masters of the 7th stage seemed to be from Beiyue Mansion. Did they come here to save young Master Beiyue? But no matter what, the other party dared to hold Feng Yin hostage, which had offended Long Yu's reverse scale. Incarnate into nothingness. Without any hesitation, Long Yu transformed into nothingness and jumped to the side of Feng Yin in midair. The power of the world wrapped her up and sent her directly into his own small world. His speed was extremely fast, and he did not give any. The reaction time of the others was enough to save the red warbler. By the time the mysterious woman relied on the ice breath to realize that Long Yu had jumped to a high altitude, it was obviously too late. After Long Yu rescued Feng Yin, he went directly to the state of nothingness and returned to where Yugu was, and then brought Yugu into the small world. Otherwise, Yugu would have faced the little leader of the restaurant thugs who dominated the 6th stage. There are so many other thugs in Jiangxia 4th young master, the pressure is really too much. After Long Yu brought the two women into the small world, his figure appeared in the field again, and directly used the unbounded seal to trap the mysterious woman in it. The situation in the field was too complicated. If Long Yu wanted to solve this mysterious woman, the resistance he would have to face was too great. He could only trap the mysterious woman directly, then drag the unbounded seal and pull it directly towards her with one hand. Flying away in the distance. Our target is this thing. If you want to help the tyrants and fight against the battlefield legions, just catch up with them. Long Yu directly took away the mysterious woman and flew towards the outside of the planet. There were only one member of the Ice God clan's spy team here, so he could take them far away and solve them. Unfortunately, it can't be that simple. When Long Yu took away this mysterious woman, the 4 Jiangxia masters in the field became furious. Among them, Master Beiyue flew directly into the air and attacked the 2 7th-level masters of Beiyue Mansion. The reporter said, "Grandpa, Dad, that guy just wanted to use insidious means to seize our Beiyue Mansion's foundation. You must not let him run away." "How can we let him run away if he dares to cause such trouble in our Jiangxia city?" "Chase him." The 7th-stage great masters of Beiyue Mansion each snorted coldly and chased after Long Yu's disappearance. They made direct deductions based on the aura left by Long Yu just now. No one knew that the 4 young masters of Jiangxia were already under control. However, even if Long Yu told this at that time, others would not believe it. He did not bother to say more and directly arrested the spy team of the Ice God clan. The members leave and everything is done. Want to read a book? Soon, Long Yu relied on the Void Ghost Dragon Blade to cross directly into the void outside the planet, reaching the barrier in an instant. Although the Beiyue Mansion in Jiangxia City is tyrannical, it has not reached the level of affecting the entire planet. Therefore, the protective barrier of the planet is still unable to stop Long Yu's progress. The cultivators guarding the Legion saw that once you reach the first-class Medal of Honor, you will be released directly without any delay. Immediately afterwards, the deductive power from the 7th-level master of Beiyue Mansion came to Long Yu. After all, Long Yu had just left in a hurry and could not eliminate all the aura left behind in that place. However, at this moment, Feng Yin directly activated her martial arts secrets. The powerful means from the Blood Demon clan strengthened Long Yu's strength. The resistance to the power of deduction. Just like the light of balance, which can enhance a cultivator's spiritual perception ability tenfold, Feng Yin's martial arts secret technique can also directly enhance the cultivator's ability to resist and shield against the power of deduction tenfold after reaching its peak. There is no doubt that when Feng Yin performs it like this, it will take longer and more deductive power for the other party to deduce the existence of Long Yu. In a short period of time, even the existence of the 7th level master cannot deduce the whereabouts of Long Yu. Not to mention, the two powerful men from Beiyue Mansion are not the peak of the 7th level master, but have only stepped into the 7th level master. Duanda became the master soon. However, both Long Yu and Hongying ignored one thing. You must know that they now have the powerful spy team of the Ice God clan next to them. As for the powerful spy team of the Ice God clan, that is, the mysterious woman, at this stage, Long Yu does not have the ability to send her directly into his own small world to seal it. Therefore, under the control of the mysterious woman, the 4 Jiangsha young master still clearly knows where Long Yu is now. Therefore, soon, the 4th young master of Jiangsha pointed the way and led the two powerful 7th level masters of Beiyue Mansion to catch up. But Long Yu doesn't care about this. Even if the other party knows his position, so what? Now the Void Dragon Blade has awakened to the 1st level. Although the awakening skill is passive, it can increase the distance through the void by more than 3 times. Tens of thousands of miles have passed in an instant, even for the 7th stage master. It is impossible to catch up with the current Long Yu. Unless the other party used a pre-marked time and space mark to teleport, how could the other party be so lucky to mark the time and space mark near Long Yu phase route? At such a short distance, few people waste time and space marks to mark it. After all, for the 7th stage master, these are only distances that can be passed in a short period of time. Long Yu didn't care that much. Instead, he cared more about the mysterious woman he was holding in his hand, always alert that she would return to the Ice God clan's true form. In that case, this guy is likely to become a 6th level master. Probably, this guy will wait until he is far enough away from Jiangsha City before choosing to restore his original body. After all, it is impossible to reveal the fact that he belongs to the Ice God clan in front of others. Otherwise, I am afraid that the big guys in Beiyue Mansion of Jiangsha City will definitely in turn eliminate her. Long Yu thought in his heart. From the perspective of this mysterious woman, she only has 2 choices now. One of the options is to try to delay Long Yu's flying away and let the people from Jiangsha City catch up. In that case, Long Yu will definitely not be a match for the strong master of the 7th stage. Another option is to wait until you are far enough away, revert to the Ice God clan, and then kill Long Yu directly. As for where you go after killing him, it doesn't matter. You can't go back to Jiangsha City anyway. After all, Long Yu can find Jiangsha City, which means that someone in the human race has noticed its existence. Want to read a book? These 2 choices depend on whether Jiangsha City's 7th level master can catch up, but looking at the situation now, it seems a bit uncertain. Therefore, Long Yu was also prepared to wait until the distance was far enough for this mysterious woman to suddenly transform into the 6th level master of the Ice God clan, and prepare to attack him. Once such a thing happened, Long Yu would be able to react immediately. Soon, as Long Yu continued to urge the void to travel, the Void Dragon Blade took him to an extremely far distance. The distance from the planet where Jiangsha City was just now reached hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, even if it was Beiyue of Jiangsha City. It is impossible for the 7th level master of the mansion to catch up. Because, in addition to Long Yu, even the strong men from Beiyue Mansion in Jiangsha City, if they want to pass through the defensive barrier outside the planet and leave, it will take a while to apply and get approval, and they have been delayed there for a while. After that, it would be impossible to catch up with Long Yu. Now around Long Yu, there is a completely empty space, without the existence of anything. From a distance, you can see the source of the nearest divine text, which is only the size of a firefly, and other things that fall into the distance. The stars are not much different. When they arrived at this place, Long Yu was already sure that the people from Beiyue Mansion would definitely not be able to catch up. It's almost time to be exposed. While Long Yu was thinking this, the mysterious woman who had been sealed by him with the unbounded seal, and who seemed to be seriously injured and dying, suddenly burst out with the power of the ice divine text from her whole body, shattering the unbounded seal in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a six-sided ice crystal-like being emerged from the mysterious woman's body, the sixth-level master. Long Yu had already been prepared and stepped back a certain distance without hesitation, then sent Hong Ying and Yu Ge out of the small world. Just do it and kill him. Long Yu gave a sharp shout and raised his hand to use the unbounded grip. The unbounded grip condensed with the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions directly grasped the Ice God clan, and then blocked its body with the tyrannical power of the seal. The flow of power made it temporarily unable to use any means to come out. Although the martial arts cultivation level of Long Yu and his opponent are too different, and the effect of unbounded grip on sealing its power is very weak, it can still seal it for a moment, and that moment is enough. Demon Shadow Binding. Immediately afterwards, there was the endless level of high-grade martial arts displayed by Hong Ying. She had already practiced this technique to a perfect level. The next level up would be the realm of transcendence, but unfortunately she could not reach that level yet. But despite this, at this moment when she used this move, countless blood-red demonic energy emanated from her body, forming countless demonic energy chains, completely trapping the six-stage Master Ice God clan. The Ice God clan quickly broke free from the seal of Long Yu's unbounded grip, but was then bound by the infinite chains of the demon's shadow. Without any chance to dodge or move, the power in his body was suppressed by the blood-red demon. The anger was completely sealed. This sealing method is stronger than Long Yu's unbounded grip. The key is that Hong Ying is 2 levels higher than Long Yu in the martial arts realm, so it has such an amazing effect. Star breaking the sky. Taking advantage of the Ice God clan being trapped by the demonic shadow, Yu Ge did not waste time and directly used the awakening skill of the 11th level of the Taichu Divine Grade, Star Breaking Slash, and the power of the stars instantly condensed into a sky-breaking weapon. The blade suddenly fell on the head of the Ice God clan. Bound by the blood-red demonic power, the six-stage master of the Ice God clan could only watch the star slashing through the air fall on him, but he still had the means to deal with it, and suddenly burst out with a burst of energy. The power of ice slightly dissipated the blood-red demonic power bound to him. Immediately afterwards, its position deviated slightly, and the star-breaking slash directly cut off an edge of its body, but it was not able to cause serious injury to it. Apparently, it barely avoided the vital point. And immediately afterwards, the power of the Ice Divine Script covered the entire body of the Ice God clan, causing the severed edges of the body to begin to recover. Long Yu saw that it was a method of reshaping the physical body and immediately took action. Crazy Fighting God Walk. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu used 2 moves in succession. At this moment, although he had been running for a period of time, he still maintained nearly 100 levels of the power bonus of the Mad War Divine Art. After using these 2 moves, he instantly punched him on top of the body of the Ice God clan. The Ice God clan had no idea that he had transformed into a 6th-stage Great Master, and that this little guy in the 2nd-stage Great Master realm would dare to attack him. He was caught off guard and hit his entire body by this punch. The Ice God clans, there were several cracks in the 6-sided ice crystal body. The power of the Mad War Divine inscriptions invaded the body of the Ice God clan and continued to wreak havoc, while Long Yu was also pushed back by the Ice God clan's counterattack with the power of the Ice Divine inscriptions. The power of ice eroded into Long Yu's body, but Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. He directly exploded the part of his body that was eroded by the cold air, and then relied on the Heart of Magic dust to reshape it. Such an approach is almost difficult for ordinary people. Imagination. Even Hong Ying and Yu Ge could not imagine that Long Yu would be so decisive. If Long Yu did not self-explode the part eroded by the cold air, then the cold air would probably erode his whole body, and by then the Heart of Demon dust would also be eroded, but it's not fun anymore. But if it were someone else, not only would they not be able to be so decisive, but even if they were to be so decisive, they would lose a lot of combat effectiveness. However, Long Yu had no such concerns. Because the part of his body that self-destructed had been reshaped in just a few breaths. Dozens of mysterious patterns were printed on his mind, which strengthened the physical weight of the demonic heart. Plastic speed. After 3 breaths, the self-destructed body was completely reshaped, and then Long Yu punched out. Fighting with fists and cannons. With nearly 100 levels of crazy fighting power, and the 3 8-pole bloodlines opened up, Long Yu punched out, and his own body was the first to be unable to withstand it, and began to show signs of collapse. Long Yu performed the Mad War Divine movement, and his figure flashed away like a stream of light. The next moment, he appeared next to the Ice God clan. The Ice God clan had just been punched and cracks began to appear on its body. Now he subconsciously wanted to dodge, but how could it be possible in time? Now there are more than 70 layers of Dragon Yu's Crazy War Heaven power, and the speed of Crazy War God's movement has almost reached the extreme. It can be said to be faster than teleportation. There is no sign of teleportation to alert the opponent. Once Long Yu is discovered, in a moment, it was already too late to dodge. The Mad Fighting Fist cannon blasted out, hitting the Ice God clan's body with one punch, causing the cracks on the Ice God clan's body to expand even more. The Ice God tribe is obviously very good at self-recovery, but now it is too late to recover. After being punched by Long Yu 3 times in a row, its physical body is already showing signs of breaking apart. Long Yu was unyielding, and just when he was about to continue to punch more punches, the cold air suddenly bloomed from the body of the Ice God clan, and a force of mental control shot towards Long Yu. Unfortunately, the surface of Long Yu's body was completely pure. The physical strength disappeared in a flash, directly resisting the mental attack. Is this the mental power used to control the 4th young master of Jiansha? Long Yu squinted his eyes, thinking in his mind, but the fist in his hand did not stop at all, and punched directly. This punch directly penetrated the cracks in the body of the Ice God clan, and the entire Ice God clan began to collapse. 4 phases of killing prison. Finally, Long Yu raised his hand, and countless lines of death appeared in the void, completely entangling the Ice God clan. The breath of death continued to spread and erode into his body. At the same time, Hong Ying's demonic shadow binding was activated again. The blood-red demonic energy bound the Ice God tribe, making it impossible to move against Long Yu's 4-phase killing prison. When the Ice God clan was exposed, even though it had the cultivation of a 6th-level master, it only lasted for a moment before being killed by Long Yu and 3 others. Want to read books? They had teamed up to deal with the 5th-level masters before, and they were able to deal with them with ease. Not to mention that each of them had now upgraded to a level of martial arts. The Ice God clan, who had reached the 6th-level master realm, were naturally no match for them. Killed, 1 less target. Do you want to go back to Jiansha City, to have a look? Hong Ying asked Long Yu. Seeing that the ice gods in the field were directly entangled by the death lines of the 4-phase killing prison, they quickly lost their vitality under the erosion of the death energy, and the remaining ice bodies were directly blasted to pieces by Long Yu with his crazy fighting fists and cannons. Only leaving the mark of its small world, the remains of the small world can still be sold for a lot of money. What Hong Ying was thinking about was whether to go back to Jiansha City, to see if the 4th young master of Jiansha had been released from being controlled. After all, no one knows the methods of the Ice God clan. What if the mental control has not been lifted yet? Long Yu nodded when he heard this. Let's go back and take a look. By the way, we can sell the remains of this small world. He narrowed his eyes. If the 4th young master of Jiansha had been released from being controlled, then they would obviously know the fact that he had been controlled before. Then they would definitely be very worried about Long Yu's attack. As the saying goes, if there is an advantage, don't take advantage of it. Long Yu will not miss this opportunity. After killing the ice god tribe, Long Yu packed up the remains of its body, then took Yu Ge and Hong Ying with him, and returned to the direction of Jiangsha City. They also had to deal with the other ice god tribes as soon as possible. He is a member of the spy team, so he cannot stay here for too long. However, there is still time to sell the remains of the ice god clan's small world. What's more, the chaos in Jiangsha City will eventually come to an end. If Long Yu just leaves like this, he is not sure about the situation of the fourth son of Jiangsha. I will also feel very unsure. It would be bad if the Ice God clan left something behind in Jiangsha City. Want to read a book? Soon, Long Yu returned to the vicinity of the planet, passed the defensive barrier, landed in Jiangsha City, and arrived at the luxurious restaurant on the edge of the coastal city. From a distance, he could see the scene before the restaurant. After a fierce battle, nearly half of it had been destroyed at this moment. At this moment, many people were gathering next to the luxurious restaurant, talking about something. Long Yu also saw at a glance the two 7th-level masters of Beiyue Mansion, and the 4th young master of Jiangsha. It could be seen that the eyes of the 4th young master of Jiangsha were full of confusion, and they should have just recovered from the mental control. Released from the state. When Long Yu saw them, of course these people also saw Long Yu flying from high in the sky. It's him. The expressions of the Palace Master and Palace Master Tai of Beiyue Mansion changed, and then they quickly flew towards Long Yu without thinking. Long Yu didn't feel the hostility from the other party, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party didn't understand the situation would become a bit troublesome, and he might have to waste a lot of time here. However, the other party obviously knew Long Yu's identity and what they had just experienced. Because the 4th young master of Jiangsha had just suddenly regained his consciousness. Although he was still a little confused, he had already roughly told the story. This young master hopes to atone for his sins. The two 7th-level masters of Beiyue Mansion immediately admitted their mistake. We were deceived by the enchantress before, and we hope that the young master will atone for our sins. Fortunately, we did not make any big mistakes. I hope that the young master can forgive us for our ignorance. It turns out that although they already knew the general idea, they didn't know that the mysterious woman was transformed by the Ice God clan. They only knew that she was a witch who wanted to control their entire Jiangsha city, and the 4th young master of Jiangsha became the mysterious woman. Breakthrough. The mysterious woman came for 4 days, and went back with one of them every day, and then took the opportunity to use mind control methods to control her. After 4 days, all the 4 young masters of Jiangsha were under mind control and became the most loyal subordinates of the mysterious woman. However, with the death of the mysterious woman, the 4th son of Jiangsha gradually recovered and recalled what had happened before. The woman's body is a 6th-stage master of the Ice God clan. We have just eliminated it and obtained the remains of its small world. We came here to sell the remains of the small world. Do you have any acquisitions of the small world here? Where is the wreckage? Long Yu asked, calmly. Since the other party knows that he is wrong, he should put on more equipment and try to get more from the other party. You know, if the other party attacks him, he has a first-class Medal of Honor. If he goes up to complain, the 4 major forces in Jiangsha City will be in trouble. The remains of the Ice God clan's small world of the 6th stage master. Upon hearing this, the Tai Palace Master of Beiyue Mansion immediately said seriously, our Beiyue Mansion just wanted to acquire this thing recently. Since the young master has obtained it, just sell it to our Beiyue Mansion directly. According to the merits of the Battlefield Legion, calculated, 30 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, this price, I wonder if the young master is satisfied? As soon as these words came out, the current head of Beiyue Mansion beside him immediately changed his expression. 30 million battlefield legionary merits were already equivalent to their total income of Beihui Mansion for half a year. Could it just be used to buy the remains of a useless little world? Even though it is possible to find some precious things in the wreckage of this small world, it is difficult to get back the merits of the 30 million battlefield legions. However, the current head of Beihui Mansion did not speak, but chose to listen to his father's words, nodded and said, "This price should be acceptable to you. After all, it is impossible to sell it anywhere. It sells for this price." In this battle, Long Yu just activated the Baji bloodline, which was equivalent to a loss of 15 million. If the other party compensated the 30 million, it meant that Long Yu made a net profit of 15 million. If divided equally among 3 people, it would be 5 million each. To them, this amount is really not that much. Just as Long Yu was considering whether to agree, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Haha, from Beihui Mansion, you are quite courageous. You dare to attack a hero who has a first-class Medal of Honor. Do you know what the crime is?" With these words, another 7th-level master flew over from the side. It was the Battlefield Legion office in Jiansha City. It usually didn't care much about things and would only recruit some interested cultivators to join the Battlefield Legion. That's all. Now, the head of the office appeared in front of everyone, and said such words as soon as he appeared, which made the father and son of Beihui Mansion change their expressions. "This guy is not easy to mess with." Long Yu turned his head and saw that he was a human cultivator who looked like an unshaven uncle. He had the cultivation level of a 7th-level master. He had the iconic mark of the Battlefield Legion on his body, and his identity could be seen at a glance. To be honest, nothing happened. Even if they wanted to attack me, they were bewitched by the alien race. Long Yu glanced at the man, smiled lightly, and then said, "It's just the price." When Long Yu said this, both of them understood. This is not because Long Yu uses power for personal gain, but that the other party did cause him a lot of trouble in carrying out his training mission, and he also opened the Baji bloodline in this battle. He suffered a lot of losses, and he can recover a little bit. Just a little. Moreover, there might be some good things in the wreckage of the Ice God clan's small world. The price of 30 million is indeed not too high. If there are a few heavenly crystal-level creations in it, it will be all at once. Earn it back. This, 50 million is a fixed price. This price is still acceptable to our Beihui Mansion. What do you think? The Tai Palace Master of Beihui Mansion has firmly decided on the price. He really can't continue to increase this price, otherwise the entire Beihui Mansion will be in great trouble. Okay, then it's a deal. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, nodded, and said. The remains of a 6-stage Dominator-level Ice God clan small world were sold for 50 million, which is definitely a sky-high price. However, if you are lucky, Beihui Mansion will still make money. Long Yu doesn't feel that he is cheating the other party. After all, the other party has caused a lot of trouble to him, and he has also forcibly opened the Baji bloodline, which will affect his little world. Some damage was done. This one-time receipt of 50 million Battlefield Legion meritorious services is considered compensation for Long Yu. Since Long Yu said it was okay, the leader of the Battlefield Legion office who came over would naturally not pursue it further. Long Yu glanced at the unshaven head of the office, and then privately allocated 5 million to him. After all, if it weren't for him, the other party would have given him 30 million, so Long Yu might have accepted it. Giving 5 million means you don't owe the other party any favors. After settling everything, Long Yu and Yu Guhangying left directly. They also rushed to clear out the other powerful spy teams of the Ice God clan. They didn't know where they were hiding or what kind of existence they were disguised as. To be honest, if this Ice God clan had not been exposed on his own initiative, Long Yu would not have been able to tell from its appearance that it was from the Ice God clan. This made Long Yu somewhat admire the methods of these Ice God clan. If other members of the Ice God clan spy team if they are so strong, it will really take a long time for Long Yu and the other three to find and eliminate them all. The reward of 60 million battlefield legions is really not that easy to earn. Fortunately, you can get some extra money during this operation. With the power of Han Ying's deduction, the three of them quickly headed to the next target. According to Han Ying's current deduction, there are a total of 6 Ice God clan targets that need to be eliminated in this training mission. They just killed one of them, then there are only 5 left. If it were simply to deal with the 5 powerful ice gods, it would not be any difficult for the 3 of them. However, the prerequisite for destroying these ice gods is to find them. When the other party is extremely good at camouflage and hiding, you want to find them. All require a lot of effort. Even though Han Ying's deduction power is extremely powerful, it can only narrow the target range to a radius of 10 miles at most. Next, the 3 of them moved as fast as possible and rushed to the nearest place that Han Ying deduced. That place was not on a planet, but in a void. It was clear what existed in the void. However, after Long Yu and the others arrived, they could not see anything existing in the void. Obviously, the other party used some method to hide it in the void. Anyway, the deduced distance was within these 10 miles. This hidden method is not much different from Long Yu's incarnation of nothingness. No matter it is the power of deduction or spiritual perception, he is unable to detect the existence of the other party. It wasn't until the members of the Ice God clan spy team launched a sneak attack on Long Yu, trying to kill him directly, that the 3 of them finally discovered the other party's whereabouts. However, it has to be said that the other party actually jumped out and wanted to kill him. A sneak attack on Long Yu was undoubtedly an extremely wrong decision. When Long Yu came to this void area, he had already been prepared for any unexpected situation. Even if he was attacked by a sneak attack, he transformed into nothingness and avoided the series of ice spikes shot by the opponent. These ice spikes were extremely powerful. If one were hit by these ice spikes, even with Long Yu's physical strength, they would probably be blown to pieces. Even if Long Yu has the heart of demon dust and can constantly reshape his body, he doesn't want to have his body broken into pieces casually. When the opponent made a sneak attack and Long Yu transformed into nothingness, Han Ying reacted as quickly as possible and used the demon shadow binding martial arts at high speed. Countless blood-red demonic energies were like ropes, binding the strong Ice God clan member who appeared in the void. Tie it down so that it cannot move for a moment. The Ice God clan obviously did not expect that Long Yu could react so quickly. You must know that its sneak attack was extremely close to Long Yu, and it could smash Long Yu to pieces in just an instant. Long Yu directly transformed into nothingness, ruining the Ice God clan's sneak attack plan, and also caused it to be trapped by Han Ying's shadow-binding martial arts. Star breaking the sky. Yugu was not idle, and directly used the awakening skill of the 11th level of awakening. The star sword light fell from the sky, shattered the void, and instantly landed on the head of the Ice God clan. The terrifying destructive power of the Star God clan caused a crack to appear all over the body of the Ice God clan, but the impact was not significant. Even the star-breaking slash could not harm the Ice God clan too much. This is because the opponent is bound by the demonic shadow binding and cannot use the divine power in his body. Otherwise, he can resist the star sky slash by just using a defensive magical power. After all, this Ice God clan, he is a powerful 6th stage master, and he is not an ordinary 6th stage master. By this time, Long Yu had also slowed down. He had only transformed into nothingness for a few breaths. When the stars broke through the air and fell, he had recovered from the state of nothingness, and then the unbounded grip came directly towards the Ice God clan. Burial in the void, enter. Unbounded grip and demonic shadow binding were 2 control techniques that trapped the opponent in it, making it absolutely impossible to escape in a short period of time. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu asked Xiaoshu to activate Void Burial, and the power of the water element was instantly released. An explosion occurred near the Ice God clan. The Void Nether Dragon Blade has awakened the first level, and the power of launching the Void Burial has been at least doubled. At this moment, a whirlpool of water-based primordial power erupted, as if it was really a tomb, trying to kill the Ice God clan. Buried here. The 6th level master of the Ice God clan did not expect that Long Yu and the others would attack one after another. Before it could exert its power, it was already involved in the void burial. Countless cracks appeared on the body of hexagonal ice crystals. Obviously seriously injured. Fortunately, its physical body was relatively strong, so these injuries were not considered fatal. Moreover, as the ice divine symbols on its body stopped emerging, its injuries quickly began to recover. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. It seems that if you want to deal with the strong masters of the 6th stage, you can only rely on the Mad War Divine text. Long Yu is a little regretful. After all, his martial arts level is too low now. The difference in basic strength between the 2nd level master and the 6th level master is tens to hundreds of times. It is not easy to cause damage to the opponent with ordinary means, let alone want to kill the other party. The two girls, Yu Ge and Hong Ying, had already tried it just now. Among them, if Hong Ying's demonic shadow binding explodes with 2 or 3 times its power, it can completely bind the opponent for a period of time, during which time the power within his body will be unable to be used. However, Hong Ying's other attack methods, including those innate magical powers, awakening skills, etc., she tried all the strongest methods, but they were unable to cause much damage to the ice god, and could only leave a mark on the surface of its body. Just some scars. The same goes for Moonsong. The endless level high-grade martial arts skill she practiced, Jiaoxiao Star Flash, was not used for attacking, but a body-moving martial skill. It mainly improved her flexibility, but did not enhance her attack strength. Her strongest attack method is the 11th level awakening skill, Star-Breaking Sky Slash. However, even Star-Breaking Sky Slash cannot break through the physical defense of this Ice God clan strongman. It can be seen that the physical defense of this ice god is extremely strong, much stronger than the previous one. Such an opponent is undoubtedly the most difficult to deal with for the current Long Yu trio, because they are not strong enough. There is nothing wrong with other methods, but if the absolute power is not enough, it will not be able to break through the opponent's physical defense. This situation becomes quite difficult. To deal with such a guy, the only way is to fight against the force of the dragon. It is only possible to kill it if it is superimposed to more than 100 layers. It's no wonder that this ice god can come out so boldly to attack Long Yu. It turns out that it is very confident about the strength of its physical body. Anyway, the 2nd level master and the 4th level master cannot kill it. Even if it fails in the sneak attack, it will not be able to kill it. Any loss. Long Yu first tried the 3rd stage of the unbounded grip, and apocalyptic divine power exploded in the opponent's body. However, the opponent's body had a strong ice barrier guarding the vital parts. Such an internal explosion, neither of them hurt the other party at all. It seems we can only delay it. Long Yu felt a little frustrated. If every time they had to stack up to 100 levels of crazy fighting power to kill the opponent, even if the 3 of them could advance to the next level of martial arts, going to the Eclipse Ancient territory might not bring any good results. You must practice some extremely powerful attack methods. At this time, Long Yu brazenly urged the Mad God to come to the world, and the momentum of the Mad War Divine text on his body began to increase. At the same time, dozens of ancient afterimages appeared on the field, and at the same time blasted the Mad War towards the Ice God clan. The fist cannon can be used to superimpose the wild fighting power of Long Yu. At the same time, Hong Ying also displayed her strongest innate magical power, and the shadow of the bloody long whip fell down. Each whip shadow had the effect of burning the soul. It was after she integrated the essence of the wood system Taichu. Metamorphosis. The body of this ice god warrior is very strong, but the strength of his soul is only so strong. Facing the soul-burning offensive like Hongying, it has to put all its thoughts on resisting these bloody whips. In this way, it gave Long Yu enough time to superimpose the power of the mad battle. Yuga also assisted from the side, constantly using the scattered second-grade divine array methods, as well as some other star divine control martial arts, to constantly harass this strong man from the Ice God clan. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda appeared in Long Yu's hands, and then the Ju Kong domain was quietly deployed, making it impossible for the opponent to escape. As the power of Dragon Yu's crazy battle increased to more and more levels, this ice god also felt the threat from Dragon Yu. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Fighting furiously at the 100th level of the sky, Long Yu directly punched the ice god into pieces. With the help of Hongying's blood-colored whip and Yuji's star-piercing slash, he easily knocked out the ice god. Shattered, even the soul was completely shattered. After taking away the remains of the small world, the three people left this place and rushed to the next place. 7 days passed quickly. The three of them acted without interruption. Although they experienced some difficulties during the period, they still managed to kill all the 6 deduced powerful spying men of the Ice God clan, just like the Ice God clan in Jiansha City at the beginning. The entire training mission still took a long time. In terms of efficiency, it couldn't be said to be very fast. However, this mission also allowed them to obtain the remains of 6 small worlds of the Ice God clan, all of which were at the level of the 6th stage Grandmaster. The first one from Jiansha City was sold to someone from Beiyue Mansion for 50 million. Long Yu and the other 3 planned to keep the remaining remains of the 5 Ice God clan small worlds for themselves. Now they no longer lacked Battlefield Legion meritorious service, but rather lacked some special materials that could be obtained from these small world remnants. So it doesn't matter if you keep it, you won't be able to sell it for much money at the normal price anyway. A few million would be worth the money. No one would use tens of millions to buy the remains of a small world because of the probability of losing money. Too big. Of course, now Long Yu and the others don't have time to enter the wreckage of the small world to search. They can only stay and wait until the moon eclipse ancient territory is over. After cleaning up the 6 Ice God clan spy teams one by one, Long Yu and the others eliminated them all. When they returned to the seminary, they found that the mission had been completed, otherwise they would have been afraid that they might have missed something. Get rid of it. After receiving the 60 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, each person was allocated 20 million, and then they directly exchanged all the Battlefield Legion meritorious service for the Heavenly Crystal level creations at the seminary. They can complete the training tasks while absorbing the creative power of these created objects to slowly improve their martial arts realm. In this case, it will be easier to adapt to the improved cultivation level. After all, if they want to make another sprint, martial arts cultivation is still the most important. Only by improving their basic strength can they be able to deal with those powerful alien beings who are at the peak of the 7th stage master in the Eclipse Ancient domain. At that time, their competitors will not only be the nearby Ice God clan and Vulcan God clan, but also a total of more than 140 alien races from the other 2 star regions. They will compete together in the Eclipse Ancient territory. It is dangerous. Sex is obviously extremely high. The level of martial arts can be improved as much as possible. This is the fundamental guarantee of combat effectiveness. In the following training tasks, the 3 of them chose those alien races of the 6th level of Great Master as their opponents, and it was not too difficult. There were not many physically powerful alien races like the 2nd Ice God before in the 6th level of Great Domination. Yuga and Hongying can work together to solve the problem. Only when the number of opponents is relatively large, or when the opponent is stronger than the ordinary 6th level master, Long Yu will choose to superimpose the Mad Battle Force as the final trump card to deal with the opponent. With less than 2 months left before the end of this school year, each of the three should still be able to earn around 50 million in Battlefield Legion merit. After all, their combat effectiveness has improved and their efficiency in defeating alien races has improved a lot. Moreover, they have gained more experience in facing various alien races. During this period, the three of them continued to absorb the power of creation from the created things, and then the small world continued to expand. Just 7 days before the end of the academic year of the seminary, the three of them improved their martial arts realm. Long Yu was promoted from the 2nd level of Great Master to the 3rd level of Great Master. Yu Ge and Hong Ying were promoted from the 4th level of Great Masters to the 5th level of Great Masters. The strength of the three people has further improved, and ordinary 7th level masters will not be their opponents. Only some stronger 7th level masters can fight against a team of 3 people. Of course, if it is a relatively strong alien race at the peak level of the 7th level master, it will be difficult for the three of them to join forces to defeat each other, and they can only rely on various means to temporarily avoid the edge. Long Yu has the means to transform into nothingness. In the Eclipse Ancient Domain, he cannot bring 2 women to transform into nothingness at the same time. When the time comes, Yu Ge will be able to display the endless level high-grade martial arts, Jiuxiao Star Flash, while Hong Ying can use Thousand the Door Lock Soul Formation traps the opponent and then escapes. Jiuxiao Star Flash was cultivated to a perfect state by Yu Ge 2 months ago. During this period of time, she often used this method in battles. Not only could she quickly move her position, but she could also trap her opponent for a period of time with the power of stars. Time. At this moment, Jiuxiao Star Flash has reached a transcendent state, and has a function similar to Long Yu's 9 Nether Path magical power, which can ignore certain space barriers and teleport. Of course, the ability that Jiuyo Path possesses to disintegrate space divine texts is something that Jiuxiao Star Flash cannot possibly possess, but just like that, it has made Jiuxiao Star Flash extremely powerful and can allow Yu Ge to escape in many cases. Day of birth. The key is that Jiuxiao Star Flash can still bring people along. In other words, Yu Ge and Hong Ying can act together, activate Jiuxiao Star Flash to escape, and Long Yu transforms into nothingness to follow the 2 women. The three of them can always maintain the rhythm of being together. Although they can't deal with those powerful alien races at the peak of the 7th level master, they have enough means to save their lives. This is enough, so that they at least have the qualifications to go to the Eclipse Ancient territory. If they could get some opportunities to improve their martial arts realm in the Eclipse Ancient domain, the three of them would be able to fight against most foreign races. After all, the three of them would join forces, and their fighting power would be much stronger than 1+1+1. After the three people's martial arts realm improved, they accepted some relatively simple training tasks in the seminary to deal with the alien race of the 7th level master. They completed 3 training tasks in 7 days. They were all completed relatively easily, and the rewards were there are also many Battlefield Legion merits. Everyone has received 8 million Battlefield Legion merits from these 3 training missions. Then, the whole seminary school year ends. Based on the number and quality of completed experience tasks, the seminary school will issue rewards to the students with the highest scores. Long Yu has no expectations for this. After all, the experience tasks they accepted at the beginning were completely low level. The scores and quality of Duan's experience tasks are not very high. To say that the quality score is relatively high, the three of Long Yu have only completed 2 tasks. One of them is the task of dealing with the Soul Clan, and the previous task of cleaning up the Ice God Clan spy team. These 2 experience tasks are quite good. Difficulty: you should have a lot of points if you complete it. 3 days before the end of the school year, all experience tasks were taken back, and no one could take on any more tasks, but those taken before could still be completed. On the day when the school year officially ended, everyone was notified to assemble in the task hall. It was only on this day that Long Yu and the other two people just completed the last training task. After returning and delivering it, they gathered in the hall. 1 year has passed, and many students in the seminary have changed. In particular, Long Yu noticed that in the hall, the male and female twins of the demon tribe, brother and sister Tianqing Xue and Tianqing Ma, had also become existences at the level of great masters. Of course, the two of them were originally in the martial arts realm. It's relatively low, and it's still not as good as Long Yu. Both of them are at the level of second-level masters, and they are already very fast. These two people will definitely not be able to go to the Eclipse Ancient territory this time. Even though some strong men from the Yufeng faction usually take them to complete some academy training tasks, the Eclipse Ancient territory cannot be led by strong people. If it goes wrong, even those strong men will become the dead souls of the foreign tribe, let alone these two people. There is absolutely no way for a second-level master to go. Long Yu can be sure of this. If you go, you will be seeking death. A second-level master like Long Yu who has so many tricks would not dare to go, let alone other people who have been promoted to only the third-level master. Long Yu would want to try it. Members of the two factions, Yufeng, Liuxuang, and Quasi-Theological Seminary, stood in different areas of the hall, forming a sharp contrast. Long Yu looked at the whole scene and found that the number of strong men in the two major factions was almost the same. There were about 30 strong men at the peak of the 7th-level master, forming the backbone of the students in the seminary. In other words, there are about 60 people in the entire seminary who are capable of fighting Concubine Yu. Of course, it is difficult to say the final outcome. Yufeng and Liuxuan can become the leaders of their respective factions, of course, because of their strong strength. Although they are both at the pinnacle of 7th-level masters, there are still some differences in their combat capabilities. The main reason is that most of them specialize in different directions. Same. Fighting, patrolling, sensing, hiding, etc., all aspects of the methods are different, and the methods adopted in the battle are also different. Regarding the combat effectiveness after reaching the peak of the 7th-level master, it can no longer be generalized based on the basic strength. Except for a few people who have not returned during the training mission, everyone else has arrived. Long Yu saw that Luing and Qingying were also standing among the group of people from the Yufeng faction. They both glanced at Long Yu, and it was obvious that they were quite impressed by Long Yu. In the center of the planet, the two of them were almost killed by a strange alien race. If Long Yu hadn't sacrificed the 9 Nether Hell Monument, Green Shadow and Qingying would probably not be alive now. This school year, I heard that several people died. Yes, it seems that because the Eclipse Ancient Realm is about to open, alien activities are more frequent and many traps have been set up. I heard that a team at the peak of the 7th-level master was ambushed by a foreign race. The entire army was wiped out. All 4 of them died. What a pity. Everyone was talking among themselves, and the most talked about thing was undoubtedly the fact that the team that was ambushed was completely wiped out. Long Yu didn't know about this at first, but he soon learned about it from the comments of people around him, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. The team at the peak of the 7th-level master was a member of the Yufeng faction. Long Yu had heard of their name before. There were 4 of them in total, but now they all died in the ambush of the aliens. It was a pity. In the battle between races, even those who are at the peak of the 7th-level masters are likely to be killed directly. Even because they are close to gods, they are more likely to become targets of alien assassinations. This is also a kind of helplessness. Long Yu didn't know if he could have survived in that situation if it were him, but if he were at the peak of the 7th-level master, he should be able to deal with those aliens, right? He was not sure about this. All in all, he had to be more careful when traveling outside in the future. He might be ambushed by a surprise attack by a foreign race at some point. It didn't take long for godlike vanity to appear in front of everyone. Her face was also a little solemn. It was obvious that the destruction of the peak team of the 7th level master had put a lot of pressure on her. It was obvious that the aliens had increased their efforts in ambush and assassination of the strong people of the human race and monster race. First of all, I have something to inform you. The flashy god first repeated the matter, and then said, this also reminds everyone that you must be more cautious when you are outside. If anything unusual happens, you must be on guard. Next, let's make a statistical summary of your task completion scores this school year. As Louis Henfuhua said, he raised his hand and threw out a jade slip. The jade slip floated in midair, and then projected a picture in the air, with the completion status of each student's training tasks written on it. As expected, this mission score reward has nothing to do with the 3 of Lanyu. Even though the 3 of them have completed 2 special missions, their overall ranking is still only in the 30th place, which is far from the top 20 to receive rewards. There is still some distance. However, Lanyu and the others were not expecting this, so they would not feel disappointed. Instead, they are more looking forward to the upcoming auction of items, especially the Tongshan liquor. However, this time, Lanyu and the others do not plan to bid on their own because he does not want the special effects of his demon dust heart to be made public. Therefore, in advance, Lanyu and the others asked Lu Shuang to take the photos on their behalf. In this case, others will not think that Lu Shuang wants to drink it himself, but will think that Lu Shuang wants to take a picture and keep it for the new students in the next school year. Lu Shuang ranks first in the total score of experience tasks. The number of experience tasks she has completed is more than 3 times that of Lanyu and the other 3 combined, and she completed it alone. This shows Lu Shuang's strength. Indeed, they are much stronger than Lanyu and others, and they are considered top-notch in the entire seminary. The second one is Yu Feng, the leader of the 2 major factions. Not only is he extremely powerful, he is also very efficient in completing training tasks. The first place will be rewarded with 300 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, the second place will be rewarded with 200 million, the third place will be rewarded with 100 million, and the 4th to 10th place will be rewarded with 60 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service. The rewards are very generous. Unfortunately, this has nothing to do with Lanyu. Now the 3 of Lanyu combined have a total of more than 100 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, which is definitely enough to buy the divine wine. Moreover, you can also purchase some creative objects and continue to absorb the power of creation. You can try to expand the small world before the official opening of the Eclipse Ancient Realm. If by chance, you may be able to upgrade to the 1st level of martial arts. That way, if you reach the Eclipse Ancient territory, you will be even more sure. However, it is not very likely that Lanyu can reach the 4th level of domination when entering the Eclipse Ancient domain, so there is no need to force it. After announcing the ranking of the total task scores for this school year and handing out the rewards, the godlike exuberance began the auction at the end of the school year. The first was the same batch of 12 bottles of divine wine. This time, there were almost no bidders, and they were all bought. Liu Shuang bought them all for 5 million a bottle, spending a total of 60 million Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds. Lanyu breathed a sigh of relief, it would be safer this way. Lu Shuang didn't know about the special effects of the heart of demonic dust. Lanyu didn't tell her that she wanted to drink these spiritual wines for herself. On the contrary, Lu Shuang knew that Lanyu was developing a force of his own behind him. In Lu Shuang's heart, he probably felt that Lanyu wanted to leave these divine wines for those in his own power to drink. More items were auctioned next. Lanyu didn't have any demand, but Hongying was interested in a special elixir that could temporarily increase the cultivator's deduction power. This was still very useful to her. Maybe they will be used at some point. Afterwards, Long Yu traded the 12 bottles of divine wine from Lu Xuan, and gave 6 bottles to Yu Ge and Hong Ying respectively. Long Yu kept 6 bottles for himself, because he still needed to understand and compare. Much power. Now, he has fully comprehended the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts. He is still a little behind on the primordial power of the metal system, and has not yet begun to comprehend the primordial power of the water system. Other than that, there is nothing else that Long Yu needs to comprehend. At this time, he remembered the stone statue of the Multi-Wing clan found in the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing clan. This stone statue also contained some kind of apocalyptic divine power, which was also evolved from the power of the Taichu of the metal system. Long Yu had no time to study it before, but now he can try to understand the power of the stone statue. Anyway, there is also the spirit wine. These 6 bottles of divine wine should be used to understand the power of the golden element and the power of this stone statue. Long Yu thought in his heart that if he wanted to ensure his survival in the Eclipse ancient domain, the most important thing was flexibility. If Long Yu increased the power of the Taichu of the metal system, he would be able to enhance the ability of the 9 Nether Path to disintegrate all space divine texts. Intensity. As for the power of the water system at the beginning, it is still the same sentence. With the Void Dragon Blade, Long Yu does not really need to understand this power by himself. Therefore, it is more urgent for Long Yu to master other powers now. After getting the spirit wine, the Eclipse ancient territory has not gathered yet. Long Yu has time to drink all 6 bottles of the spirit wine to see how far he can reach. By the way, he can see if he can turn the stone statue. The divine text derived from the apocalyptic gold system Taichu's power can be comprehended. Long Yu returned to his personal space, returned directly to his own little world, took out the stone statue of the many-winged clan, and then began to understand the power within it. In this state, Long Yu drank the first bottle of divine wine. Since his small world was integrated with the source of the gold-type heavenly spirit, he was naturally able to improve his understanding of the power of the gold-type Taichu, but not so fast. That's all. If you want to quickly comprehend the power of the Taichu of the metal system, you still have to return to the Taichu Golden Pond in the Void Galaxy. Unfortunately, Long Yu doesn't have the time to go back now. There is no training mission for him to take and teleport to the seminary. Near the original blood-falling star of the outer galaxy in the first outer realm of the demon clan. Therefore, now Long Yu can only wait for the assembly of the Eclipse ancient domain in the seminary. As Long Yu drank the divine wine, he fell into a state of half-drunk and half-awake again, and soon he completely lost consciousness. In this state, his speed of comprehending various powers increased by 100 times. 1 day is equivalent to the realization results of the past 3 months. 1 day later. The effect of the first bottle of spirit wine ended. Long Yu gradually woke up and found that he had understood 50% of the power of the beginning of the metal system. This efficiency was quite slow. After all, the last time he drank the spirit wine to understand the illusion of reality and reality. When using the first-grade divine formation, it also increased the power of the golden system Taichu. But now, the most important thing is the power of the multi-winged clan stone statue. That is another revelation-level divine inscription derived from the power of the primordial gold system. Now Long Yu knows that this power is called the Forest Demon Divine Inscription. At this moment, Long Yu knew that this power could have a great influence and damage on the opponent's spirit. It was a divine power of spiritual attack. Long Yu randomly found an ice god from the small world, and then after activating the unbounded grip with the Forest Demon Divine Wen, it was found that the ice god immediately became sluggish, and its spiritual soul had been completely destroyed. The Forest Demon Divine Text, combined with the unbounded grip, can directly destroy the opponent's spirit and soul in the 3rd stage of the grip, which is extremely domineering. But it is a pity that now that Long Yu has drank a bottle of Tongshan wine, he has only comprehended less than 20% of the Senmo Divine Text. Even if he drinks all 6 bottles of Tangshan wine, it is impossible to fully comprehend it. However, Long Yu is not in a hurry. Even if he only understands 50% of the Forest Demon Divine text, it can become his unexpected and powerful weapon in battle. You must know that this Forest Demon Divine Inscription is also a Revelation level derivative Divine Inscription like the Jiuyo Divine Inscription. It is more powerful than other divine inscriptions, and even more powerful than the power of Tai Chu. Even if he only comprehends 50% of it, it is already more than ordinary people comprehending the complete power of the 5 elements of absolute beginning. As for the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu, there are not many people who can fully understand it. Even those who are at the peak of the 7th level master may not be able to fully understand a certain power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu. Long Yu has comprehended the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions and the forest demon divine inscriptions. It can be said that he has surpassed those strong men at the peak of the 7-stage masters. Long Yu didn't think much about it, but immediately self-destructed and reshaped his body, and then drank the 2nd bottle of the spirit wine. The 6 bottles of spirit wine on his body were all meant to be drank directly. It all depends on how much the forest demon god can be comprehended in the end. Wen Hejin is the power of Tai Chu. Anyway, with these 6 bottles of divine wine, Long Yu's comprehensive combat effectiveness will definitely increase to another level. At least it will be easier when facing a powerful 7th-stage master. Whether it is confrontation or escape, with powerful mental attack methods, the forest demon divine Wen can bring him many possibilities. 7 days passed. He drank all of Long Yu's 6 bottles of divine wine, which was equivalent to him directly comprehending the power of the primordial gold system and the power of the apocalyptic forest demon divine text for a year and a half, and the effect was remarkable. Among them, the primordial power of the metal system has finally been comprehended by 60%, and the power of the Enlightenment level forest demon has reached 50%. After all, Long Yu is the stone statue of the multi-winged clan. When there is a source of comprehension to rely on, the speed of comprehension is natural. It's extremely fast. Unlike the primordial power of the metal system, Long Yu now only relies on the source of the metal system of heavenly spirits to slowly improve. If he hadn't drank the divine wine, he wouldn't have felt the improvement at all. Then Long Yu left his personal space and prepared to gather in the seminary hall. Those who were preparing to go to the Eclipse Ancient Domain were almost all making their own preparations, and the same was true for Long Yu and Yuge Hongying. Long Yu drank 6 bottles of the divine wine, and Yuge also drank 3 bottles of the divine wine, and learned all the 4 moves and 2nd-grade divine formations. In this way, the combined power of the 4-stroke and 2nd-grade divine formations will never be weak. Yu Ito Ipin divine formation, because when she originally selected it, she chose a divine formation that could complement each other. In the Eclipse Ancient Domain, her 4 moves of the 2nd-grade divine formation can definitely have a great effect. Hongying, on the other hand, has improved her endless level high-grade martial arts, demonic shadow binding. In the past period of time, she had been practicing this martial arts to a perfect level. Now that she came out, she finally reached a transcendent state. Whether it is the demon shadow binding or the 9 heaven star flash, these 2 endless level high-grade martial arts are the only endless level high-grade martial arts of Hongying and Yuge. They naturally practice very hard, especially Yuge, because of the seminary at the end of the school year. Long Yu was about to take back Jiu Xiao Xingshan's cultivation jade slips, which made her feel a sense of urgency. Now, the 9 heaven star flash that Yuge has cultivated is not far away from the final state of transformation. This is much faster than Long Yu's practice of unbounded grip and crazy battle with celestial bodies. After all, Long Yu practices 2 endless level high-grade martial arts at the same time, and his focus is constantly shifting to other directions. In terms of these 2 martial arts, the realization will naturally be delayed. In just a few days, the 3 of them each made their own breakthroughs. However, the three of them were still not sure about the Eclipse Ancient Territory and his party. Anyway, after entering it, the three of them must come together, otherwise, there would definitely be there is a way to survive. If we go together, we still have a chance to get something in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. The three of them came to the mission hall of the seminary together and found that there were already many people gathered here. There are even many powerful people who do not belong to the seminary, and have come to the seminary, preparing to set off from the seminary to the Eclipse Ancient Territory with everyone. These powerful men, without exception, are all powerful beings of the 7th Stage Master. Some are from the Guardian Legion, some are from the Monster Alliance, but most of them are from the Battlefield Legion. The existence of the God level who left the Eclipse Ancient Territory gave a rigid rule to the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Only 200 people from each race can enter the Eclipse Ancient Territory. If more people want to enter, later people who enter will be teleported out directly. There are 400 places for the human race and the demon race together. Long Yu took a look at the statistics and knew that among the 400 places, more than 300 people were at the peak of the 7th level master. Among them, Long Yu saw a character he hadn't seen for a long time. He was an old guy he met on the Iron Wall Galaxy in the Demon Clan's territory, Master Baiyun. When Long Yu provoked the third prince of the Golden Dragon Demon Clan in the bloody battlefield of the Iron Wall Galaxy, Master Baiyun stood by and watched, and even helped Long Yu for a while. He was the closest godlike figure in the human Baiyun Galaxy. Master Baiyun is indeed very powerful, and it is normal for him to be invited to join the Eclipse Ancient Domain. In addition, Long Yu also met Concubine Yu, but unfortunately, Concubine Yu has not yet entered the godlike level. When Long Yu and the others appeared, Concubine Yu had obviously seen them, so she walked towards the three of them. She was originally beside Concubine Yu, surrounded by some men. Watching Concubine Yu walking towards Long Yu, she couldn't help but feel attracted to Long Yu. You two looked curious. These men undoubtedly knew Concubine Yu, or had heard of Concubine Yu. Anyway, they all had a good impression of Concubine Yu. After all, Concubine Yu was originally a saint of the Joyo clan, and her reputation was very resounding throughout the human and monster territories. Now, the news that Concubine Yu left the Joyo clan has long spread throughout the human race and the demon race, and there are rumors that she left the Joyo clan because of a man. That man is called Long Yu. The boy in front of me, who is only a 3rd level master, is Long Yu. Many men in the field looked at Long Yu with a kind of hostility. Obviously, these people were quite angry that Long Yu had abducted Concubine Yu. Little did they know that Concubine Yu was about to leave the Joyo clan, and Long Yu was completely, it's just a trigger. Even without Long Yu, Concubine Yu would have to leave the Joyo clan sooner or later. Long Yu noticed Concubine Yu walking towards him, and also noticed the hostility of some people around him, especially 2 middle-aged men, who exuded an aura similar to his own. That was the power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions. Of course, it is impossible for these 2 middle-aged men to comprehend the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. What they exude is just the aura of the original level 9 nether divine inscriptions. It is obvious that they are strong men from the Joyo clan, and both are 7 Duanda dominates the peak existence. These 2 middle-aged men are the 2 super strong men of the Joyo clan. Jianrenhao and Xuanhuan are veritable overlords in the Joyo galaxy. If Concubine Yu still stays in the Joyo clan, it is still under the control of the elders, including these 2 people. Because of this, Concubine Yu felt that she was not free in Joyo clan, so she wanted to leave Joyo clan. Now, Jianrenhao and Xuanhuan are both over 100 years old. They have participated in the Eclipse Ancient Territory 2 or 3 times and have a lot of experience. However, they have not been able to compete in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. What I got from the Eclipse Ancient Domain was probably because I was too cowardly. Although I didn't die in it, I couldn't get anything. Logically speaking, for such guys, Long Yu felt that there was no need to let them participate, which would be a waste of quota. Anyway, they were so timid and did not dare to go deep into the Eclipse Ancient territory, and it was impossible to get any benefits from it. They wanted to be promoted to a similar level. The hope of achieving a god-level realm is even slimmer. However, there are a total of 400 quotas for the human race and the demon race. These two old guys are qualified to participate. After all, this kind of thing is not decided by Long Yu. Soon, Concubine Yu came to Long Yu and smiled at him. Long time no see. The last time Long Yu returned to the Void Galaxy, he didn't see her. It was a pity. If there was a chance, Long Yu would like to lend her the 9 Nether Prison Monument so that she could learn more about the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts. It's a pity that Long Yu had kept the 9 Nether Prison Monument for use before, and Concubine Yu also needed to fully comprehend the power of the Taichu of the metal system, so she left it in the Taichu Golden Pond in the Void Galaxy. If we go to the Eclipse Ancient territory now, we still have some time to prepare, which will allow Concubine Yu to understand more of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions. Well, when you settle down, I will lend you the 9 Nether Prison Monument so that you can learn more about the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine inscriptions. Long Yu nodded and smiled. The conversation between the two will naturally not be heard by others. Concubine Yu nodded without saying anything, and then walked behind Long Yu to chat with Yu Ge and Hong Ying. She had obviously heard about Yu Ge in advance from Xiaobai and Xuelua. So it's not considered a stranger. Seeing the three women chatting, Long Yu could only stand aside, just enough to take a look at the general situation in the field. Now in the mission hall of the seminary, there are all the big guys and strong men from all places of the human race and monster race. It can be said that it is a scene where all the heroes gather together. In addition to the seminary, there are 100 places to participate in the Eclipse Ancient realm. The other quotas come from other forces of the human race and demon race. The people from the Battlefield Legion gather together, the Guardian Legion gathers together, and the Demon Clan Alliance also gathers together. Everyone has their own circle, but without exception, if any of these people are placed in the outside world, they can make the entire a powerful figure who shakes the world of humans or monsters. For example, a decision made by Jian Renhao and Xuanhuan Qing, two members of the Jiuyou clan, is likely to lead to huge changes in the Jiuyou galaxy and several nearby galaxies. This kind of existence is already common among the entire human race and the monster race. Existences belonging to the pinnacle, except for a total of 14 godlike experts from the two races, their strength and power are undoubtedly at the highest level. Almost everyone here has experienced thousands of battles and is not so unfamiliar with foreign races. Especially those strong men in the battlefield legions are extremely powerful and have rich experience in fighting foreign races. Of course, these are only half of the top powerhouses among the human race and the demon race. After all, in an ancient eclipse domain, although there are great opportunities hidden in it, it is impossible for the two races to send out all the powerhouses, otherwise if an accident occurs, the human race and the demon race can be said to have suffered a huge loss, and it can even be said to be a loss that they cannot afford at all. Looking at the whole place, Long Yu saw more than one familiar person. There are several peak commanders of the 7th level masters of the battlefield legions. Long Yu has seen them before, but he doesn't know their names and has no communication with them. Even they are here. It can be imagined that now the human race and the demon race in the direction of the alien battlefield, the overall strength must have dropped a lot. But it's not just the human race and the demon race. Now the Eclipse Ancient domain is about to open. The other Ice God clan, Vulcan clan, etc. are in the same situation. Most of the strong people in the clan have to go to the Eclipse Ancient territory to find and compete. Opportunity. When Long Yu thought that he was about to face a group of the strongest people from various races, he felt excited. In the mission hall of the seminary, strong men from the human race and the demon race gathered together. In addition to Master Baiyun, Green Shadow, and Qingying, Long Yu soon met a group of acquaintances, a team of killers composed of 7 students from that kind of seminary. Everyone was wearing black robes. Looks extremely mysterious, and also has a strong murderous aura about him. When these 7 people came to the field, they did not attract too many people's attention. Although their murderous intent was very strong, they were all restrained murderous intent. Obviously, no matter where they are, the more restrained they are, the safer they are. When it comes to the eclipse of the moon, this is especially true in the ancient domain. If you are too high profile, no matter how strong you are, you may be killed. After all, no one dares to truly say that he is the strongest being among gods. The strongest has its own strong hand. Unless he steps into the realm of God, every strong person at the peak of the 7th level master has his strongest aspect. When fighting, it is really not certain whether it will be life or death. Maybe one negligence will lead to your own disaster. After the Slayer team arrived, another person Long Yu knew quickly came, Long Zi Chen. As the commander of the Tianlong Legion in the Battlefield Legion, Long Zi Chen has long been the existence of the 7th level master. This time, he was also invited to participate in the battle for the Eclipse Ancient Domain. There is no doubt that he is here, and he does not want to miss this opportunity. Most of the cultivators who are stuck in the 7th stage of the Great Master want to try their luck, especially those who have never participated in the Moon Eclipse Ancient Realm before. They want to give it a try to see if they can pass this opportunity. Get some opportunities, and let yourself break through and step into the godlike realm. This is obviously what Long Zi Chen thinks. This is true for the newly promoted commanders of the legions like Long Zi Chen. It can be seen that many dominant legions among the human race and demon race will take a rest during this period. If other alien races want to attack the human race or the demon race, it will be harder than usual. Much easier. But at this time, there will be no aliens who want to cause trouble. Basically, all races on the alien battlefield have stopped now, and many strong men in the race are preparing to participate in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rather than taking the opportunity to make a sneak attack and eliminate more members of the opponent, if someone being able to step into the godlike level in the Eclipse Ancient Domain will obviously be of greater help to the entire race. 200 people from each race entered the Eclipse Ancient territory together. The total of more than 140 races totaled nearly 3,000 people. Most of them were the peak of 7th stage masters. 3rd stage masters like Long Yu, it can even be said to be the first one. Among the people who entered the Eclipse Ancient territory, there is absolutely no doubt that Long Yu has the lowest level of martial arts. Who can be lower than him? Long Yu didn't say anything to Long Zi Chen, because since the other party had lost his memory and didn't remember Bei Yuya's affairs, there was no relationship between Long Yu and Long Zi Chen. Speaking of Bei Yuyao, when Long Yu returned to the Void Galaxy last time, he left her at the other end of the Void Galaxy with Old Man Tianhua. She could practice well in the Void Galaxy. This is exactly what Bei Yuyao thought of. As the number of people in the mission hall increased, it soon reached more than 300 people. There were only about 20 people left before the full quota of 400 for humans and demons. Everyone else had already arrived. However, it is obvious that the seminary does not want to wait too long. Godlike glory soon appeared in front of everyone. This godlike person from the Sky Bat Monster clan had a look of indifference on his face at this moment. He looked around and seemed to be counting the number of people. Then soon, another godlike creature flashed out of the void. It turned out to be an acquaintance of Long Yu. It was the black tiger-like god, Shambing, from the demon clan. This time, the 2 of us will take you to the ancient realm of the eclipse, so be prepared. The black tiger god came over and said to everyone in a deep voice, the official opening of the Eclipse Ancient Realm will be in a month, but we have to go there a month in advance and make preparations. Within this month, the most important thing is to find out about the strength of other alien races, and it is best for you to communicate more with each other. Many of you have been to the Eclipse ancient territory and dealt with people from other alien races. As the godlike Shambing said this, Long Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the two powerful men from the elder pavilion of the Jiuyou clan, Jianrenhao and Xuanhuan Qing. These two people have been to the Eclipse ancient territory twice. Logically speaking, they should have rich experience. However, it is a pity that these two guys always hang around the entrance every time they enter the Eclipse Moon ancient territory. Not only do they not know about Eclipse, there is something inside the Yuegu territory, and I haven't dealt with too many foreign races, so I can't find out anything from their mouths. Fortunately, Long Yu had already obtained the information about the Eclipse ancient territory from the seminary database before. Long Yu also had a rough understanding of some of the information in it, which was about other alien races participating in the Eclipse ancient territory. Long Yu doesn't know much about it, and he may suffer a loss in battle. In the Eclipse ancient domain, once you suffer a loss, it will definitely be a big loss, and it is likely to cause Long Yu to lose his life. Therefore, we have to investigate this point carefully. This 1 month preparation time is too long for some people, even boring, but for Long Yu, it is not enough. After a total of 390 people gathered at the scene, including the two gods, there were a total of 392 people. The two gods, Shambing and Fuhua, joined forces and led everyone to a confidential area in the seminary. After that, one of the mechanisms was opened. Immediately afterwards, the entire seminary released a tyrannical power of time and space. This power of time and space was stronger than the primordial power of the water system. It was obviously a revelation-level divine power. The apocalyptic power of time and space enveloped the entire seminary, and then the tyrannical power of time and space was transported to the confidential area inside. Everyone was surrounded by the apocalyptic power of time and space, and then a teleportation circle invisible to the naked eye was triggered. Everyone felt as if their bodies were about to be torn apart. This was a sign of ultra-long distance teleportation. Long Yu and Hong Ying held hands, and beside them were Yu Ge and Yu Fei. This combination made many people envious. This boy was surrounded by beauties. But at this time, there was no difference whether she was beautiful or not, because soon, everyone's physical bodies were broken down into the smallest particles of matter by the apocalyptic power of time and space, and they were reassembled in the infinitely distant silent starry sky. The Eclipse ancient domain has arrived. This is an ancient ruin that appears in the void in the center of the Langya star territory and the two nearby star territories. Around the Eclipse ancient territory, the inheritance hall of the gods, there are 3 galaxies, corresponding to the Langya star territory and the other 2 star rivers. 2 star fields. Everything teleported from the Langya star territory will appear in the place called Langya Galaxy, including the Ice God clan, Vulcan God clan and other outer gods, as well as the Yuan clan, Sol clan, Shinshui clan, etc. They will all appear in the Langya Galaxy. After the transmission ended, Long Yu and others were still feeling some physical discomfort, including the other 7th level masters at their peak, who were all a little stiff, but this phenomenon would be cured as long as they rested. There is no discomfort for the 2 gods. After all, they are existences close to the gods. 1 foot has already stepped into the realm of the gods. The ultra-long distance teleportation at this distance will not make them feel any discomfort. But no matter who it is, one thing is common, that is, the martial arts realm of all the people who come here have been temporarily suppressed at the level of the secret realm of magical powers. All people, including the powerful gods, are now in the realm of 7 magical powers. First, get familiar with the surrounding environment. This place is the base camp occupied by our human race and the demon race. Shanbang and Fuhua said one after another. In addition, the martial arts realm of all of us has been temporarily suppressed at the Seven Paths Divine Power realm. The same is true for other alien races who came to Langi Galaxy. It must be noted that Qian don't go to other foreign tribes' camps to cause trouble, otherwise, there will only be a dead end. It's like the joint headquarters of our human race and demon race. Shanbing pointed to the top of his head, and what everyone saw was a golden light barrier. This thing is a very strong defensive barrier, and it also has a counterattack function. If there is an alien invasion, it can release a powerful counterattack similar to the one that dominates the secret realm. Power. You can think about it, with our current level of magical power and secret realm, once we are counterattacked by this light curtain, there is only one way to die. Is this light barrier prepared by the powerful spirit who left behind the Eclipse Ancient Realm? Many people raised their heads and observed the light barrier with some emotion. Under the suppression of such power, the defensive and counterattack barrier that can erupt to dominate the secret realm is undoubtedly a protective umbrella for everyone. As long as they do not leave this range, there will be no danger to their lives. This is also the condition for the inheritance of the Eclipse Ancient Territory, to find a successor. Otherwise, so many alien races came to the vicinity of the Eclipse Moon Ancient Territory and were already fighting fiercely before they entered. Most of them died outside. What if one of them? Are there any talents suitable for the inheritance of that god? Long Yu carefully observed his surroundings. Where they were was a silent void. Not far from this void, there were several planets. Those planets seemed to have good environments, allowing the strong men who came here to rest to relax. And that golden defensive light barrier covers several nearby planets. The range is not too large, but it is not too small either. Even if you are not suppressed, you want to build such a huge defensive light. The screen barrier is not something that ordinary 7-stage masters can achieve. At least 10 or more masters must unite to build it. Feeling that their cultivation was suppressed in the 7 paths of divine power realm, most people were not used to it. Only those who had been here before seemed relatively calm and casually flew towards the planet below, preparing to rest for a month. Long Yu was not prepared to stay here peacefully. I believe that there are many people from other alien races who want to go out to inquire for information. After all, everyone is at the 7 paths divine power realm. For Long Yu, the advantage is very great. If it is a one-on-one encounter, he will never fear any opponent. Besides, with his current various methods, even if he is surrounded by a large number of aliens and wants to escape, he only needs to transform into nothingness. There is no difficulty. After transforming into nothingness, it will take a while for the other party to deduce it to him. Time. During this period of time, it was enough for Long Yu to rely on the Void Dragon Blade to escape to an extremely far place. However, Long Yu still planned to bring Yu Ge and Han Ying together. After all, the three of them had been cooperating for a long time and had enough tacit understanding with each other. In addition, in the Eclipse Ancient Territory, the three of them also had to work together. Action. Now go out for a run together and meet other foreign races. It will definitely be of great help to the Eclipse Ancient Domain. What surprised Long Yu was that when he went to ask Yu Ge and Han Ying to go out together, Concubine Yu actually asked to go together. This surprised Long Yu, but after thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. Each other's together. On the one hand, Long Yu and Concubine Yu had a very good relationship. On the other hand, Concubine Yu was not weak in strength. Even though she was suppressed in the 7 paths divine power realm, her current strength would never lose to Long Yu. It will definitely be safer if we act together. Like Long Yu, there are many other people who want to go out to inquire about the enemy, including the 7 killer teams in black, including 2 women. Each of them has a strong murderous aura, but if the 7 of them, even if you hide it, it will be extremely difficult to be discovered. Of course, the 2 sides will not go all the way. In fact, there were at least 100 people who wanted to go out to inquire about the situation. These hundreds of people were all divided into small teams of 3 or 5 people. A total of about 20 teams chose to go out together, and some even went out alone. These are the right people. A guy who is extremely confident in his own abilities. Long Yu ignored the others. Anyway, he, Yu Ge, Hong Ying and Yu Fei, together with the 3 girls, left the common residence of the human race and the demon race and teleported directly towards the distance. The 3 girls stayed in Long Yu's small world, and Long Yu continued to teleport into the distance with the help of the Void Dragon Blade. A single void crossing was a distance of tens of millions of miles, extremely fast, and in the middle of this galaxy, various people the distance between alien races is probably only tens of billions of miles. All in all, the Void Ghost Dragon Blade only needs to travel through the void for at most 1 hour to reach the distance of the next alien race. Crossing the entire Lengi galaxy, Long Yu calculated that it would only take a few days. Now the speed of the Void Dragon Blade has reached this level, which is faster than many other Peak 7 stage masters. However, if you want to go from one galaxy to that galaxy or across the galaxy, it will take much more time, at least 10 days. Therefore, during the month of preparation, it is impossible for Long Yu to go to the other 2 galaxies for detection. At most, he can go around the Lengi galaxy where he is, and probably no more than 40 people in the Lengi galaxy. As long as there are any races. Anyway, when everyone enters the Eclipse Ancient Domain, they will enter from 3 different directions. There is only one entrance on the Lengi galaxy side, and the aliens from the other 2 galaxies will not enter from this entrance. If you want to encounter the alien races from the other 2 galaxies, you have to go deep into the Eclipse Ancient territory. Otherwise, Long Yu and the others will encounter more than 40 alien species in the Lengi galaxy. So far, Long Yu knows that the alien races that exist in the Lengi Star territory include the Ice God Clan, the Fire God Clan, the Earth God Clan, the Desolate God Clan, the Wing God Clan, and the Wood God Clan. The 3 races of the Water Tribe. In previous seminary-like training missions, Long Yu and the others had come into contact with some special races, but they were not sure whether those races came from Lengi Galaxy. If it is the strange dark green alien race lurking in the Abyss Ridge Galaxy, it is definitely not from the Lengi Galaxy, because the alien races in the Lengi Galaxy are basically recorded by the human race and the demon race, even if they are not encountered on weekdays. It is impossible not to know at all. And that kind of dark green alien race is an alien race that the human race and the demon race have never seen before. It is obviously not from the Lengi star field, or even from the 3 nearby star fields. Long Yu didn't want to think too much. Anyway, he just took the 3 girls out to have a look and get acquainted with each other. There was no need to have any conflicts with other alien races. It was enough to have a rough idea of the opponent's strength and methods. If there was really any conflict, Long Yu was very sure that he had no backup. As for the alien race, there might be a large group coming over. This risk is certainly not something we should take. Although Concubine Yu has already reached the pinnacle level of the 7th stage master, she was just born 20 years ago. She must have never participated in the exploration of the Eclipse Ancient territory, so it would be a good idea to go out with Long Yu to have a look. At least with the avatar of nothingness present, Long Yu didn't worry that he would encounter too much danger. The Nether Dragon Blade of the Void, leading Long Yu, kept teleporting towards the station of another alien race nearby. Soon, he felt that the power of the Ice Divine text began to emerge in the void around him. This was the arrival of the Ice God clan. Near the station, Long Yu knew that in the Lengi galaxy, the arrangement of the major alien races was similar to the arrangement of the territories of the major alien races in the Lengi Star territory. Therefore, the ones closest to the territory of the human race and monster race were the Ice God clan and the Vulcan God clan. Further away, there should be the Yuan clan, Soul clan, Shinshui clan, Silver Stone clan, and other races from the Outer God clan, etc. If Long Yu wants to see more foreign races, he must go farther away. As for the Ice God clan station, there is no need to go there and explore it, because Long Yu is already familiar with the Ice God clan and is familiar with the other party's location. The combat power and fighting methods are basically already understood, so there is no need to waste time here. Continuing like this, after 2 days, Long Yu arrived near the Shinshui tribe's residence. The Shinshui tribe is a foreign race around the Void Galaxy. The individuals of this race are relatively small, only the size of a human fist. Their whole bodies are composed of gray liquid, and there are countless small blisters in their bodies. Although this alien race does not look like a creature, it actually possesses extremely high intelligence. The main fighting method of this Shinshui tribe is through their race-specific warriors. These warriors are very powerful, but they cannot fight for used by humans, demons, or any other race. At the same level, the soldiers of the Shinshui tribe are about twice as strong as those of the human race or the monster tribe. This is a very remarkable achievement. In terms of weapon refining, the Shinshui tribe's level is far higher than that of other races. Including Old Man Tianhua's weapon refining skills, which are considered top-notch among the human and demon tribes, but if they were transferred to the Shinshui tribe, they would obviously be nothing at all. There was no need for Long Yu to observe the Shinshui tribe too much, because ever since he knew that there was a Shinshui tribe near the Void Galaxy, he had already conducted a targeted investigation of this alien race and understood their main behaviors and fighting methods. There is also the Silverstone tribe. Each individual of this alien race is a giant being with a height of hundreds of feet. Their physical strength is extremely powerful and can even completely suppress the Yuan tribe's physical body. The fighting method of this race mainly relies on the powerful ancient martial arts. The ancient martial arts of the Silverstone clan are basically all martial arts of the endless level or above. Some of the more noble ones can even practice to the endless level, top grade, or even top grade martial arts. Unlike many of the martial arts of the human race and demon clan, which have been lost, the martial arts of the Silverstone clan have been passed down from generation to generation. They have never encountered a severe crisis that nearly wiped out the clan. Therefore, these martial arts have always been recorded, and there are many individuals who practice them now. If there is any alien race in the Langistar territory that has the strongest individual combat power, it is undoubtedly the Silverstone race. Although its body is huge, it is still very flexible and does not appear bulky at all. As Long Yu took the 3 girls and teleported farther away from Langi Galaxy, the alien races they saw finally began to become more and more weird. There are various forms. There are those who use various divine powers. Some alien races, as long as you get close to their base, you can feel the power of the attributes they mainly use. However, there are also some alien races, like the human race and the demon race, do not have specific attributes, but it depends on the individual. Each individual has the possibility to comprehend the divine power of different attributes. The comprehensive strength of this alien race is the strongest. Unlike the Ice God clan, if you want to deal with the Ice God clan, you only need to prepare a set of means. Just like the human race, if 2 people walk together, their combined combat effectiveness will definitely be much stronger due to mutual cooperation. This kind of alien race that understands hybrid power must act in a small team, and the comprehensive combat effectiveness of mutual cooperation will be extremely strong. As Long Yu continued to move deeper and deeper around the Langi Galaxy, he saw one strange alien race after another. Each alien race had its own characteristics. Some were very difficult to deal with at first sight, but some were very difficult to deal with. It's easy to deal with. If he encounters someone whose fighting style or strength attributes cannot be seen at a glance, Long Yu will take the 3 women to sweep around the area and try to catch a lone alien individual. Such behavior is very dangerous, but Long Yu's incarnation, in the case of nothingness, you can still succeed occasionally. Under such circumstances, Long Yu successfully captured several alien individuals, all of whom were left alone. Then at the level of the 7 paths of divine power, Long Yu fought with the opponent and basically figured out the opponent's identity. The battle modes, basic strength attributes, and most importantly, where their key weaknesses are all clearly understood. In 1 month, Long Yu took the 3 girls and circled the entire Langyi galaxy. The top novel. During this period, they saw more than 40 alien races in the entire Langyi star territory. Among the 200 individuals from each alien race who came to participate in the Eclipse Ancient Territory, there were at least 100 peak 7th level masters. It can be seen that every alien race attaches great importance to the opening of the Eclipse Ancient Realm. After all, this is a heritage relic left by the gods. It is likely that they will get some opportunity from it and step into the godlike level. But at the same time, they all have reservations and will not send all their elite generals here to try their luck. Otherwise, if all the elite generals died in the Eclipse Ancient Territory, the foundation of their race would be shaken, and the gains would outweigh the losses. What's more, the possibility of receiving the inheritance of the gods in the Eclipse Moon Ancient Territory is really too high. It's small, so there's no need to spend too much money. Every time the Eclipse Ancient Realm opens, among the 200 people from each race who come to participate, under good circumstances, it is normal for a dozen or so people to die. If the competition is fiercer and the unluckier alien races are more unlucky, it is very likely that out of the 200 people will be killed or injured. More than half of the time, it is normal for more than 100 people to not make it home alive. Soon, as Long Yu walked around, he finally returned to the joint headquarters of the human race and the demon race. At this time, the Eclipse Ancient Realm is about to open, and almost everyone is gearing up and getting ready. Long Zitian, together with several other Legion commanders, apparently formed a 6-man team. These are the peak existences of the 7th level masters. Their combined combat effectiveness must be very strong, but there will also be a corresponding problem. That is, the issue of distribution of spoils. After all, if they come together, they can only get 1 share of the things in the Eclipse Ancient domain. If 1 share of the loot is shared equally among 6 people, it will obviously cause some conflicts. Of course, people like Long Zitian usually, they are all familiar with each other. In this case, it is slightly better. If strangers are grouped together, due to unfamiliarity with each other's personalities, it is easy to cause some troubles during the distribution of spoils and joint operations, which is unavoidable. Therefore, unless they are very familiar with each other, they will basically not form a team here to enter. The 7 members of the seminary's killer team were all wearing black robes and hiding in the darkness. Naturally, they entered as a team. These 7 people completed their training missions in the seminary together, even when they arrived. In the Eclipse Ancient Territory, there are generally no disagreements over things like loot. Lu Ying and Qingying chose to act together. The fighting power of these 2 people is not weak. Don't look at the last time they went to deal with the dark green alien race with Long Yu, they seem to have suffered a lot. But they really didn't expect that the center of the planet would be like that. In the Eclipse Ancient Domain, Green Shadow and Qingying generally do not have any dangerous problems. After all, they can be regarded as the elites of the seminary. The 2 of them have extremely strong fighting power together. In addition, Jian Renhao and Xuanhuan Qing from the Jiuyou clan Elder Pavilion also acted together. Master Baiyun from the Baiyun Xinghe Baiyun clan was preparing to fight again with a few other old guys. Bundle. This group of people have been to the Eclipse Ancient Territory several times, and among them, many people have died in the Eclipse Moon Ancient Territory. This cannot make Master Baiyun and others retreat. After all, they are old. If they cannot enter the godlike realm as soon as possible, it is likely that they will begin to weaken and die of old age in a few years. Of course Long Yu would not get together with the people above. He originally wanted to go with Yu Ge and Hong Ying, but this month, after taking Concubine Yu for a tour, Concubine Yu said she wanted to go with the three of them. There is no doubt about Concubine Yu's strength. Of course, Long Yu is happy to see this. However, the issue of distribution of spoils is more difficult. After all, Concubine Yu's strength is much stronger than that of the three of them together. If they are divided equally, it's too unfair, but if it's not evenly divided, the three people on Long Yu's side would also feel a little uncomfortable. In the end, Concubine Yu said that if she really got something, she would put it on Long Yu first, then collect it after returning, and distribute it according to their respective needs. If the needs conflict, then the bidding will be divided equally. In other words, it is mainly distributed according to need. If it cannot be distributed in this way, it will be auctioned according to the value of the loot and divided equally among the four people. This distribution method is relatively reasonable and acceptable to all four people. And to be honest, Concubine Yu doesn't have much interest or expectation in most of the trophies in the Eclipse Ancient domain. For her, the most important thing and hope is to find the key to becoming a god in the Eclipse Ancient domain. With such clues, even if she is with Long Yu and the others, the only one who can eventually transform into a godlike person is Concubine Yu. After all, the martial arts realm of Long Yu, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying are still relatively low, and it is impossible to directly break through to the godlike level. Because of this, Concubine Yu doesn't care much about other spoils, even if they are all divided equally. It's not much different for her. Moreover, the relationship between Concubine Yu and Long Yu has reached a very good level now. Whether it is the things that happened in the Jiuyou realm from the beginning or what happened in the ancient ruins of the Duoying clan later, the relationship between the two has become quite serious. For the sake of intimacy, there is no need to distinguish many things so clearly. As for Lu Shuang and Yu Feng, the two faction leaders in the seminary chose to act alone. Their strength is not weak, at least compared to Concubine Yu, they have their own merits, so it is nothing for them to act alone. If they get something, they will get it all by themselves, which feels quite good. When everyone has decided who to enter the Eclipse Ancient territory with, it is almost time for the Eclipse Ancient territory to officially open. Long Yu returned to the joint headquarters of the human race and the demon race, and soon discovered that the 392 people who came together before now only had 388 people left. It seemed that there were 4 fewer people than when they came here. When I inquired about it, I found out that he was killed by other aliens while he was out spying on the enemy. Just like Long Yu also captured 5 or 6 different alien races along the way, this kind of thing can easily happen once he is alone. After all, in the current Langyi galaxy, the martial arts realm of all practitioners is suppressed to the 7 paths of divine power. As long as 4 or 5 people act together, it is too easy to catch a foreigner acting alone. However, 4 of the dead were unknown to Long Yu. There were 2 strong men from the human race and 2 strong men from the demon race. None of the 4 were students from the seminary, but were selected from other places. There is nothing you can do in this case. Others don't even know who did it, let alone avenge them. To take a step back, even if you know who killed these 4 people, it is impossible to find someone to take revenge under the current situation, because the Eclipse Ancient realm is about to open, not to mention that even if you really come to the door, you may not be able to fight. The gain is not worth the loss. Those who died can be said to have died in vain. This was also reminded by godlike Landslide and Fuhua at the beginning. Try not to act alone. Unfortunately, some people do not listen to the advice and just do whatever they want based on their own strength. There is no way. Tomorrow, the Eclipse Ancient realm will officially open. Everyone should be prepared. Godlike Landslide and Flashy began to gather everyone together, and began to say something that must be said, I believe you have also checked the relevant information before. The Eclipse Ancient Territory is divided into 7 areas in total. Each area, the difficulty and rewards are different. So far, our human race and demon race have only gone to the 5th area, at most. It is said that as long as you can step into the 7th area, you can get the inheritance of the senior god. Unfortunately, so far, no race has been able to set foot in the 7th area. Even the 6th area, no one has ever stepped into it. Anyone who has passed, or in other words, stepped into the 6th area has died inside and has not been able to come out. As for the first 5 areas, 3 of them have the same difficulty, namely Langya area, Quansha area, and Tiangang area. These 3 areas respectively correspond to the 3 star areas that can reach the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Langya Star Territory, Quansha Star Territory, and Tiangang Star Territory. The entrance to our race in Langya Star Territory is the Langya area. In the Langya area, you will encounter a variety of different levels, traps, and most importantly, challenges from other alien races. Moreover, the types of levels in the Eclipse Ancient Domain are different every time you open them. You may be prepared, but you can only rely on your own improvisation. Every time the Eclipse Ancient Realm opens, half of the cultivators who died at the hands of aliens, and the other half died in the traps in the Ancient Realm. Therefore, you must not be careless in any case and be ready to deal with it at any time. All kinds of situations arise. The Eclipse Ancient Domain has no time limit for opening, only a point deduction system. You should be very clear that everyone has 100 points when they first enter. Every time they get a certain treasure or pass a certain level, they will get some points are deducted. This score is usually around 10 points. However, if you kill a foreign opponent, you can add another 10 points. When all the points are deducted, they will be sent out directly. In addition, if you kill a foreign opponent, you will be sent out directly. When one area reaches the next area, the score will directly increase by 100 points. You should all understand what this means. After looking around at the people around him, Luis Henshombing kept talking, especially about the last point deduction system. Long Yu and others had already learned about this from relevant information before. Generally speaking, it is difficult for a cultivator to go directly to the next area with just the first 100 points. At least 1 or 2 aliens must be killed to reach the next area before the points are deducted. Or don't take any treasure at all. However, after entering this ancient eclipse realm, what's the point if you don't take the treasures you encounter? You know, every treasure in the Eclipse Ancient Domain is said to be priceless in the outside world, at least equivalent to the level of endless level high-grade martial arts, and the price is only a 10-point deduction. As long as you kill a foreigner, you can get 1 more treasure, why not? Therefore, the Eclipse Ancient Domain is destined to be a place where fighting is extremely fierce. Even if there is no profit, various alien races must be fighting constantly in such a place full of treasures. Not to mention, killing an alien can get 10 points. However, it is worth noting that as long as any person or alien race dies in the Eclipse Ancient Territory, there will definitely be no bones left. All the things on the body, those particularly precious things, will also be recycled by the Eclipse Ancient Territory. It will be used as a treasure reward for opening the ancient realm during the next eclipse. This rule will not change every time the ancient realm of eclipse is opened, so all major races can be prepared. As for the specific situation in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, it is different every time. We can only rely on everyone who enters to be cautious. Tomorrow will be the official opening of the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Now all the major alien races must be gearing up and preparing to enter it one by one to show off their skills. Judging from the past situation, if you want to enter from the first area to the next area, at least there are 7 or 8 levels of traps to pass. Therefore, nearly half of the people will be forcibly sent out of the Eclipse Ancient Realm because their points are deducted in the first area. Only those who are stronger are qualified to enter the next area. In the Eclipse Ancient Domain, in addition to the first 3 areas, which are the initial areas for each alien race in the 3-star domains, there are 4 more areas. The 7th area is the legendary Inheritance of the Gods. In the 6th area, no one can come out alive after entering it. There are also the 5th area and the 4th area. These 2 areas are actually for Long Yu and the others. It can be said to be the 2nd and 3rd areas. Because Long Yu and the others will not pass through the other 2 initial areas. After passing the first Langya area, there will be the 4th area of the entire Eclipse Ancient Domain, and then the 5th area. The 4th area is called the Advanced Area. If you can go to the Advanced Area, the quality of the treasures in the Advanced Area will be 1 level higher than that in the initial area. However, the competition there is much more intense than in the initial area, mainly due to the quantity of treasures. There are fewer, and you have to go through several levels before you can encounter a treasure. You can imagine how fierce the competition is. Everyone has made preparations. Pills that can explode strength in various battles, pills that restore strength, some special combat equipment, etc., are all prepared very well. Some things can be used in an instant as long as they are used. A magic circle is created on the ground, which is very effective for defense or interference. Long Yu and the others did not prepare such a thing, but they still prepared a lot of various elixirs. At least they brought at least 200 elixirs for restoring strength, and this was only prepared by Long Yu himself. The other 3 girls, Hongying, Yuega, and Concubine Yu, must have made a lot of preparations. Otherwise, if the Eclipse Ancient Territory failed or died because of insufficient elixirs, the outcome would be too tragic. Everyone was waiting nervously, but Long Yu, on the other hand, was not nervous at all. Even in the day before the opening of the Eclipse Ancient Territory, he was still looking at the other humans and monsters participating in the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Member. If you encounter them in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, whether you can treat them as allies or turn a blind eye can be considered in advance. After all, Long Yu doesn't want to join forces with 2 guys like Jian Renhao and Shi from the Jiuyou clan, and it's very likely that those 2 guys will be detrimental to Long Yu and Concubine Yu. Not necessarily. In any case, Long Yu has figured out all the situations. Except for the accidents that may occur in the Eclipse Ancient Territory, he can solve many situations. This time, I hope it will not be too bad in the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Difficult is good. When this day passes, the Eclipse Ancient Realm will finally be officially opened. When it is turned on, everyone must stay within the light curtain defense barrier of these racial stations. Then, all existences below the level of gods will be directly transported to the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Members of a team must have physical contact, otherwise they will be transported to a place. The Inheritance of the Gods in the Eclipse Ancient Territory stipulates that a team cannot exceed 7 people, so only 7 people can go at most. Act together. Long Yu leaned against Hongying, while Hongying held Yu Ji's hand, and Yuga held Concubine Yu's hand. The 4 of them could be said to be a small team. This made many people around her look envious, because Concubine Yu was definitely one of the 20 strongest people in the human race, and now she was even less than a 7th level master like Long Yu and the others. The little guys walking together are really a waste of natural resources. However, neither Long Yu nor Concubine Yu cared about what others thought. All they are thinking about now is how to act after entering the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Soon, as the light barrier surrounding the race station released a white light, like a waterfall, the endless white light fell from the sky, and soon the Long Yu people were completely submerged in it. The human race and the demon race added up to 386 powerful masters disappeared directly in the white light. The 2 gods, Landslide and Fuhua, were not able to be teleported away by the white light, but continued to stay in this race's camp. The white light curtain barrier around the station still exists, protecting the landslide and the godlike people, as well as the godlike strong men led by other races. In the next period of time, they must stay here, because there may be racial attacks at any time. People appeared from the Eclipse ancient realm, and they needed to be supported. The 4 Longyu people were enveloped in white light, and then teleported away by the white light. When the 4 of them woke up again, they found that they had come to a void. In this void, there were some walls of light curtains, dividing the entire void into countless passages and different parts. It's like a maze in space, separated by white light curtain walls, and the 4 Longyu people are now at the entrance of this maze. Behind them, a wall of white light curtain blocked their retreat. At the moment, they could only move forward along this passage. Although they cannot see what is behind the light curtain wall, the 4 of them can see that the light curtain wall is somewhat transparent. It can be seen that the entire light curtain wall is in a void. It's just through the wall of light, but you can't see what is behind the wall of light. This feeling is very strange. It was obviously transparent, allowing them to see the void in the distance, but they were unable to see what was behind the light wall, which was extremely strange. However, this ancient eclipse domain is the work of the gods, and any strange situation is not surprising. Let's go. Although the levels in the eclipse ancient realm are different every time you open it, in fact, there are still methods to follow. Where are the levels and where are the treasures are all marked. Let's follow this path. Just keep moving forward. Concubine, you said as she flew forward. The scope of the entire eclipse ancient domain is astonishingly large. Even the initial area is as big as half a galaxy. If you don't reach some checkpoint room or some treasure room, you will basically not encounter other alien races. Existence, or that of others. The 4 people continued to move forward, and then came to the end of the passage, constructed by the white light curtain wall. At the end of the passage, a teleportation array appeared, and next to the teleportation array, there was a cross sign. Cha-cha means there is a level after passing through this teleportation array. Everyone should be careful. This is the first level we encounter. In this level, we may encounter traps built by the gods, or we may encounter traps created by the gods. Practitioners of other alien races. Concubine, you said this. At this time, Longyu tried it and found that he could not use the power of his own world. He could not continue to bring Yu Ge and Honging into his own small world, so the 4 of them could only set foot on this teleportation array together. I'll go first. Concubine, you said this, and before Longyu and the others could react, they stepped directly towards the teleportation array. Then a burst of white light flashed, and Concubine Yu's figure disappeared from in front of him. We must be careful if we follow. Longyu finished speaking to Yu Ge and Honging, and then stepped onto the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, Longyu was teleported away, and soon he appeared in an even weirder room made of a light curtain wall. This room was in the shape of a sphere, transporting the dragon who had just been teleported. Both you and Concubine you were wrapped in it. The entire spherical room is very vast. Even Concubine you can hardly forget to see the other side of the spherical room. In this spherical room, it is not completely empty, but there are many white objects. The ball of light kept wandering around the room. There are at least hundreds of white light balls flying everywhere in the room. I don't know what these white light balls are for, but both Longyu and Yufei have a hunch that once they touch these white light balls, the light balls are likely to be killed by these white light balls. This made Longyu and Concubine Yu very clear that they must not touch these white light balls. At this time, Yu Ge and Honging also teleported behind the 2 of them. At the same time, the 4 of them discovered that at the other end of the spherical room, there were indeed several unfamiliar alien figures. Longyu and others had never seen those alien races at all, but during the preparation period a month ago, Longyu had seen such alien races. There are also 4 alien races. It seems that the Eclipse ancient realm has purposely put the alien races with the same number of people into a checkpoint room, so that both sides can be evenly matched and not become one-sided.